try to forget that you were here. Some part of me wants to disappear with you. My soul and all that I could afford. So only gonna fall into what you explore.
Hello, everybody, and welcome into week number 3 of the Challenger Circuit for Europe. My name is D-Stinks, and joining me is Alpha Jackal. And today, Alpha, we have some game time scenarios for Optimus Game and Thy AI.
Yeah, that's right. Final week of this first half of the Challenger Circuit. New Game Plus, they've already secured their spot in the next split. Deserted, they've got the next best chance. All they have to do is win one game in their set, which will be the second one today. Optimus Gang and Thy AI, they have to get 2-0s to even stand a chance of qualifying for the next split.
Yeah, and Optimus Gang need Thy AI to 2-0 as well. They can't even get in just off of their own violation here. New Game Plus, though, this still is a fairly important week for them, as they recently, in a much more public thing, their solo laner, No Numbers, has been promoted up to the big leagues. He's joining Elevate, which is awesome for No Numbers and awesome for Elevate. Unfortunate for the New Game Plus, so the Old Guard has found yet another Old Knight to join their Legion, as they have picked up Vastracal to replace him in the solo lane, and they also banned away Ratatasker and Fafnir, while Susano and Kepri were Optimus Gang's bans.
I think these are going to be more standard bans throughout the next few weeks. The Ratatasker, he did receive a heavy nerf recently, especially to the cooldown of his dart related to his flurry and his Acorn Blast, so we might see him drop down into non-ban territory recently. But the Kabrakan's definitely a strong pick, picked up by New Game Plus, can run even in the support, jungle, or solo lane, so massive flex pick opportunity there.
Yeah, especially for a team like New Game Plus, there's a lot of ways that this could go, and Hoonbots, there's no questions about this monkey. He is going to be going into the jungle for Optimus Gang, and a lot of people are noticing that Hoonbots has become quite the popular pick recently and seen a lot of success, and Sylvanas is also in the ranks of a popular pick. He will be the lock-in for the support role.
Well, with the Hombat Sphere No Evil, it disrupts those early fights, which is exactly what's really been going down quite a lot recently, is those early game fights around level 5, 6, and 7, just to try and build up some momentum and get the first objective. And Hombat really shines in those levels. Sylvanas, more of the same thing with that Wrath of Terror ultimate, but the Zeus and Ulla, definitely some heavy momentum-based gods over on New Game Plus. The Zeus, dominant control over the mid lane, but Ulla definitely needs to get the ball rolling to get that snowball on.
Well, funny enough, Ull is actually a flex pick for New Game Plus, as Poseidon gets locked in for Optimus Gang. This could be going to the jungle for Repicos right now. There is still nothing clear. I mean, there's a lot of flexibility there with that Ull jungle. I mean, Repicos, he enjoys playing it, and it works out so incredibly well. He's very, very adept at playing it. Amaterasu going to be the ban here for Optimus Gang. Don't feel like playing against any Auras at level 1.
I do like the Amaterasu ban. With the amount of flex picks that are on the side of New Game Plus already, just ban out another flex pick, and then Amaterasu can go either solo or support. The Odin banned away by New Game Plus don't want the Zeus to be trapped in there, don't want the Kabrak to be trapped in there. They might look for another low mobility god as well, like your Mir, potentially. So just get that out of the way. Make sure that the team fights do not center around that ring of spears.
Izanami and Hercules, the final two bans. The ball is now in Optimus Gang's court, and they don't have as much flex picks on their team. Mid, jungle support all locked in, and now ADC will be the next selection for them as Apollo gets locked in. Now the ball is back over to New Game Plus, and well, this is where the ambiguity really is going to end for this team, as it's going to be Chalk selected in here almost undoubtedly for the solo lane, as they're looking for one more pick. And with Chalk on the board, I'd imagine they're going to take Xing Qian. So Xing Qian support Kraken jungle, or maybe flip around.
That would be my best guess. Xing Qian does offer a lot of push in the support position and can be very aggressive in the mid lane against this Poseidon. The only issue is that if he jumps in at the wrong time, then he'll just eat a Kraken instantly and just get obliterated. The Kraken in the jungle should be able to alleviate some of those concerns, though, being slow immune. Nike from Optimus Gang, though, is their final pick. Hasn't seen so much play recently since her last set of nerfs, but is still considered a very top-tier pick going into that late game.
Yeah, Nike's endgame is absolutely fantastic, simply due to the fact that you don't even have to really be around your team to help them out. They're going to get that movement speed. They're going to get that power as we're cutting into the game right now. And also the nice thing about Nike is that she's against the Xing Qian in the solo lane, and Chalk is Chalk's in the support role. So we were wrong. We were absolutely wrong.
We got Kabrak in jungle correct, okay? We're 1 for 3.
That is true. We got Kabrak in jungle, but it will be Chalk in the support role for Murder. And while Murder is an exceptionally aggressive support, he always has been. Was Ares in a Ymir main at World Season 1. Chalk is a bit much.
No, but I like the Shock support against the Sylvanas, simply because the Shock and Ulla combo is just burst wave clear. Sylvanas excels at just over time wave clear where there's AoE basic attacks, so if there's something like a Kepri or something like a Xing Qian, which has a damage over time ability, Sylvanas outpushes them easily. Speaking of Sylvanas, looking for a cheeky invade on this right-hand side, just being annoying to Repikas and Kiro.
Yeah, and he's going to eat a couple auto attacks here coming out from Kero, but they're all going to be returning to the mid lane. Repikas going to pound on the ground, and this level 1 clear coming out from a Kabrakan and a Zeus is going to be, even for Sylvanas Poseidon, which has very, very good push, it's just going to be better. But knowing that it's shortly behind, they don't want to try their hand at any neutral objectives, while meanwhile, the side of Optimus, they're going to be able to get the first set of mid-harpies and the first spawn of these elementals.
Yeah, they're not too worried about Kispinify being by himself over on that duo side. He's just going to play safe, play back in his own tower, whilst the rest of the members of Optimus Gang invade consistently on this right-hand side, just to put pressure onto this low-clear Xing Qian in the solo lane.
All eyes are going to be on Vastrical for this game. He is the new member. He's the kind of unproven team. New Game Plus got to their mark with 6 points, having different players. So now Vastrical, he's going to have to prove that he can play along with this one, and Optimus Gang do not want to let that happen. They've already taken away his blue buff, just trying to cause some nuisance here, and Repikas wanted to invade the speed buff, but there's 3 members here, and Murder going to be able to find the first blood off of a dual lane rotation to the mid lane and kill Tins.
Tins, also a new pickup here for Optimus Gang. He's just got a big-ass welcome to the Challenger Cup, and UK Plus, they look like they want to take all 3 weeks as a clean 2-0 already.
Yeah, I mean, you know, This is a nice week to try stuff out, stuff like this Chalk support, because if they lose, it's not really going to cost them anything here. As Kero, his life might be the trade-in, as he is in a very bad situation. Repikas is there, but 3 members going in. The jump in from Hoonbot's slow. The feeds will be good for right now, and the stun very, very good, but a Whirlpool and a Monkey Toss.
He's out of mana.
The life of Kero, and now Repikas, yeah, he has no mana, but he gets pulled right back in, actually. Nice pull comes out from Fusify, but there's going to be nothing more to come from that. No cooldowns available for anybody, and Repikas is just going to have to sit underneath this tower now.
No follow-up from the rest of the members of Optimus Gang, but they do manage to get a return kill for that first blood onto the Zeus. Gets their Poseidon a bit more breathing room in the mid lane, and now they're going to go for the invade on this left-hand side. Murder and Game Hunter trying to defend. They're going to try and look to get a pick on Tins here. He's low again, and it looks like he's going to fall down to Game Hunter.
Tins playing like the support right there. He gives up his life so his team can try and push an objective, but unfortunately that objective was just a red buff steal, and it looks as though they did get it. The buff got dropped. It's just I can't see it on my current spectator, and the now Game Hunter will stroll around and see the red buff is just no longer available. But nice, decent start for Optimus Gang, but unfortunately New Game Plus has really been able to answer all bouts of aggression that they've had.
They managed to just pick on Tins consistently. He's still transitioning from the jungle into the mid lane, and his positioning really shows it, because he's acting like he has a jump, a dash, some form of getting away, whilst most mid laners like this Poseidon just don't have that escapability.
The last time you saw Tins kind of at the higher level of the Challengers Cup, as now we've switched over to the Challenger Circuit, he was a mid laner for the team that was formerly the Myrmidons, now going back into that mid lane after a brief stint in the jungle. There's going to be a little bit of growing pains, especially just given that he is a new member on this roster. And well, it seems as though both teams want to make sure that the new guys don't feel comfortable. They don't get a nice warm welcome. They just want them to feel like they're being bullied out.
Well, Vastrigal so far has been left alone to his own devices in this solo lane. He did lose his blue buff early on, which has really allowed Civi to dominate this lane. But he's not been ganked. He's not been forced underneath his tower consistently. He's been playing aggressively where possible.
Yeah, and that's a very, very good sign for a New Game Plus here, as it just shows a level of comfort for Vastrical, and that's what they're going to want on this team. They're not really, they're avoiding relegations next week, Challenger Circuit relegations, where the bottom two teams will have to face off against the top two teams from Facet's Combine in order to stay in the Challenger Circuit. New Game Plus aren't going to be a part of that, but they got to think of the bigger picture. And, well, Track Support is honestly, to me, probably a part of that. I'm still he's got that one big CC, but other than that, you would never think of Chalk as the traditional support.
No, he's just there to try and get some kills online early, get Game Hunter snowballing like an Ola wants to do, and maybe even get the Zeus a couple of levels ahead just to try and secure some of these early objectives, like a very quick Gold Fury, the Portal Demon at 10 minutes, maybe even the Fire Giant at 15, 16, 17 minutes, just to really put the foot down and say, Optimus Gang, you belong in the relegations.
Yeah, and also, talking about objective control, the New Game Plus has amazing objective control between the Cabrakan, the Chalk can play zone and just make sure that he can silence out absolutely everybody. However, he might be going down, Kraken, everything burn and murder. His life will be burned away. 3 ults used, but they do pick up the support, so Murder is going to take a spill early on in this game.
There were 3 ultimates down. If they get a stun here from Replicas onto one target, it's going to be very quick use of the Lightning Storm, and there it goes. But they're going to turn this round onto Kira, forces Purification. Loads of damage coming out. Fusified gets the kill. Replicas trying to get the trade-off, but he's not going to be able to find Fusified just too fast.
Yeah, Fusified too fast. Replicas no mana. Vashko will pick up the solo kill on the CB in the meantime, and Replicas once again will make it out on no mana and a quarter health. Murder has made the rotation on in. He wants Fusified. He wants revenge. But unfortunately, Chalk just no ultimate available means he doesn't really have anything. He might actually have another spill here as he's playing really, really far up and just eating a ton of damage from Dazoni.
But he's just a bit too resilient at this point. With the natural protections from a support, plus the 10 physical and magical from Cloak, gets himself out of dodge, but playing very aggressively there, almost throwing his life away. New Game Plus look a tiny bit frustrated here.
Yeah, they look a little cocky to me in some ways. They're playing very far up. The first kill that you saw on a Hello, everybody, and welcome back in. Sorry about the brief bout of technical difficulties. However, they have been solved, and we are going back into this game. Currently, it's 3-3 between New Game Plus and Optimus Gang. Gold difference, nominal, experience difference. A little bit more to talk about. New Game Plus does have a 1,000 experience lead, but so far it's still very, very early on in the game, and everything's up for grabs.
Yeah, and it's looking quite good for Optimus Gang. They want this game to go on as long as possible. They've got the Apollo, they've got the Nike passive mainly, and that's exactly what they're going to try to look to do. Set up for that Nike passive in the mid and late game, just rotate around fights and taking towers as much as possible. Replica's playing aggressive on his left-hand side. Got Kiro Murder around him, though, and Fusify looks like he wants to try a gank.
Yeah, Fusify, he seems to be looking for Karo here. Going to go for him. Root pull on in. Ultimate's getting dumped on top of Karo as they're trying to pick him up. However, he's still living, and Dazoni is actually going to fall instead. Karo makes it out on a bare amount of HP. Tins over the wall from Game Hunter. Going to be able to find the kill onto Tins. And now New Game Plus find a clean 2-for-0 in the mid lane.
And out of nowhere, New Game Plus just exploding into life once more. They seem to just get a couple kills, quiet them down, and then the next time their ultimates are up in a minute or two, do the exact same thing over and over again, building that incremental lead. They need to start looking at objectives, though, because incremental leads will not help against this Nike.
Yeah, at the end of the day, Smite is an objective game, and New Game Plus, in order to find a big enough lead to really negate this Nike passive, they're going to have to start finding them. The big part of that is Karo on this Zeus that you just saw. I mean, in that last fight, Karo lived for so much longer than he really should have. With just a Dynasty plate helmet, living through that engagement meant he could get off all of his damage. And Dazoni, I mean, nobody at this stage of the game can take the Zeus damage. And in terms of objectives, he has an amazing objective kill with that Lightning Storm, as well as amazing objective zoning. So Karo is really, really going to be a big part of this New Game Plus composition moving forward.
Well, I do really fear for them because of the Fear No Evil from home bats. If Sony is anywhere near the fight with that ultimate up, he can just steal that objective away or even just force New Game Plus off it completely. I'm looking at Sony to be the big player to watch this game throughout the entirety any objectives are being contested.
Yeah, and also Dazoni has been a big part of Optimus Gang in general. Has always been one of the better performers on it, and when he can get rolling, Optimus Gang has traditionally had a much better time. So Dazoni is, I mean, no matter what, he's going to be a player to watch for this team. And Tins, so far, his welcome back to the bin lane has been very, very rough. 0-3 so far has definitely been the target that New Game Plus are looking directly for.
Oh, Repicas is looking for Tins, though, on the back line. And there we go. It's a nice 3-man Lightning Storm into the Kraken from Repicas. Tins using his Sanctuary to avoid as much damage as possible. But Repicas, he's going to fall down to Zoni for the first kill in this engagement. Murder going far too aggressive. The Lightning Storm has been called, but it's not going to do anything as Zoni picks himself up a double kill.
And now Game Hunter, he's going to be the next target. Purification still available. He's going to try and turn this around onto Dazoni, but instead of jumping away, Tin's going to be able to kill Game Hunter. And now 3-for-0. Vastrical has finally made the late rotation, but it might not be enough. Karo, he's being looked at here. Pops and beads in order to try and immune not enough. Dazoni going to find himself on a killing spree here, as Vastrical is quickly realizing that he has nothing to do here.
Now, we talked about the objective control and pressure from New Game Plus, but Optimus Gang, they've got it in spades right now. They're looking for Vastrical before they actually take this objective. He's going to get a nice 3-man dishwasher, but Zibby gets up the kill, and this Goldfield is going to go the way of Optimus Gang.
Yeah, it's a little bit hard to have that nice objective kill and objective zoning if you're all dead before the objective is done. Optimus Gang take advantage of over-aggression coming out from New Game Plus, and now a 3k gold difference and a 2k experience difference for Optimus Gang. This isn't a whole lot yet, but it definitely is the start of something.
It also negates New Game's Plus ability to snowball the game out of control right now. They have to wait another 5 minutes before they can really take the stranglehold that they want to, or they can look at an early Portal Demon, which is why you're starting to see Optimus Gang transition over to this right-hand side a bit more.
Yeah, Portal Demon, definitely not the snowball type effect of the Gold Fury. It's not quite to the same prowess, but it is still very, very good. And getting the Portal Demon can mean a lot of control. New Game Plus still do have all of those big circles to help zone out of the Gold Fury and prevent enemies from getting in. Optimus Gang, they have arguably one of the best ones in that Fear No Evil, but they still only have the
Speaking
one.
of Portal Demon,
and Portal Demon actually is going to be looked at here by Optimus Gang.
And it doesn't look like New Game Plus have any idea this is going down. Replica's going to turn the corner as well as Kira. They see it's being done. Kraken comes out. It's going to be stolen there by Replicas, and Kira gets a kill on the Fusify. It's an absolutely brilliant play from New Game Plus as they like to try Spleen House here.
Yeah, Murder pushing forward, however, Optimus Gang pushing back. They tried for a cheeky little Portal Demon steal, but instead it ends up coming back to bite them as experience difference is getting closer and closer to that even mark for New Game Plus here as A well-timed ultimate comes out from Repicos in order to be able to steal that. And also, slightly behind ultimate on
Left-hand
10's
side,
also
ADC fights. Caspadify is winning this trade, though. One more basic attack. Can he find it? Gets soloed. Game Hunter. Caspadify and this Apollo is on the board.
Is Game Hunter back in the solo lane here? He gets soloed out? I'm kidding. But no, Game Hunter just lost that trade. Beautiful job by Caspadify, as Game Hunter has been the top ADC for this Challenger circuit so far. Moex now joining the fray on Deserted here, and over with Dizoni, he's getting pushed out a little bit, looking for aggression on the Carol, but ends up getting more turned back onto him than he bargained for.
3 versus 3 in the mid lane. Pressure so far going the way of Optimus Gang. Not wanting to fight right now on New Game Plus. They want to try and bait out that Fear No Evil before going up for a full-on engagement. Because every single time that Fear No Evil has come out, it's been absolutely massive and detrimental to New Game Plus.
First rubble gonna go the way of Optimus Gang. Caspernify was able to find that tier 1 tower after getting the solo kill because nobody from New Game Plus rotated over. You said it's a 3v3 in the mid lane, which meant it was a 1v tower in the duo lane. And now it's gonna be, well, now first rubble going down, it's gonna help out on Optimus Gang's part a little bit. It's gonna push their gold and experience lead back up. Actually a decent amount. That solo kill really ended up helping them.
Yeah, the 3,000 gold, 2,500 experience really represents the first significant lead of this game. Optimus Gang is up to them to run with it in the next few minutes. The mid-tier 1 should be the next objective they look at, but for that, they need Caspadify to rotate out of this duo lane. Now that he's got his Fatalis, he can actually be an absolute massive presence in these fights.
And now Fusify, he actually went ahead and picked up the red buff there, and they were looking to try and set something up on New Game Plus. Brian bait them out, but they did walk over a ward going into that mid lane, so New Game Plus wasn't having any of it. But red buff Sylvanas is now available, and if you ask Ataraxi, it's fantastic because, you know, Wrath of Terra has more scaling than Kraken.
Yeah, and it's also got good scaling on his heal, so just more heals coming out from Fusify, so it's a great pickup to be putting it on him if you've got a spare red buff to get. But Murder, Repicos, and Kiro still staying as the 3 in mid lane. Tins and Fusify aren't going to be able to push into this. What do you think of this early gem from Poseidon?
It's fairly standard at this stage of the game. It makes Whirlpool one of the most frustrating abilities to play against. You talked about them banning out gods like Odin to try and punish those low mobility gods. Well, Whirlpool from Poseidon absolutely can rain havoc upon low mobility gods because you can't move. Until if you don't have any boots, you just can't move at all. And even with boots, it's a very, very slow process. And at some stages of the game, you even have to pop your beads just in order to be able to get out of it. So I like the pickup here coming out from Tins. It's also going to allow him to be more utility-based, which at this stage, he's behind still, so his damage is just not going to be at that same mark.
I personally would like to see them go into some penetration options before, like maybe a...
Dynasty?
Spear of the Magus, or maybe a Obsidian Shard, just because of the amount of tanks that are on that side of New Game Plus. He's really only been looking for the Zeus and the Olo with this build.
Yeah, but that's still fine. I mean, it'll also help him in terms of self-peel. You know, he pops a slow. While Repicos can immune it, both Murder and Vastercal cannot. So it is going to be fairly useful for him in terms of that. And Jade Emperor's Crown has been picked up by Repicos, which, no surprise really, this item has become very, very popular amongst Guardian jungles.
It synergizes incredibly well with the playstyle you have with the Kabrakan, just wanting to get into the enemy backline's face, where the Hunter's really sitting, reducing his physical power by 30, reduces the basic attack damage incoming by a significant amount, which means he can front life just that much longer.
Yeah, so now, moving forward, New Game Plus, I would definitely say that this is a fantastic time for New Game Plus to start looking for the Gold Fury again. They're not down that much, while it is still a 3,500 gold lead, 3,500 experience lead. This is definitely still fightable for the side of New Game Plus. This Fusify, he's going to get stunned down. He's going to eat a bunch of poke here. Murder pushing forward, immune out from Fusify with this Wrath of Terra, but that means Wrath of Terra down for Sylvanas. It is a big deal. Caspertify showing off the powers of Fatalis, looking for the mid lane, but 3 people were split off looking at Murder, and everybody else was in the mid. Game Hunter able to back away from the fight, and the Oracles look to be pretty free here for the side of Optimus Gang, and they want to see if they can find a Gold Fury for as much as well.
Yeah, they're 5 versus 4 right now. Bastrical's still stuck in that solo lane, getting his blue bugs. He's going to TP over just now. He's looking to play aggressive straight away. It's Caspanify splitting up this fight beautifully onto Repicos, and now it comes to Lightning Storm. Zeus is trying to just zone the rest of his team away, but it's not happening. Kraken hits only one person, it's done no damage. Simi gets the first kill in this engagement on Kiro. Murder falls down quickly as well. Out of nowhere, 2 kills for Optimus Gang.
Yeah, and the fight's still raging forward. They want more. They want Repicos. The stun out though will be Dazoni as he's trying to put on even more damage. Whirlpool coming out from Tins, looking at Repicos, and it's going to be Sibi able to find it, puts himself on a killing spree, and the tier 1 tower in the mid lane also going to be the next victim. With creeps here, they want this tier 2 as well. Tins looking at Game Hunter. Game Hunter looking pretty in a bad situation. He's eating so much damage. The Fatalis effect coming out from Caspernify. Dazoni also here. Game Hunter able to find Dazoni, but not enough. He will still fall. Tier 2 tower will still fall, and the Gold Fury might be the next on Optimus Gang's hit list.
Optimus Gang, they didn't win a game in the first... They won one game in the first week. They didn't win a game in the second week. It looked like they want to try and make up for that in the third week. Ratatera comes out from Fusify just to put as much burst as possible onto this Gold Fury. They're going to take it out, but without anybody from New Game Plus in the area, it's a wasted ultimate.
Yeah, absolutely wasted. And the thing was, though, that a bunch of people from New Game Plus were in a part of the jungle where Optimus Gang had no wards on that right side, so they didn't know, wanted to be safe. I still don't think he had to do it, but better safe than sorry. As now the aura items for the side of Fusify are starting to come online. Already got with 2 done between the Harvard Amulet and the Gauntlet of Thieves. Portal Demon will be done by New Game Plus. The Lightning Storm will go down from Zeus. And yeah, they'll find something. They'll find something to try and hold their own in this game.
Yeah, but the 7,000 experience and 7,000 gold lead really is starting to tip to the point of no return for Optimus Gang. And they just need one more objective, one more good team fight, and the game is pretty much theirs to lose at that point.
Yeah, New Game Plus played very, very aggressively throughout the whole game, even when they didn't really have a line to aggression, not fully respecting Optimus Gang, and Optimus Gang has taken full advantage of it. But in that last team fight, it was just all Dazoni. He managed to blink in and find 2 big members between Repicos and Karo to zone out of the fight with that Fear No Evil. They weren't able to join in, and therefore they weren't able to have an impact, while everybody else kept fighting against the other members of New Game Plus, and they all rotated around just to make sure that Zeus fell.
And also, Murder picking up this Hide of the Urchin as his first tank item, it's not got any stacks on it whatsoever. It's become a very expensive, very suboptimal pickup here for New Game Plus. It's been really detrimental to him in the fights. It's used to have been picked off left, right, and center the second his engagement started. Speaking of pick-off, Game Hunter could be forced to use his Purification from that Fear No Evil.
And he's still running away. However, it doesn't look as though he'll be able to get out, jump down, knocked up into the air. Game Hunter, he's going to go into the ground. Caspernify able to find that kill. Murder looks to be next to fall. He ults, but Dazoni jumps it, and Murder, there's nowhere for him to go. He will fall. Tin's getting credited with that kill of the assist of every other member. Kiro, he pops his Sanctuary early on, but CB doesn't care. CB can dive underneath this tower, and unfortunately, Kiro, he's got nowhere to go. Looking for the Dishwatcher is Vastrical, going to be able to only find 1 at the end of the day after Purification popped by more. Tins, he's going to find himself on a killing spree. The middle lane Phoenix, and upsets are a light right now. Yeah, Optimus Gang, no, they're going to back off. There's way too many towers up. There's still 3 towers up to the side of New Game Plus. And we're only 20 minutes into this game. Optimus Gang has looked stellar really throughout this performance.
Yeah, Tins on his mid lane side, he had a lot of trouble early on, but he's really stepped up to the fore and become a valuable member for this team. Those Gem of Isolation Whirlpools really providing a lot of disruption in these fights, especially to Kiro. He's not been able to get a lot of damage off in these fights. If you take a look at the player damage, he's sitting right in the middle of the pack below the Apollo.
Yeah, that is not where you want your Zeus to be. You want your Zeus to be able to survive. You want him to be able to get off damage. And you talked about not really wanting to see that penetration coming out for Poseidon instead of that Gem of Isolation. Well, Kiro, he has now picked up a Gem of Isolation on his own.
He's got himself 25 penetration already from the shoots on the Magi Dynasty Plate Helm. He's going to be doing substantial enough damage to those squishier targets, but Fusify and Sibi are going to be almost unkillable to him. Especially Sibi with that 60% HP shield on that Sentinel of Zeus. Sibi's just going to dive him every single fight, and Kiro has no answer to it.
Yeah, and Game Hunter might not have an answer to this gank. He's going to have to jump over the wall, find his Zoni. Monkey Bounce not going to connect, but Tins, he's going to hit him with the Kraken. Sanctuary gets popped out a little bit late, only able to immune so much damage. Game Hunter's trying to find it out amongst a bunch of people, but just up way too far with absolutely no vision. Game Hunter gets completely punished. Fire Giant is around the waist of Optimus Gang now, as they're going to look to push away the last 2 towers, maybe only 1 tower and a Phoenix from Optimus, or from the side of New Game Plus. And you talked about CB seeming unkillable to Karo. CB seems unkillable to everybody right now. A level 18 Knight with Mystical Mail, Midgardian Mail, and a Pestilence. There's so much health, there's so many protections, and Civi just doesn't care about fighting against 3 underneath the Phoenix.
And now comes the Stormcall as well as the Lightning Storm and the Cabrakan, but it's just wasted on absolutely nobody. And the heals coming out from Fusify are doing work for his team as well as the Fire Giant buff. The Theater Wheel comes down to the backline and Kiro getting doped once again. Tint picks up Bastrical, Civi picks up Kiro. And it just like every single other fight, 2 kills immediately from Optimus Gang, picking up the 3rd, picking up the 4th. The Phoenix on the left is going to fall down, and this, ladies and gentlemen, should be game.
So you're telling me there's a chance Optimus Gang able to find out this first win here for themselves, keeping them effectively alive as the Titan is taking a little bit to fall. There we go. Dizoni finally going to be able to pick up Game Hunter. Deicide, Titan falls. Game number 1 goes way of Optimus Gang, and they have a lifeline. They need one more victory here to have a shot at getting into the avoiding the EUCC relegations.
Yeah, not only do they have to pick up the 2-0, they have to hope Thai AI pick up their 2-0 against Deserted and then go into a playoff against Thai AI. One game to decide it all. Optimus Gang looked incredibly strong there and really was down to the plays coming out from Sony on that home base. Just absolutely everywhere on the map. The Fear No Evils just disrupted those fights to a near perfection. 16,000 player damage, 9-2-13 on that home base has got to be banned next game.
Yeah, there's no way Humbas is making it through on that next game. And Dizoni really was able to keep that that trio core of the mid, jungle, and support alive, while Kesper and Cibi, to their credits, really, Cibi got soloed that one time fairly early on in the game, and then after that, there was just no looking back for that Nike. She became this unkillable monster walking forward at everybody. Nobody could get away from her. And Kesp Infinity, he didn't die. He just didn't die against the rotations coming out from Game Hunter and Murder, which really, really allowed for him to farm up and get to a point where he could show up in team fights and just be an absolute terror. And with how much New Game Plus invested into killing him, how many rotations, that was one of the most valuable things that he could have done.
Oh, Murder, Repikas, and Kira were really looking for the mid lane dominance, and they only managed to kill Tins a total of 3 times, 2 of which were in the first 5 minutes, and they didn't get so much of those kills. New Game Plus, new strategy needs to come out for them in the next game, but we'll be right back when we have the picks and bans for game number 2.
I'm losing ground, and in the flashing, my world comes crashing down. I'm left in nowhere, no place to hide, out in the open, like ashes in the sky. I quit the illusion, I'm moving on, moving I'm moving I let the flames light up the future, making empires of sound. And see when she's become the laughter. You burnt the bridges to build the city. I let the flames light up the future, making empires of sound. And see when she's become the laughter. You burnt the bridges to build the city.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back into EUCC week number 3. Optimus Gang taking on New Game Plus. I'm still D6, and joining me is Alpha Jackal once again. And Optimus Gang, they're holding on for all that they got.
They're holding on for dear life. They had a fantastic performance in Game 1. New Game Plus didn't look like they had done in the past 2 weeks. Maybe they'll also know numbers has hurt them more than meets the eye. They've elected to the second pick here, and I could see them changing up strategies, getting an actual support in rather than the Shark, making sure that the team comp revolves around more than just getting kills early.
Yeah, that Chalk support, you saw the idea behind it, which is early aggression, but it just didn't happen. Once again, it came down to Kespa able to stay alive on that Apollo, despite all the rotations coming out from Murder, constantly making trips to the dual lane, and just ended up taking farm away from Game Hunter. Sylvanas and Ratatask are banned out by Optimus Gang, while Zeus and Susano got banned by New Game Plus, which leaves Kepri open, and Optimus Gang are immediately going to take that.
Yeah, Kepri has been let through for one of the first times since Season 4 has been live. And to see him here again, it's a good thing for Optimus Gang. It's a strong support, a lot of aggression in that dual lane, a lot of safety as well for any high-risk picks, like a low-mobility Zeus, which has been banned away. Or maybe something like a Kali. They could run a Kepri-Afro-Kali combination here, could Optimus Gang, and just play for that late game.
Yeah, that's maybe a little bit too greedy for a season in which most people think that it's a very early game focused meta. New Game Plus, however, they're going to take Poseidon and Hoon bots, and meanwhile, Optimus Gang, they're going to give Kespa right back that Apollo, which, I mean, after the game that he just had on it, I think that's 100% fine to let him play the Apollo. And they're looking for one more pick here, and it's going to be, they're looking up.
Yes! Hey, there it is.
Locked in. This is a good day for Smite.
This is a good day for you. Okay?
It's a fantastic day for Smite Game. Aphrodite's been picked. Absolute favorite character. And Odin, the snap pick against her. Going to go to New Game Plus. And this could be run in the support or the solo lane. Murder, I totally can see Murder playing this god. It fits in with that kind of aggressive mindset. Still no real big CC. He just has that ring and a slow. But it still functions better in the support role than something like a Chalk does. And Awilish, she functions great against both Hoonbots and Odin, so let's ban her away.
And surprisingly enough, Kabrakan left completely open by both teams. He's going to be the takeaway there from Optimus Gang. Serket again off the table from New Game Plus, just banning away those focal point assassins from Zoni. Make sure he cannot be the mainstay, the main focus of Optimus Gang. And that's why they took the Hombats away in that second pick position. Just so, well, Zoni doesn't have it again. He absolutely ran riot last game, so makes sense to pick that one up. Izanami taken off the table by Optimus Gang. Hasn't seen too much play since week 2 of the SPL. So to see it banned away now is a bit on the downside for me.
It's just push at this point. I mean, it just means that Optimus Gang doesn't want to play against that. They feel bad about the Apollo Izanami matchup, but so they're not going to take it. I mean, whatever logic Optimus Gang has here, they would rather take a matchup such as Apollo and Rom. Game Hunter not going to go over to his extraordinarily favored Ul this time around. And instead, he's going to play Rom in that ADC role, and they're just going to run Nike one more time. They're still looking for a jungler, although Nike could be played in the jungle, but Dizoni likes his assassins a bit more than he likes his warriors in the jungle.
Yeah, he's going to get one of those in the Fenrir, another early game dominator. Only really has single target CC with that Ragnarok and with that stun jump from Unchained. But again, he's just going to be diving the backline, looking for this Poseidon over and over again. The Fafnir is going to be the final pickup for New Game Plus. So the Odin in the solo lane, not going to get a lot of use out of that anti-heal against the Nike. But once he starts making his rotations, if he gets ahead early, it's going to be absolutely devastating to Aphrodite in the mid lane.
Yeah, not really going to get any value out of that Nike in that solo lane, as she can just jump right on out of the ring. Aphrodite, unfortunately, cannot. She does not have that same luxury. And as we're going to be getting into game very, very shortly here, as we're going to have to see everybody where we would expect them to be for the side of New Game Plus. And Aphrodite in the mid lane for that Tins. I mean, this is my favorite god in Smite Game. I adore the Aphrodite pick, and I'm super duper happy to see it. And for people that have won with Aphrodite, Alpha Jackal, Wolfie on your team, he saw success with this god in relegations.
Yeah, it was an extreme favorite pick of his, but we just haven't run it since. It wasn't really the right time. Who knows? Maybe today? Maybe. Not to give away anything, though.
No game plans being given away here. However, this Aphrodite, what Aphrodite lacks in spades and what Optimus Gang's team composition is going to lack is AoE damage. Aphrodite is not really known for that. She does have the back off. Birds can hit multiple people, but it's not really that big AoE damage that you would expect from your traditional mage. It's not a Kraken. It's not a Raw Beam. It's not something like that. So Aphrodite, she's not going to have that, but what she will do is make things safer for every single other character on the map, including this Apollo, and namely going to be the Fenrir once he rotates on into the mid lane. It's going to allow Dazoni to brutalize the backline, pick people up, and have a level of safety on him that you normally wouldn't get.
Well, as Optimus Gang, they don't really have too much in the way of AoE damage. New Game Plus have that in spades, but New Game Plus, they don't really have too much in the way of confirmable AoE CC. Apart from outside of that Hombat's ultimate, everything really is single targets. Maybe the Kraken if you get enough people grouped up, but at that point, that's bad position by Optimus Gang, in my opinion. And this Aphrodite just really hurts this sign of pickup.
Yeah, and meanwhile going into Zoni, he makes the early rotation on over to the solo side. Vastrical gets poked out incredibly low, as does Repicos. Unable to find a kill there, but it was a big two-man stun from Dazoni. And despite everybody living, it's going to open up a line to the blue buff after Optimus Gang already managed to steal away a speed buff.
Yeah, and again, they're just getting Sibby set up for the early game, making sure he doesn't fall behind, because the Nike, you want to keep somewhat close to the enemy solo laner, just to make sure the passive comes online as quickly as possible. They want this game to be very scrappy, which is why the Fenrir pick was such a good pickup from them, because he's just going to fight as much as he can early and look to get a snowball going on.
Yeah, and the thing so you said that, Nike, she's kind of fallen out of favorites because people have realized that her clear and stuff like that, it's very easily punished. You pick something that can interrupt it and force them to not be able to really be able to clear. Unfortunately, 2 games in a row, New Game Plus has opted into Gaza, have a bit of a tougher time stopping that clear from Knight, and they're looking at the speed buff right now, and it's Fusify getting blown up instantly. Sibby able to jump away. The speed buff was able to be secured, and going right back in for it was Dazoni, but First Blood again falls in favor of New Game Plus, and they're going to be able to find Fusify.
Yeah, and also going to steal away the blue buff. Blue buff steal begets blue buff steal, so both solo laners, they're going to have infinite mana for the next couple minutes. Rotating back over to the mid lane, now Murder and Kira. Murder staying over the wall, maybe looking for a gank, just leaping over. The hammer is not going to come out. Just a bit too fast with that speed buff is Zoni.
Yeah, Dazoni jumped right on back in, and he's going to look at Murder, stunned out multiple times, jealousy damage coming out for that Brutalize. Unfortunately, the back off interrupts the Brutalize only halfway through Murder. He's going to be able to walk away now. Caro, he could be in a little bit of trouble, get stunned out. Purification Force. Vastrical able to solo out Sibby again. Vastrical, the new blood on this team, is looking mighty fine in that solo lane.
This is probably Sibby's weakest part of the game, is his early game, his laning phase. He plays far too aggressive, as is Murder right now, looking for that rep of defense. It's going to get brutalized from distance, and Zoni puts Optimus Gang on the board.
Optimus Gang finally going to answer back, but fortunately for Optimus Gang, it was a very similar story last time around. Everything starting off very much so the same. The only difference this time around, they've got an Aphrodite, and as we all know, Aphrodite wins Smite games. As Repicos going to be over here, Ultimate comes out from Aphrodite to immune the Kraken, and Repicos going to be able to make it out, as is Dazoni. Tins forced at a very, very low health threshold, and Zoni going to just clear out in the mid lane, and he's really looking for that level 5. Now without a Kraken, now without beads, Poseidon is just a free meal for the dog.
Yeah, but there's no follow-up from the side of Optimus Gang onto that Ragnarok. They have Lovebirds and a back off. It's no Kraken, it's no Lightning Storm Detonate combination. It's just, they have to make sure that Kiro isn't at 100% HP when they do that combination.
Well, I believe in the Aphrodite to get everything done, as I will constantly.
Yeah, you would.
I have to try very, very hard to not just talk about Aphro this whole game. That's what I did. That's the only time I've ever cast an Aphrodite game. I went back and watched it later. I'm like, I literally just talked about Aphrodite for like 30 minutes.
Hey, I get you. If somebody's going to pick Arpwash, it's just going to be non-stop Arpwash talk for the entirety of the game.
Well, fortunately, I don't think anybody's going to be picking up Arpwash anytime soon.
Hey, you never know.
Tins is our Lord and Savior here, as he's going to go back on over to the mid lane and just keep on clearing out. And the later this game goes, the better it is for Aphrodite. And something to mention is that the Sans Time starter item on an Aphrodite, this is exactly what you want. It's mana sustain, it's CDR, it's a little bit of power, but she's not as worried about that. But just having 10% cooldown reduction early on in the game for 800 gold, I mean, Aphrodite, when I saw this item, I was like, I can play Aphrodite in the mid lane again. And I was very, very excited.
You can play a multitude of gods in the mid lane now with this new item because of the amount of mana regeneration it gives you. And I want to talk a tiny bit about this ADC matchup because Spainify, again on this Apollo, he had an absolute barnstorming game against Game Hunters all the last time. Now Game Hunter going up into this more basic attack focused ROM. It's a different beast. It's a different kind of matchup. One that Game Hunter probably isn't used to so much considering how often he's picked this solo. Because Spainify, he's still ahead despite the fact he was put under a lot of pressure early. Fights breaking out on the right-hand side, and Kira's going to fall down as well. Zoni helping his team up to 2 kills.
And now Murder, he transforms over into the Dragon, and he's being picked on right now. Dazoni doing what he can, jumping over the wall, looking for the Brutalize. A nice stun from Game Hunter, going to be able to stop the dog in his tracks. But Repicos now, he could be the one in trouble. Vashkal did fall at the very start of that engagement. The blue buff looking to fall at the end of this engagement, as Repicos cannot defend this, and he's going to give it up. Rom up in the sky, looking for snipes, but there was nothing to do there. And Kespernify, he is going to have a free trip towards this red buff to pick it up. Game Hunter has now made the rotation over to see that this is being done, but it still is in favor of the two. No, just kidding. There's now 4 members here from New Game Plus. They really don't want to lose that red buff, and Repicos, he's jumping in, but there's just no ultimate available, so there's nothing for him to do.
Fantastic route there from Fusify, forces Purification. Sony going in, Brutalize comes out, and Spainify, one last basic attack, down goes Repicos. Good rotation there coming out from the rest of the team of Optimus Gang, but that Game Hunter rotation to that solo side fight was not worth it whatsoever, just giving free reign to Caspainify. You know what happened last game? Caspainify got free reign and just destroyed that game. It's happening again.
Well, last time around, Murder constantly visited the dual lane. It was a 2v1 for most of the game, but it just ended up stripping farm away from Game Hunter. Optimus Gang will be able to secure that gold Fury despite a couple cheeky attempts from Game Hunter. Sorry, buddy, you're not Irons. Unable to steal away that gold Fury, as now everybody else is just going to return back to where they were. And Optimus Gang, they're with a much more late game focused composition with that Aphrodite in the mid lane rather than Poseidon. Oh, Sibby, he's going to find himself in some trouble here, stuck inside a ring with nowhere to go. Caro going to be able to find that kill, and once again, Sibby falls 1-2-1 early on, got soloed, and now he's been ganked, and he's having a bit of a rough time.
I just want to put Sibby behind, make sure they punish him during his weak laning phase. Once he starts rotating to the fights, that's when he really shines as a solo laner. He likes being in the front line, likes being disruptive to the enemy team, and that's why he picks up gods like Knight, gods like Bellona, who can really be there consistently, and items like Mystical Mail, just to be that much more annoying.
Yeah, and it looks as though he's probably going back the way of the Mystical Mail with the Steel Mail online right now. And we talked about mid lane starter items earlier on. Let's talk about Soulstone, because this item recently received a buff, and this is the first time we're going to see this item in the Challenger Circuit under that buff. Now it's the exact same sort of damage way that it was before.
Gank on the right side, though.
As Vashkal, he's going to get picked up here, but Vashkal should be able to make it out of this okay, unless his jump has already been burned, which it looks as though it has. The jump from Predator not even needed Sibby, able to find that kill on a Vastrakal.
Yeah, and finally, Sibby getting some more love and attention from his jungler. Not putting the Knight too far behind, though, on New Game Plus, so just getting that passive online so much faster right now. Optimus Gang, they're halfway there in terms of the kill goal of 10, and they're just making sure that this game is as scrappy as possible.
Net worth, Nike is actually sitting on top of the charts, 100 gold over her own ADC and her lane opponent. So Sibby so far, despite kind of being forced out early on, has done an excellent job of farming. And the way that soul laners always talk is you got to learn how to lose with dignity, and that's what Sibby really did for the laning phase, and one game puts him up on his opponent.
Yeah, no, I'm looking at the player damage right now as well, and as you would expect, both junglers and solo laners are towards the top in that top 4. But seeing the Poseidon only just shy of 2,000 damage in the first 9 minutes, the Kraken hasn't really been coming out in these fights.
Yeah, I don't really know if I've seen a Kraken yet from Caro that hasn't been immuned out by Aphrodite ult. And that is the advantage of, you talked about, you don't have a whole lot of burst damage coming out from New Game Plus apart from that Kraken. I mean, they have some nice CC, but that Poseidon is just going to be completely nullified by Aphrodite, especially now. Cooldown boots have been picked up 20% CDR in that Soulstone. It'll provide damage. It's going to provide a mana return on abilities now. It doesn't provide that CDR. Aphro will be up much more frequently than Poseidon, and Tins can just wait for that ability to immune it out.
And the purple buff invade comes out, Fusify giving his team 10 AoE penetration. Kiro looking for some engagement here. Out comes the Hombat on, and the Kraken at the same time. Tins not immuning it at the right time. It's going to force the Kepri, Scarab's Blessing. Snipes coming out from Ram. Third one, all of them actually are going to miss. And Murder transforms into a dragon at the wrong time. Unfortunately for him, he can leap away.
Murder, he cannot leap away from that, though. The dog picks up a bone, and Caspadify gonna play fetch. Murder falls, and now Karo running away. Gonna get rooted out here, immediately pops the beads as he's still trying to get out. The Whirlpool will mean he will live for right now, especially from after that rotation for Vascal. No, Dazoni says no. He's gonna be able to go super deep to pick him up, but now Dazoni's in a ring and no help from available from his team. Actually, Caspadify kills Repicos Fastrical. He's in a world of trouble now. He all of a sudden, the Dazoni is the one in a good situation. Fastrical trying to get away. Caspadify finds the double kill, and Dazoni lives on no health for so long.
He just left in place against 4 members with the 5th one coming in from behind the tower. Yeah, not such a good play there from Fastrical. It's going to cost his team the tier 1 tower. Brilliant rotations coming up from Optimus Gang, and they're playing like they are the top dog.
The first game was New Game Plus looked for aggression when they didn't have. They played a little cocky. They picked a greedy team comp. They just didn't look at this game. Optimus Gang just looks like the better team. They have absolutely had aligned to everything this game around. 3-0 and 5 for the jungler this time, and Dazoni has been monumental. Murder is really low. He could fall here. The ultimate comes out from CB, but he just jumped into everybody. Pops the thorns, trying to reflect back what he can, but that was a 1v5. CB almost killed Murder and just decided to jump in. Apollo has made the rotation. He's looking at Karo, and he's going to find Karo. Murder has now come back in. Caspadify might be able to kill Murder. No, Murder going to pop up into that dragon form, but they're just waiting for him. Double kill again for Caspadify.
6-0-1.
6-0-1. This Apollo's rolling.
They didn't touch him last game. They couldn't touch him last game, but they've decided to not even attempt it this game. And Portal Demon is going to be falling down here to Optimus Gang unless Fastrical can leap in and be the savior his team needs. But Zoni, on his rotation, has the Ragnarok available to just take him away. Snipes coming out. The third one, any second now, but it's not enough damage. Portal Demon goes away of Optimus Gang as they open up a significant lead to the tune of 6,000 experience and 3,000 gold.
I want to note that Aphrodite was tanking that whole thing up, and she's already back above 50% HP. What a god! What a great god! I mean, 0-0 and 8 so far for the Aphrodite, and she's starting up. She's got tier 2 of either Chronos Pendant or Rod of Tahuti, and I mean, I fully expect this to be a Chronos Pendant here. Chronos Pendant on Aphrodite is very, very good, because even with full CDR, cooldowns are still very, very long.
Oh, and out comes the Odin K-Chip. Managed to capture Tins. Out comes the Sanctuary to immune some of this damage from the Whirlpool, but they're just not touching him right now, and it's forced to use the Undying Life because of that Fade Away from Ravicas, but Sibi with the Sentinel of Zeus just zoning 4 members here.
And he's not zoning, he's fighting, and these members cannot match up to the might of Sibi. He is walking forward, waiting for what he can. Vastrical going to be the one who falls as everybody ran away from the Soul Lane Knight. Karo, he's in a really bad situation, and in fact, he's going to be under the ground. Fusify going to be able to pick up that one, while on the backside, Dazoni was able to find another kill. Murder, he's going to be forced to transform up into that dragon form. Game Hunter is raining down fire upon Sibi, bringing him low, but not low enough. Murder gets brought into the middle of the enemy team, and he will still be able to live as Caspadify able to take out that tier 1 tower on the duo side. And Optimus Gang, they do not want to play in relegations next week. They want to stay alive.
But it's not in their hands. They have to rely on Die AI and that playoff game. If they go into the playoff game, though, I firmly believe this Optimus Gang playing the way they are right now will win that game.
As long as they draft Aphrodite, they're good. Long as they draft Aphrodite. It's clearly been the difference maker this game. 009, though, Tins has done pretty much his job. He's been asked to stay alive and heal people sometimes, and Murder, he's being asked to potentially die here. Optimus Gang, they'll be able to secure the Gold Fury. Sibi, possibly trading out his life here. Yeah, nothing available for Aphrodite. She's very low on mana right now, as Caspadify will be able to mez out Repicos, and Tins, with that movement speed buff, will be able to get him and his ADC out. Fusify, gonna play Sacrificial Lamb, and there is a purple buff for New Game Plus to take, but there's very, very little on the map available right now.
The New Game Plus do have 6 kills on the board, but they are against the frontliners of Optimus Gang. Just untouched this backline of Aphrodite and Apollo. Tins, 0-0-9, Caspadify 6-0 and 3. it's not looking good for New Game Plus right now. As the early game is where you can really punish those two characters. The later the game goes on, it's a lot more difficult to get to this Aphrodite and kill her. It's a lot more difficult to fight into the Apollo when he gets his Fatalis.
Cronus Pendant has now been picked up by Aphrodite. She's got full CDR, and she'll get a second subtracted from her cooldowns every 10 seconds. Cronus Pendant, the rework on it was interesting. They lowered the power, they gave it a new passive, and I wasn't sure how to feel about it, but on Aphrodite, I really, really do enjoy this item. In fact, whenever I play Aphrodite, I make sure to build this item, as she's just going to be able to walk around, and she's working on likely going to be the Rod of Asclepius, I'd imagine, along with those along with that Nike passive. Aphrodite is going to be a very, very, very fast character.
Yeah, that extra healing, especially when in combat, which it has been a lot of this game. Vastrical going to get plucked in. Going to manage to leap away with that launch. But the right side tier 1 looks like it's going to be the objective call here from Optimus Gang. Rotations coming out from Zoni and Caspanify, and they're going aggressive.
Yeah, they want more, but the tier 1 tower going to be the focus here for Optimus Gang. They're just looking at objectives, and that's what Smite is about. It's about objectives. At the end of the day, you got to kill the objective in order to win the game, and the tier 1 tower is going to help them in way of doing that. Took them a while to do. They don't have any, they have 10 penetration on their Hunter right now, only with that Fatalis. Murder, he gets rooted out, and they're looking to push even further. They want the tier 2, and now they have a creep wave to help them do it.
And now they have, the creep wave providing those reductions in protections. But out comes the Kraken and Odin Cage. Not so much damage coming out because of the immunity coming out from the Undying Love as well as the Sanctuary in the fight. Looks like it could go the way of New Game Plus, but they need to start taking it now as Tins is healing up everybody with that 40% CDR.
And Murder, he gets forced off into the dragon form, but he already took the birds. He's eating damage right now. Has to jump away, but he can't do it. Messed out. Repicos will be able to find CB, but Tin's healing people over the wall. Dizoni, he's being brought back up after being forced out of the fight very, very low. And this is the power of a healer in Smite when you don't have a healer of your own. Tins is just keeping everybody alive. So many people were forced out with 10% HP. And Karo, he can't get back up, but neither can Dizoni. You can't heal a death, and now Dizoni will fall, and maybe Optimus Gang got a little bit too big for their britches to ultimate pop from Tins as he's trying to get everybody out alive.
And they're going aggressive once more. Repicos taken so low by that, so beautiful. Fusefly going to be body blocked at the tower, but not taking the final shot. He's going to have to get out of dodge. Just two members of Optimus Gang remaining. Tins and Caspanify, they're going to run away as much as they can, and they're going to get away because of the extra movement speed given to them by the Kiss passive.
Along with the Nike passive, I mean, how do you keep up with them? Even with the Traveler shoes coming out from Murder, there's just no way that you can keep up with those two at this point in time. It will be the Rod of Asclepius, so 7% more movement speed for this Aphrodite. And how do you prevent Aphrodite from healing people? Is you kill the person she's healing, or you kill her. Typically, you look for the second option. You try and kill the Aphrodite, try and shut her down. But being so fast, it's going to be that much more difficult. And I mean, if you were to go into something like a Wing Blade after this, it would be damn near impossible to run her down.
Kira needs to get this Gem of Isolation online as quickly as possible so they have as much lockdown. Like I said before, they don't have a lot of CC on the side of the Again Plus outside of the Hombat's ultimate and the single target stun from Murder. Everything else really is just a slow or a very small knock-up on the title search, but the Portal team goes away of Optimus Gang and they're looking for Murder once again. Kraken comes out, knocks up Zoni, but no damage comes out as Tinsley's taken quite low. Scout's Blessing comes out, they can't kill him.
Yeah, Tins, he's brought down low. Sibi brings down Repicos entirely, and Dizoni and Sibi are just pushing forward. Murder now going to be the next target on their hit list, and Caspanify is going to ride in on a Sherry to help claim that kill. Game Hunter running away, and the Root going to be able to connect from Fusify, but Fusify currently by himself looking to kill Game Hunter, and 5 members have now joined. Dizoni credited with that kill. The Fire Giant likely to be credited next. The Portal Demon also went the way of Optimus Gang, and they are just looking to steamroll through to hold on to what little hope that they have for avoiding relegations.
Tins involved in 12 kills, Caspanify involved in 12 kills. Coincidence? I think not. They've just been fighting around these two so much. Like, whenever Caspanify's been involved in a fight, Tins has been there to keep him alive and make sure he's outputting that damage.
Yeah, at this point in time, I mean, Tins is keeping everybody alive. That's what Aphrodite does, and that's what Tins has been so successful in doing. Last game on that big burst mage, he'd seemed to have a lot of problems, but this time on the Aphrodite, he's had a good time. And something I want to reference is, where's the anti-heal? There is so far, there's 25% anti-heal on the side of New Game Plus, and you're against an Aphrodite. Like, there's the Doom Orb, there's Gem of Isolation. I understand those are good items. I understand the Heartseeker is a good item, Hydras, but against an Aphrodite who's just keeping people alive much longer than they have to be, you have to start itemizing into that anti-heal. And so far, New Game Plus just hasn't.
They've only managed to get a Pestilence online with the Oda, but he's already got 100% anti-heal with that Ring of Spears. There needs to be more anti-healing on other characters. Repicast going for this Heartseeker, it's an aggressive item, it's very greedy as well. There's just no Brawlers there. There's no Witchblade as well, just to reduce healing.
There's no Divine! There's no Divine Ruin. I mean, yeah, Witchblade as well. I had temporarily forgotten about the Witchblade. Give somebody a Witchblade. Just put something on the board to stop Tins. I mean, I love Aphrodite so much, but she is punishable, and so far, that's just not how New Game Plus has been playing around it. Game Hunter, however, he seems very punishable for Zoni. Going to be able to find that kill. Vashikal dropping the ring on down. Phantom gets popped, and Kesper, who's going to walk right on out of it. Kero is running away, pops the Sanctuary, but still gets picked up by the dog, and he gets put into the ground. Zoni buries his bone as Kero. He's going to be forced to the respawn timer.
Phoenix.
Right Phoenix seems to be where Kespa wants to go. Everybody else is going to go to the left Phoenix, and it's going to be a split push here. Titan being forced out, and they have to make a decision. Who do we defend against? We're going to defend against the Apollo with the creep wave, or we're going to defend against the members without a creep wave. And it seems as though they've made their selection, and it is the Apollo. They're going to look to try and kill Kespa. Ultimate still available. Root comes out, and Kespa has no fear now that Fusify is here. Repicas, he gets forced to pop his Purification. He's running away, jumps over the wall, but the Zoni puts him in the ground again. Murder not popping up the dragon in order to try one last stand.
He's going to be able to leap. No, Tins with the Lovebird stops Murder from getting into the fountain to get that sweet, sweet re-heal. Caspadify going to immune out the Kraken damage with that Sanctuary. Again, just not effective as Kero. The Aphrodite just completely neutering this team comp, and Tins looking like he's going to be leading the team to victory here. One last Odin Cage, one last hurrah, but out comes the Scout's Blessing and Caspadify the first time he's died and he's revived.
Immediately, there's just nothing happening here. The Titan here likely to fall. Dazoni going to pop on up into the dog, trying to do what he can just to make sure that nobody else can hurt him. Ultimate raining down from Game Hunter, not enough. Dazoni, he's on a rampage as he has been really this entire set. Titan is actually still not dead, and it might live here. Repicas going to finally shut down Dazoni for this game. Murder, he's going to fall. Sibi, he's on a killing spree. Game Hunter, he's going to die as well. And now, finally, this should be game. Optimus Gang, well, they're not dead yet.
They've done what they needed to do. Now it's over to Thai AI to see if they can do what they need to do to force this playoff. They're up against Deserted next. But Optimus Gang looking so strong right there. Even if they find themselves, unfortunately, in the relegations, I think they're going to come through and come back to the next split.
Absolutely. I mean, that was an amazing performance coming out from them. And really the two highlight players for this one, surprisingly enough, I'm not going to say Aphrodite for either one of them. It has to be Caspanify and Dazoni. Throughout the whole set, those two played exceptionally well, but in that last game was really capped off 10-0-10 and 9-2 for the players respectively. And I mean, Tins on that Aphrodite kept everybody alive. Kepri kept people alive when Aphrodite couldn't. The only time Caspanify died, Kepri revived him, and Nike on Sibi just was a terror on that backline the entire game.
And if you have a look at the damage numbers from the mid laners, Kira on the Poseidon, 11,000, Tins on the Aphrodite, 10,000, there's not so much difference. And when you think of those two characters, you think Aphrodite as a support mage, is there for sustain, really, not doing so much damage. Poseidon's there for the damage, he's there for the burst. So I don't see a 1k disparity between the two in a 22-minute game. Just shows how effective that Undying Love and those Sanctuaries were from Optimus Gang.
Yep, as well as looking at Aphrodite, when you think about Aphrodite, you said support, sure, to about 10k damage, but 20,000 player healing for Aphrodite, more than almost anybody else did in the game. Only Sibi, Caspanify, and Game Hunter ended up doing more damage than she healed, and by very, very small amount. So Tins on that Aphrodite managed to get off what she could, while Caspanify got off a tremendous amount of damage everywhere else. So Optimus Gang, as you said, they've done their job. Now they're just sitting there crossing their fingers, hoping that Thy AI can do their job. We're going to throw it to a brief break, but when we come back, it's going to be up to Deserted to hold on and avoid relegations.
I'm standing all by myself in the shadows, surrounded by the silence seeping in, alone with my thoughts, no one to follow, running in time that's paid fair. Can someone hear me screaming at the top of my lungs? Tell me that I'm only dreaming. Can someone take away this feeling? Feels like I am barely breathing. Come and save me. Tell me that I'm only dreaming. Everything around me spinning. Need someone to wake me up before it's too late. 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 I am only dreaming, trapped inside a world of pain that needs healing. I am only dreaming. Take me to a place where seeing is believing. Tell me that I'm only dreaming. Can someone take away this feeling? Feels like I am barely breathing. Come and save me. Tell me that I'm only dreaming. Everything around me spinning. Need someone to wake me.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the European Challengers Circuit, week number 3, the week before relegations for Challengers Circuit. My name is still D-Sinks, and joining me once again is going to be Alpha Jackal. It is Deserted taking on Thy AI, and there's a lot riding on Thy AI finding a 2-0 here.
Deserted, they just have to find one win, and then Optimus Gang's hard work in the last game is for naught because they all secure themselves into the CC next split. AI, if they find the 2-0, they gotta go into they gotta go into a playoff to decide who goes into relegations between them and Optimus Gang. And I'm excited to see what goes on in this game with the Sylvanas and Hombats taken away by Deserted, AI, taken away the Cabrakan, and the Poseidon. Very curious to see that banned away.
Yeah, normally that's a prioritized god, definitely, but them banning away the Poseidon means more so to me that they are worried about Deserted running this Poseidon, running columns around this Poseidon. I mean, that is going to leave open Susano, and that's going to get locked in for Deserted. And yeah, that's a very, very mobile character immediately put on the board.
Yeah, and what's more, Gorgonzola for Deserted hasn't shown a lot of proficiency on the Poseidon in recent weeks. He does a lot better on those either high burst mages, those high mobility mages, or those support mages. And Poseidon, he doesn't really go towards the top of those burst mages category. He does a lot, but he doesn't do as much as a Zeus or a Thoth, which you may see him on. Zeus and Kepri picked up by Thy AI. Classic combination there. Zeus very easily punished. Kepri sort of alleviates those concerns, but Apollo picked up and get here by Deserted. We saw how disruptive that was in the last game. Gonna probably happen again.
Yeah, as Fafnir also going to get locked in for some early dual lane dominance for Deserted. Thy AI, it's up to them to be able to match it. Izanami is still available. You could see that matchup that got banned away so often last time around get picked up, but no, it's going to be the Hercules, a man completely missing from last set. The man of a million mana points is going to be on the side of Thy AI. They're going to look for those Hercules push-pull pick-offs, as now it's up to them to start banning away here and start taking away some maybe more comfort picks away from Deserted.
I'd say look at the solo lane. Make sure the big SB doesn't get some of his comfort aggressive gods. The Odin, I respect that ban. Zeus and Hercules both get hard countered by it. I'd say maybe the Bellona is the next ban, just so Zeus has
Yeah.
a bit more freedom in the backline. Izanami, again, taken away by Deserted. You call it brilliantly there. I can see no other bans really need to be prioritized by the AI. Maybe a Saket, again, just to get rid of the anti-heal. But they already have a Susanoo on the side
Yeah,
of
I
the
already have Susanoo. I'd imagine it's going to be a Bellona ban. When I think of the big SB, and when I think of formerly known as Zashu, actually it is going to be the Thoth ban. So you pointed out the Thoth earlier on, and that is going to be the ban away here for the AI. But I was going to say is when I think of the big SB, formerly known as Zashu and Steefy Beefy, Bellona is one of the top gods that comes to mind for me. Bellona is a character that I really think that that's when he started to kind of come out of his own and started to make a bigger name on her, going to get banned away as Deserted. They just do not want to give the AI that early dual lane aggression, trying to ensure that they have the superior push.
Well, they've already got the Capricooth AI, so they can really draft pretty much any ADC here apart from a Shibbolonke, and they're going to do that in the Medusa. Good team fight. Oh, God, no.
No, do it. Do it.
No.
They're hovering. This is
No.
I'm either getting trolled or this is legitimate. Yes! Aphrodite locked in for Deserted. And what a great day this is. The birds are singing here.
Hi, Leaf.
Her beautiful hair is flowing in the wind. Aphrodite gets locked in for Deserted. And this is very much so utility mage. You were talking about burst mages being more so Gorgonzola style, but this is going to be entirely utility here. Vamana gets locked in, and a last pick Ratatasker. Haven't seen that in a very long time. Rat makes it all the way through the picks and bans phase, and he's going to be the selection for thy AI. And so that means that they're going to have a semi-global pressure to look to bully out somebody like, well, Aphrodite.
But he did get some nerfs recently, specifically the reduction on the cooldown of his darts related to how many people he hits with his flurry and his Acorn Blast. So it's going to be a lot more difficult for him to maneuver around these fights. He's going to go into game any second now. It's going to be in the jungle, though, for real ward. Hestrix going to be playing the Zeus in the mid lane. It's a good combination, but if Gorgonzola times his Undying Love correctly, all the damage they can output will not kill this Aphrodite.
Yeah, once again, it's going to come down to the Aphrodite. She has the advantage of being able to do things such as immuning out all of the damage. And Hestrix on that Zeus is going to have a bit of a better time in terms of killing multiple people. I mean, it's not that same, Poseidon, he's going to crack in you and he's going to kill you. And if he doesn't do that, then he's going to have a really, really bad time. Zeus, he has the advantage of being able to do things such as bursting people down. There's a brief little pause here by Half Devil. But Zeus, he still has options with that detonate, and he will still be able to kill people very, very effectively.
But I'm having a look right now. And the mana in this solo lane up against the Hercules, it's not a matchup we see too much, but it's just going to be massive clear coming out from the Vamana, possibly looking to trade and poke out this Hercules. It depends on that when Rebound uses his abilities and who he uses them on.
Yeah, no, apologies. We're a little bit out of sync here, but I should be all caught back up now as walking as well, kind of just strolling around in the jungle for Deserted here. And I'm very interested about this Aphrodite matchup here. We talked about dual lanes and how the push was going to belong to certain people here, but instead of having a dual lane, once again, the supports will rotate out into the mid lane. So it's going to be up to Boss to help out Gorgonzola in that clear. And the thing about Khepri Apollo, very good push. Khepri Zeus, even better at that level 1 mark. So Aphrodite, she's going to have a really rough time in this early stages.
And it's just making sure that Zeus stays safe throughout the entirety of the game. And you can see Hestrix rocking that new DJ Zeus skin. It's what the community's been crying out for a long, long time, and it's finally here, and it's fantastic.
Dude, DJ Zeus is like my dad. He's got the same sort of funky hairdo as Wiz did point out when he first got revealed. But now kind of walking around in the jungle, all hail Muppets is lots of players that right hand side. Yeah, Big SB going to be able to live here, but on a very low HP mark as for the gank comes out from rearward. But all hail Muppets. This is a player that you're a little bit familiar with. Looking at that clan tag for Muppets.
Oh yeah, what clan tag's that again? I'm not too sure.
It's Cyclo. I don't know what that means. Is it the T-Pain clan?
I think it is. I don't know why you'd say be familiar with that one. I mean, come on.
I just assume that you just seem like the guy that would be a huge T-Pain fan. But no, in all seriousness, all hail Muppets. substitute for Cyclone and played even in relegations to help Cyclone out get there. I mean, he's known for his Hunbatsu extreme amounts of big SP. He's not known for getting solo, but Rebound wants to change that one as he's going to be able to find the early first blood here onto the big SB, putting him at a deficit.
In Rebound, he spent a week in the mid lane last time out, but now he's going back to his comfort pick in the solo lane. Gonna get ganked here by All Hail Muppets, doing a lot of damage. Is this Susano teleporting from big SP from the behind, though? There's no ultimates available for Desert, and Rebound gets out safely.
Yeah, Rebound plays that exceptionally well, though kind of incidentally, I don't think he knew that the big SB was on his way, but he was able to get out okay. Hestrix, Half Devil, and Rearward came over to try and do what they can, and now Big SB, he's going to eat some damage here from those funky beats coming out from DJ Zeus. I love this skin. I think the DJ Zeus skin is fantastic.
I remember playing this DJ Zeus skin in a Soul game earlier, and I had a tier on my team every single time I did the special emote or threw out my Aegis shield. He just started doing his tier dance every single time.
Perfect.
Greatest thing ever.
Yeah, but what it will do, this DJ Zeus skin, the ultimate a little bit quieter on that one, so game gets paused here and unpaused instantly. I'd imagine that, yeah, this is going to go right on back to pause. We're just going to have a pleasant little chit-chat right on through it. And looking over the items here, actually, DJ Zeus, he's gone for a Soul Stone versus the, once again, Sands of Time for the Aphrodite, but Soul Stone, I'm curious about how this works. I still have a lot of questions about this Soul Stone.
I'm not too sure about the pickup on the Zeus, considering you don't stack up the passive when you hit your shield with your basic attacks, and that's what you do for wave clear as a Zeus. You throw out your Aegis shield, you basic attack a few times, wave gets cleared, done and dusted, move on to the next one. But considering you're not building up the passive stacks with that, you're not getting the mana regeneration every single time you throw out your shield. You're not getting the extra damage when you use your detonates with your chain lightning combo. It's a good pickup for him in the fights, but for the laning phase, Sands of Time would have been better.
Yeah, I think the idea is getting off bigger detonates, maybe. I mean, once again, I'm very curious about Soulstone versus the Sands of Time just in general. As halftime, he's going to get pulled in by All Hell Muppets and immediately goes for the turn around Ratatasker up into the sky. He's going to hop down on top of Bass, but Bass able to jump away A-okay from there. Shell was popped, as was Med, but Shell a bit of a longer cooldown, so slight advantage for Thy AI moving forward, but with no kills found, nothing really clearly gained. Rebound, he is going to push into the enemy's speed buff, and he is already getting towards that raid boss. Muppets gets hit by the bounce! The rebound, good for Rebound. He finds the second kill of the game.
And that was an unfortunate dash from All Hail Muppets. Says, I liked eating that boulder, I'll eat it again until I die, and inevitably does so. 2-0-0 for this Hercules. Could we actually be seeing that playoff?
I think that playoff is seeming more and more like a realistic possibility. I mean, for the first 2 weeks, New Game Plus was unstoppable, and Deserted was not a close second, but they were a very prominent second. It looked like Thy AI and Optimus Gang shoo-ins for that relegations. There's no way that they can make it, and then Optimus Gang comes out absolutely on fire. Thy AI off the back of Rebound right now. They're looking very, very good as well. And, I mean, it's still a long road for the side of Thy AI, though. It is not a little fight to undertake by any means. The big SB, he's looking to clear out a little bit here. Rebound going to push and pull. I mean, at this point in time, Hercules has won the lane. He has absolutely won this laning phase. And big SB, he's going to have to farm up and play very, very safe.
He's won his lane, but the rest of the map seems to be losing quite heavily. The mid lane and duo side are getting pushed underneath their towers consistently. Rearward going to go up in through the Cosmos. Look to land down in the middle of everybody. Going to knock up Moex in the middle of his dash. Mess has been forced. The Oracles, they're going to go the way of Deserted CC, and through the Cosmos been wasted.
And they will be able to secure both Oracles, getting that vision for themselves. I mean, so one thing that we haven't talked about at all is who is on ADC for Deserted. It was the same case as last week, but Moex is going to be piloting that Apollo. And Moex, he was known as kind of being an idiot savant back when he was in the Pro League. He doesn't really know much about Smite, but he sure can push his buttons good. And he is now back into this ADC role for Deserted, finding his way up into the Challenger circuit after they swapped around some positions. Hestrix, he's looking for He's looking for a little bit of a. He's looking to live really more than anything else. Boss moving forward, and he wants half devil right now. They're putting everything into that Kepri, who's just going to pop the ultimate, rotating in. It is Mox. He's going to find one kill. Half devil. He's going to be the next to fall. All hail Muppets gets the kill. Rebound has now made the rotation, but it might not be enough.
Yeah, he's by himself right now against 3 as 2 members of Deserted and All Hail Webs and Gorgonzola have made their rotations over to this right-hand side. I'd like the rotation for Big SB coming into the mid lane and Gorgonzola going to the right-hand side to farm up safely, heal up. They don't lose out on any farm from each other, but they just trade lanes for a lane.
Yeah, just a little bit of fun trading times. Experience what life is like on opposite ends of the map. And now they're waiting for their buffs to respawn, and this is, to me, the AI have to start pushing their advantage on this duo side. Hercules is very, very big at this point, so you might as well try and get the value out of how big Rebound has gotten and look to invade that speed buff on cooldown at this point. I firmly do believe that Rebound could be enough to win in fights like that. And so does Rearward, as he has rotated on over to the speed buff, but no Rebound needed. They just are able to sneak that away for free.
Yeah, but they're going aggressive onto Hestrix now, going to get stunned out. A lot of damage, and the birds are going to tick over. Gorgonzola picks up the 3rd kill for Deserted. They're looking to get out now as Reward goes aggressive. The flurry is good. The root is good from Half Devil. Oh, over the wall with the boulder, not in time. But the Petrify going to get him mewed out. Undying Love at the perfect time.
Gorgonzola still alive, dancing around the tower. Rebound finally able to find the kill, puts himself on a killing spree, but Half Devil also going to fall rearward. He could be next, and Gorgonzola buys his team so much time with some shadow Q like juke shoes. As now Rebound, he could be the next to fall, gets knocked up at the edge of that. Joshi, no ultimate available, and Big SB going to be able to kill the enemy solo laner. And what looks so good for Thy AI ends up being Gorgonzola jukes the enemy team to death. Thy AI lose 3 members.
If you have a look at the graphs, 2,000 experience, 1,000 gold in favor of Deserted CC, but before that, it was all Thy AI. Every single minute of the game was just their advantage. Every single dip in the graph went to their side, and it's just now been all thrown away by that one play, one good rotation coming out from the rest of the members of Deserted, bring them back into parity.
Yeah, I mean, it was... So far, the AI have been splitting up a lot, and they just really can't afford to do that against Gorgonzola on this Aphrodite, who is able to keep people alive. And if you split your damage, you're not going to be able to kill who you're looking at here. His Rebound, he's looking to contest these elementals, and Gorgonzola is feeling pretty confident as he knows he's got Muppets waiting around the corner, and he's looking to put on a little bit of damage, but no link available for Aphrodite right now, so Rebound going to be able to walk away from that just fine, and he's going to go right on back to farming up. And while Rebound is still pretty big, Big SB now all of a sudden is ahead of him. He ticked into 11 before Rebound did. Same items. I mean, Big SB, props to him being the veteran who's been in the Pro League before. He knows how to farm up.
Yeah, that's really down to Rebound thinking that he could fight 1 versus 4 over on the left side with Harpies. You're Hercules in the first 10 minutes of the game. You're not that tanky. Calm down. Just farm up for a bit more, get some items online, and then become the raid boss you deserve to be.
Yeah, Hercules, one of the more infamous raid bosses, I'd say, throughout all of Smite history. Never forget back when anti-heal was significantly less popular, and Hercules used to heal for 110% of the damage that he took.
Oh,
Those were
Gauntlet as well.
Yeah, old Gauntlet of Thebes too. How could I forget? Because I don't want to remember. That is exactly how you forget. As mid lane, there's a 3v3 going on. Rearward has looking for a little bit of poke here, but he ends up taking way more in return. Gorgonzola, yes, he's brought down low, but there goes the birds, and up goes his health. But Gorgonzola is going back to the base here, just looking to make Aphrodite look that much more impressive.
Moek's going aggressive on Joshi on the left-hand side. He was behind at the very beginning of the game, but now has this 2-level advantage. Joshi made the rotation to the mid lane on that earlier fight. Moek stayed and farmed, and it's showing already 75 stacks on that Damaros Gauntlet, whilst Joshi still at 34 on that Transcendent.
Yeah, looking over at the Transcendence, the fortunate thing for Joshi about this Transcendence is that the stacks on it are less of a big deal than with Devos Gauntlets. When you get fully stacked Devos Gauntlets versus no stacked on Devil Gauntlets, night and day difference. Devil Gauntlets is a bad item until you can get it stacked up. Well, Transcendence, well, it's all right. As the Portal Demon does get dropped by Deserted, they take their advantage.
That was a very early and very sneaky Portal Demon and Boss. They got knocked up as well as Gorgonzola. Real trying to make them pay for just taking a free objective, but no one around to follow up from that engagement. Deserted, get a free objective and get out for free as well.
And now Gorgonzola, he's not even that low anymore thanks to the birds. He pops himself up another heal as getting pulled in is Boss, but the push late from Rebound. Boss able to hop on out of there before he can really get pushed away and get into more trouble.
So the item has been nerfed going into this patch, but do you expect this item coming out from Rebound, this next one, to be a Shield of Regrowth?
More than likely. I mean, the item getting nerfed means that you can't really just, oh, you sort of have a heal? Well, I might as well build a Shield of Regrowth here, as it was just such a good item, giving all the health, all the CDR, and all the movement speed. Now it gives less health, and it's a little bit harder to itemize into, but Hercules, it's always been a staple on this character. Even back when Shield of Regrowth wasn't that good, people still like building it onto Hercules. And so I wouldn't be surprised to see it. Maybe it just might not be, second item.
Yeah, I'd like to see it come out later, but the 20% CDR on it, coupled with the 20% on Breastplate of Valor, gives him 40% CDR in just 2 items, and maybe even before the 15-minute mark, making him just infinitely harder to kill.
And he goes super fast, which is just that's the fun part about Shidorio. Just watching people zoom around the map. And rearward, he might be zooming into a very bad spot. He gets stunned out, able to stop Muppets for right now. Now Zeus, who has made the rotation on in, puts 3 stacks onto Muppets, and rearward gonna put him into the ground, but the knockup was still there, and rearward almost dies. Boss now moving forward, able to bring rearward down to no HP, but Half Devil has that revive on top of him, so rearward will be able to make it out fast, running into the mid lane, and he is thinking otherwise as he realizes that Thai AI, they're looking at the Gold Fury, and they know that Deserter can see him doing it.
Yeah, big rotation coming out from Rebound with that teleport. Big SB, his teleport's down. It's going to have to make the long, hard rotation, and out comes the Lightning Storm. Thai AI destroy the Gold Fury. They're looking to engage his Rebound, but the rest of the team is calling the back off. The split up is not good for them, and that just allows Big SB to come in from the back. The gank is going to be huge. They take out Bass, but Big SB by himself.
Big SB by himself. Hestrix finds Moritz on the back end, who had detonate stacks on top of them. Just looking at the Big SB, and Big SB, he's going to immediately go on up into that big old baby, and he's not looking to bat. He's looking to run. Big SB trying to get back to his tower, back to the safety of Gorgonzola's loving embrace. And now the tier 1 tower, Thy AI, they may have just found a huge advantage to Gorgonzola. He's going to get plucked.
It's going to get destroyed here by the Boulder of the Chain Lightning. Big SB also taking quite low. He got some heal from the Muppets with a big pull from All Hail Muppets, but he pulled 5 people into himself.
Yeah, big pull by All Hail Muppets for Thy AI, really. They're able to find yet another kill. The tier 1 tower will not get dropped, but the speed buff, it's nice and juicy, and it's available, and Rebound likes this part of the map. He's going to go on in and take the speed buff for himself. 4-1-3 now for this Hercules. And I see an Emerald Mail, and I would be shocked if that was not going to be a Shield of Regrowth.
Moix gets a kill onto Half Devil. He's fighting 2 versus 1. He could find Joshi as well, but he forces his Sanctuary. No cooldown available for that. So beautiful. All Hail Muppets, though, when he pulls in all 5 members, you can just imagine him going, okay, this was a mistake.
But he couldn't even get out as well, because props to Half Devil for this one. He had the immediate reaction to pull off of Muppets. As soon as Muppets started up that I wish I remember the name of the ability. His first ability, immediately the pull came out. So nothing cooking there for Muppets. However, fortunately enough, Moas was able to find a kill in a 2v1 situation, and then backed off after getting Sanctuary. Didn't want to fight inside that minion wave. And a Spectral Armor comes out for Hestrix. Talk to me about Spectral. Just wanted to stay alive?
He wants to stay alive, but with the amount of physical range damage coming out from Deserted, it's not going to be too effective.
Yeah.
All Hail Up is just going to throw out his Jet Stream, wait for the Spectral Armor to tick, then teleport in, and then suddenly that item is useless, just giving him 70 protections. He might as well have gone into a Breastplate of Valor instead, because at least then he's got cooldown reduction to detonate or Chain Lightning more often.
Well, this one also gives him crowd control reduction, gives him some CCR. He'll be stunned for less time, slowed for less time, gives him mana. I mean, yeah, I am inclined to agree with you, though. I do think that maybe the Breastplate would have been better here, but we're going to have to see how much value Hestrix can get out of it. Big SB has been rotating around on the backside of fights a whole lot. He's been showing up in the back and then putting on the damage onto characters like Zeus. So maybe he's really just looking to keep SB away.
And again, though, Big SB does have a ranged ability and that Umbrella rank, so if he knows that the Spectral Armor is up, just use the Umbrella rank from distance, wait for it to pop, and then go in just to kill Hestrix. It's not particularly a great pickup, but it does force some counterplay.
Yeah, and Tier 1 tower will get dropped for surprisingly enough, the first rubble of the game. It's the very first tower to fall. As Rebound, he's going to lose his Tier 1 tower despite having such a huge advantage in the early stages of the lane.
Yeah, and in mid lane, Halfdale's going to get caught out here by a stun from Bass, as well as the kiss from Gorgonzola. Going to eat half his HP from those Lovebirds. He's not going to be too worried about it, as Muppet's going to get dove here by Joshi. Huge burst!
Joshi with the huge burst, rearward looking for even more. He's going to jump on into the mid lane, but he immediately backs off after realizing that that's a bad situation. Half Devil looking at helping out his team some more. Big SB, he's teleporting into the Tier 1 in mid lane. Rebound going to eat very, very nominal poke, especially once that all gets healed right on back up by that Hercules heal. The minions all going to die. Hestrix does get stunned out, and there goes that Spectral Armor getting popped from a distance. As you said, Big SB, he finds the success.
Yeah, but he's going to go aggressive, but pretty much into the wrong neighborhood, though. Good knock-up to disrupt some of the fight. And out comes that huge big baby elder, but that's going to transform into a dragon as well as Moke's landing down. All of a sudden, the reinforcements have arrived, and Half Devil, he's tagging the Fire Giant. He's going to get destroyed by him near enough.
And Hestrix, he gets the ultimate pop down on top of him. However, Big SB, he's just waiting for it to be over. Going to dash on forward, knock him up, and bat him down. Rearward does find Gorgonzola on the backside. However, Rearward will be the next to fall. Ultimately, a 2-for-2 trade. Mid and support for mid and jungle between AI and Deserted. And with nothing else really to get, they're looking at putting on some more damage onto Big SB. But I don't think they have enough at this point. So they're just going to back off and go back to farming their own jungles.
Overall, trade goes in favor of Deserted. Lower levels, less respawn timers, more time to farm up after they manage to get back up from the grave. But they're not going to get anything out of it. There's going to be no objective pressure after that wash fight. Portal Demon's still up, and that's what Thaya were looking to do before Big SB managed to get his way into that engagement.
Nearly 1,000 gold lead for Moex over Joshi so far. Moex, who, once again, he's been in the Pro League. He's been a big part of teams in the past, and this time around, he is finding a big advantage here from Deserted when they really, really need this win. By AI, they clearly do not want to go down yet. They don't want to go and find themselves in that relegations point. And they're playing for their lives. But at this point in time, Deserted, they don't want this playoff to be a thing. They're trying to hold on to for whatever hope that they can get.
Yeah, but I want to talk a tiny bit about Gorgonzola. On this Aphrodite, yes, he's really a support mage there for pretty much whatever he needs to be. Deserted sneak away a Gold Fury, which is going to help him out a bit, but he's currently the lowest net worth in the game, so he gets 7,800. Zeus second lowest at 8,300. Mid's probably showing a bit too much farm.
The problem with Aphrodite is that she needs gold. She needs items online in order to really be able to heal, in order to be able to stay alive. Things like the Shield of Regrowth, which she's currently looking at itemizing into. Book of Thoth is also very good just to increase the heal. Howl That Thought is Hestrick. He's going to get dove on, knocked up, forced to pop his own ultimate defensively. Bass is going to do what he can. Hestrick's running back on in. The ultimate gets popped by Kepri, and now they're fighting in a small corridor as Hestrix will get revived, but Moex, he doesn't care. He's just going to kill everybody off of that revive, and now he's looking at Rebound, dashing forward, trying to do what he can, popping him with the auto attack.
Alright, it's going to go over to this left-hand side. Purple buff goes down, not looking at any objectives right now, just looking for more kills. Joshi, probably the next one on the list, but Bass going to transform back down into his dwarf form. Susceptible to damage, but not enough burst coming out from Reward and Joshi. Mid-tier 1 looks like it's going to be focused here by 4 members. Moex ulting over for this very strange decision to use his ult. He's going to go on to Reward, actually, looking for the kill.
Yeah, Moex wants blood. He's going to be able to find it with that Mesmerize. Gets stunned at the same time, but it doesn't matter. Moex finds the kill. The tier 1 tower, the next thing to fall. And by AI, with a pretty big advantage, they could get the Portal Demon here fairly easily. And if they're really feeling it, they could even look for the Fire Giant.
And
they're not really feeling it, though.
No, I'm just going to go Portal Demon. It's a safe play. Respawn timers are coming up from Thai AI. 4 members versus 5 in a 5,000 gold lead. It's risky to do it. They could do it, but without a burst ultimates coming out from Deserted, it's very susceptible to be stolen by Thai AI.
Yeah, it's just safer. It's the safer call, and in a way, it's a smarter call as well. They're just going to get the guaranteed golden experience. as they're going to go back around, farm up their own jungle. Big SB, he's going to keep on farming. Rebound wants the pull. And Rebound, he is 4-1-4. He's absolutely huge, but the fights have been getting split up again. Vi AI are dividing their attention in every single fight, and Gorgonzola is punishing them for that fact.
It's not just Gorgonzola punishing him, it's Moex as well, sitting 5-1-4, sorry. He's pretty much full build, just need to sell that Death Toll for another item, possibly going in for some crit, possibly some more attack speeds, maybe even. It doesn't have any... It doesn't have any percentage penetration. I expect this to be a Titan's Bane.
Yeah, it could be a Titan's Bane. Could look for, something else even. But electing going to Brawlers tells me that he does not want crit this game. So it's going to be this kind of more attack speed penetration focused build. And I mean, whatever works, because Moex has just been carving up the AI so far. Every single time any person steps out alone, Moex just goes after them and kills them. And that's why people called him, the idiot savant. He doesn't know. You don't need to know a whole lot to just be able to carve through the enemy team. And despite that fact having changed at this point, Moex definitely is not the same player that he used to be. He is still just as deadly as he's ever been.
Well, he was still focusing on getting kills rather than looking for the objectives in the mid-tier 1. So
his team didn't need him on that objective.
I mean, it's still just like a bit of niggling change from him. He's still the same old Moex deep inside.
Yes, absolutely. Moex is. I mean, he ulted in just a fight 2v1 in the duo lane earlier on. That's how he is. And meanwhile he's keeping the enemy team busy because the side of Deserted are trying to work. Yeah, force out to Shell, but they're going to look to take down this tier 2 tower, and they're going to get one. Moex, he's looking for blood. Half Devil is going to be his reward. Moex, Rampage is the perfect word to describe how he's been playing, and now he's looking for the 4v1, but he's not going to be able to do it quite that big.
Fire Giant, though.
Able to find the kill, but the Fire Giant, it's the next thing Deserted want, and Moex does what he needs to do. He buys his team enough time, or did he? His Rebound has made the rotation over, and he's looking to steal it with a boulder.
He's not going to be able to find it, though, as the Fire Giant looks like it might be taken. Deserted do take it, but the Petrified did come out just a second too late. Now looking on the full-on retreat are Deserted, teleporting away with the jet stream. The sprint has been popped. Deserted get out with the Fire Giant.
Not the cleanest escape in the world, but it was an escape. Fire Giant done. They'll have it on everybody except for Moex, which is unfortunate. And you did call it. It is the Titan's Bane. Teleporting in just to take down this tier 2 tower. Laugh the whole way home is going to be the big SB. He finds the tier 2 tower on the left side of the map. Just, he rewards Moex for his hard work.
They're currently sitting, if we take a look at the graphs, it's a 4,000 experience lead. It's a 6,300 gold differential, which is really speaking to me right now. Deserted, they started to get some of their more core items online. They started to get some of their damaging items and their final items online. So it's very difficult for Thai AI, who still haven't got a single finished build, to fight into it.
Yeah, absolutely. Thai AI, it's not been the easiest time. And once again, I have to ask you this question. Where is the anti-heal?
I don't know. People seem to not realize that Witchblade is a thing that can counter both a healer and an auto-attacker.
Well, get Divine Ruin. It has penetration now, but Divine Ruin is a good item. Get it instead of the helmet. Get it instead of the helmet. Where is it?
I know. I seriously wonder why Rebound has picked up a Witchblade here. He wants to be in the backline as much as possible, so he reduces Moex's attack speed. Every single time he auto-attacks Gorgonzola, he reduces healing that he's doing by 15%, up to a maximum of 45% out of heal. With that Pestilence online, he could be an absolute nightmare to this team, but the damaging, greedy option here in what looks to be a Brawlers is going to do some form of anti-healing, but it's not going to do what he needs to do.
Especially not if Rearward builds into that as well, which it looks as though Rearward could be. And even if he isn't, you still have to think that he could have built that item. So where is it? And no even Cursed Onks coming out to just be something to purely reduce that anti-heal. As Bracer of Undoing will be the relic selection for Rearward, which I like this item. I like the relic. I think it's good in certain situations. I just don't think into Deserted, which have a much more sustained damage composition as opposed to being burst with no crit, no big mage ultimate. Questions got to be rise up for the AI. Did they make some mistakes in their itemization choices?
I don't know if I necessarily agree with the Bracer, but I do like the idea behind the double meditation. Try and fight fire with fire. Try and get some healing occasionally in the fights. Portal Demon, it wasn't even on the map. Moex just destroyed it.
Yeah, Moex is, as we said, it was the Titan's Bane, and Well, it was hard to kill Moix before with that Aphrodite heal and with how big he is. Let's make it a little bit harder. Flickering picked up for Moix, a.k.a. good old-fashioned combat blink. He'll just be able to blink out of trouble if he gets into it. Or, knowing Moix, blink into trouble and win.
Oh, we're at that stage of the game where relics become the most painful thing in the world. Fantastic.
Or the best thing in the world. Depends on if you got relics or not.
If you're facing them, then the rituals are going to be the most painful thing in the world. Bus going to transform up as they're looking to try and take down this Phoenix very quickly. They're looking for the engagement, and out comes the Frenzy Ritual. Big SB doing what he can to frontline. Rimwall comes crashing down, but no follow-up. Again, she's going to back up and sustain with this Aphrodite.
Yeah, Aphrodite able to keep herself on top here and keep everybody else all topped up. No anti-heal is really going to stop her out of combat healing. Big SB going in, taking up the Phoenix. Rebound, looking for the pull, looking for the push. Not going to find either one of those things. Joshy, he could be in trouble. He gets pulled in by Muppets. Big SB, he is moving forward. The ultimate comes out from Medusa. Bass, who had to transform out of his dragon form, gets punished for it. Joshy able to find one kill. And I wouldn't say it's a successful defense, but it is a defense. Moix, he's being dove on right now, but he has no fear. He's standing his ground, but he maybe stood his ground a little bit too long. Hestrix able to find the kill, even though Moix did have Sanctuary available. So now, Thy AI, they're trying to find whatever other picks that they can, but they have to be careful while creeps are pushing up their lanes.
A bit too aggressive there with Deserted. They got two Phoenixes, went for the greedy play for the third one. I would like to see them back off, finish up their builds, and then go back for that third Phoenix and then possibly end the game. But they're 10,000 gold up. It's a misnomer at this point. It's just, there's not much Thy I can really do to fight into this, apart from if Deserted make another couple misplays like that.
Yeah, and off of that one pick alone, there's nothing that Thy AI can really get other than some more time clearing out minion waves. 2 waves of Firemans are pushing in, and yes, the Fire Giant's coming up, but if they want to go and contest that, they're likely going to give up more Titan damage than is worth.
Well, the 2 Fire Waves will be able to take down the Titan if they are not kept at bay, which is why you're starting to see Thy AI just push up those lanes in a split form fashion. But that's what Deserted want. They just want to rotate around as a 5, picking up the people who are trying to push those waves as far forward as possible. Fire Giant going to respawn, and a great time here for Deserted. They can burst this down really quickly with that Fafnir AoE Coerce on that Dragon form, and then just push it for the win.
Yeah, now they're looking to push forward. Muppet's not going to teleport to that one, not going to look for the further aggression. Bass just playing Protector as the Fire Giant respawns, and this time they are going to have Moix to do this, and Moix is just going to carve completely through this Fire Giant, doing so much damage at this stage of the game. Full build, he's got a pot going, and he's got the best build if you want to push down objectives. And that is what a Fire Giant is. And now Deserted, they're going to wear it around their waist. And hey, take number 2. Let's try this left side Phoenix again.
Yeah, Big SB is already over there, just taking away a damage buff. Has he even just dropped that? Yeah, he's dropped that for the rest of his team. And I don't know if anyone's going to pick it up. Looks like Muppets might be on the way to pick it up, or Gorgonzola. No, Moix, give it to the damage dealer.
At this stage, Moix is definitely the one you want. You definitely want to split your red buffs at this point if you're Deserted, just to have the extra healing and the extra damage. Well, really more so the extra healing from Gorgonzola and the extra damage from Moix. And this Phoenix, well, Deserted, they want to kill this Phoenix in order to keep out of this playoff format, keep out of the potential of being in relegations. And they're going to look to do it with this Phoenix. Rearward, he gets stunned out, knocked up, blown up immediately. Rearward already down. Muppets, he gets credited with that kill. Hestrix, the Spectral Armor gets popped, but the big baby don't care. He's just going to bat you all the way into the fountain. Half-Double able to revive himself successfully, but it doesn't matter because Joshy dies as a result. Rebound now, pushing people away, throwing the boulder, but it's not enough. Muppets is down here. He's going to look to do what he can. Damage being rained in from absolutely everywhere for him, but he will still make it back to the fountain because he is tap tanky. Hestrix is the next one. Thy AI's Titan is under attack, and it's looking very, very good for Deserted to avoid relegations.
If you're a fan of Optimus Gaming, you're gonna hope that Thy AI pull out the monster defense here, but the Titan already at half HP, half Devil erased by Moix. All that's left is Restrix and Rebound, and they can't defend it. Deserted by their way out of a potential banana peel here as they will move on to the next split of the Challenger Circuit. Thy AI and Optimus Gang, they will be in the relegations next weekend. Unfortunate for them, but there's still one more game to go.
Both teams fought so incredibly hard in order to try and avoid those relegation potential. Unfortunately, Thy AI were unable to find this win off of Deserted. Deserted, you can know that they got to be ecstatic about it. And at the end of the day, it comes down to the fact, Deserted, they picked Aphrodite. auto win the game. It's that simple.
I mean, this week, Aphrodite is 2 for 0, so I've got to give
2-0. Broken. Please don't nerf her, Iris. Please, God, do not nerf her. But no, in all seriousness, Moex, Big SB, and Muppets were huge parts of that victory, able to just push forward and punish teams when they split up, which is what Thy AI did so often in that game.
Yeah, and we're going to cut to a short break now as we load up the final game between Deserted and Thy AI, the final European game before relegation. Stick around.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back into the final game of European Challenger Circuit for week number 3. Again, I'm D-Sinks. Joining me is still Alpha Jackal, and Alpha, well, it's all said and done at this point in time. Thy AI and Optimus Gang will be playing in the relegations next week. Deserted and New Game Plus will be staying out of that one. So, at the end of the day, do you expect maybe a little bit more fun to come out for these two teams?
I expect a bit more fun coming out from Deserted because they don't have to play next week. Thy AI, they still have to get some momentum going for those relegation weeks and just show that they are still a team to be feared. Maybe not give away some strategies which they haven't revealed yet, but play some more of those comfort picks.
Yeah, maybe just try and piece something together here. Susano Zeus get banned away by Deserted, while Sylvanas and Cabraken getting banned away by Thy AI. Now the first pick goes over towards them, and there's a decent amount open, including Ratatasker and Kepri as well. That is going to be the selection for Thy AI, the run back for Half Devil.
He did well on it last game. Unfortunately, the team just couldn't play around that revive well enough. It's a solid pickup. I'd like to see it, but Deserted, they're going to answer back with the Hombats, and, well, Hombats is just Hombats.
Yeah, it's Muppets.
Yeah.
That's the number one thing. Poseidon gets locked in for the mid lane here. But Hunbats on Muppets, that is his go-to god. He absolutely loves this character. In fact, really played it all throughout relegations while he was subbing in sometimes for Cyclone. So Hunbot's going to be the selection here. Along with the Poseidon and the Apollo for thy AI. They're going to look to take that one away. They're going to say, Moex, not this time, buddy. And they're going to answer back with Thor, another semi-global presence, but a little bit different than the Ratcaster.
And this one is more CC oriented, more lockdown potential than the Radtasker, and has a bit more range with that Mjolnir's attunement with the damage, but it's not as global, it's not as mobile as a Radtasker, so they're looking for more team fight presence. Jing Wei going to be locked in. Not seen us so much in Season 4.
No, absolutely not. But it does let me say, oh, hey, fam, this time around, and I'm always excited to do that. Thought's going to get banned away. Jing Wei, she's kind of fallen out of prominence after getting that Fatalis effect removed. Her pass has been touched a little bit. But, I mean, she still is a very, very good ADC. She just isn't as strong as she used to be, so people are kind of shying away. Moex, though, maybe, wanting to try stuff out now while still in a competitive environment and just see how it is. Fafnir gets banned away, as does Bologna, but it's by Deserted. That's one of... I always think of Bologna as a big SB god, but I guess this time around he's saying, nah, it's just really good, and I don't want to play against it. Ymir, he gets banned away by thy AI.
4 Guardians banned away by Thai AI. They've got one themselves in the support role. Just don't want Deserted to have that frontline CC presence. And they're going to elect for the Hercules are Deserted. Could be a flex pick here in the support or in that solo lane role. Remains to be seen. I mean,
it's going to be a solo perk. I reckon
there could be potential.
I mean, there's the potential. I'm just giving my guess is Nuwa is going to get locked in. So Nuwa's been picked up a lot more in Season 4. People are kind of going back towards this Nuwa pick, who does offer that global presence. I mean, those clay minions, when you get hit by that explosion, it hurts a lot. Sun Wukong going to be the final lock-in for the AI.
Not too much Sun Wukong been played in any competitive form, apart from Dimmy for Energy playing it a couple times in the solo lane. Speaking of not really seeing much, it's Bacchus for Deserted in that support role. That's a spicy pick.
Yeah, Bacchus, not... Since it became more level 1 orientated in that early wave clear, Bacchus kind of fell out of prominence because he doesn't have a good level 1 clear, but he still kills you real well as his knockup is just so incredibly effective. We're getting ready to go into game here within next few seconds, but Bacchus being locked in should make for this to be a very fun game. As looking over at the rosters, Moex is not playing Jingwei.
He's playing the Poseidon in the ADC position. Okay, I did say Deserted were the ones that can have a bit more fun than Thai AI, and looks like they're taking full advantage of that. It's a safe draft, but just a tiny switch up in where you think people are going to be going.
Yeah, Bach is really the spiciest pick, but the spiciest positioning is Jingwei and Poseidon not being in their traditional roles. But if you're going to start Jingwei and Bacchus with each other, that's a double knockup, first of all, at level 1, so that's always fun. And, I mean, in terms of having fun, Hercules is a fun god, Muppets is on his Hoonbots, Bacchus is always fun. I mean, this is still, it's a fun composition. It's much more standard than you would expect. It's not, Anubis and stuff like that.
I wouldn't say that we're going to pick Anubis here because, they still want to win.
Well, Anubis is fun, though.
Yeah. I agree, Anubis is fun. He's my most played god.
He's a good dog. Is he really?
Yeah.
My most played god, funny enough, is Neath, because I was an Arena Neath scum for the first 30 levels. That's all I did. I just played Neath and I played Arena, because I was that terrible. This time around, Jingwei is going to be... everybody's kind of going towards the neutral objectives here on the right side for thy AI. We're going to get the Elementals and the Mid-Harpies. So far, nothing being picked up as far as neutral objective are concerned for Deserted.
Yeah, the red buff invade is going to be good from no team. They're still just securing their own buffs right now. And strange to see that Deserted haven't gone for the invades. They do have the backers, they do have the Hercules and the Hombats. They want to play aggressive in the early game just to start to get some momentum going.
They could also be looking for the later stages of the game where they will have that Jingwei, who is still very, no Fatalis effect anymore. No problem. Jingwei still has the crit built into her kit, along with AoE auto attacks on said crit. So it is going to be very good as thy AI, they're going to find every single neutral objective. As Halfdel and Hestrix will then be able to sneak away. Only one thing up, and it is the Oracles, which is where Deserted will go to turn their attention to next, and then it'll be the only thing that they're able to secure in this early stages.
Yeah, Moek's just taking down his purple buff by himself. Going to get some rotation here from Bass and Muppets to soak up some experience. It's going to go the way of Bacchus, though, and I like this decision. Aggressive plays with the flop and the Sunder as his starting relic. We saw how much disruption this caused a couple of days ago with Frezzy going to get on the Hercules support. Similar situation here with the Bacchus.
Yeah, Bacchus can cause disruption, and especially with that Sunder, he brings a tremendous amount of damage. Even building full tank, belly flop, intoxicate with a Sunder is going to put somebody down, probably around that 20% health threshold, especially if Boss can find a lead. So Boss is going to be looking for what advantages that he can. But right now, it is the farm game, this slower style that has been traditionally associated with EU, though this year definitely much more so prevalent in NA, if I'm being honest. But EU, these teams are seemingly right back to it, except for Rearward, who's up in the air looking for Big SB.
He's going to land down, going to get the good combination off there, but the dash away from Big SB will save him. Boss not level 5, so no Intoxicate Thunder combo coming out from him, but he just saves his solo lane, and that's all he needed to do.
Yeah, Big SB going to be able to walk away from that one, just barely not enough damage. And Big SB, he's not chancing anything, throws the boulder just to clear the wave, pulls in the minions, pulls in to kill the minions, accidentally gets rebound, and says, nope, I'm out of here, and just instantly dashes away. Does not want a chance falling here in this early game in the solo kill again.
We've seen quite a few solo lane solo kills already. They don't want to fall down for the 4th time in a row. But they're on some safe characters here. Hercules with that mitigate wounds and rebound does have that somersault cloud to heal himself back up from lower HPs. But he's going to go aggressive here, stun out Big SB, already putting him down to half HP, and that's what you want to do with a Sun Wukong, just bully out the enemy solo laner.
Yeah, that's what Wukong excels at when you think about players. Hold that thought. Moex, he finds the solo kill onto Joshi. Poseidon OP. Poseidon is OP in the dual lane.
Well, Joshi couldn't even get up into his chariot across the skies. Moex just Krakens him straight back down to the ground, and that's with the Soulstone passive. That's what allows him really to pick up that kill as fast as he did. Because all his abilities gaining 40 magical power extra than he would have liked to have had with a Sands of Time starter item.
Well, that, and also, this Poseidon pick is very good against the Apollo. Apollo's in a bad situation, he ults out. Well, Kraken's faster than the Apollo Chariot, so Moex will be able to kill him in those situations, which is what happened there. Moex popped the Kraken, Joshi pops the Chariot, and Moex won.
Yeah, he gets the first blood for his team. Solo kill did happen, but this time in the dual lane rather than at the solo side. AI, their backs are up against the wall here. No pressure on them, though. They're playing relegations, whether they win or lose this game. I don't think they're too concerned at this point.
No, this game has much less meaning put on top of it at this point in time, but, still looking to do what they can, still looking to kind of figure things out. I mean, Nuwa is still kind of an odd pick, maybe just seeing how this works, picking up the Thor as well. I mean, they're still trying out things. It's just not as, it's not Poseidon ADC and Jingwei mid. It's not as blatantly obvious.
No, but the Nuwa has been played to great effect by Zyros in the SPL, just maybe seeing if they can replicate that sort of performance here. Who knows? Maybe get some strategies going for the relegations.
And MLC Stealth as well. I mean, Nuwa's been, as I said earlier, Nuwa's been a much more popular pick in Season 4, meaning that more than one person is picking her at this point, as only Xenotron has really played her at the end of Season 3. But in Season 4 so far, she's getting picked,
Bacchus.
Maybe once a day as Bacchus. He's looking at Joshi, and he's going to find Joshi. No Sunder needed. He's just going to flop on in, rebound, able to find one kill. Bass pops the Sunder, but Boss is looking to be the one who's going to fall rearward. He's going to find the double kill here, able to pick off the dual lane.
And Hombats, he's just at these oracles, making sure he takes those down. He was out of mana, so rotating to the fight would have just been another death for him. But 2 kills there very quickly for Rearward puts this game back up at even.
Yeah, as now with putting this even game kill-wise, taking a look over at the Golden experience, it's a very slight lead for Thy AI. Nothing to really write home to Mamba. In fact, even goal difference is fluctuating between the two experience, different 300. So at this point, they're playing from an even footing. They're really, really... I think that even though it doesn't matter as much, I think Thy AI want to win this game. They want to prove that they are not just this dominantly bottom side team. They want to show off that they can still take games off of teams like Deserted.
And it's also going to be good for them if they do take this game going into the next split if they make it through relegations. Because then they'd have that belief, that confidence that they know that they can win. They just need to perform to the same level that they do if they win this game.
Yeah, and bullying happening all around the map. Deserted forcing people underneath the tier 1 tower in the mid lane. They're going to go right on over for these elementals. Muppets able to pick that one up, and just a brief pop on over to the net worth chart. Just Moek sitting on top, which is no surprise, but then immediately after him, it's the big SB, and then every member of the AI so far has been able to outfarm everybody else. A lot of aggression in the mid lane, but Gorgonzola is completely fine.
Yeah, Gorgonzola, strangely enough, using his airstrike over the wall to then land into the middle of 3 people in the mid lane. Not really the safest play, but he gets out with the use of his purification. Well, look at the play damage right now. 7 minutes, 20 seconds into the game. Apollo doing a grand total of 48 damage.
He accidentally hit an auto attack. At this point, I mean, that is an incredibly low amount. It's Hestrix. He is in trouble, but immediately pops up into that new ultimate. Down comes rearward, looking for the damage. Muppet's eating way more than he meant to, and he's going to fall. Hestrix with an ultimate from Kepri on top of him. The boulder not going to do enough damage at this point. No, the Bluestone will, but the big SB, he's the next to fall. Rebound able to find that kill. Dash from half double missing, but the double tap is not going to miss. Gorgonzola, he knocks up what he can, but rearward cannot be knocked up in that Berserker's barrage, and Gorgonzola going to fall. Early advantage is now being taken for the AI as Joshi, he's looking for Moex, and he's looking to do more than just 46 damage as he is putting it on top of Moex right now, and now his team has showed up to help him get the kill. Rebound gets credited with the blood.
Well, this could be a Gold Fury, but the rest of the members of the AI, they were doing purple buff still, and now they're making a rotation over here. Bast is back up. He has his Sunder. He does not have Intoxicate, so no real skill potential here unless Big SB comes and helps him out.
The Big SB has also made the rotation. They're now looking at just killing Half Devil, really pops the Sunder on top of him. Big SB going inwards, and now the AI, they're making the decision that they should not keep pushing forward. Big SB still wants to fight here. Rebound, ultimate is available if he gets in bad spot, which he's just going to immediately pop, not risking anything. Good smart play coming out from Rebound there, and now should mean that Thy AI and Deserted all go back to where they're supposed to be.
But the Gold Fury is going to be started up here by Deserted instead. What looked like a potential take for Thy AI is turned around into Deserted, and they're going to take this objective without anybody really rotated to stop it.
They know. I mean, they know as you hear Thor actually come crashing down, trying to get there in time to steal it, but he's unable to. Yes, he is actually successful in doing so, but the ultimate comes out from Hoonbots, and now Muppets, he's in a little bit of trouble. Actually, Muppets is going to be the one to fall. His whole team abandoned him entirely. Muppets went in, and everybody else went out. Now Moex is rotating in, looking for what he can. Kraken not available. Boulder, however, is, as you noted, Gold Fury getting started up, and rearward trying to play defense, and Big SB not going to be in time.
No, the almost ricochets back onto rearward there. That might have been a kill at the double Bluestone tick.
that was way closer to hitting rearward. He was like, don't worry guys, calculated it. Speaking of rearward, 4-0-3 has been a part of every single kill so far, looking much more comfortable on this floor rather than the Ratatasker where he had kind of a rough game. The rearward this time around looking very strong.
He got bullied out of his jungle quite a lot on that Ratatasker, but with all helmets being on the Hombats, really relying on that Vino Weevil to bully people out of the enemy jungle, it's been a lot better of a game for him as Moex actually gets a kill onto him. The Caster's Curse, we were singing his praises.
We were singing his praises, and well, he's still a part of a whole bunch of kills. He's just now a part of some of the Deserted's kills as well. Went for the rotation on top of Moex, and Moex just immediately popped the Kraken and said, nope, not having any of this. Whirlpool was enough to finish him off. This Portal Demon being started up here by Deserted, and once again, they want to try for this early Portal Demon objective in order to get it. Flop in from Boss means it will be good, and Half Devil, well, he doesn't have enough mana, does pop the meditation, and now Joshi has made the rotation, looking at what he can. Defensive ultimate pop from All Hail Muppets. Everybody just wants to get out. Gorgonzola does not have that luxury. Moex teleported into danger. He teleported into the minion explosion, and he falls as well.
He just teleported in, instantly got down to 30% HP and died. Welcome to right lane.
It was like, don't worry, guys, I got all minions. I'm dead. That minion explosion. So the thing about Nuwa is that she has very unreliable damage between that minion explosion, where sometimes they just make the decision that they don't want to have any of it. Boss, he does not want to have any of rearward right now, but rearward is going to chase him down. Double tap not going to connect. Bluestone good enough, though. But rearward is probably dead for this against Gorgonzola. Gets knocked up, looking to run away, spinning around, trying to juke out, but he can't juke out from that one. Rebound able to find a kill. In the meantime, over on the big SB, so it's still a 2-for-1 trade overall. The AI, they're looking a lot more comfortable this game.
Yeah, Moix looks like he wants to have take 2 of that teleport into the right-hand side. He's not died instantly, so it's a massive improvement for him. He has his Kraken, he's looking aggressive still, but he's going aggressive against 3.
Yeah, and half double, he's going to pop the ultimate on top of himself instantly. Revive gets popped around. Moix not going to get hit by the minion explosion this time around. He gets knocked up, however, and Moix, it took a little bit longer, but very similar results. Moix will fall this time around as well.
There's going a build that I would have imagined Moix would have gone for. He's going to shoot the Magi do more, but he's got 4 deaths on it. It's not really getting the value it needs to, and then straight into the Fatalis for another bit of flat penetration, as well as the extra movement speed on basic attacks.
I would have liked to see the Gem of Isolation in place of do more here. I think it would have been a better grab overall. Speaking of grabs, Half Double's going to grab Bass, and Bass is getting CC'd down. Sunder, it can help you only so much. Hestrix gets credited with that kill. As well, I will say, for as good as Diane look, there's a lot of over-aggression. Gorgon's all immediately blown up by that hammer toss. He had the ultimate, just couldn't get out in time.
Yeah. One problem with the airstrike is that it takes a while to cast. I think it's about 1.5 seconds before you go up into the air. And in that 1 second, double tap just obliterates his HP.
Something else to note is that this is the patch where Nua's minions will no longer remove backdoor protections. That mechanic has been changed within Smite. So Nua minions, they're going to be nice because they can still tank it up. They're just not going to make something less tank.
No, so it's going to be a bit harder for Nua to allow push to happen onto these towers. But it's still going to be okay once Joshi gets some penetration online in the form of a Titan's Bane or maybe even an Executioner. Just so therefore he has some shred on these towers.
Oh, Rebound manages to steal away the blue buff with 1 cudgel. That hurts. Big SB put in so much work, and Rebound just walks up and takes it away. And now they're having a little bit of a talk war. Rebound walks up, taunts a little bit, SB laughs, and Rebound laughs right on back. The joys of the solo lane, it's its own world. As Bass, he gets hit by 1 auto attack from Joshi, but is still just going to run away A-okay.
Well, this has been a very different sort of game for Rebounds. He got an advantage early on in the last game, and Big SB managed to keep up with him with that mana, and even managed to overtake him after a couple of kills. This time, Rebounds finds himself at a 3-level advantage, and with 0 deaths on the board, he's looking incredibly more comfortable on this Sun Wukong.
Yeah, I think Zaire was like, you know what, let's just play gods that we like. Let's just play gods that we're comfortable on. Half Devil, you still have to play Khepri, so that kind of sucks for you. But overall, everybody's just looking like they feel better in these situations. And talking about relic choices here, the Bracer of Undoing comes out again, but this time it's going to be for the Big SB. He's going to go for this relic that you don't really see a whole lot on Hercules.
I mean, it's heals upon heals upon heals. Reward landing down in the middle of nowhere, teleporting out with him while he's a human. Unfortunate placement of the cripple from Moex, otherwise that probably would have been a kill onto the Thor.
There's a Blink on this Thor. Blink Thor. What do you got for me? You're an SPL coach. What do you got for me?
Blink into Unmissable Wall, I think. But Moex, he's having an unmissable amount of HP. And he's going to be having 0 HP in a second. Rebound lands down on top of him. All hail Muppets in the backside doing what he can to disrupt the fight, but it's going to be all for naught as come landing down as Joshi. He's all on low HP. Going to be noticing he went over the wall, but Half Devil claims it. Good play so far for the AI as they look to take the stranglehold of this Gold Fury.
That kill brought to you by Blink Thor is now pushing forward on this tier 2 tower in the mid lane is going to be Thy AI. They're going to wait for their minions to push on up to get rid of that backdoor protection. Big SB, he wants blood here, but Rebound is still there with a 3-level advantage. Hestrix putting on a little bit of poke, but it is still reasonably in favor. I mean, they're still fighting 3-on-1. 2v1 happens, however, for the Gold Fury as Thy AI are able to find it. And much different story this game versus last game. 6,000 gold and 8,500 experienced Thy AI. They're up big.
They're up big, and they're playing like they're up at least 10,000 at this point. They haven't managed to find all the towers just yet. Only 2 so far, the tier 1s in right and mid. But they did get the big one, which is the tier 1 in mid. It allows so much objective pressure throughout the entirety of the map because there's no safe haven for the rest of the Deserter to hide out in and defend the entirety of the map from. Instead, it's going to have to be that tier 2 in mid lane. A lot farther to walk towards these objectives, like the Portal Demon, which is being started up now.
Yeah, this time around, Thy AI, they're going to want to sneak one of their own. And Deserted, they have absolutely no clue. It gets done. Surrender Vote does start up. Yeah, I don't know if that'll go through yet, but it is not looking great for Deserted. Tier 1 tower does get dropped, however, by Moex. split push Poseidon towards victory. He's got 10 penetration. He's got 20 penetration coming out between his boots and his Fatalis. So all the split push in the world.
He's finally stayed alive for long enough, whereas Doomwolf has significant enough stacks to make it a worthwhile purchase, so he's starting to do the damage which he needs to. And he said he wanted to Gem of Isolation instead. Well, that's about to come up in his next build.
Yeah, Gem, Fatalis, Poseidon. Up in the air goes rearward. He's looking in the mid lane. However, not close enough. Gorgonzola able to run away. Double tap, also not going to connect. However, a ton of damage rearward. He actually could likely fall here. Now, Kepri ultimate gets put down on top of him. Now, Muppets, he might get turned on, but instead it's going to be Hestrix, who is running away, trying to fake out the big SB, who is currently having none of it really. Now, Big SB actually has no idea where Hestrix is at this point. Hestrix is just Big SB's shadow, and an immediate root comes out from Hestrix. Styles on Big SB a little bit, but it's not going to amount to much of anything.
Teleport away from Thor in the mid lane is being chased away by All Hail Muppets, but in the other side of the mid lane, Gorgonzola going to be found by Rebound. Devil was there as well, just to provide some more support. All Hail Muppets caught by the wall and the double tap. Going to leap in aggressively. He's looking for the return kill, but teleports to the wrong target.
And Rearward will be able to pick up the kill onto Muppets this time around, unable to find it. Meanwhile, Joshy and Hestrix are pushing down the solo lane tier 1 tower. SB is right there, but the minions are chasing him out, and the tower will finally fall. Advantage by AI again. They're just finding unanswered kills. And up into the sky goes Nuwa. Sanctuary forced out from Moex as he was worried about even more damage following him up.
Minions are going to go ahead and tank the tower. No backdoor protections have been removed, though, as you stated earlier. Moex looking aggressive, looking to just clear out these minions and make sure they're forced to tank the tower. But then comes the actual wave. Bill in mid lane, big 3-man flop and 3-man Intoxicate, as well as the bowler onto Half Devil. But they just can't kill this Kepri.
Yeah, too tanky now is Half Devil. He's got 2 defensive items online, as well as that Mark of the Vanguard. He is sitting pretty as Big SB pushes people in the wall, but they just, so far, deserted. They just don't have the damage to really kill anybody, even with things like this Sunder on Bacchus.
The Sunder is being used after most of the burst comes out. He needs to use it the second he flops in Sunder, and then into a Kraken, and then into his Intoxicate. And the gold difference right now sitting at just shy of 10,000 gold experience, 12,500. They're going to look for Rebound here. He's low, he does not have his Somersault Cloud, and Moex shuts him down with the Kraken.
Yeah, finally able to answer something back, but Muppets, he could be the next target on the list. However, Sanctuary and Purification force out. Rearward able to find the kill on a Muppets. Up into the sky goes Thor as he's looking to crash on down, and he crashes down into 2. He's looking at Moex here, and he might be able to find it. No, Moex able to turn around and find that kill as well. Running away is Hestrix, but he's going to get knocked up. However, runs the opposite direction. Smart play from Nuwa, but not smart enough. Big SB laughs right back in your face, and down falls Hestrix.
Trading out mid laner for mid laner. 2 for 3 trade overall for Deserted. But Joshy, he's the one that's making the aggressive plays. He was pushing up that mid lane. Big SB forced to teleport from the Gold Fury pit to defend it. Yeah,
as Joshy could have very likely gotten it, but now instead he's just going to run away, keep his own life on the line. Actually, I think it might have been smarter for Big SB to potentially just rotate underneath him and catch him out of position. No mana, no ultimate available. Joshy would have been surefire dead there, but instead teleports in and just wants to guarantee that that tier 2 is not falling anytime soon.
So a different build coming up from Joshy this time. He went for the Fatalis in the last game, but this time it's going to get in for the Executioner and the Ickvile. Not a build we've seen too often, considering that the Fatalis does give you that 10 penetration as well.
Yeah, I do expect Fatalis to come online eventually, as Big SB was trying to catch Joshy off guard, but Joshy knew he was there and just went ahead and popped his stuff.
That's the Sunder.
Now Bacchus is rotating on in, and just barely enough damage. Big SB able to find that kill. And once again, Big SB just going to laugh at a broken chariot.
The Sunder actually allows him to get the kill there, but very early, Malice coming out here for Jingwei as Rearward gets a kill as all hell weapons in the mid lane. Grouped up a lot more efficiently off Thai AI, and it's really starting to show as the picks seem to be going in their favor.
Yeah, so far, Thai AI are able to find a lot of advantages around the map, and Boss might be the next victim here. Half Double waiting to play Keeper, finds him, and is going to immediately catch him out with that root. Boss is going to fall. Gorgonzola eats so much more damage than I think he was really expecting from that Heartseeker double tap, and it is going to be the double kill for Rearward, able to make value out of that Hydra's Lament, and now they're going to look for this middle lane Phoenix, and it's a base race, boys. It's Poseidon and Hercules going up against a Nuwa and a Thor and a Kepri. But this time around, Rebound, he has made the rotation. He's looking to make sure that they cannot get this. And Joshi is now here. Moex, he's in a lot of trouble. Joshi just waits him out and is going to find the kill. Big SB, he's running away, but there's nowhere you can run away from this Wukong right now. He will fall. It is just a matter of...
Thor off the mark.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
It was to make him feel better. It was a false sense of comfort. Yeah. As Thor has been a part of 19 out of the 26 kills coming off of Thy AI, by far the actually no, even with the Nuwa, because Global Ultimate.
Oh yeah, Global Ultimate is the thing. Nuwa, the most skills-oriented character in the game. Press 4, receive whatever you want, pretty much.
To be fair, those minions are rough. Those minions can be pretty rough.
The minion AI sort of makes up for how easy the skill shot is on the fire shot.
Yeah, but at the same time, it also, Nuwa, she doesn't really do that much. It's kind of like, okay, this is just to see where you are. This is to finish off people who are below that 100 health threshold. See where you are, finish off people. Oh, it's actually 600 damage now. At the end game, once you can kind of get 6 items, you get that level 20. Nuwa's ult does a lot, but until then, it's more so used as a ward or just a finishing tool, which Hestrix has more so been using it for the vision or for extra damage at the start of a fight. Gold Fury gets started up here, and with how Joshi's swinging right now, the Gold Fury is already done. No Fatalis being picked up so far by Joshi, and Moex, he hasn't really gotten any value out of this pickup so far.
No, he managed to dance around the tier 2 tower on the right-hand side for a bit, but he still fell. He still died in the end. Up comes the Fatal Evil in mid lane. They're looking for a rear ward, but he gets up into the air, comes crashing back down onto 2 people. Out comes the Bowler as well, but no damage really sustained there by rear ward or Rebound.
And now Rebound, he is pushing forward. He wants Muppet's going to bird on forward, looking for what he can. Hits him with the spin, looking for the smack, and he's going to find it. Muppets gets put back into the graveyard. The Reunion Tour is canceled as now moving towards the left side Phoenix here. The AI, they're just going to keep on chugging along. This team has been looking very, very good this particular game, and the Phoenix will be the next victim.
2 Phoenixes down, tier 2 and the Phoenix of right still remain, but Xing Wei getting the split push on. Gorgonzola taking out the right side Phoenix by himself, has to come back to defend though as the Titan is already down to half HP. Rebound doing his job to keep Moex out of this fight, but he's coming back in because the pace is just that close. And Bars gets erased by Hestrix as the Renderboat starts, but the Titan falling very low. This should be game. Thy AI, they didn't win the first game, but they find some redemption in game 2.
They will be able to take game number 2. Doesn't mean anything other than a little bit of a confidence boost. The AI will still be going into relegations next week. Deserted will not. However, it's got to feel good to be able to find this one win at the end of a good 3 weeks.
Yeah, and speaking of the end of 3 weeks, we have the updated standings coming out to you on your screen any second now. New Game Plus, surprisingly, not getting the clean 3 wins throughout the entire 3 weeks. They lost their final game against Optimus Gang. Deserted and Optimus Gang both on 4 points each, but Deserted go away from relegations because they have that 2-0 over Optimus Gang. They win their head-to-head, and Thy AI, they got 2 points, but it's not good enough. They find themselves in last place.
Split with everybody but New Game Plus. If they split with New Game Plus, that actually could have created potentially something interesting after that 2-0, but unfortunately, not the reality here, as Thy AI will be getting dropped into relegations. It's not over for Optimus Gang and Thy AI yet. Next week, they will have to play out in those relegations against the top 2 teams from the Faceit Combine. So, I mean, at this point in time, but both of those teams look so good today, I honestly think that there's a good shot at them remaining in the circuit.
Yeah, there's massive opportunity for them to remain in the circuit. It just depends on how much research and how much effort they put into finding out exactly what these top two Combine teams are about. And I can't wait to see what goes on next week. A manic day of 12 games.
Yeah, it'll be that's going to be a fun thing to cast. But Challenger Circuit's not going to be over this week. Tune in tomorrow when we are going to be broadcasting for NA Challenger Circuit. Last week of that, I want to very quickly thank Hi-Rez for allowing us to put on this circuit. I want to thank our production guy, Extreme Man, for helping us with all the camera work, all of our admins over here at Tier Monster, and of course, Alpha Jackal for joining me on this cast.
I'd like to thank you for being so patient with me on the cast, and I'd like to thank everybody who came out to watch today, and also I'd like to thank Hi-Rez for allowing us to be on Hi-Rez TV. But that's going to do it for us for this week. My name is Alpha Jackal. You can find me on Twitter at Alpha Jackal. And do you want to do any shoutouts, D-Sync?
Yeah, you can also find me on Twitter at dsyncs, DYSYNCZ, where my Twitter icon is, of course, me as Aphrodite.
Of course it is.
Shout out to Aphrodite.
Okay,
So-
well, I'm gonna go off and try and forget Aphrodite now. We'll see you tomorrow.
afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to the SPL once again. This weekend, it's all Europe and NA. Today, we'll all be focused on Europe. It is week 3, and after this week, we will hit the halfway point in the spring split. So let's have a little look at the standings right now of Europe and see exactly how they all line up. At the top of the shop, you can see Valence Squad having a very good performance so far with their performances in the first 3 weeks, beating Sanguine, splitting with Energy, and also beating Cyclone. I've seen them rocket to the top, and at the bottom, Cyclone themselves in a bit of a struggle here at the moment, not having the greatest performance, bit behind in terms of points with only 1, and Sanguine, well, they're also sat on 0. So rough stuff at the bottom end. There's a nice little look at that, and then move on, we can actually look at what we're going to be seeing today. We're going to start things off over with Energy, the world champions, up against Cyclone. Energy will be using a substitute as well today, so we'll see how that works out for them. Following that, we'll see Valence Squadron up against Lion Guard, who also have substitutes, and Obey, and that's going to be against Elevate, which could be a very interesting match after the performances we saw out of Elevate just recently. And finally, to wrap up the day, Dignitas and Sanguine will go head-to-head, and maybe we'll see some more spicy junglers there as well. But without further ado, there's enough of wasting your time. We should head over to the casters now for set 1, which is Energy, looking to find some wins.
Thank you very much, Hindu. I'm Aggro. That's Toli. We're ready for some EU SPL Week 3, like Hindu mentioned, and we're kicking it off with Energy up against Cyclone. But like Hindu mentioned, Toli, Energy, they're playing with a sub this time around. World's MVP from Season 2, Yaman. He's not going to be here today. It's going to be Paria in the middle lane, formerly on the Poppies, Toli.
He hasn't had any SPL experience, so it's going to be interesting to see how he's going to be up against Cyclone GG. You know, one of these bottom-tier teams currently in the European standings, only finding 1 split, but it was a pretty strong split in the last week, and this is very important to close out this week, heading into the bye week with a bang.
Absolutely. I mean, Cyclone, they finally get on the board with a split last time, like you said, and they looked pretty strong doing so. They definitely are starting to get some momentum rolling, and what better way to get momentum than beating the defending world champions, even if they do have a substitute. Cyclone GG, despite being in 7th place, definitely has some potential to move up in the ranks. You could see that today up against Energy. Kabrakan, the first ban. Seen plenty of bans on that Guardian recently. Thoth and Zeus, 2 mid laners, taken off the board as well. It's going to be Hunbats focusing out, adapting. We've seen Hunbats just be a very, very comfortable pick for many of these European junglers.
It's very difficult to ban out adapting. I think the more important part for Cyclone GG's strategy is to take away an option from Energy that would disrupt the flow from Cyclone. And Hunbats is one of these guys that can play both offensively and defensively. Even if you shut down adapting, if he's playing the Hunbats, he's going to be able to make a lot of counter-aggressive plays and make rotations, which is why we see Ice Ice Baby pick up this Susanoo to play very aggressive from the very start.
It definitely feels like an Ice Ice Baby sort of god. He likes to play aggressively, and Susanoo absolutely lends himself to that with his kit. Thor, one of Adapting's quintessential picks, going to be the selection for Energy. Love this Kepri pick for Raffer right away in the first spot as well, making sure that he can keep his team alive because you know how aggressive they like to be, but also keep himself alive. A lot of Energy's strategy is baiting out Raffer, letting him absorb a lot of cooldowns, and then if you can find that Kepri ultimate on himself or reset the team fight, could be a big way for Energy to win.
That Rising Dawn is so important to mitigate damage and to allow Adapting to dive that backline on this Thor to revive him anytime he wants. And that's Energy's style, to even take away this Kepri before Sylvanas. A lot of teams have been preferring this support god because the fact that it helps you in the level 1 clear, the fact that your in-hands hit multiple targets.
Medusa, the selection here for Energy. If Yaman was here, I would say we don't necessarily know where this is going, but with Paria there, I don't really know what his god pool is like, though if I recall correctly, he was the hunter for the Poppies, so that could be in the middle lane here for Energy.
And that's something that Energy have to utilize to their fullest potential here. Allow Emilito and Paria here to still play the gods that they really want to and look for these team fights in the mid game. Now with Xing Chen being locked in for Dimi.
Yeah, the Guardians seem the focus here for Energy overall. They ban away 2 Guardians, Terra and Sobek in the second phase, and then pick one up for themselves in that solo lane. and it's going to be Neath. So it's most likely Medusa in the Hunter role, Neath in the mid lane, though we absolutely could see some flexibility there. Nike, we haven't seen at all yet in Season 4, if I remember correctly. Haven't seen her yet, but still has that amazing passive come late game.
Absolutely. It's very important to get that movement speed and the power as the game progresses. You know, you got to get 250 minions for the first one, 10 god kills on the second, and then 2 gods hitting level 20 on your teammates to get the third one. And that's going to be a lot of mobility and power once that late game form comes online for Cyclone GG. And looking at the composition from Energy with these double Hunters, double Guardians, and adapting playing the Thor, this is going to be very aggressive, I feel, from Energy. So Cyclone needs to figure out a way to hold off the early game.
Yeah, that's there's a lot of early game aggression on Cyclone's side, though, as well. You've got the Sylvanas for the early game push. Susano likes to play pretty aggressive in the early game, and then Azza's on her for vote. So you've got a nice balance for Cyclone, really relying on that Nike passive in the later stages, but having some early game pressure to get you there.
And it seems like there's going to be a little bit of a change-up. Ebelito is going to be going mid here while they're going to allow Paria to be in that duo lane by himself, with Raffer, just to make sure that the Neath is going to be comfortably farming, throwing out those global ultimates, and make sure that adapting has a little bit more synergy.
Yeah, just trying to get their substitute as comfortable as possible. Emilito still playing a Hunter, so he's going to be somewhat comfortable, though, adapting after his interview last week after Energy's wins, saying he wants to try and stay as far away from Emilito as possible. He's probably pretty upset that he has to deal with him in the middle lane there. And looks like the clear may favor Cyclone as adapting, taking a lot of damage here in the middle lane. The minions are hitting him as well, courtesy of that Bluestone pendant. So Cyclone getting a little bit of push power in the middle lane.
Very smart for Ice Ice Baby on the third strike of Stormcutter to use it defensively instead of offensively. Had he hit adapting there, he wouldn't have had an escape, and then the Bluestone would continue to tick onto adapting, which would in turn make the archers hit Ice Ice Baby. And the fact that he was already at about 33% health, that could have easily spilled first blood for Energy.
Deathwalker goes into the enemy jungle, steals away the 2 little guys on this buff camp, like we've seen so much happen in the duo lane, but not as much in the solo lane. He gets those 2, gets a little bit of experience his way, takes it away from Energy, but Dimmy's still able to get that blue buff. We haven't seen Nike in so long, Toli, and that's kind of surprising to me. How do you think her matchup goes with this Xing Chen in the solo lane?
Any Warrior versus Guardian is going to favor the Warrior in the early to mid stages of the laning phase. So I like the idea for Deathwalker to be able to pick that up and make sure that Cyclone GG will be in a good spot once those auras come online. Dimmy's not going to be able to really out-pressure Deathwalker on this Nike up until he gets the cooldown reduction, gets the Breastplate of Valor, he'll have the MP5, and then he'll be a very annoying force. But then keep in mind, Deathwalker's second ability on the Nike does give him a lot of HP 5 to contest Dimmy's HP 5 as well.
Whenever Nike was really meta in this solo lane, though I think that a lot of pro players really felt like she was better in the jungle anyways. Wolfie gonna get walled off here by adapting in the mid lane. Nice lacerate by Emilito as well. Purification beads used, but it's not gonna be enough as Emil finds first blood in the middle lane. Forced to Aegis as Ice Ice Baby still playing a little bit aggressive, has one more dash available, and Stormcutter is gonna be able to pick it up, but now he's got no escape.
Raffer is here to be able to secure the kill, but he's not done yet. The jet stream was used offensively by Ice Ice Baby. Seems that it was intercepted, but adapting messes up the wall, unfortunately. Callus is here to find some stain as well, so trading 1 for 1, but first blood going to Emilito playing this Medusa mid.
And you also get the purification beads out from Wolfie, which is so important in a matchup where you've got some character like Thor that can really force you into a CC situation from a distance or from surprise from that ultimate. Going back to the solo lane matchup that I was going to talk about, whenever Nike was meta in the solo lane, it was always, can I pick something that can interrupt Rend?
Yes.
Is Xing Chen able to do that safely enough with his second ability?
Yes, he can easily find the knock-up to interrupt the lane clear from Deathwalker, but at the same time, having those AoE in-hands from Nike is still going to help him out to somewhat clear the wave. And even if you do have to sacrifice a little bit of gold under the tower in the form of melee minions, in the long run, you're not going to be too far behind from this Guardian quite yet.
Not quite yet, at least. 1-1 early on here. Cyclone and Energy even, basically. A little bit of gold lead, but that's just from that first blood in the middle lane. Emilito hanging out with that first blood. Again, he uses his Aegis there in that situation. We talked about how important it is that Wolfie's Purification beads is down, but Emilito is really under the same boat. Has to be careful of any gank potential from Ice Ice Baby. And the knock-up combination from Kalas and the raw snipe can be absolutely brutal, and he's got to be worried about that. How difficult is it to spend so much time playing the hunter role and then be told, all right, go play mid for this set.
Especially in Season 4, where the action has slowed down in the hunter position, you definitely have to have that on-off mentality switch where you're going to be expected to be in the thick of things from the very beginning. And just like that, Emelito, you know, he got the first blood, but he died in return. So now he's going to have to respect this, but he was a little bit too far out.
A little bit. Nice pull back in from Ice Ice Baby. And then again from Collis. There's the root and there's the snipe. Just like I was talking about, Wolfie able to find Emelito right as the speed buff spawns for Energy. Dimmy trying to secure it with his ultimate, but Ice Ice Baby used his as well. Wolfie getting pretty low there. There's the dunk in from Adapting, but a great win siphon. Gonna peel him off for now, but Wolfie does fall to the hand of the jungler. Dimmy's still trying to run away here, but it looks like Wolfie's gonna be the only casualty.
And the speed buff was successfully stolen away, so Adapting's not gonna have that one available to him. So trading out both mid laners yet again. This seems to be the theme for this part of the game. Heading into the 5-minute mark. Dual lane, we haven't really seen too much of Paria now, but with both supports gone, this is going to be a one-on-one for a majority of the time. And still working on the Transcendence for now. Paria's going to be having a little bit of difficulty in terms of keeping up with the mobility from Vote.
Yeah, Vote must really want to take this boxing matchup because as one of the more aggressive hunters in the SPL, always looking to fight, and then you're up against a substitute who's playing something like Neath that can be kind of easily exploited in lane if you play aggressively enough. Vote must have his eyes looking like dinner plates.
He definitely wants to take advantage of this, but Paria is comfortable just farming it up. He's not trying to look for any sort of trade potential. He just wants to be able to secure the wave with his own ability. We saw the fact that Vote looked for the offensive impale, didn't hit it, and Paria was like, all right, I'm not going to look for my offensive route on you. I'm just going to clear the whole wave and then look to rotate and maximize my farm by splitting those oracles with Adapting.
You could see a Chalice of the Oracle picked up by Ice Ice Baby. We see this a lot on supports in particular. Mid laners have started to pick it up here and there. It's kind of team dependent on what the dynamic is. I think this is the first time we've seen one on a jungler. 400 gold that you don't get anything for selling back is a pretty big investment for someone like Susano, who really wants to be impactful in the early stages of the game. Would you have rather seen him use that 400 gold towards items?
I definitely would, but at the same time, it makes a little sense to see it onto Ice Ice Baby playing the Susanoo. The fact that Susanoo has so much mobility in the jungle, you're going to be putting yourself in a great offensive position anytime you really want to. Just like this, Ice Ice Baby is positioned between the red and the purple buff of Energy, looking for more plays with Callus into the mid lane.
Wrapping around the backside, no ward coverage. There's the blink, there's the ult. Emelito immediately gets crushed there, but the Raffer's ultimate saves him for now. Great dunk in from Adapting. Raffer is going to fall because of the rotation from Deathwalker. Great pull onto Adapting. He's going to fall back. Whirlwind of Rage and Steel, that's going to hit just about nobody. Dimmy trying to pick up a kill.
Oh, great interception from Ice Ice Baby on the World Weaver. Adapting was thinking about going back in, but if he hammered in, he would more than likely be in a lot of trouble trying to find the trade kill. This time around, Cyclone, they find 2 kills, which was unresponded by Energy, and just like that, Paria, he's looking for some good synergy with Dimmy on these cleanup kills, but great interception, whether or not it was intentional by Cyclone.
Vote just trying to zone Paria away from this wave, and that gank really coming to you because of the lack of ward coverage for Energy. Look at how many red dots are littered through the jungle right now. Early on in this game too, right around 7 minutes, and there's so much ward coverage for Cyclone. Energy had no idea they were getting wrapped around on. Raffer kind of overestimated how much damage Emelito was going to take early on, and an awesome rotation from Deathwalker, perfectly timed. A nice Desert's Fury there from Vote to give him that CC immunity to make sure he wasn't getting abducted in, using the very last of his mana. But with Collis here, no more aggression from Energy.
Also going to have the MP5 from that little Sprout, and I like this idea. Look at this, the Golf here being started by Cyclone GG. They have the ultimate from Wolfie, but it does get spotted out by Energy. And I like the fact that we saw Vote use his ultimate instead of the Purification Beads, recognizing that he was either going to have to ult, jump, or use his beads there, and if he jumped, he would have probably have to get pulled anyway, so he would have used the beads, so therefore using his Desert Fury, negating that whole effect, saves him a lot of time, because the ultimate out of the Yonher is 90 seconds, whereas it's a much longer on the Purification Beads.
Absolutely, and one of the things I'm really liking about Cyclone's gameplay so far here in this first set of the day is how aggressive they're being. Cyclones seem to fall behind whenever they were being very reactionary, not trying to take their first footstep forward. This time around, they're the ones trying to force the fights onto Energy, and it's working out in their favor.
It's dictated based off of their picks and bans. With that ban from Hunbats, with their early pick from the Susanoo, you could tell that they wanted to have a lot of early action right from the beginning, and so far so good. 4-2, but they're not really up too much gold here. They did give up the first blood. It was actually Wolfie that died first, so this is why Energy got that initial gold spike, and we haven't really seen too many invades coming out of Cyclone GG. They did steal away that speed buff that one time, but nothing really more after that.
No, not quite. And they lose Wolfie in that invade anyway, so it's not really too much of a net gain for them in that situation. But this game is basically even, and this has been Energy's kind of MO for the most part. They're willing to let you win the early stages of the game at times. They're also pick high pressure compositions that they'd never let you get online, but they can absolutely play from behind and get back into the game. Paria gonna eat an impale and immediately forced to use his purification. Backflip. Kalas is there, but who cares? Vote with the solo kill onto the substitute for Energy, and that's exactly what Cyclone need to do consistently, is abuse this duo lane where they have the opportunity.
That's one of the most important plays to do as a hunter. You have to be able to hold that corner right around the purple buff just to catch the opposing hunter out of position and off guard. And the fact that he was positioned right around that purple buff, we see the ward from Energy, but it was behind the Gold Fury. It wasn't actually right on that crevice of the purple, so getting caught out of position, especially by an on her, he has that kind of burst potential up until Paria gets the Aegis. That's going to be a play that Vogue can make every single time.
And Paria made that exact same mistake earlier, thought better of it, went around the backside. We saw Vote kind of there making sure that Paria couldn't come in and farm the wave, and then just doesn't respect how aggressive Vote likes to play, how far up in the lane he likes to be. And as a result, he's going to fall to the solo kill for Vote. But like I was talking about, Energy's usually used to being okay with being behind. They'll come back in around the 15, 20-minute mark, wherever it may be. But that's because they have that fail-safe in Emilito. They've got that hunter that they know can carry in the late game. Paria might have that opportunity, but you can't guarantee it like you can with your longtime teammate. So do you think Energy was trying to get ahead early, and do you think they're concerned that they aren't?
Well, in the late game, Energy's going to have some issues dealing with the sustain out of Wolfie and Kalas, so they're going to need to have a little bit of anti-healing options if they're going to make an impact. Now, in the early game, they've been making some counterplays, but nothing too much aggressively in terms of adapting's ultimate on either of these side lanes. I would like to see him make some of these rotations, but the wards coming out of Cyclone GG make it very difficult for Energy to really find any loophole to really exploit.
Yeah, can we take a look at wards placed, please? Because we've seen the no Chalice of the Oracle for Energy. Dimmy's doing a pretty good job, but look at across the board, it's overall in Cyclone's favor. Paria gonna eat another impale. Vote doesn't want to all-in commit because of where Raffer is on the map. You can see Cyclone knows exactly where he is, but again, just poking out the substitute for Energy, trying to exploit that weakness.
Finding the Oracles is Cyclone GG, even controlling some more vision on the map, and the rotation from Wolfie. They were thinking about starting up the Gold Fury, but too close is the rest of Energy, starting up those left mids, but Kalas blinking in, he finds the ultimate.
Typhoon gonna hit the mark onto Adapting, but Emilito's gonna be able to dash away as will Adapting. Raffer still trying to make everything happen. Dimmy's teleported in here to make sure Energy isn't too far behind, but meanwhile, Paria on the left-hand side, soloed again. Vote has committed his jump, but the rest of Cyclone here, no way Energy can punish him.
They're going to find Kalas back on with Dimmy's ultimate, taking a little bit of poke, going to find some more sustain. The ultimate from Raffer, going to keep Dimmy alive for a little bit longer, but looking for great patience out of Cyclone GG. They don't allow the revive.
Love the pull in there from Kalas, and then like you mentioned, the patience to wait out that Scarab's Blessing. 2 for 0. Cyclone up in the kill department right now. Emilito getting pressured out by Deathwalker while the rest of Cyclone wants to do the Gold Fury, but Adapting comes crashing down on the backside. Deathwalker is able to pick up Emilito. Adapting still trying to get away, but a great teleport in from Ice Ice Baby. Nowhere for him to go. Adapting falls to the enemy jungler. 9-2. Cyclone in the lead.
They find 4 kills, and now they're finding the Gold Fury. Cyclone GG, they're looking like they're going to have a great early pace of this game. The question is, how can they secure this a little bit harder? They find themselves a little bit up here, 3,000 experience, 2,500 gold, but this is not a lead where you could just start sieging tier 1s and tier 2s right off the bat. They still need to get a little bit more levels here for Wolfie and Kalas to really get their sustain options online.
And they've got a great, like we mentioned, they've got great late game potential with that Nike passive. They're just waiting for that to be fulfilled. They're only 1 kill away from fulfilling one of those. Right around now is when you'll start to see them finish off the 250 minions as well, and then it only takes a couple level 20s for them to complete that Nike passive. Energy's got a pretty good late game as well. Of course, they do have the double hunter, but Neath not exactly the late game carry you're looking for. You really wanted Paria to get some sort of even lead or just an outright lead in this duo lane, and it's been the exact opposite of what's been happening. Vote really taking advantage of the sub.
And something we haven't really discussed this game is their lack of magical damage coming out of Energy between the Raffer playing the Khepri as well as Dimi playing the Xing Chen, especially going for a very tanky like Xing Chen as you're supposed to in the solo lane. That's going to limit the true potential out of Energy. Cyclone GG can really build into a lot of these physical defense items, which is why we also see Deathwalker negate magical defense, go straight into the Mystical Mail, making sure that he can dive the backline, stick onto these Hunters, no problem.
Absolutely, and he's got a Sunder as well, just trying to make sure that Cyclone will have enough damage in any sort of scenario that they may need it. Ice Baby and Kalas on the right-hand side here, looking to try and make something happen, but all of Energy are just going to back away. And by all of Energy, I just mean Raffer and Dimi. So, Cyclone, they're going to start up this Portal Demon. Adapting does have his ultimate, and he's lurking around the backside. Portal Demon getting low. There comes the crash down in from Adapting. Portal Demon goes the way of Energy. They steal it away.
They're going to be able to continue the aggression as well. Isis is very low, force the jet stream out. Energy is content with stealing this and retreating. They're going to be able to get in and out of the action, taking that portal. But small little victory like that for Energy is what's going to keep them in the game. Now, they make sure that Cyclone GG don't get that 750 gold, and they cut the lead.
Ice Baby gonna get poked out a little bit there by that wall and double tap combination. Raffer finding the pull onto Kalas, but he's still so tanky.
Great
Adapting,
pillar.
trying to do a little bit of damage, but that zoning pillar from Vote, excellent.
Great pillar because it actually stopped the movement from Dimi getting closer to find the knock-up continuation, because Raffer found the initial pull onto Kalas, and then shortly after, Dimi was looking for that knock-up but being denied by Vote's pillar. This is the kind of synergy that Cyclone really need to keep using if they want to find some more wins here in the SPL.
Look at the confidence from Vote, willing to stand in front of two players from Energy and just trying to secure both Oracles. He only ends up getting one, but able to jump away without any sort of problem. We haven't really mentioned Raffer's build quite yet. A couple interesting things there. Goes for the Bumba's Mask right away, then finishes off the Traveler's Shoes, but he picked up Wrath at level 1, or Hand of the Gods rather, at level 1. We haven't really seen a whole lot of Hog from anyone except for Raffer, but he seems to really like this relic right away.
It's a good idea to look for some invades with the Hand of the Gods, but at this stage it doesn't seem very fruitful quite yet. Nice patience on the jet stream, waiting out the initial route from Raffer, finding a little bit of poke onto Paria, but with the second ability from Neve, it's going to be able to top it off quite nice. And going back onto the build from Raffer with this Traveler Shoes, Mark of the Vanguard into Hand of the Gods, you're also looking to secure some of these objectives. You have 300 damage with Hand of the Gods plus 10 per level, and it's not as much as Wolfie's Raw Snipe, obviously, but it's still something to maybe look for the steal.
Absolutely, you can try and make a play with it. Maybe that could have come into play on that Portal Demon there where you're riding along with Adapting as it happened, but maybe that was the difference maker for Energy. Regardless, Cyclone, they're the ones still in the lead, 9-2 in kills, but only about 2,000 gold, so even despite the big kill disparity, Energy staying close in terms of farm.
It's still very playable here for Energy. Left-hand side Raffer paired up with Paria, trying to stop the aggression coming out of Vote. And this is very beneficial for Cyclone here to get two members here on the left-hand side. It opens up the window for any plays to happen in middle or on the right. And great patience also from Emilito just to be able to hold off in the mid lane. He was getting picked off quite a lot in the early game and then 2 more times in certain team fights, but he hasn't been really focused any longer with the vision control from Cyclone.
Well, it's a little bit harder in the mid lane, especially when you're playing a character that you're used to playing, like Medusa, as Emilito finds a nice seal into the blue buff. He's playing a character that he's used to, and by 17 minutes, oh, I should be, level 18 and have this many items, but in the mid lane, your farm is much more contested, and as a result, you're kind of playing with a lead you might not have. Tier 1 tower getting sieged here by Cyclone. Raffer going to take a lot of damage right away. Petrify is good from Emilito, but the knockup from the Typhoon is also excellent. Scarab's Blessing saves Raffer's life for now. Adapting, finds 2 with the ultimate. World Weaver onto Vote. Knockup there by Kalas, trying to get everyone away, but Deathwalker's made the rotation.
The hammer is down from Adapting. We see Deathwalker doing a lot of damage, zoning so many away. Dimi doing the same thing, being paired up now with Paria, finding the backflip under the safety of the Tier 1 tower. And that aggressive play from Cyclone GG was based off of the rotation coming from Emilito, rotating over his own Sentry Ward just to steal his blue buff, open up the window to for Cyclone to get that tier 1 tower, or at least get it down to half health. And with the sustain from Callus and Wolfie, despite not necessarily securing the objective right now, they're going to try for round 2.
0 anti-heal available for Energy, and you can see just how healthy everyone from Cyclone is. And Energy has no ults ready to go to try and defend this tier 1 tower. They do still have a decent amount of poke from a distance, though, and so Cyclone, they're going to back up as the Gold Fury has respawned. They've got the control. Wolfie, the only one with an ultimate on the side of Cyclone. Dimmy's got that Whirlwind of Rage and Steel, and he's coming around the backside looking for it. There's a pull in from Ice Ice Baby. Dimmy finds 2, throws him directly at Emilito. Searing Pain finds no one, and Paria gets on the board.
And that's a great pickoff, taking away 1 sustain option from Cyclone. They still have Wolfie on the raw, but if they're going to find another pull here for Energy, that could be another pick. There's a lot of relics being down here on the side of Cyclone GG with this Gold Fury being up. It's going to be a 5-on-4 advantage for Energy.
Raffer has the hog. He's looking to secure the Gold Fury with it, and he will. It goes the way of Energy, adapting up in that Anvil of Dawn. Recognizes that everyone is backed up. They already got the objective. No reason to force it any longer. Energy get a kill and the Gold Fury, and all of a sudden, the gold lead is completely gone for Cyclone. Completely even game at the 19-minute mark.
You can never count Energy out at any stage of the game. They were only down about, 2,500 gold at one point, 3,000 experience, just like that. They're back in it off of the nice plays, being able to wrap around that Gold Fury between your 2 tanky Guardians, and a lot of abilities were used there onto Dimmy. He took a little bit of poke there initially, but hold that thought. Adapting going to take a little bit more poke. Seems like Energy really want to dive this.
But Susano is just so mobile. It's going to be difficult for anyone from Energy to catch up to him, though he does use up Purification, so Ice Ice Baby gonna have to be a little bit wary of those dunks from adapting for the next 2 minutes plus. Tier 1 tower on the right-hand side now trying to get siege down. Emilito gonna blink away, or dash away, but the blink from Kalas catches him and forces out that Purification bead.
Still finding the tier 1 tower on the right-hand side. That was the whole play from Energy. You force out Ice Ice Baby, you do a lot of damage to him. Just forcing the Purification beads was the icing on the cake, but their goal initially was just to create enough space to be able to get that extra 500 gold.
Dimmy teleports in to try and defend this Portal Demon. Last time it went the way of Energy despite Cyclone starting it up. That's exactly what the defending world champs are trying to do again, but it's only Raffer, Dimmy, and Emilito here adapting, still coming in from base. Petrified not going to be there to secure it as Cyclone grabbed the Portal Demon, but Dimmy grabs Kalas, throws him back into the team. Typhoon gonna knock up 3, but adapting is back and he finds 2.
Vote's going to take a lot of damage, forced into the Aegis. Callus is very low as well, stunning out Vote, finding the first pick of this team fight. Getting pulled back in is Deathwalker. He's taking a lot of damage, but he's doing quite a lot in return. A lot of members from Energy rather low. Everyone has to back off, though, from Cyclone GG. Adapting goes back in.
He's looking for it, but Wolfie immediately finds him with that first ability, the Celestial Beam. Ice Ice Baby trying to get away from everyone. Scarab's Blessing pop by Emilito, but Kalas has used that teleporter, and he's right back in the action. Paria trying to get away from 2 members of Cyclone. The substitute for Energy trying to get away.
He missed.
Can't quite find the Spirit Arrow. Backflip's good, but the pull from Kalas is not, and the Neath able to walk away with her life.
What turned into be a 1-for-0 for Energy, losing also the Portal Demon, turned into be a 1-for-1 off of Adapting's very aggressive hammer in there, surprisingly enough. That's not something that he's known to be doing all the time with his teammates, rather. Sometimes you'll see him make very aggressive plays and rank, but he's usually very calculated in terms of when he goes in there. Now, Callus was very low, and he really wanted that kill, but the rest of his teammates just weren't in position to bail him out.
Not quite. I think he had his Aegis up, but just mistimed it, couldn't find it quite. Kalas uses his ultimate to immune Dimmies as Deathwalker jumps into the back, trying to find some damage onto Emilito, but he's the one who's getting a lot of damage returned onto him. The Abduct is good. There's the dunk in, and a huge Petrify from Emilito is going to pick up Kalas. Vote forced to jump away. The Typhoon there just to get everyone from Cyclone out of danger, and Energy only find the support player.
They're still going to be utilizing the sustain from Wolfie, though, backing off. The Fire Giant could be looked at potentially for Energy, depending on how far away Cyclone lean, but it's not going to be very easy for Energy to get anything off of this one pick. Callus only dead here for 15 seconds. Gold Fury still not up for another minute and a half.
You can see how much healing Cyclone has done. 10,000 there for Wolfie, another 5,000 on top of that for Kalas, and big goose eggs across the board for Energy. They've got no response to any sort of healing on their side, though they have started to pick up some healing reduction. Tier 1 tower gonna try and get sieged down here by Energy. Deathwalker rooted in place. Dimmy still trying to frontline. Deathwalker taking a lot of damage, but a massive shield from Sentinel of Zeus means the energy's not going to be able to find a kill on him anytime soon. They are able to knock down that tier 1 tower, though, granting them 500 gold across the team.
Very slow and steady is Energy's progression, and these team fights have been favoring them, even though they don't have the same sustain out of Cyclone, because of the positioning of these team fights. All the ultimates from Emilito has just been on point, doing so much massive damage, petrifying even some members out of Cyclone GG. And the fact of the matter is, taking out Callus this early in these team fights has been so beneficial. That's a huge sustain option stripped away. Despite it not matching Wolfie entirely, it's still around 6,000 healing.
Yeah, it's quite a bit. And you got to give, like you mentioned there, the petrifies from Emilito have been game-changing. Energy's winning these team fights off of that AoE ultimate, because they don't have a lot of AoE to talk about. I mean, Neith's basically single target, though you do have some, you can hit multiple people with the root, but that's in a dream sort of scenario. When you don't have a mage, you don't have someone like a Ra or a Poseidon, someone whose job is to do AoE damage, you could be lacking, and that's where Emilito's had a really, really strong game, making up for that lack in Energy's draft.
Adapting, taking a lot of damage. The ultimate getting intercepted yet again. Wolfie intercepts it. He's going to be probably focused out here, but great positioning from Callus. Is going to intercept a dash from Raffer. Dimmy is here as well, trying to look for a potential play. Ice's Baby is poked out, but having 2 sustain options, it will be back no problem. They also have adapting coming from Energy just to be able to defend that tier 1 tower on the right-hand side, with Deathwalker trying to find some more gold for his team.
One swing's all it's going to take as the solo laner for Cyclone finds his oppose's tower, able to get that 500 gold like you mentioned. 5 to 10, read the kills. Cyclone still a little bit ahead.
Deathwalker going very physical defense oriented here. Mystical Mail, Margardian Mail, even Hide of the Urchin, having a little bit of magical defense to deal with Dimmy and Raffer, but more than likely he's going to stick on those hunters. That's what you have to do, especially with Margardian Mail, slowing your movement speed and attack speed.
I love this build coming out of Deathwalker, because even if you do build some magical defense up against someone like Xing Chen, he's doing percent damage with Furious Roar anyways, so it doesn't really matter that much. I love this build, just focusing on shutting down this double hunter composition from Energy. And one thing I didn't really mention, we haven't mentioned quite yet, we've talked a lot about the sustain on Cyclone's side. There is a little bit of innate anti-heal here for Energy. If Emilito can dash aggressively, Lacerate takes a lot of healing off the enemy team, a substantial healing debuff for quite some time. So if ML's able to play aggressive, they could try and find someone like Collis out of position very easily.
That's true. He does have 50% anti-healing off of that Lacerate, but putting himself out of position, he has to be very calculating about when he does find the Lacerate. Energy are positioning themselves around this gold here. It seems that Vote is going to poke his head around the corner, but it doesn't look like Paria really wants to take it quite yet. He's going to be looking for more farm on the left before these team fights continue.
In response to this build from Deathwalker, I really like what both Paria and Emilito have gone for. Not the crit. You can't go crit into a build like that, because you're going to be critting them for like 200 damage. Instead, pure penetration on both sides, trying to punch through all that physical defense that Deathwalker has built. But again, we saw, so Collis and Cyclone's set last time, they went up against a 4 physical composition or a double hunter composition, something along those lines. No sovereignty. And again, no sovereignty here. Going for Shield of Regrowth instead. Is sovereignty just not as good as a lot of other support players think it is? Or what's the reasoning behind going for Shield of Regrowth instead of that AoE team buff?
It's just all about the mobility and finding the right positioning to be able to get off your Wrath of Terror whenever you want to. He does still have the Gauntlet of Thieves, which still gives you a little bit of physical protections and magical, but he could look for the sovereignty a little bit later on. You know, you're also sacrificing not having that 25 HP 5 aura or so on the sovereignty, but Dimmy doing a good job buying time for the rest of Energy to rotate.
Adapting comes crashing down, but can't find anyone. Portal Demon goes the way of Energy, and they picked up the Gold Fury as well, as Cyclone was positioning themselves around this right side objective instead of on the left. A big gold spike in Energy's favor because of that. Cyclone just caught sleeping a little bit there, totally.
This is the difference between the two tiers. Now, despite Energy struggling a little bit so far this split, you know, losing to Obey, splitting against Valen Squadron, beating Elevate earlier on, they're still expected to be this top-tier team. They've won the Smite World Championship 2 years in a row, and this is them showing why they still have remained the top-tier team, despite having a substitute for this set currently right before the bye week. They're still looking very solid.
Adapting pulled in beautifully by Collis. There's the beats and the agates, but Adapting still in a ton of trouble. Scarab's blessing from Raffer. Gonna be able to get him out of danger for now. Deathwalker, despite all that physical protection, it's not gonna help him out as Perea shreds him with the help of Emilito. Shoutouts to the Abduct, locking Deathwalker in, silenced forever. Never got a chance to get that ultimate off.
Just jumped over the wall. Nobody else from his team was in position to bail him out of danger, and he didn't even have time to use his ultimate to get that initial shield. It seemed to me like he was doing a little bit of a bait play where he would jump in, absorb some cooldowns, pop his 2, use his ultimate to be able to get that 60% health shield, but those chain CCs coming out of Energy were just too much, and the physical defense, like you mentioned, just did not take into effect.
We think of Khepri as this defensive support who's there to revive, but he's also excellent on the offense if you can find that Abduct. Great lockdown for anybody. Kalas here in the front line trying to stop Energy from doing this Fire Giant. He's tossed directly into the Petrify as Energy, they want to fight instead of doing the objective. Ice Babies around the backside, but Kalas walled off from the rest of his team. Emilito picks him up.
Typhoon gonna dissect through the team fight, only knocking up 1, forcing out some relics from others. Ice Baby still lingering around on the bottom hand side. We hear the aura coming online from Nike doing its work between the damage and the movement speed. Once Vote does hit level 20, that's going to be all 3 auras. Ice Baby, though, nice beats to be able to run away. Even uses his second ability to get that 4% additional movement speed, adapting, using his hammer, though, trying to cut off Ice Baby.
Trying to find him, but he's so fast. Ice's got that Storm Kata now, and Adapting, he's just going to go back to that Fire Giant side as it's been started up again by Energy. Dimmy is here, Wolfie very, very low. Emilito dashing forward, trying to find it. There's a Sentinel of Zeus as Dimmy picks up the enemy mid laner. Deathwalker frontlining this time with that shield, but a great double root from Perea forces him to jump away and pokes out Vote quite a bit.
Not having Ice Baby in that team fight was very impactful. Cyclone going to lose out Wolfie. It's going to hurt also their attempts to steal this Fire Giant for the next 30 seconds. That's a big burst damage from that Searing Pain, not available to Cyclone GG. Energy could easily look for this Gold Fury now, or this Fire Giant.
And I love, and I'm a little bit curious about this build from Wolfie, and we see Rod of Asclepius be very core on Ra, usually 3rd item. Instead he's gone for the Book of Thoth, but the Rod of Asclepius still isn't completed. Rod of Healing gonna give you a little bit of a healing boost, but it would have, this healing has been nuts already from Cyclone. It could have been even better if he had picked up that Rod of Asclepius.
Especially having more health to survive, being a little bit more slippery with the movement speed that it provides you, not to mention the Raw's pass. It gives you movement speed per stack that you have, up to 3 stacks. A little bit of out of position as Rafford taking a lot of damage, but the rest of his team is there. Ice Baby, surprisingly enough, all the way on the left.
He does have a lot of mobility, but no global ultimate, and so Energy, they're content to start up this Fire Giant. Ice Baby in the middle lane, trying to make sure he doesn't get spotted out by that minion wave, but I don't know if Cyclone's gonna be here in time. Fire Giant gets bursted, Energy are able to snag it, no problem.
And they're gonna run away for free, it seems. Dimmy's gonna be on the bottom backhand side of the Fire Giant. Callus trying to lead the charge, but the rest of his team is going to middle instead. Very suspicious play coming out of Cyclone, not really utilizing their teamwork together.
This is what we see from Cyclone time and time again. They had a great early game, they looked phenomenal, they were beating the world champs, yes, with the sub, but whatever, they still look like they're good. And they, remember, Cyclone beat Energy at full strength last season during the online split, I believe during this fall split, was able to take a split off of them, but then they just give up a free objective, they give up a free Gold Fury, which allows Energy to get in the lead, and then a free Fire Giant with no sort of contest whatsoever.
The problem was the vision from Energy was just too good. Left-hand side, Ice Baby was spotted as he was making the rotation, so they knew they had enough time to just force it out. Now Energy, they're trying to siege this tier 2 tower. Deathwalker diving in the backline, doing his ultimate just to get a huge shield off, but it doesn't buy too much time. The Callus ultimate hit nobody.
And there's the dunk in from Adapting, finds the beads out of Wolfie, but Dimmy immediately tosses him back into the team. Petrify picks him up and stuns Ice Baby as well. The rest of Cyclone on the run. Energy just sieging down the middle lane. Emilito picks up 2 there, trying to make sure he doesn't fall. In fact, will fall intentionally to get revived by that Scarab's Blessing. A lot of towers still up though, and Energy, as a result, just gonna back up, can't quite siege down that Titan despite the 5v2.
Having too much protections, too much health, taking too much damage in return. The Fire Giant on everybody for energy. Not confident enough quite yet to lock out this game. It seems like they want to have a guaranteed win. And it makes sense here too, because they don't have these full builds quite yet. They want to make sure that this Titan is going to get absolutely melted. And they also want to have their cooldowns available in case things get a little sticky.
A lot of big ultimates kind of burned there by Cyclone when they didn't need to be. If Kalas had his ultimate, maybe they can turn that around. I think he tried to blink in and immediately was put into combat, so he ends up just ulting in place. Unfortunate situation for the support player for Cyclone, who's made a lot of highlight reel plays today, really set up a lot of the early game pressure for Cyclone.
This is why we saw Deathwalker initially go into that backline, being expected to follow up was Kalas, but being in combat is a very tricky thing for a lot of these supports players. You have to normally play in the front line to be able to absorb these cooldowns, but at the same time, you have to balance that factor out in terms of not getting into combat. So with that in mind, the middle Phoenix falls, 2 towers in the left falls as well for Cyclone. Energy utilizing this Fire Giant rather effectively, already up almost 11,000 gold.
Yeah, this is a dire spot for Cyclone. The good news for them is they only have 1 Phoenix down, and they've knocked down every tier 1 tower for Energy. So if they're able to find a clean deicide, they could possibly push to end the game with how long the respawn timers are here at the 33-minute mark. 2 rituals have been picked up for Energy. And that's kind of surprising to see their selections. We've seen most teams really prioritize Frenzy as the first ritual they want to pick up, but both Hunters, Paria and Emilito, going for the Flickering ritual, the Combat Blink.
Valuing their lives more than the teamfight potential. Energy rely on each other, making sure that everyone is playing off of one another, and that's going to be very important for these Hunters. If Raffer and Adapting and Demi go aggressively, then there's no real peel for these 2 Hunters, so they're going to rely on these rituals just to be able to peel for themselves up until the cooldowns for the rest of the frontliners of Energy come back online. So this is going to be interesting to see how this Phoenix Siege is going to happen without this Frenzied ritual.
20 seconds left on the Fire Giant. Energy trying to get it. There's the blink in from Collins, successful this time around, but the backflip saves Paria from the Searing Pain, and he makes the support player pay. Deathwalker has the big shield from Sentinel of Zeus, trying to trade out into the back line, but Adapting crashes into his. The World Weaver picks up the enemy Hunter. Paria finds his revenge in the late game. Wolfie plucked back in. He's gonna fall as well. Energy didn't have the greatest of early games, but looks to have turned it around here in game 1.
It doesn't matter how you get the job done as long as it's been complete. Energy, they're looking to find their first win of this set. So far, so good out of this 2-time world defending champions, even without their mid laner.
Deathwalker plucked back in. That's been the story. Just the abduct has been on Deathwalker every single time. Emilito gonna feed 1 more death to the enemy team when he gets the chance, but Energy take it 14-11 in a pretty close matchup here. 35 minutes. It took quite a bit of effort there from Energy to pull that one out.
Yes, but at the end of the day, it was a great performance. They locked it down, and they made sure that they don't drop a game to Cyclone GG. This is also a test before the bye week, because you don't want to go into the bye week with any losses right now. That's going to disrupt your mentality. You want to make sure that you put yourself in the best possible position.
That's true, and Energy, they're in 5th place right now, totally. I mean, they've not had the greatest start to the split that they wanted. You see a lot of teams above them, Dignitas, Valen Squadron, Lion Guard.
Yep.
They're all above them. And so Energy really need to take these wins against the teams that they're expected to beat. 7th place Cyclone, that's a team they're expected to beat.
Yes, absolutely. But still locking it down. Heading into picks and bans for game number 2, though, we'll see if Cyclone GG elect to do a similar aggressive style with Susano for Ice Ice Baby. It worked out very well for them in that early game, but they just couldn't lock down these objectives. Given a Fire Giant, losing the Portal Demon during the Gold Fury attempt as well, that was a huge comeback for Energy.
They definitely were lacking in their objective control. A lot of what Cyclone was doing was excellent. Their early game aggression was positive. They didn't find a whole lot of invades, but their team communication, their warding coverage was all phenomenal, but then it just kind of, one misstep here, Energy takes a Gold Fury. Another misstep there, Energy takes a Fire Giant from you, and it's very difficult to come back to that when you're giving up free objectives with no contention whatsoever. Hunbats was banned away by Cyclone in game 1. Game 2, they're going to first pick it for themselves, Ice Ice Baby in the jungle.
It makes sense. This is going to still be a very aggressive jungler here at Ice Ice Baby.
Yeah.
Still taking that option away from adapting as well. You don't really want to deal with that big Fear No Evil ultimate, but Energy are going to elect to take the Medusa still, which could be a flex pick. Amelito played it very well in that mid lane, despite finding 4 deaths rather early in the game, about 12 minute mark, he had 4 deaths, but still, buying enough time. Once he had that Fatalis, he was very slippery, and once these teamfights actually happened, once Dimmy got online, once the Khepri from Raffer got online as well, it was very easy for Amelito to make a huge impact in these teamfights, especially the positioning of them, where there's close, tight lanes, allowing the Petrify to really do work.
Yeah, we've seen Medusa just be one of the strongest hunters in the SPL early on here in Season 4. The buffs, the Fatalis buff as well, really helping her out. Just really all points towards Medusa being one of the best hunters and one of the best gods in the game right now. Khepri is going to be that selection for Energy, muting that Terra. That's going over to Dimmy in the solo lane. Divios was the first one to bring this out in quite some time, and now everyone's starting to do it. Divios being the trendsetter once more.
And the fact of the matter was that despite Energy not having too much magical damage in the last game, it didn't really play a factor for Cyclone GG. They was still not able to really managed to win these team fights because of the fact of Medusa on Amelito, so they're still relying on it, which is why they have so much protection. You want to make sure that your double hunters, which is more than likely going to be the case here for Energy between Paria and Amelito, will survive. Terra's Blessing going to provide you so much mobility, a little bit of sustain as well, the cooldown reduction. Then you have Khepri with the revive, with the Rising Dawn mitigating so much damage here. These team fights are definitely going to be drawn out by Energy.
Shoutouts to Valen Squadron, who've brought this type of draft upon us all with their double hunter, triple guardian sort of composition. Thor and Neith going to be the bans for Cyclone, and Fafnir and Odin, a couple tanky targets taken away by Energy. Hu Yi going to be the selection here. Again, I assume that's going to be Medusa in the mid lane with how successful Amelito was, at least towards the middle and later stages of the game, though we could see a switch up there, absolutely. Bologna locked in for Cyclone, which tells me that Xing Chen is going to be in the Guardian role. We usually see him in the support, but what makes him a decent Guardian support?
Xing Chen in the support role is a great idea because you're still going to be disruptive. You can play offensively, you can play defensively. You're also going to mitigate a lot of damage or in-hand damage off of that Furious Roar as long as you can land that, which is why we also see the Bologna being locked in for that Scourge, trying to really shut down these double hunters with the disarm and the mitigate in-hand damage with the Xing Chen Furious Roar.
I love this draft from Cyclone. Like you mentioned, just trying to shut down the physical damage from Energy, which is what carried them through the last game, though Dimmy on Xing Chen, you expect Xing Chen to be up there in terms of damage because of that percent damage, and he absolutely was killing it on that front line, as he usually is out of that solo lane for Energy. Can Energy find the much-needed 2-0 and move themselves up in the standings, or is Cyclone going to be able to take one away from the world champions yet again, just as they did in late Season 3? Let's get into the game and find out.
Second game, Cyclone GG versus Energy. Cyclone GG, they did find a win earlier on last week against Lion Guard Esports, a team that's still kind of on and off at times, and Energy have been similar cases to Lion Guard. So I wouldn't be surprised here if Cyclone GG really bounce back and look for their Guardian Warrior composition to be able to shut down these hunters in the late game.
I'm looking for an early Sovereignty this time out of Kalas. I'd like to see that on him. I know he's really been preferring this Gauntlet of Thebes, but I really do think Sovereignty up against a physical heavy lineup like this is important, as well as we saw him working towards what could have been a Jade Emperor's crown in the last game, which decreases the physical power of everyone near you, gives you a little bit of physical protection, a little bit of magical power, and a little bit of health. But it's really about that aura. Reducing physical power could pay big dividends up against a lineup like Energy has.
Hunter versus Mage in the mid lane is definitely going to favor the Hunter for the in-hands. Callus taking a lot of damage. Paria paired up with Raffer on the Khepri. It's going to be very easy for them to really clear out this wave with that Rising Dawn and the Astral Arrows.
Not only that, but you got the block on the Kalas immediately to that ricocheted, almost bounced back and hit Kalas. That could have been a quick first blood for Energy. Already Paria looking comfortable on this Hu Yi, trying to give him something that he could actually box back with. Neith really known for being very passive, very safe, but not the best in 1v1 boxing potential. Huyi can play safe, but he can also play aggressive, and I like this selection for the Hunter for energy.
And with the Neath being banned, they forced themselves into that kind of a Huyi option. Callus took a lot of damage earlier on from Raffer because he had to get the dash there, and now having a lot of sustain with that passive, hitting multiple minions, multiple jungle camps, provides him a lot of HP 5, and that's all that poke that Raffer did with Paria, especially getting the dash, is completely negated, and now Cyclone GG's dueling, they have complete control here. If they wanted to look for an invade, they could have if they had mid pressure.
Adapting may have gotten sniffed out here. He ran between the tier 2 and the Phoenix, and Ice Ice Babies found him on the back harpies. Adapting could get collapsed on here by the duo lane, but a little bit slow on the rotation. And with the speed buff, I don't know if they would have been able to catch him either way. So Adapting a little cheeky around the backside, able to find the enemy back camps.
I was surprised that the duo lane from Cyclone GG elected not to go onto Adapting. That's why I thought that they went south instead of north for some potential offensive invades, instead looking for their own purple buff, allowing Adapting to strip away those back harpies from Ice Ice Baby. He's going to have a little bit of an experience lead as a result.
Back harpy is pretty important these days. Mid camps used to be the end-all be-all in terms of farm for junglers and mid laners that you need to be picking up on cooldown, but now it's back camps, worth a little bit more. Vote gonna get jumped on by Adapting. He used force use of purification, but he did a great ricochet from a distance. Paria setting up his jungler, and one more needed, and Adapting finds it with the Unchained, but you gotta give shout-outs to the sub with the long-range bounce shot to set up that stun.
Well calculated coming out of Paria. The sub here for energy, and a great gank overall from Adapting, being able to find the Unchained initially, which also lowers your cooldown if you hit it from 15 seconds to about 7 or 8, which is why he found the second Unchained shortly after, just to be able to secure that kill. Whenever you give Adapting a first blood in this early of a game, he's going to be able to really run away with it. He already finished off his warrior tabby. He neglected to even pick up the Bluestone pendant, and now he's going to be working on even more.
Yeah, he looks like he could be a Heartseeker right away for Adapting in the jungle. And when he plays as Fenrir, we always seem to see him go to that duo lane early on. He loves to go right as soon as he hits level 4, level 5, put some unexpected pressure over there. Unexpected pressure on the right-hand side. Ice Ice Baby maybe looking to force out, hit the ultimate from Dimmy, and he'll do exactly that. Love the patience from Ice Ice Baby. I don't know if they kill Dimmy with Fear No Evil there. It's not a long duration at rank 1. You don't have a whole lot of damage quite yet. Hasn't finished to finish off, back to finish off those boots. So I really like the decision from Ice Ice Baby to hold his ult.
As long, if Dimmy had any other star item besides Mark the Vanguard, I would say yes, that would be a kill onto Dimmy, but because of that star item, it's very difficult to lock down this Guardian in that solo lane. Adapting, looking for another gank. Ooh. Not gonna find the stun with the Unchained. That could have been a second early kill for him, but either way though, Cyclone GG, they have to be worried here with this many energy members around their speed buff.
And 4 members splitting it here. Not the most efficient, but it does get the speed buff in the hands of Hunbats, and that's all that really matters. Raffer by himself in the middle lane, just trying to hold that wave down until the rest of his team returns from doing their own buffs on the right-hand side. Paria in particular off to a much better start than he was in game 1. Vote going again for this late game, going this time around I should say, for this late game option. Honor was great in the early stages, but come late game, he just wasn't able to make that same impact. And for me personally, I like this switch up, giving Vote something that they feel like he can carry with come late game.
And something surprising we don't very see often from both of these hunters is the health chalice, making sure that, you know, they're not going to have very early life sustain with the Devil Gloves, but Ice Ice Baby on the backhand side, the Fear No Evil. Raffer's in a lot of trouble.
He's not level 5 quite yet, but Paria drops down the sun to try and give him a little bit of peel, but then immediately gets tossed back to himself. No mana left for the Hunter. It's going to be a 2 for 0 here in the duo lane. Ice Ice Baby cleans up that one. Vote got the first. Cyclone now doubling up energy and kills.
And Wolfie grabbing the oracles during that whole time. Emilito is going to be able to secure himself these left side mid harpies. Jumping onto him is Ice Ice Baby. Not wanting to go too aggressive though, as he actually does teleport into the Sacred Monkey. And with those 2 picks, they're going to find themselves a red buff invade. Great play from Cyclone GG, getting a little bit more off of those picks.
And that's great. Like you mentioned, just trying to get as much farm and now securing that Oracle Vision as well, making sure Adapting won't have an easy time getting over there and finding some return kills to try and get his duo lane back into it. Love the rotation there from Ice Ice Baby, and it was at the wrong time for energy because Adapting was stealing away the back camps on the right-hand side. There's the Ragnarok directly into the Petrify, but the Kraken is waiting for Adapting. Paria still able to find Kalas in the jungle, the support rather, finding his first death of the game. Energy answers back.
And not even doing too much damage here onto Adapting with the Kraken. Only level 8 currently, doesn't have any items complete between the Dynasty Plate Helmet, just now finishing off the shoes of the Magi after the Kraken was already thrown out. So that's going to be very important here for Wolfie to make sure that he finds the right target. Trying to use that defensively wasn't really going to save his teammates' life there, especially with a Petrify combination. And that's something that Energy are going to keep utilizing. Finding Adapting's Ragnarok, putting somebody out of position into Emilito's Petrify.
Really going to be looking forward to seeing how Wolfie can play around the Scarab's Blessing, because Scarab's Blessing is such a great counter tool to that Kraken, able to just pop it onto someone who doesn't have their Aegis available, save their life. But if Wolfie can wait and be patient with that Kraken, you can force out the Scarab's Blessing, force the revive, and then basically guarantee yourself a double Kraken onto Kepri, whatever that character does revive. So you got to be a little bit careful about when you're using it, but if you're patient and you can hold it, you make some big plays.
Left-hand side, a little bit of a poke battle between these two hunters. They're going to make sure that Paria finds the wave under Vote's tower. Now, Vote, it does have that one level lead off of that one pick earlier on, but not able to really do much as a result. Still has to play under his tower, fearful of any sort of gank potentials. Deathwalker trying to steal away those elementals with the rest of his team making the rotation, but hold that thought, Vote is in a lot of trouble.
Paria needs one more auto and can't quite find it. Almost returns the solo kill that he ate in game 1, and now Adapting gets Kraken and tossed back in by Kalas. Very, very low, but Emilito gonna turn it around on the support. He picks up that Xing Chen, still trying to play aggressive, trying to find Wolfie. The Whirlpool is good. Ice Ice Baby was lurking around the backside, but he can't stop ML, picks up his second kill. Deathwalker able to return it onto the mid laner this time around, while Yemen isn't here for this set. Ice Ice Baby and Dimmy brawling out in that jungle, but gonna be okay both sides there. 2 for 1 in favor of Energy. Emilito gets both of those kills.
He realized he had to dash in offensively. On the backhand side from him was Ice Ice Baby with that overhand smash. Now, granted, that was negated by Raffer's Abduct, so that was well played, but still, the presence of mind from Emilito, recognizing that he was more than likely dead. He got another kill in addition. This is something that makes him such a great value to Energy, picking up that MVP in the last year's Worlds.
Yeah, really, really strong player. Just everyone's always talking about Adapting, and then everyone was talking about Yemen and Raffer and Dimmy, and I think a lot of times Emilito kind of flies underneath the radar when you talk about top hunters in Europe, but absolutely has his place right there at the top, the reigning MVP, showing exactly why, even when he's not playing his exact role. Though he's still playing a hunter, like, can we really give him that much credit?
Oh, nice job from Raffer being able to make sure Cyclone GG don't control the vision of the Oracle's left-hand side. Still nothing too much to write home about between these two hunters. Still going for the Ichabod. Not really used to seeing this day and age for the Ichabod rush between hunters. More than likely, they go into the Devo Gloves or they go for Transcendence here. Both hunters can really utilize the mana pool if they wanted to, or the MP5, but instead looking for a more early game presence because of the fact that these junglers between Adapting on the Fenrir and Ice Ice Baby on the Hunbats are going to look to play so aggressive.
And not only that, but the hunters have played equally aggressive, trying to find the boxes one against the other, and if one has the Ichabod, yes, you've got less power overall compared to something like Devourer's Gauntlets or Transcendence, but you've got the advantage in the 1v1 because you're stealing power away from the enemy team as well. So both going for that boxing option. Not a huge surprise in that sense. 4-3, Energy in lead in terms of kills, but the gold lead completely even at this point. 120 gold, not anything. And 700 experience, also not relevant. This game is even at right before the 10-minute mark.
We've seen what Energy is able to do, even with a deficit, with a 2,500 gold deficit from the last game. All they have to do is just be patient for these team fights and wait for somebody out of position. And this is something that Adapting really thrives off of, making these rotations and setting his team up for any sort of easy play. Yet again, we're probably going to see the whole Ragnarok combination with the Petrify. It seems like it's been working out in the first game for Emilito, so it wouldn't be a bad idea to keep on this pressure. And knowing Cyclone GG, they haven't been able to really secure any of their own objectives whenever they have the opportunity, so this could give a big window for Energy.
Speed buff is stolen away due to that invade from all of Cyclone. 4 members there. There's the Kraken, but it whiffs as Adapting immediately was looking for the mid laner. Now he's in some trouble though, and Ice Ice Baby able to pick him up with that overhand smash. Emilito has a Scarab's Blessing, and both are tossed into the clutches of the rest of Cyclone. Nice teleport there. Ice Ice Baby's gonna get turned around on. Emilito able to pick him up up underneath the tower. Kalas does clean up the mid laner there, but a great play from Medusa, able to turn it around onto Hunbats.
Raffer unfortunately didn't get off his ultimate in time onto adapting. That would have been a nice turnaround play there, considering Wolfie had to invest a Kraken just for some self-peel. But overall, 2 for 1 for Cyclone, favoring them in that little small skirmish. Still going to look to push down the mid lane here, as Wolfie has been making the rotation. Still about 5 seconds for Imelito to make an impact, but it's only going to be the right side mid Harpies. They don't really get anything off of those 2 picks. In fact, it's Paria that's able to out-pressure Vote in that duel, and no responses from Cyclone.
Not quite yet. They were thinking about doing that Portal Demon, though remember, Cyclone did seal away the speed buff right before that engagement broke out, so Cyclone do get a little bit for that 2 for 1 trade, despite being up in kills anyways in that engagement. And so now the kills are even. Ice Ice Baby finally making some response over to this left-hand side, trying to help out his Hunter. But because of the ward coverage, Paria going to be able to back it up and play safe. We're talking about how Wolfie probably needs to be a little bit more patient with his Krakens with the Scarab's Blessing in play. That time was just the opposite of that. Pulls the trigger way too early, not able to find a home. They're able to turn it around. Cyclone end up winning the team fight anyways, but gotta watch out for that moving forward.
Ice Baby jumping forward, trying to burst out Raffer before the ultimate, and they're successful.
Perfect job there. Great execution from Cyclone. Emelito doesn't want to let him get away. Petrify just slow down Ice Ice Baby, but still just out of auto range as they are able to pick up Raffer without any sort of repercussions from Energy. Great CC chain, great Kraken that time around from Wolfie, right on cue. And then the perfectly timed title surge as well is very important when it comes to that Kraken combo. Need to be chaining that CC like you mentioned, making sure Raffer can't get off that ultimate, knocks him away, and make sure that they have enough damage to pick him up before the ult comes out.
Knock up into knock up, and this is still something that Wolfie can take even more advantage of once he completes the Gem of Isolation right here. The Whirlpool is just going to slow everybody in range. It's going to be very difficult for Energy to get in position in some of these jungle encounters. Going to have to be more than likely looking for some jumps over the wall, is adapting, making sure that he doesn't get stopped by that cripple coming out of Wolfie.
I mean, we saw a lot of the fights that Energy won last time around were taken in the jungle, and honestly, their composition is better in the jungle than it was last time around. You've got Hu Yi, which is really, really good in the jungle fights because he's got plenty of walls to shoot that ricochet off of, and when you've got a giant AoE ultimate like the Suns, it's very easy to find multiple people in that jungle when they're grouped up.
Deathwalker trying to solo invade against 4 members from Energy on the speed buff. Adapting is still going to be credited with it. Kalas has made the rotation as well. Many members from Cyclone are here, but not electing to go too far forward. And something we haven't also talked about was Dimmy's control on this Terra. He was left unchecked this whole game, throwing out his ultimate anytime he wants to. That's why he has these 3 assists. And between the stun and the roots, he's also a big impact in these jungle fights.
Portal Demon goes the way of Cyclone, and Raffer makes a mistake there, finding the pluck. But the rest of Energy is here. It was all a bait. There's the 2-man pluck from Kalas as Raffer does fall, but Emelito picks up Ice Ice Baby in response. 1 for 1, the rest of Energy still rotating. That's the story of Energy. You think Raffer's in the wrong spot. You think he's made a mistake, and you commit onto him. Yeah, you might kill him, but someone's going to fall in response. That's exactly what Energy love to do.
Building into the Sovereignty, he doesn't have the magical defense to withstand Wolfie's burst damage between that Whirlpool Kraken. Still finding the kill, but it was taking too long because of the counter ultimate from Raffer onto himself. It allowed Energy enough time to find the kill onto Ice Ice Baby. And trading a support for a jungler, I'll take that trade for Energy any day of the week.
Paria has really been taking it to Vote in this lane early on here in this game, despite Vote really getting the majority of the red buffs and even some being stolen away by Cyclone. Usually whatever Hunter has the red buff has the advantage in the lane. You can't really box into the red buff very often, but Paria has done just that for the majority of this lane. And the sub really looking much more comfortable on Hu Yi than he was on that Neath. A little bit of a different build path now towards once we get to the third items. They matched for the first 2, but now it's a little bit different. Paria, he's gone for the Executioner. No lifesteal, but a lot more damage, some penetration, some attack speed. You got a lot more damage overall. But then Vote has gone for this Aussie. So he's looking to be a little bit, he could try and take these boxing fights and really rely on that Aussie passive once he gets low to try and turn it around.
Not having lifesteal for Paria is definitely going to hurt him in these team fights, considering the fact that Deathwalker has the height of Nemean Lion, going to reflect 25% of all the damage coming from of Paria. But at the same time, there's still options for him to survive for a little bit longer, making sure that he has the Terra's Blessing, having a lot of help also from Raffer on this Khepri is something that he's going to be leaning on, which is why we see the difference.
Oh, Emilito uses the Petrify beautifully to get out of that Kraken CC, adapting, trying to pick up Kalas, but he uses his ultimate to throw adapting instead. Wolfie, he's the one in trouble though, trying to run away from those Suns, adapting right there with him in that jungle pit. And finally gonna be able to pick him up. Scarab's Blessing onto the jungler, making sure he's okay for now. Demi picks up Ice Ice Baby. Vote trying to clean up adapting, needs the last shot.
He finds
able to find it.
And now Emilito is very low, but he doesn't get spotted. There's no ward in return. Vote finds one kill. He dashes forward. The meditation from Demi, keeping Raffer alive for a little bit longer, but it's going to be Deathwalker finding the second kill from Energy. Emilito comes back in, but he's going to be in a lot of trouble as well. But a great route from Demi is going to stop Deathwalker in his tracks, even finding the pick.
And no respect for Paria because he's still in the front lines, brawling out. Vote got no mana, still pushing forward because Colin's on the backside waiting for him. Paria very low this time around, and Vote, he's going to be able to pick him up. Double stun there from Demi, trying to find one last auto attack onto Collis, but just can't quite do it.
The Astral Arrow
picks up Emilito.
The Astral Arrow through the minions, through Demi, onto Emilito, not respecting the damage or the presence of mind, rather, from Vote to find that pick. And overall, I think that was a 3-for-3 exchange. No, sorry, make that a 3-for-4. I think Energy lost 4 members there.
Yeah, well, an extended team fight either way. Cyclone comes out on top in the end, 11-9 total kills in their favor. And Vote, he was the one, I was saying that no one was respecting Paria because he was still healthy, and then all of a sudden Vote said, hey look, here's a Hu Yi, I could just hit him and hit him and hit him and hit him, and it was just doing a ton of damage, and as a result, both Hunters end up falling there for Energy in the end.
It might have been a little bit of miscommunication between Demi and Emilito as well, because Demi almost found the kill onto Kalas, very low, sitting at about 5% health. He found the stun into the damage over time, as well as finding the enhance, which is going to slow Kalas a little bit longer with that Terra's passive, and that's why Emilito got back into the action, but then he sacrificed his life.
Gold Fury started up here. Cyclone have all their ultimates available, as does Energy, and Adapting's looking for Wolfie right away, but he's the one taking the majority of the damage. Nice ultimate from Raffer to keep him alive for now. Adapting is going to get revived as Paria picks up Wolfie.
Finds one onto the mid laner from Cyclone GG. Kalas needs to be careful. He is a little low here. The ultimate from Vote is available if he wants to snipe Adapting, but not that low to be able to find the kill. And the Seething Howl from Adapting is going to keep him topped off. Cyclone GG not deterred quite yet. They're going to flirt with the idea of the Gold Fear, but now going to concede it for a little bit longer as Energy look to start it up with Adapting on the bottom hand side, looking to flank.
Emilito still has that Petrify, and it could be a big game changer here. Adapting finds 2 with the stun right away. Ice Ice Baby blinks in, but Adapting is in trouble, and Paria's going to be the first to fall. Raffer, he's next on the list. Vote picks him up as well. Demi's made the rotation. He's here, but it's not in time, as Energy looked like they could have potentially just finished off that Gold Fury, and instead they commit to the fight. Adapting finds a 2-man stun, but it all goes very, very wrong after that.
Emilito couldn't really follow up because of the fact that Ice Ice Baby dissected that team fight into 2 with his Fear No Evil, and that's just why Cyclone GG elect to prioritize this pick during the draft phase. So despite getting Gold Fury for Cyclone GG, Energy realized, like, okay, we lost 2 members, we can't really contest this, but we're gonna mitigate our losses by stripping away this Portal Demon, getting at least 750 gold in return.
This has been the real strategy. It's almost like the old, since Smite competitive has began, you gank the soul in with multiple members, you start up the Gold Fury. Now, if you can't contest the Gold Fury, you go do the Portal Demon. You gotta do something to try and get some losses back. But overall, Cyclone's still in the lead. This is the biggest lead they've had in this set, I do believe, right around 4,000 gold. Had a lead in game 1, though it never quite reached the 3,500 mark, right around there, but I still believe this is the biggest one they've had so far. The question is, can they make it happen? Can they actually take this lead and turn it into a win?
Heading into the 20-minute mark with Vote, 2-level lead over Paria, this is a good timing window for them to really start exploiting this Hunter differential. going for a lot of penetration with this Aussie and Titan's Bane can really melt some of these Guardians here, and it's a great idea to do this option, making sure that if you take away one of these Guardians, whether or not you kill them, if you take them out of the fight, there goes so much control from the rest of the protection for energy, which is going to allow Vote and Wolfie and Ice to get these kills that they so desperately need.
And finally, we see a great, this is a great build coming out of Kalas. He goes for the Sovereignty right after the Mark of the Vanguard, directly into that Jade Emperor's crown to reduce the physical damage of Adapting, Emilito, and Paria, the three who are really doing the bulk of the damage for energy. Love this out of him, as well as, like you mentioned, that Hide of the Nemean Lion for Deathwalker. Paria, still no lifesteal, and now it looks like he's moving into the crit tree here, that Shuriken tree. He's going to be killing himself as soon as he starts hitting Deathwalker, who's actually gone for a pretty offensive build now that I look at it. Was looking to build into Breastplate, decided, I'll just stick on that first one right there. Then into Ichaival, and then Executioner.
This is something he used to do actually when he was in the Challengers Cup. He was able to win a lot of solo lane matchups with a very aggressive early Executioner build, and this looks like a build to complement the penetration build coming out of Vote as well. As long as Deathwalker can find the Executioner hits onto that tanky target, Vote's damage is going to get amplified off of the passive from the Executioner, which is why we see no Executioner coming out of Vote.
Good team synergy there between the builds, but I'm a little bit concerned about how quickly Deathwalker may fall in the front line. Despite that Hide of the Nemean Lion, he's not going to be able to absorb enough shots to really make an impact.
It's also about the Sunder. You're looking to really amplify a lot of damage on these two tanky targets.
No meditation, and you've got 2 meditations to worry about for energy.
To Cyclone GG, they wanted to get that tier 2 tower, but the rest of energy have responded. Deathwalker's all the way on the right-hand side. He doesn't have teleport for another 15 seconds. Gold Fury is not available for another 2 minutes. Not really having to worry about too many threats on the map quite yet. Energy, though, positioning themselves around middle. They could look to control this lane to prevent Cyclone from rotating, but instead going to the right.
It looks like Deathwalker has sold that Breastplate 1. Looks to be what could be a Witchblade, though with this build, hell, it might be Fatalis. Like, you may as well, right?
You never really know with Deathwalker what he's going to elect to do. It could even be a Wingblade just to be able to get a little bit more health, negate some of the slow potential coming out of Energy Chi, but there's not too many. You do have the Suns coming out of Paria, which is the biggest one that you have to really worry about.
Petrify as well. If you don't get stunned, you're getting a pretty significant slow. But look at how much damage Dimmy does to Deathwalker because of this build that he's gone for. Definitely a high-risk, high-reward situation. It could absolutely pay off and be a big reason why Cyclone could win a team fight because Energy isn't expecting the damage, but it could also really come back to haunt Cyclone if they don't have that strong frontline presence.
The thing is, you also have to take into consideration is Deathwalker has Scourge, and if he has attack speed, he's getting more procs off of that heal off the Scourge. So any sort of poke he takes in the lane is going to get negated with those minions, but now Adapting around the Fire Giant, going to get met up with 2 members. Dimmy sees it as well. It's going to have to back off here. The rest of Cyclone GG looking to push forward.
Trying to find something in this right side jungle. Both buffs look to be respawning very, very soon, but the tower seems to be the focus. Dimmy here trying to make sure that they aren't able to get it for free. He's Adapting, immediately finds Deathwalker underneath the tower. He's going to fall pretty quickly here. He is able to find the Eagles rally out and over. There's the Kraken on the backside. Tower does fall. Great ultimate from Rapper on the Dimmy and Paria around the backside.
Deathwalker has to back. He has teleport available. Callus falls very quickly in this team fight. Votes going into the sky. He finds one, misses the second, third one on the mark onto Dimmy. 1-for-1 trade in the backhand side. Deathwalker makes the teleport in. It's now a 4-on-4. Cyclone GG. They want more.
Wolfie throws out the Whirlpool, slowing down Raffer significantly. But right now it's only 1-for-1. 2 Guardians fall, but 1 is the Soul Laner for Energy. There's the pluck on Ice Ice Baby, forces out that purification. Wolfie very, very low as well.
It seemed that there's a huge disconnect. Vote was nowhere near that speed buff as we saw Ice Ice Baby started up. Instead, waiting for the Portal Demon to spawn, you're going to need that late game Hunter damage in every single encounter in this team fights.
Love this build from Vote. We talked about it earlier. A lot of penetration now going into the crit, so you know those crits are going to be hitting pretty hard. Portal Demon is started up by Energy once more. Deathwalker trying to make sure it happens here, but the teleport in, the rallying ritual onto Deathwalker. Kalas has arrived in Cyclone. They steal away the Portal Demon. Adapting was trying to hold Ice Ice Baby in place, but there was no damage waiting for him, and Paria's gonna fall. Deathwalker, Eagles rally over the top, looking for Adapting. Unchained, gonna get him out of that bludgeon damage in time, but Cyclone big use of rituals there, and they're able to steal away that portal team.
Great play from Ice Ice Baby. That Fear No Evil disrupted everybody from Energy. And Cyclone GG, they're going to start the Fire Giant, and they're absolutely melting it. It's less than half health. Dimmy's here around the corner. He throws out the stones. He's waiting for the right timing, but everybody from Cyclone stops DPS.
And there's the crack, and that secures it. Dimmy, for once, doesn't steal away a Fire Giant from an enemy team. And Cyclone looking strong. All 5 members have the Fire Giant, about 6,000 gold in the lead. And with how many towers are still up, still got 4,500 gold in terms of towers still available to take, as well as that Gold Fury. This could easily become a 10k gold lead very, very quickly.
Have to be really careful, though, is Deathwalker. He was very fortunate. He still had teleport in that last encounter. Everyone from Energy really wanted to get him out of that fight with the adapting, jumping in, Ragnaroking him under that tier 1 tower. This could be something that Energy continues to do because of, like we mentioned, the synergy between Deathwalker's Executioner to allow Vote to even do more damage. It's not something you want Dimmy to be handling as well as Raffer.
The call from Energy was perfect in that engagement, was pick up Deathwalker, bring him under the tower, and kill him before he could even ult away, but the execution was not. And if they're able to find that kill, I think that goes easily in Energy's favor. But in the end of the day, Deathwalker gets away, teleports in, and well, the rest is history. In Cyclone, they've got 5 members, already got that tier 2 on left. This is classic Energy, splitting the team up, trying to get some farm for themselves, but no one there to defend that the Phoenix on the left-hand side. Collis picked up, held in the mouth, but taking no damage whatsoever from Paria, still over half HP. In Cyclone, they're trying to end the game right now.
It could be actually game over. The right-hand side, all the members from Energy are trying to back the pull. It's not good. That's going to be game. Cyclone GG, they find themselves the second win of the split.
A surprise victory for Cyclone. Like I mentioned, Energy love to do that. Split the map, try and get something. Energy was trying to get the Phoenix on right, and Cyclone said, to hell with your towers, we don't need your Phoenixes, we'll just take the Titan.
Cyclone GG knew what Energy wanted to do. We're not going to fall for the tricks of Energy. They knew they had a small timing window. They executed it perfectly.
Cyclone finds a split up against the defending world champs. Hindu, how'd it happen?
Well, Aggro and Atoli as well. I mean, that was a very interesting set to say the least, just because of the start. And that could have actually been a 2 over the way of Cyclone. It started off in game 1. We'll take you all the way back to that game 1 right now. We'll look at how this one broke down, because at the beginning of game 1, Cyclone got off to a fantastic start early on. Ice Ice Baby had a fantastic performance in the early stages of the game. This was the kill in response to the first blood that Energy picked up in mid, but the fact he held his bead so well, and look at his use of abilities here at the right time to cancel to get the in-hands, and then just buy himself enough time for an escape route, which he finds towards the end of it as well. And now Ice Ice continued on this throughout the whole game, as you can see here, going towards mid lane, trying to support his team a little bit more, choosing to select Kepri over the reviving opportunity from Emelito, and then Emelito gets credit too. But it's not just Ice Ice Baby here. You can see Callus, the rest of the team, having good plays as well. And this is what started Cyclone on the right sort of path. The problem is that as time went on, it is Energy, and they kept pace in terms of gold and experience gain throughout the whole time this was going on. And then Emelito finally got his core build online on this Medusa, and with double Hunters, double Guardians, Energy just showed good experience more than anything else around the Fire Giant, around contestable objectives, and set themselves up to come back into the game at a nice stage. Emelito's positioning more than anything else is what really shines here. Obviously, the Medusa Petrifies do come in handy now and again, but it's not on the same level as realizing how far away you have to stay from the opposition when they've got Mystical Mail or just CC in range. Emelito happy to hang around with no lifesteal to add to that as well. And that caused basically Energy to get to this point where, well, the back of the game was pretty much broken after this fight and all. Just stayed at max range the whole time, trying to make sure you can't get juggled around by Callus there. And then they managed to chase down Ice Ice Baby after that too. Emelito with a fantastic performance. And Parilla, not too bad for himself either. I should say Paria, my bad for the pronunciation there. And more Medusa ults coming through. So Energy got themselves back onto winning ways after their wins the previous week as well. They did beat Elevate, but that was only game 1. Game 1 worked out okay for them. But let's go to the post-game stats here as well as we're watching the end of these replays, and you'll see exactly what we're talking about as well in terms of how this game broke down. Early on, definitely was all Cyclone. You can see that in the kill department just at the beginning. They started at 10 kills before the comeback came out from Energy there, but it was still Energy's game. Heading to Game 2, though. Bit of a different story here overall with Game 2 and how it began with things. Because, well, let's be honest, Cyclone looked fantastic throughout the whole set, apart from the beginning of that game, where that very first blood came into account, where Energy did get a nice early kill on the duo lane, looking to support Paria in the early stages, who was in the Hunter role, replacing Yamin. If you didn't recognize, Yamin's currently in the mountain somewhere where it's snowing, from what I understand. He's got pictures all over Twitter. We can go into these plays now, and this is Adapting's kill, but that ricochet there, you saw the ricochet off the wall. It was just after beads had been used already by Vote, setting Adapting up for a good start, but it wasn't good enough for Energy this game. Deathwalker's performance this time round, 5.5 KDA so far with how things have been going. Made good work with his team to support. A little bit late to some of these fights, as you can see, not able to save Wolfie in time, but he did consistently put out damage, be a frontliner for his team, and get himself a nice KDA to round that off. Not just Deathwalker, though. The whole team had a fantastic performance here. And for a low-level European team right now, they would be classed at the bottom end of the SPL. They have really shone here against Energy. Or is it the other way around is probably the real question. Has Energy finally started to fall from grace a little bit? Was Yamin not being available also an impact here? That's some of the questions that people will be having about the Energy squad now. And whether Cyclone's win here is as fortuitous as it may look for them. Fantastic work, though, from Deathwalker, from the team of Cyclone GG. And it really worked out very well for them overall to find that split this week against a very difficult opposition. And as you can see, post-game stats have been on the screen now as we continue to watch the wailing of Deathwalker. And at the end of the game, there you have it. 15 deaths to 12 deaths, or we should put it the other way, of 15 kills to 12 kills. And overall, Cyclone ended up coming out on top in Game 2. Joining me on the line, however, though, is I do have one of the members of Cyclone joining me ever so shortly. The Hunter from Cyclone, Vote, or used to be called Vote MBK. Vote, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Hello.
Congratulations on the split today. Are you a bit disappointed you didn't find the 2-0 there? Because it looked good in Game 1.
Yeah. Miscommunications. I lost again on the Portal Demon.
Yeah, that Portal Demon just
unfortunate.
It came back to haunt you a little bit in that one. But then talk to me about Game 2, because things seem to start... You guys have really started to find a synergy a little bit more than you had last year, and it kind of shone in Game 2 for me there. How have you guys been like working behind the scenes, as the team hasn't really changed much?
It's just shot calling, listening to it, making sure we have the right shot caller. Like, we've been changing shot callers a lot over the past 3 weeks.
And who's your shot caller right now, Vote?
The first game, it was Wolfie. Then the second game, it was Ice.
And with yourself overall, how have you been finding the Hunter role this season? Obviously, Season 4 started up. What are your expectations with the team and your position as a whole?
I mean, the Hunter role, you just kind of AFK form and do your job late game. So as long as, like, we're not too far behind, or I don't get outplayed, then I think we'll be fine.
And talking about outplays as well, I guess we should mention Paria was subbing in for Energy today. Did you feel that was a big impact to Energy's chances of winning 2-0 you guys this set, having a substitute come in and play for them?
I mean, yeah, of course, any team as a sub is going to be not as strong as they should be, or as they normally will be, but Paria played well, so I don't really think he was the reason we lost. You
definitely looked good in that second set overall, Vote. Any shout-outs you want to give before we let you go?
Shout out to Cyclone, and shout out to AJ for never being in the SPL games.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Vote. And that was Cyclone's Hunter after a fantastic performance in set 1 of the day. Energy split with Cyclone. Next up, we've got Anatoly and Aggro standing by. They're going to be bringing us up next. Valent Squadron versus Lion Guard.
Thank you very much, Hindu. We are ready for Valent Squadron versus Lion Guard, and this is a team of top 4 rather, 2 top 4 teams. That is not that hard to say.
Say that really 3 times fast.
No, it's really not that hard. I'm just really, really bad. See, Hindu does this to you. He just makes you BM yourself. He just forces
Somebody's got to do it.
I need help.
It's not going to be me.
Help me.
I'm not
Someone
forcing this
help
issue.
me. Lion Guard versus Valent Squadron. Either way, ready to get into picks and bans. Hindu, no, please. So Valent Squadron, the top team in Europe right now, look very, very strong overall. And like I mentioned, they love this double hunter,
Yes.
triple guardian sort of comp.
It's very difficult to lock in who's going to play what god. You know, you have your two hunters, you have your guardians. Is they going to go solo? Is they going to go jungle even? Because they have Cherio on the side of Valen Squad. Like, where is these guardians going to go? So Lion Guard already taking away these guardians between Cabrakan and Fafnir.
Two gods that are very, very key to that composition. We, like you mentioned, Cherio loves the Cabrakan in the jungle, though Zalia can play it in the solo lane as well. And then Big Man Tings on this Fafnir, that Coerce sets up so much for a double hunter composition. Buffing their attack speed and damage, so key to burning down objectives. So two Guardian bans right away there. Susano going to be locked in for Lion Guard, but they do not have Frostiak today. Much like how Yamin on vacation right now, Frostiak doing the same for Lion Guard. The jungler not going to be here, so it's going to be Zoni or Dizoni or Zone or Dizoni.
Whatever you want to say. The
Yeah.
D-zone.
D-zone.
We're just going to say D-zone. You know, the best zone is the D.
Big defense. Like, you can chant like defense.
Yeah, defense.
Defense. Zoni. Zoni. Yeah.
Either way, Capri and Zeus being locked in for Valen Squad. I could see why Tom likes casting you so much.
That was a total Tom thing to do, wasn't it? Yeah,
absolutely.
Whatever.
So responding to the Capri and the Zeus, going to be the Sylvanas, because you never know really with Valen Squad what they're going to do. They could actually play Capri in a different role besides Guardian, so taking that option away.
Very traditional composition so far, though, right now for Valen Squadron. Zeus, Hunbat's going to be your mid-jungle combination. Papa Lobster, one of the best Zeuses in the world, though I am a little bit ahead of him on the Zeus leaderboards, and he made sure he pointed that out himself. I'm just saying. It wasn't me. Neath and Vamana, the first two bans here. Poseidon, the mid selection for Lion Guard for Shadow Nightmare. He's been very, very comfortable on this Poseidon pick early on in Season 4. Really, really likes just the AoE potential.
Going to see more bans here. Neath and Fenrir locked in away from Lion Guard Esports. Vamana and Odin, two solo laner options away from Mr. Zalia. Not going to have those options available. Great idea to ban away the Odin.
Yeah.
Making sure that it's so easy for Sylvanas and Poseidon to stay alive in these teamfights.
And on her going to be the selection there for Funball. Has been so comfortable on this god. One of the keys to the double hunter composition that Valen Squadron really have been running quite successfully, like we've mentioned. But this one, very, very traditional across the board. You've got some great early game, some great mid game, and your late game's always going to be strong when you've got a mage like Zeus on your team. Medusa and Tyr going to round out the draft here for Lion Guard Esports. They've got plenty of AoE damage across their roster, as well as good burst. I really like the draft that they put together.
And a great balanced squad from Valen Squad of this roster. It's something that they're able to adapt and change on the fly as well. The fact that they're not doing their double hunter, triple guardian strategy as well, which was started out by Eager as well way back in the early days of Season 2. It's still a great strategy to be able to switch between that kind of draft to this one, more traditional one, where you can't necessarily get banned out every single game.
Yeah, and this Guardian for Zalia in the solo lane has just been a staple for him, basically. Yes. I mean, we've talked so much about the comps that they like to run, but even when they go a little bit more traditional Valence, they've still got Zalia on a Guardian in that solo lane. Shadow Nightmare going to be there in the mid lane again, and this time going for the Bumba's Mask. We've seen Shadow Nightmare has always done a couple strange things in the mid lane when it comes to builds, but he's really seemed to like this Bumba's Mask, and Papa Lob, he's right there with him. He's also got that mask ready to go, but with a mark of the Vanguard in the mid lane.
It's wanting to negate a lot of the damage coming from Frezzy. Frezzy always plays aggressively, doesn't matter what support he is, whether he's Sylvanas or Hercules. So reducing the Wisp damage as well as the Wrath of Terror, not to mention the Whirlpool is going to tick you a couple times as well. You have Dizoni playing the Susanoo that's going to be doing a lot of damage with the Jetstream, having the Bluestone Pendant. So this is something that Lobster has been doing as well in the past before, going for a more physical, defense-oriented style.
I really do like it. Oh, I love the impale there from Funball. Pushes Frezzy into the tower, and the body blocks from Big Man Tings. What a cheeky first blood. Funball comes behind and able to push Frezzy underneath the tower. Love it.
Squad has done their homework. They know a best way to exploit the early start from this dual lane from Lion Guard. And in fact, a lot of teams like to do this early start as well. If your opponent's dual lane is not in the lane, you might as well just sit on that tower line, and that's a great play here, picking up the on her, pushing them into your tower. Those two tower shots, even the body blocks secure the kill. Frezzy, again, early death despite the meditation.
You know, Toli, you and I have both been around a long time. You a little bit longer than me, and we've seen a lot of stuff in Smite. And it's pretty rare that we see something that, you know, is like, wow, I never really thought of doing that or anything like that. That was really cool.
I've thought of some early things about like level 1 plays with Ymir walls, stopping your own minions and stuff like this, but it doesn't really work out. But yeah, play like that, you could tell Funballer is so seasoned and experienced that he knows these kinds of starts can easily be exploited. And this is what you need to do in the SPL at the top tier. You need to know your strength and, more importantly, know your opponent's weaknesses.
Just playing with everything available to you in that kit. Anher's got plenty of little idiosyncrasies like that you can really exploit. And then there's the early first blood. Solo side, not going to be a whole lot to write about here in this matchup, I think, Toli. Xingqian versus Tyr. Tyr's got a little bit more pressure in the early game, like you mentioned last set. Anytime you go Warrior versus Guardian, the Warrior's going to have the advantage early on, but Xingqian eventually will bring that damage.
Frezzy taking a little bit of poker with a nice pull from Big Man Tinks, and like you mentioned before in the solo lane, it's all about the base damage coming out of Ducky on this tier. Once that Fearless Power Cleave combination gets maxed out, Xaylia has to be really mindful about that. Despite having a lot of HP 5, that's going to help you out the longer you stay in the lane, but in between the waves, when there's nothing to use your passive on, that's not going to help you survive against a tier.
Not quite, but once you get into those later stages, we saw just exactly how much damage Dimmy was doing with it. Kalas also had an excellent showing on this Xingqian. Cherio's made the rotation to the left-hand side, trying to make something happen for his team, but he's not level 5, not going to be able to find any sort of damage there. Just trying to get a little bit of pressure. This is Cherio just seems to have these different routes compared to what the other junglers like to do. We saw him start at the enemy red buff and then immediately come over to dual lane side in a set earlier this split. He just always has, you never know exactly where Cherio's going to be.
And that's what you have to do as a jungler. Adapting was able to make a lot of pressure in the early game, in the last set rather, on that Fenrir, making sure that he stripped away the back camps and then finding that early kill. And Cherio has been doing a great job as well, making sure that you don't really know where he's going to be at any time of the map, even backing before Dizoni, who's actually got word that his name is actually not Dizoni. His name is Johnny.
Oh, going for Johnny. Well, Cherio's going for those fire elementals there in that pit. Looks like he used Fear No Evil and got the big one, but meanwhile the Gold Fury started up on this left-hand side. Both Lobster and Funball's ults have been used, and it is going to secure it. Valence already have the first blood, and they'll get the first major objective as well. Gold Fury goes the way of the red squad. 1,600 gold in the lead now.
That's one of the advantages that you can use between two ranged characters on the Gold Fury. You can kind of split the Gold Fury in two different ways, where one person takes it for a little bit, resets it, and then whenever that person resets it, you make sure your secondary ranged character is still in the circle to have leash aggro, and then you're constantly resetting the Gold Fury onto each other, making sure you're not actually taking damage, but you're still holding on to aggro, and it's a good way to really get an advantage of that mechanic.
Yeah, absolutely. You can really do the Gold Fury without taking any damage whatsoever between two ranged characters if you've got the time and space, and Valence had plenty of both in that scenario, able to snag it away, no problem whatsoever. Lion Guard, their composition is pretty good right at this stage in the game, but really around that 11 to 12 minute mark is, I think, when you'll start to see them start to be aggressive.
Ooh, Ducky was thinking about his trouble there. Chariot jumped on him, but without Fear No Evil, very difficult to really lock down this tier. He's looking for more sustain, which is why he's staying in that defensive stance.
Uh-oh, Big Man taking the wrong spot. There's the Kraken. He gets the revive off, but I don't think it's going to matter. Shadow Nightmare picks him up with the help of that Typhoon. It took 3 ultimates, but Lion Guard get on the board, punishing the enemy support.
Still, with those ultimates down for like another 75 seconds, Valence Squad could look for a potential play, but without much mana on the side of Lobster. Ooh, nice use of the ultimate from Flurry Q, just making sure he clears the wave, pokes out Funballer as well a little bit, just to back in time to further progress his Transcendence.
Flurry Q is not looking to box anytime soon in that duo lane, I don't think, based on that play, and just using that ultimate, like you mentioned, to back to base as quickly as possible and get the maximum amount of farm. It's going to allow him to reach this wave before losing anything major. There's a Fear No Evil onto Ducky, but a beautifully timed Lawbringer gives him that CC immunity that he needs to get out of danger.
But it's going to be Cherio invading the blue buff, the tier onto Ducky. He's going to have a little bit of sustain issues now staying in that lane. 70 seconds remaining on his teleport, so 2 more waves. This could be another attempt here from Lion Lion Guard to really shut down this tier, because even if they don't find the kill here, if they force him to back, that's going to allow Azalea to get at least one extra wave on this tier player.
Cherio lurking in the jungle, trying to find something in the middle lane, but the walls are good there. Funball with a nice impale, and now he's going to jump forward, looking to find the kill on a Flurry Q. Desert Fury needs to find a majority of these spears, finds most of them, but then can't find the auto attacks to follow it up. Flurry Q able to escape with his life, but is forced to back and miss a wave.
And that's the most important part. It doesn't matter if you get the kill or not. You make them back, they're going to lose about 125 gold total between the 3 melee minions, the 3 archers, give or take 5 gold or so. And not to mention the huge amount of experience. This is why Funballer went in. He also realized the fact that Flurry Q used his Petrified the last couple waves ago, trying to clear their wave.
He's got no danger of being having that engagement turned around on top of his head there, with that Petrify being on cooldown, like you mentioned. And going back to that engagement on the right-hand side, where we see Cherio use Fear No Evil, and Ducky gets out alive, but they steal away his blue buff. That's what the pro thinking process is, so in-depth that really is intentional, right, Toli? I mean, they're saying we either kill him here or we get his blue buff. You force them into an impossible decision where you get something either way.
The chain CC is just too much here between the knockup from Azalea on the Xingqian as well as the Fear No Evil, so you have to use that CC immunity. And the offensive mind here from Valen Squad is you have to be looking for these small plays to get an advantage.
Pluck on a Lobster directly into the Kraken. A lot of damage returned onto him thanks to that meditation, but he's getting need this Scarab's Blessing. It's popped and he's in safe for now, and a great dash away from Tings. Gets him out of Frezzy's ultimate. Ducky's here and immediately gets impaled after the Fear No Evil. Funball able to pick up the enemy solo laner.
Jumping onto Frezzy is Cherio, slowing him down. Meditation not going to keep him alive this time. Johnny's going to dash away on the left. Cherio is not done yet. He has the speed, but Flurry Q making the rotation, but he could get caught out here. Nice little dash away. And yet again, the rotation from Funballer, finding the second impale under his own tower.
Flurry Q's in a lot of trouble here. Petrified gets a good slow, but not enough damage, I don't think, as Big Man Tings finds the abduct immediately into that impale. Flurry Q holds his purification beads there. Love that decision from him. Sometimes you just got to hold that L and know when you're dead, and he was certainly dead in that scenario.
Those 3 kills from Valen Squad was all credited due to the fact that the tankiness here from Lobster with that Mark of the Vanguard, not to mention obviously the revival from Big Man Tings, and not only the revival, but the abduct into the own tier 1 tower, making sure Lobster was safe, and then having that turnaround fight completely in Valen Squad's favor with Funballer's rotation.
Huge play there from Big Man Tings, and then you got to give credit to Cherio as well, completely separating all of Lion Guard with that Fear No Evil, which we have seen just be so impactful early on here in the season. Houndbats has always been a favored pick in Europe, but now possibly more than ever, really making an impact in the jungle. And of course, Funball just cleans it up and makes the highlight reel play, because that's what Funball likes to do.
He's always, and then while he does it, he's also making the fingers and the tongue motion that you were talking about.
Yeah, that's what he does. You know, he just like, you guys know what I'm talking about.
He likes to hang 10.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Or like
just hang 10.
We were always told it was a sign of the buffalo in school. That was like the be quiet. The teachers would throw up that little signal.
Okay.
That's how I know
The more you know.
There you go.
Flurry Q,
Funball.
though.
He's got such a big lead here in this duo lane, doesn't he? I mean, level 11 to level 9. He's finished off his Transcendence. Flurry Q still only has that charged Morningstar waiting to start getting his stacks online. And Funball, he's got 15. And look, I mean, it's 2v4, and Valence, they're backing up, but they don't look scared of a fight.
Not at all. They couldn't really find the right angle to approach Funballer there. He still had his jump available. He had his Desert Fury. The Purification Beads was very difficult to really lock down a non-her player, considering the fact that he can use his kit offensively and defensively.
Big Man Tings trying to find out Frezzy in the jungle, but it's the Susano forced to use his Purification. Frezzy plucked back in the middle of the entire team from Valence Squadron. Meditation not going to save his life, and Lobster able to find the kill. Finally, Funball falls. His first death of the game. Susano able to pick him up. Cherio still boxing here in the jungle, trying to bait someone into that chain lightning damage. Lobster doing quite a bit, but it's Big Man Tings who's in trouble.
He's going to get body blocked completely by everybody from Lion Guard, finding these 2 kills, only losing Frezzy in return. It's a great job. The Whirlpool doesn't really connect. The Furious Roar is taking on to Shadow Nightmare.
Ooh, one more tick was needed, but couldn't quite do the damage. Shadow Nightmare going back to base saying, I knew I was safe.
Calculated. No problem at all.
Not even close.
Gonna be barely escaping that one. His, you know what, it's a little clenched there. We're still working on that Gem of Isolation, making sure that he still has the farm available. It was really nice for him to survive there. He needs to get that farm to get that power spike play, because the fact that Lobster, he sacrificed a lot of damage here going for this early style build between Mark of the Vanguard, Bumba's Mask, Dynasty Plate Helmet. These are all very cost-effective items, but heading into the mid-game here, once that Gem of Isolation is complete from Shadow Nightmare, he's going to be making a bigger impact than Lobster in the offensive category.
And I expect the Lobster may even go for a Winged Blade here. That's been a pretty common Zeus build overall. The pluck is perfect from Frezzy. Immediately into the knock-up Lobster. He's in a lot of trouble. Great meditation, though, for Big Man Tanks. They're turning it around onto Lion Guard. Susano very, very low. He's going to fall to the Furious Roar. Zalia picks him up. Frezzy fell as well. Shadow Nightmare, nowhere for him to go. Nice crack and get to return a little bit of damage, but it's not going to matter. 3 for 0 will look to be a great play from Lion Guard. Valence turns around.
The tanky Zeus stays alive yet again. Big Man Tings didn't even have his ultimate to keep up the Zeus, but he had the meditation, which was so important here. Golfier being started yet again from Valence Squad. They found the first one. Second one's going to go for free, and now they're going to have a very comfortable lead here, about almost 5,000 gold.
Yeah, Valence looking like the #1 team in Europe, and they've certainly done so far this entire split. They've gotten 2 2-0 victories and 1 split as well, sitting at 7 points. Right on top there, I believe tied with Team Dignitas as a top card in Europe. Like we mentioned, Lion Guard right there in the top 4 as well. They've had a pretty good early start to the spring split, but they don't have their jungler, Frostyak, and that's a big deal. Losing your hunter is bad, or your mid laner, I'm sorry, in Energy's case, they have to move Amelito over to mid lane. So not having your mid laner is pretty bad for a split, but not having your jungler is very difficult to work with.
A role that dictates the early pace of the game, make sure that everybody else is not going to fall too far behind. It's the staple in terms of the Smite competitive scene. But either way, though, Johnny has still been looking for the plays here. It's not necessarily... I wouldn't be looking necessarily at the Susanoo player here and like, oh, okay, well, they have a substitute, you know, it's not the same, but it's more about the communication and the synergy and how you really try to look for the plays happen. Johnny has been making them happen, but the fact that Valence Squad has been doing more counter plays that's been shutting down Lion Guard completely.
Portal Demon is started up here by Lion Guard Esports, and the Kraken is going to be there to secure it over top of the damage from Big Man Tings, which is pretty negligible. The pluck back onto Ducky, who has to Lawbringer away immediately. Cheerio, there's the blink, there's the Fear No Evil. Ducky, nowhere to go. He's still alive until Funball is able to pick him up on his rotation. Knocked up there. Frezzy trying to get some damage off. Great Petrify from Flurry Q, but the Lightning Storm from Lobster is better. He picks up the enemy mid laners. Cheerio is able to put Frezzy into the dirt for his 5th death in just 13 minutes. Valence again just taking the team fights, and it's just the AoE damage. Lion Guard, no shell, no sort of way to mitigate all the damage that Valence is putting out.
Using the Kraken for the Portal Demon triggered Valence Squad to force that team fight, winning it so convincingly, losing nobody, making sure they found 3 picks. They get the tier 1 tower in mid. Now they're going to go for the tier 2. Minions are here. That's going to be another 1,500 gold in their pocket, and they're riding off of a huge momentum wave.
Valence Squadron just looking strong here, 11-3, but Lion Guard used the portal and started the Fire Giant, but Big Man Tings knows they've got a ward. In fact, Valence Squadron do it now. Shadow Nightmare, you're going to have to pay for this one, I think, my friend. There's Ducky. Actually, Big Man Tings the one taking the majority of the damage so far. Funball forced to jump in. Nice Chain Lightning and Detonate combination from Lobster is going to put the jungler substitute into the ground. Ducky trying to run away as Shadow Nightmare has been plucked back in by Zalia. Shadow just trying to buy himself a little bit of time. Nowhere for him to go as the veteran mid laner, Lobster, 5-0-5 on the Z-Man.
That Fire Giant was so ambitious coming out of Lion Guard. They feel mentally that they're so far behind that they have to go for this home run play, this Hail Mary that just wasn't going to work out for them utilizing that portal. Luckily for Valence Squad that they still had a ward there, and they were able to take out the tier 1 and tier 2 mid tower quickly enough to be able to make that rotation back into the Fire Giant jungle.
Tier 1 tower falls on the right. Another 500 gold for Valence Squadron. Not that they needed it. They're up about 8,000 at this stage of the game. We're only 15 minutes in right now, and the real big scary number, 9,000 experience, basically the difference between Valence and Lion Guard. What went wrong here for Lion Guard, Toli? Because this game really hasn't felt close since the beginning.
It's a combination of Fun Baller making great plays in both the dual lane and in mid lane with his rotations. On top of that, the tanky Zeus that just hasn't been able to die, paired up with Big Man Tinks on this Khepri. And on top of this, these counter engagements from Cherio with the Fear No Evil has been winning these team fights for Valen Squad so efficiently that we see this huge level lead as well between these two mid laners, despite going for a more defensive style. Now finishing off the Spear of Desolation for Lobster on the Zeus. He has the damage now, where Shadow Nightmare, he's level 12. Now granted, he has his power spike with the Gem of Isolation, but it's no match if you're not going to kill the Zeus anyway.
No, it isn't, and no Wingblade needed for Lobster right now. He's so far ahead that he's not even worried about a defensive option, just trying to push that lead. Funball, he's eating a big rotation here, but it's actually Johnny who's eating the Impale directly into the wall. The rest of Valen Squadron on the way to support their Hunter player. There's the bounce in. Cherio's going to teleport in. There's the Fear No Evil, but a great knock-on from Frezzy. Stops the damage onto the jungler. No pool there for Frezzy, and there's the Lightning Storm. Enough damage there. The Rising Dawn able to pick it up for Big Man Tings. Frezzy, another death. 0, 6, and 2.
Not only finding the pick onto Frezzy, but getting Shadow Nightmare very low, as well as Flurry Q having to back off. It's going to secure this tier 1 tower on the left. It's only Ducky here on the tier 2 tower, and there's going to be a few minions here for Valen Squad to be able to really burst this quickly.
And you see Valen doesn't have a whole lot of ultimates, and Lion Guard does, but Ducky...
He missed the blink. Fearless getting picked off, and now we see Flurry Q with the Petrify trying to hold this tier 2 tower for a little bit longer. Zale is going to force out the bees from the Medusa Hunter, and just like that, finding another pick, another objective under the tier 2 tower. Valen Squad extend their lead beyond 10,000.
And Valence, they're looking to do the Gold Fury as well. Oh no, they want everyone to come in, but there is a ward on that Gold Fury for Lion Guard, so they know it isn't being done by Valence. Frezzy has returned. Big Man Ting still has that Scarab's Blessing, could really revive someone. The Lion Guard need to use get a good Kraken here. Shadow Nightmare has it. He's looking for it. And he just gets plucked in. There's the Kraken, doesn't do any irrelevant damage, and Lobster immediately puts him down. Johnny trying to run away. Zaylee is not going to let him. That's another 2 kills the way of Valence, just baiting it in. Lion Guard is on a conveyor belt right now into the hands of Valence.
Lobster is on line with his build, level 16. If we look at the player damage really quickly, we're just going to see how his tanky build doesn't matter. He's been able to dish out so much damage just with the ultimate, the Chain Lightning. Everyone from Lion Guard is too grouped up, but it's too difficult not to be when you're trying to contest the Gold Fury.
That's just I mean, we see so many Zeus going for this sort of tanky-oriented build, knowing that they can do enough damage anyways because of the high base stats that Zeus has. Excellent just build orientation there from Lobster.
We see Ducky trying to get something back for his team. The speed buff going to get started off. They know that the Portal Demon is being done, but with all this experience deficit, you just got to give it up. The Fire Giant could be looked at afterwards. Everyone from Valen Squad is thinking about backing off here to use the portal to spend a little bit of their gold in hand because they have 13,000 gold lead.
They've got a lot of gold to spend, totally. There's no doubt about that. Lobster's got the red buff. Cherio's got the speed buff. All of Valence looking to fight at this stage. Even Big Man Tings is the same level as Ducky. The enemy solo laner, the same level as your support. That's a feels good man moment.
Definitely feels good for Valence. Not so feels good for Lion Guard, though. They are already struggling a little bit in this split, I would say, so far for them. 5 points, finding 1 victory and 2 splits, but it hasn't been against anybody really noteworthy, and this is like a true test for them against Valen Squad.
Well, it's not going well so far as Cherio's going to find the jungler in the mid lane and nowhere to go. Even for the mobile Susano, Cherio finds an easy pick in the mid lane. And Shadow Nightmare, he's done team fighting for now. I'm just going to go over here and get some gold.
It makes sense, honestly. You just have to give things up and get anything back to delay the game. If you can cut the gold lead a little bit, but you delay the game by, like, let's say 5-10 minutes, you're still going to be getting your levels through the waves. As long as you're not sacrificing the Phoenixes in return, you could still hold out the game. But with the amount of lead that Valen Squad has, they're not going to give any wiggle room for Lion Guard to get back into this one.
Not quite yet, at least. Right side Phoenix Phoenix. Funball doing so much damage to it with how many items he has and that Fire Giant buff. Phoenix falling very, very quickly. Finds the Impale on a Shadow Nightmare just to make sure that there's no one interrupting him while he's doing his business in the right side. Cherio, meanwhile, has split pushed that middle wave into the Phoenix to create a little bit of extra pressure for Valence Squadron. Lion Guard, this is the time to take the fight. Valence doesn't have a minion wave quite yet, but they will soon enough. And Big Man Tings is willing to tank it up and try and get it started here for Valence.
Johnny wants to look for the initiate, maybe finding a pull, but it's going to be Ducky with the Fearless after the Lawbreaker, but he gets pulled back in. Typhoon onto 2, then knock up into the Kraken, does a little bit of damage, but that meditation keeps everybody healthy.
And Frezzy, he's going to fall as well here, I do believe, unless Funball actually helps him out with that Impale. No, Lobster's still going to be able to find him. Lobster just walking into the Titan room, no fear whatsoever, and who could blame him? 7, 0, and 8 for the mid laner. Has had a killer game on this Zeus, top of the player damage charts as well. Lion Guard, that was a great fight for them. Their skills lined up well. They're just too far behind for it to be relevant whatsoever. Left side Phoenix falls. Both Johnny and Shadow Nightmare very, very low from the poke damage from Cherio. Valence look to be thinking about what they want to do, but instead they're just going to back it up. No reason to force it.
All 3 Phoenixes down. The Titan is at its most vulnerable state. They have the Fire Shine still for another 2 minutes and 10 seconds. It's plenty of time to back, find the items, find any relics you really want to use here, or rituals rather, finding the Flickering Ritual here for Lobster. As if he wasn't difficult enough to kill, he's going to be even more difficult.
Shadow Nightmare. You don't get to get your own back camps. Those are Cherio's back camps now, and you remember that. You remember that as you sit there for 38 seconds. Cherio able to find yet another individual kill all by himself. He's found
baiting.
out in the jungle. Oh, the crits are massive. Johnny trying to run away, trying to find some exit. But Zalia's waiting for you, buddy.
No possible way to escape there. Johnny actually got baited, purposely canceling his back as Cherio, recognizing that the Susuna was right around the corner. The damage is just too much to handle from this level 18 Hunbat, who just now finishes off his Heartseeker, selling off all his items. The Mark of the Vanguard was sold just to be able to take this rallying ritual to get back into this team fight.
Cherio's going to be here and ready to go. He teleported onto Lobster, and I don't know if Lion Guard knows. No Frenzy, but I don't think they're even going to need it. Zalia plucks Shadow Nightmare out of his own fountain. The rest of Valence dealing with Ducky on the left-hand side, while the tanky members still trying to find that kill onto Shadow Nightmare. Ducky is going to fall here to the hand of Cherio. 23 kills now for Valence Squadron. There's the Lightning Storm. It puts Funball. Funball gets one. Lobster gets another. Valence,
they want the kills.
They're just farming damage.
They just want the kills. 25-3 for Valence Squad. Great performance, winning the game in 23 minutes against Lion Guard Esports. Now, granted, they did have a substitute in the jungle role, but honestly, I'm looking more about the positives from Valence Squad than having that one substitute for Lion Guard.
And you've got no shortage of positives to look at for Valence Squad. Not only does Funball have another unbelievable game, I mean, if you guys don't believe that Funball is one of the best ADCs in the world right now,
oh yeah,
you're not watching the games we're watching, because he has been absolutely killing it. Lobster is returning to form as one of the best mid laners, not only in Europe, but in the world as well. And Big Man Tings has been the one that's really, really impressed me as far as how much he's grown as a player and how good he looks on this team.
Just overall cohesion on the side of Valence Squad, making sure that everything was working the way it needed, so all the cogs were turning, and heading into the game 2 picks and bans is very important here for Lion Guard to figure out a way to shut down the early game aggression from all of Valence Squad, honestly. Especially Funballer.
Good luck, Lion Guard, because Valence looks unbelievable right now. Hercules, we saw that banned away against Lion Guard earlier on by Valence Squadron. Really a shot at Frezzy more than anything, I would say, who's been playing a lot of that Hercules in the support role. And that's been his really most successful god so far in this split. Frezzy has not had a great start to this split. No. I think that's fair to say.
Not at all. If you look at the score charts at the end of the game, he's always been at the very high end of the death counter. Yeah. He's playing a lot of these Guardians that can't get out of danger, specifically the Sylvanas. Yeah. And this is why we see him struggling a little bit with his positioning. Sometimes he even makes these plays where he'll go into the speed buff. I think it was earlier on this week on the Thursday game, I think it was, or later on, where he just contests 1v4 and then he just dies for it. So he needs to be a little bit more on pace and on par, rather, with the rest of his teammates.
Well, it's going to be a Zeus selection here for Shadow Nightmare. Lion Guard taking an exact page out of Valence Squadron's book, taking Zeus Kepri right away with their first 2 picks. Love it. pressure in the mid lane, pressure in the duo lane, a little bit of survivability. Maybe Shadow Nightmare goes for the same style of tanky build that Lobster went for, but Terra going to be locked in for Valen Squadron. Could be for Big Man Tings, could be for Xaylia, like we mentioned, has loved playing Guardians in the solo role. Cherio seems content to actually play Assassins, as long as it's Hunbats or Naja. As long as it's Hunbats or Naja, a little bit of Thor sprinkled in there as well when necessary. Cherio's good on the Assassins, otherwise you can hand him a Guardian.
I think the Naja's still in his back pocket. He hasn't really brought it out in Season 4, but he's always been having this option. More importantly, could be something that he likes to do and land, as long as he doesn't surprise people.
It could be Season 9, and I'm banning Naja from Cherio. Like, I just do not, he's just so always so comfortable on that god. No reason to give it to him, in my mind. Ullr going to be the selection there. That's going to be for Flurry Q in the duo lane. No on her selection early on here. Lobster bringing out that Poseidon that he loves oh so much.
I like the idea of taking away this Ullr from Funballer and banning out more hunters from him. Taking away the Rama, taking away the Medusa, surprisingly
they give him
enough.
Honor.
Yeah, that's something that I thought they were going to elect to do, making sure that they don't have the control. Because Honor is one of these jack-of-all-trades hunters where he can go in and get out at the same time whenever he wants to. Having a CC immune ultimate, having a knockback, which can work offensively and defensively.
Xing Chen going to be the selection there for Valen Squadron. Again, don't really know exactly where that's going to go in relation to the Terra. Both can solo, both can play the support role. No on her.
Scotty.
Doesn't
have escapes such as the on her would necessarily, but a lot of damage and a big burst once you have that Transcendence
This is just Funball saying, I'm better than everyone here, and I'm just gonna beat you. I'm gonna beat you with the god that can take 1v1s as good as any hunter in the game. At least that's the way I look at this, is Funballs just wants to box Flurry Q in lane, and Scotty one of the best 1v1ers.
Well, Valen Squad kind of messed up their draft here, letting Odin go through despite having a composition that might be a little bit bursty, but not having any escapes away from that cage. Definitely going to have to be looking for that Phantom Relic to survive.
Terra and Scotty and Poseidon going to be a little bit of trouble, though both Xing Chen and Hunbats can get out of that Odin cage. And there isn't a whole lot of healing that Valens have, so you don't have, you're not really worried about that Odin. I think that's probably why it got let through. When you pick something like Sylvanas or Ra, that's when you're thinking, okay, we need to ban Odin. Terra is a healer and doesn't have an escape, but it doesn't have that same sort of, oh man, we better ban Odin or we're in serious trouble here sort of feel to it.
Especially considering the fact that Lobster is playing the Poseidon. That's something you have to protect your mid laner for. You know, having a very defensive mindset from Lobster in game number 1, going for an early mark of the Vanguard, now transitioning into a more offensive mind, going for that Soul Stone.
Yeah, both mid players going for the Soul Stone. Soul Stone receiving a recent buff. Now you get a little bit of mana back whenever you do consume all 5 of those stacks, and it's always been the premier power item in the middle lane. Just didn't have quite the mana sustain to see play early on in Season 4. The red buff being started up here by Valen Squadron, just getting those little guys off there. Frezzy recognizing exactly what Valens is trying to do. Tough to say exactly who got control of that, but Flurry Q had soloed that entire wave right as it came out of tower, leaving Lion Guard free to secure this purple buff.
Valen Squad not able to really control their own buff. That's going to allow Flurry Q now to hit level 2 and then start these oracles up, getting some very early vision control for the rest of his teammates. Now that's going to give a little bit of a wave control back on the side of Valen Squad on the left-hand side, and they could look to just basically freeze the wave out or look to push as quickly as possible and then look for their own red buff.
We do see a Ratatosker. I believe this is the first time since we saw it, since 4.3 hits. Ratatosker seeing a little bit of a nerf, Tolly. What's different about the jungler?
So the thing about Ratatosker is his ultimate. His radius now got nerfed by about 5 units. Similar, I think it's the same exact circle now as the Thor, making it a little bit more difficult to hit.
As well as a little bit of a cost increase on that Acorn, so he's not able to buy that quite as quickly. And then you also have the nerf to the Dart cooldown. Previously, whenever you hit your Acorn Blast or Flurry of Acorns, it would, for every enemy you hit, it would reduce by 2 seconds your dash cooldown, now down to 1, so a little bit less mobility for the jungler for Lion Guard Esports. Still brings a lot of early game pressure, and no damage numbers were touched either.
No, absolutely. He still does a lot of damage, but the biggest factor of Ratasker's kit is how easy it is to hit multiple targets with his ultimate. So getting that reduced is definitely the huge turning point on Ratatasker, which is why we haven't seen too much of the Rat in the SPL quite after that patch.
Ducky really was never allowed to have an impact in game one. He had a decent laning phase up against Xaylia, nothing really to write home about when it came to that laning phase, but whenever it came time to the team fights, the rest of the team was so far behind that I don't think he really had a chance to impact it. And in this lane, you're not really going to get that solo kill up against Xing Chen as Odin. You can't lock him in because he has the jump available. I'd really like to see Ducky try and rotate early to these fights, try and find that cage onto Lobster, onto Big Man Tings, and onto Funball.
That's probably what's going to happen here, the Warrior versus Guardian matchup. The Warrior's always going to out-rotate the Guardian 9 times out of 10 without any assistance from the jungler, and this is something you're going to have to be thinking about if you're Lobster playing this Poseidon.
A lot of ward coverage on that right-hand side is going to be necessary. You can see Lion Guard already off to a much better start this time around. Shadow Nightmare has a lot more pressure in that middle lane on the Zeus than he did on the Poseidon. Both Lobster and Shadow Nightmare have their ultimates available. In fact, it's only Xaylia who just now dinged level 5. Who may not have, oh no, he did end up leveling his ultimate. There are some situations where you don't even have to level your ultimate at level 5. You can really prioritize some of your more important abilities, like for Xing Chen, Furious Roar.
It depends on what the soul lane matchup is and how much pressure you're really thinking about feeling from the enemy jungler. If there's no global pressure from the jungler, sometimes you don't even have to go into the ultimate. Some gods that I'm thinking of is Tyr sometimes, before his change when you had to level up his 3, but now you don't really need to save that point anyway. So you could still go for a more Lawbringer oriented style with the Tyr. Odin specifically though, you could do a lot of damage here with your Bird Bomb combination if you don't level the ultimate.
Another thing we didn't talk about in terms of this matchup in the solo lane is that Ducky does not have a CC immune ultimate and could easily get plucked back into the tower courtesy of Whirlwind of Rage and Steel. Got to be a little bit wary of that. Cherio has shown up on this right-hand side. Just putting a little bit of pressure onto Xaylia's lane, trying to make sure he's nice and comfy over here. But it is going to allow the Oracles to get secured, I do believe, by Lion Guard. Lobster's going to try and steal them away. In fact, force a reset there.
Making sure that the Whirlpool wasn't going to steal one of them. The Vision wants to be completely secured by Lion Guard. So great patience there on the right-hand side. We saw that pressure from Cherio, and that's just a small word that gets underlooked and undervalued. That pressure basically stops Ducky from clearing the wave, and now Xaylia, who's already struggling a little bit in the laning phase, 1 level behind, just now hitting level 7, getting that 1 extra wave is going to help him stay relevant as the blue buff has respawned.
I think that viewers certainly underestimate pressure and what it brings to the team and how important it is, both in your draft and how you play the game. But I don't think it's undervalued by pros at all. I mean, anytime any new item, god, change, anything, the first word on every pro's mouth is always pressure. That is always so important, and everyone is always talking about it. Like, hell, really, really good right now, I would say, in terms of what she brings to the team. Kit just has no pressure.
And that's going to be a big factor in terms of these teams electing to go for their typical drafts, which is why we see a lot of Zeuses, a lot of Poseidons. You know, we have the Hunbass, the Susanos. They apply a lot of this early game rotations, a lot of burst damage in the mid lane. Hell is definitely great in these team fights and has a lot of sustain options available to her kit. But not to mention, she's also kind of a sitting duck in the early phase until she gets some of her items online.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt. Cherio on this right-hand side, again, thinking about putting some more pressure on the right-hand side, but Xaylia's all clean and comfy for now. No real danger, especially with Ratatoskr on the left-hand side of the map.
Great wards coming out of Cherio. Nice little juke as well. Not going to get stunned up by the Ratatoskr or Rude. Frezzy, though, is going to get Fear No Evil. Not much follow-up, though. Great abduct right before the Fear No Evil really put him out of position.
Yeah, Lobster was looking to follow up with that Kraken in that scenario, but Cherio just couldn't quite angle the totem correctly. Of course, Fear No Evil fears enemies away from the center of that totem place. And like you mentioned, the abduct gets Frezzy on the other side of that ultimate, making sure that he is safe from that Kraken. This is a typical European game, totally. We're 6.5 minutes in. No kills quite yet, but Lion Guard looking for an early Gold Fury.
They want to try to force a team fight with the Fear No Evil on cooldown. Finding a route onto Lobster. The rotations here from Ducky, and here's his presence.
There it is. Exactly what we were looking for. Xaylia's in the mid lane, and he's going to eat a little bit of damage from that knockup from the Ratatoskr, but Lobster quickly falls. Never even had a chance to Kraken in response. Gold Fury is started up. Xaylia's here. There's the ultimate from Terra as well, but Gold Fury goes the way of Lion Guard. The question is, how much will they pay for it? Ducky, he's gonna fall. Meditation there from Frezzy, keeping everyone topped off, but Valence, they're still looking to fight.
Zalia's gonna get picked off 1 for 1 thus far. We see Funballer trying to do as much damage as possible. Duct is not on the mark. 2 members falling thus far from Lion Guard, despite them getting the Gold Fury. With Cherio coming back, he could look for another re-engage here once his ultimate comes online, not to mention Lobster's revived, and he has a crack and he's wrapping around left-hand side.
Yeah, Frezzy needs to be careful with his positioning, but they're actually looking at Flurry Q, who has to use the Purification to jump away. Frezzy still in the face of Cherio on this speed buff. No response whatsoever from Valence as Frezzy finally decides that he's had enough of messing with the enemy junglers. Cherio is able to secure his own speed buff. 2 for 2 overall, though the First Blood goes Lion Guard's way, as does the Gold Fury. So a very slight gold lead in their favor, right around 1,600. A little bit more than I thought initially. So good farming coming out from Lion Guard early on, and like I mentioned, both the Gold Fury and the First Blood. That's why you see that disparity in the red team's favor.
Definitely need to be looking for more of these rotations from Ducky on the Odin onto Lobster. Shutting down this Poseidon is going to be the key factor, because we actually saw the difference of levels between Lobster and Shadow Nightmare the last game, where Shadow Nightmare was down about 3 or 4 levels heading into the 20-minute mark, and this could be a point in time where if Ducky continues to isolate Lobster from the rest of the team, especially considering there's no revival because the Khepri is actually on Frezzy side instead of Big Man Tings, this could be the key strategy for Lion Guard and to allow Shadow Nightmare to get his damage online.
And it was a great rotation from Ducky, and we need to be seeing a little bit more of that for Lion Guard. I mean, that Bird Bomb did 3/4 of Lobster's health instantly, and he had no idea it was coming. That's exactly what you want to do on this Odin. Love the aggressiveness from the young solo laner for Lion Guard. We're looking to take at least a game here off the top card in Europe, Valence Squadron, who had a very, very dominant game 1. Game 2, a little bit closer, 9 minutes in, 2-2. Lion Guard's a little bit ahead until Cherio finds Ducky on that right-hand side. Just knows, again, no CC immunity available for Odin in that kit. Looks like both Whirlwind of Rage and Steel and Fear No Evil used to pick up Ducky.
And if you use that jump in the laning phase, it's going to be very easy for the rest of the ganks to happen. Frezzy just not on the same page as Flurry Q. It was a great opportunity, but the Hunter was just too far away for that gank to really be of any use. And off of the pick onto Ducky, that tier 1 tower in the solo lane took so much damage. Anytime you're a god that needs to use their escape to clear the wave, you have to be so careful about these ganks. And we haven't really seen too many wards here on the side of Lion Guard to really spot them out.
Yeah, Cherio still hanging out over here, and you can see that the Genji's guard was the second item picked up by Ducky, trying to give him a little bit of extra magical defense against Xaylia in lane, but Zoni on the left-hand side trying to find the kill on a Funball, trying to abuse this immobile Hunter, and that's exactly what Lion Guard does. Shadow Nightmare able to pick it up with the detonate. Frezzy actually rooted underneath the tower
now. Block is good. Gonna force the ultimate. He's also going to be... Oh, he didn't get the revive. I thought he was going to try to. And now Lobster's going to be able to confirm this more than likely.
Lobster trying to, but there are 4 members of Lion Guard here, and so Lobster willing to give it up. Stunned out by Flurry Q. Good axe there. And Zoni Chill trying to find the kills. Lobster trying to get away, a little bit more cooldown necessary, and Ratatosker not going to be able to find the return kill.
Frezzy, though, I thought he dropped the ball by letting himself go through with Lobster coming through, but look at this. Cherio was left unchecked in the mid lane, getting 500 gold for his team. Johnny makes the rotation, but it's not in time. And just like that, the overcommitment on the left-hand side is not normally expected onto a Hunter, especially when the Gold Fury is down. Normally, the action shifts into the solo lane, so picking off Funballer there probably shocked him.
Yeah, very much so. You saw that even the wraparound was happening from Frezzy just in case. The deep dive, but again, that's what happens up against very immobile characters like Scotty. Xaylia has really taken this lead that Cherio earned for him on the right-hand side and started to run with it, continually poking out his lane opponent. That tower still very low from the push, thanks to Cherio and Xaylia combined, and Ducky still having a little bit of trouble handling the experienced solo laner of Valence.
It's really interesting to see the different build style from Xaylia. Anytime you place a specific god, you always want to be looking at what he's doing. Instead of electing to go for this Breastplate of Valor for the cooldowns, he's looking for the very early power spike of this Dynasty Plate Helmet, giving him the penetration, the defenses, and the early power spike is what's allowing him to really control this lane. At level 12, with Shoes of the Focus, he has a big enough mana pool to get off about 3 to 4 rotation of cooldowns to be able to get Ducky very low.
Yeah, and you can see exactly how much damage Ducky is taking. That Genji's Guard not helping him enough. Frezzy in a bad spot in the jungle, but Cherio willing to let him go. Looks like Lobster really wanted to get in top and try and use his ultimate to blow up the support player, but with that sovereignty completed, it means that Cherio wouldn't be doing nearly as much damage to him. And of course, the shield that Khepri gains for himself and his allies that are near him is fairly significant in terms of trying to burst him down.
Absolutely. It pulsates. It provides a lot of damage reduction there. Gonna be starting up the Gold Furies. The first one did go into Lion Guard's favor. The Zeus ultimate was used too early. I thought it was going to be used as a zoning tool to allow Lion Guard to continue it, but with a rotation here from the Soul Lane is still on the right-hand side with a rotation from the other players, not going to like to go for it.
I think Shadow Nightmare thought that Cherio was going to teleport into that monkey bounce and try and use a Fear No Evil to split up Lion Guard. Or it could be to burn the Gold Fury. Either way, whatever Shadow Nightmare thought was happening wasn't happening, and as a result, Lightning Storm on cooldown. And that's a big ultimate that Lion Guard really relies on because that's the majority of their AoE damage. Zeus does good damage with Chain Lightning as far as spreading it throughout the team. This Chain Lightning Detonate combination is excellent, but sometimes you can't really stand close enough to guarantee those stacks with Chain Lightning.
Last game, Shadow Nightmare playing the Poseidon basically threw away his Kraken on the Portal Demon, and that allowed Valen Squad to force a team fight with that ultimate being down. This could be a similar story here for the next 35 seconds as that ultimate's still on cooldown to allow Valen Squad to maybe force a team fight, maybe even force the Gold Fury.
Cherio has done an excellent job of controlling the pace of this game, I would say. I mean, Lion Guard find a pick on the Funball on the left-hand side. What does Cherio do? Knock down the middle tower, expose it. On the right-hand side, he gets Zalia lead. Zalia's able to build a little bit more aggressively, and Valence is taking advantage of it. Now he's looking for Frezzy. There's the Fear No Evil. There's the Kraken, and there's the death. Frezzy, nowhere for him to go. You see Ducky try to teleport in on that backhand side, but good recognition from Valence spots that out and immediately knocks down the ward that Ducky was trying to teleport into. That's all Lion Guard, or that's all Valence really wanted as they're now backing up.
Flurry Q, though, he's in a little bit of trouble. He was forced into the Purification.
Nice axe.
Taking a little bit of damage as Big Man Tings, but he still has the Monolith available whenever he wants to throw that out for the sustain. And it seems with the Purification being down for Flurry Q, it's going to be Gold Fury being started yet again from Valen Squad.
A lot of members on this right-hand side, though Lightning Storm is now up and ready to go for Shadow Nightmare. I don't think they know.
No.
Lion Guard don't know this
Not
Gold
at all.
Fury's happening.
Half health is the Gold Fury. First one was done by Lion Guard. Looks like the second one is going to be completed as well. And they realize now at this point, like, okay, something's fishy. We haven't seen the dual lane in quite some time. They're probably on Gold Fury. Let's at least go for this Portal Demon. But to contest it is going to be Zalia.
Yeah, you saw Flurry Q in base there. Maybe that's why Lion Guard didn't want to go in on that. But Zalia and Cherio, they certainly know this is happening on this Portal Demon. Zalia just using that Whirlwind of Rage and Steel to zone away the enemies, make sure they can't secure that Portal Demon. Now Lion Guard going to open up on the Soul Laner in response, but just not enough damage, even with the tank-oriented build, or excuse me, damage-oriented build that the Guardian has gone for. Now, it still has a decent amount of protection. Dynasty Blade Helm, not an outright offensive item, a more hybrid item that allows Zalia to still be that frontline capability, as well as deal out some considerable damage.
The Spirit's Robe is what's going to be the key factor to keeping Zalia alive, which is why he built into it so early in the game. This is something that he's been so prevalent about, making sure that he knows if he's going to go offensive early, he needs to go for a late game defense.
Funball still trying to take this boxing fight on the left-hand side. We saw a little interaction there that Ullr's axe will actually hit Caldier as he goes forward, but there's the Fear No Evil on the right. Ducky taking good amount of damage. Lightning Storm from Shadow Nightmare is excellent to keep Valence at bay. A lot of ultimates thrown around there. Kraken was used as well as Big Man Ting's ultimate now on cooldown, but Valence still holds. Lion Guard is here, still healthy. Big Man Ting's back and ready to go. Zalia's teleported in, and he's looking to fight, but Ducky finds the Blink Cage, but there's no follow-up.
No follow-up at all. Razzhasker's in the air. Johnny's going to be able to dive the backline if he chooses to, but Zalia's doing a good job zoning as well. Johnny's actually going to start the blue buff while there's a team fight going on.
Flurry Q finds the solo kill. Actually, Funball and Flurry Q trade on the left side while this is all going on. Cherio was trying to dissuade Johnny from stealing away the blue buff, though it looks like he was successful. Lion Guard still here, still trying to make it happen on the left.
They're
or
not
the right.
done yet. Frezzy has a lot of damage reduction with that Rising Dawn. He's trying to find the Abduct, not on the mark. Cherio has to back here. A lot of damage though. Frezzy forced to ulti himself. Gonna revive under that tower shot, and that's still gonna be a decent hold here. Big Man Ting's doing a good job sustaining with the Monolith, making sure that he positions it really far back to make sure that Shadow Nightmare doesn't take it out.
The sustain is on the side of Valence, and that's why you see them willing to take this long-term fight. You can see already a lot of healing there, 2,000 already for Big Man Tings on that Terror, though Frezzy is right behind him, courtesy of just meditation early on in this game. 5-4, Valence in the lead, up about 3,000 gold as well after that excellent Gold Fury steal. Real sneak, sort of, is the word I suppose I would use. But now they're in position to steal away this Portal Demon, and no one from Lion Guard knows is happening except for Shadow Nightmare, who does have Lightning Storm.
He has no mana though, except for that one ultimate. He's gonna get pulled back in by Zalia into a Kraken.
There's the Aegis though, he's still alive. Portal Demon goes away of Valence as Funball picks up Shadow Nightmare. Johnny around the backside trying to dash away, but the slows from Lobster. You can't get away from Poseidon very easily. And there's the damage as well. Lobster able to pick him up. Portal Demon goes Valence's way, and Shadow Nightmare trying to steal it, but no mana, no purification beads. And we've seen this time and time again early on in Season 4 from Shadow Nightmare, willing to sacrifice himself for some objectives that maybe they should just let go.
His other teammates just weren't too close to him to follow up anyway. Normally it's other tanky targets baiting themselves out to allow their high bursty damage characters to find people out of position, but it's actually going to be Frezzy out of position here on the right-hand side yet again.
The Abduct was body blocked nicely there by Big Man Tings, rooted in place from that Scotty ultimate. One more hit's going to do it, and right as the Scarab's Blessing dissipates, Funball knew exactly how much damage he was doing, no problem whatsoever, as Frezzy takes his second death. Flurry Q decides that he's had enough of team fighting right now. He hasn't really been in any team fights quite yet and doesn't want to be at this stage. Still trying to push down this tier 1 tower in middle. Cherio there to respond as the rest of Valence shoving down that tier 2 on the right.
It's going to be very successful considering the fact that Ducky's ultimate is still on cooldown, having to use it defensively. Big Man Tings leading the charge. In the sky, though, Johnny has made the rotation. He's going to land onto 2, but then instantly retreat.
No damage follow-up either. There's the Kraken. It's going to find 3, and Ducky immediately erased. Funball able to pick up his 4th kill. Lightning Storm used, but no damage really comes out of it as the rest of Valence just back up, wait for it to go away.
And now Cherio is going to be split pushing in the mid lane as he thwarted Flurry Q's split push potential. We see he does have the ultimate available. Zalia is going to get pulled back in, but the Whirlpool onto Frezzy, and now Fear No Evil is here.
Just not enough damage to pick up the Soul Laner. Zalia is trying to get away as Zoni is there, trying to pick him up. The Purification beads, and finally Zalia falls, but at what cost? Flurry Q caught out in the wrong spot in the jungle. Johnny trying to take a sneaky back. They're right in front of Funball, just able to get out of that ice sheet, and he looks like he will survive, but his tier 2 tower will not. Valence Squadron, again, just dominating Lion Guard Esports, up 8,000 gold now right at the 20-minute mark.
But 10,000 experience. This is another situation where they're just letting themselves fall too far behind off of little mistakes here that could have been easily avoided in terms of positioning and patience, in terms of coordinating with your teammates. You know, Frezzy going on the left-hand side, trying to abduct onto Funball before Flurry Q was there. Another time where Shadow Nightmare just casually throws out his ultimate at Gold Fury, throws out his ultimate again at Portal Demon, allowing Valence Squad to easily win the remainder of this team fights. Is not helping Lion Guard's case at all.
Another Desperation Fire Giant attempt there for Lion Guard, but Big Man Tings yet again with the map presence, the map knowledge to understand exactly what Lion Guard's trying to do and snuff it out. Zalia did have to use his teleport to ensure that Fire Giant wasn't going down, but I don't think he's too worried about that.
No, not at all. These team fights have been going in their favor so well. All they have to do is just be grouped up. They don't really even have to worry about the rotation from Flurry Q in these team fights. The 5-on-4 here from Valence Squad with the ultimates from Cherio and Lobster have been just so devastating to Lion Guard, between the disruption from Fear No Evil and then the damage from the Kraken, not to mention the chase down potential from Big Man Ting's Terra's Blessing.
Yeah, it's been a well-drafted composition for Valence, and Lion Guard hasn't really had an answer. Funball's on the left-hand side, and so Lion Guard get to start up this Fire Giant. I like this call. They got to try and get something going, though, and I don't even know if they can win the 4v5. Frezzy just gone off the map. Fear No Evil is all that's needed. Kraken's still available. Lobster's going to use it. No damage there to really follow up, though. Johnny into the back line trying to find the kill onto the enemy mid laner, but it's Ducky the one to fall. Zalia picks up his lane opponent. Ratatosker next on the list. Invalence just running through Lion
Phoenix
Guard.
was down the whole time. Funballer was left on check on the left-hand side. They're not going to let anyone back either from Lion Guard. That's 4 members down. That's going to be a surrender completely. Valence Squad find themselves their 3rd win at the top of the charts, sitting at 10 points.
15 to 5 read the kills. Valence Squadron. This team looks like they've been playing together forever. And they just really came together. Really impressed with their level of play.
They still have some synergy, you know, some members between Funballer and Zalia specifically, as well as Lobster, but either way, looking so strong as Van Squad, #1 in the European standings.
They take the easy 2-0 over top of Lion Guard. That's going to do it for the European sets, but we still got to break them down a little bit, right, Hindu?
Yeah, right, aggro, but there's still 2 more European sets to come. It's a Saturday, not a Thursday. Yes, it's a Saturday. Welcome to my life and the people I deal with on a day-to-day basis. Europe will continue, but Valence Squadron, let's take a look back at that game right from game 1, first of all. And let's be honest, it was the fun ball show from minute 1. Impale into the tower on Frezzy. Frezzy definitely needs to either ward as a team, Lion Guard here, or what they could have done was just have a little bit more map awareness to see it come around. And Funballer just continued that trade with his hot Impale onto Tyr, and then carried on with his team throughout the first game of the day. Lion Guard obviously struggling already in the league, as well as now having a substitute with Frostiak not available for play today. And yeah, as you can see, Funballer just did this tear early on in the game. And from this point onwards, it was always a case of catch-up for Lion Guard that never really came about. Funballer doing a very good job for himself overall. As you can see by the stat lines of his team after game 1, he's really starting to show how good he is in the Hunter role. Not because he was ever bad, just because the amount of talent around him was just as good as him, and sometimes overshadowed him. That's after game 1. As you can see on your screen right now, Lion Guard didn't have much of a chance, and then game 2, well, you just watched it then, surrender vote towards the end. It did get off to a good start, though, at the end of the day for Lion Guard, with Ducky coming in with a very hot rotation, picking up Lobster early on, showing those early rotations help out. They get a Gold Fury off that. But then, once again, the man Funballer constantly getting the kills for his team, setting up from the backline on Scardy, no less. Something that a lot of the people in the community expected to be a lot weaker right now. No backdoor protection being provided by Caldera anymore, but he still made an impact for his team. Funballer and Lobster with those Krakens combining once again with the old synergy they've had for a little while together. And there wasn't really much to really talk about that other than, yeah, that's just the way it's going to go, especially with a substitute as well. Let's head to the scoreboard there so you can see the final standings of how the KDA went down as well, because the KDA on that was fantastic. They had a very good performance overall. We'll get that to you in just a second. But the big story there is Valence Squadron have been looking good already. Good performance against the likes of Energy. However, they had an easier opposition to face off against today in Lion Guard. And Lion Guard, with a substitute Frostiak not available, still not finding the form we'd expect to see from them. With the next set due up any moment as well, we still have 2 more European action to bring you. Obey versus Elevate is going to be the next one. Elevate, who's having a fantastic time of things right now. Not necessarily a full-on fantastic time where they're winning every single game, but they're taking on tough opposition time and time again and putting on very good performances. Next up is Obey, and Obey have looked very, very good so far this year with how they've been doing with the role changes that they've had in terms of the roster switching and making sure they get people on board. Maniac and Emilzy joining this roster, making Emilzy and Ataraxia in the duo lane a very deadly combination of people to have to deal with. That dealing with them is going to be very tricky this time round for Elevate's duo lane and the Bruise Brothers. But those Bruise Brothers, Dardas and Jermaine, have put on the show themselves. The duo lane is definitely probably the one for you guys at home to watch in this next set as well. Elevate and Obey going to be going at it after the moment's notice when the cast have got themselves ready as well. They're just taking the sweet time about it. That's why I'm stalling and looking very awkward doing it and wasting everybody's time continuing to talk. Nobody wants replays anymore because we've got no replays left. Let's head over to the casters who are now finally ready. Taco, find her stool.
Thank you very much, Hindu Man. It's going to be me, myself, Tom standing next to Taco right here. We've got some exciting Well, we've got Obey versus... Who's going on today?
Elevate and Obey right here.
little bit frazzled right now as we got things going together. But Elevate versus Obey. Elevate made some roster changes last time around, switching up their mid lane. Nulissa was supposed to be in for one shot, but I think everybody kind of figured out that that was a tryout. And I think it went well.
I think the pickup of no numbers into that solo lane and replacement of Morgal, as well as Nulissa being added back onto the roster, was a very, very solid decision making. Blizzard FX, he had his time, and he's still a player that definitely has a lot to develop and progress with. But at the same time, Nulissa already has some of that veteran experience, considering her past split and experience. So it's just overall really solid suggestion and idea for them to go ahead and go through with it.
No numbers in the solo lane also changes things to the picks and bans as well. Gabrakan will be banned out right away, but no numbers coming out in the solo for Elevate. This guy loves to play his Guardians, specifically Sobek. Sobek is really the one that put himself on the map. What is going on
And taking away the Humbats as well is a really smart decision. Go ahead and make, Twig a little bit more opposition dealing with that on Obey, and taking away the Thought and Sylvanas. Those are pretty standard bans, I think, that we're accustomed to seeing at this point in time.
The Sylvanas is interesting. I'm not on board that he absolutely must be banned out every game, but Obey right now, if they feel like they're not going to be strong against the Sylvanas, it's not a ban that I mind, but I don't think it has to be there. I think the Thoth ban has to be there.
Yeah, I think the main reason why they prioritized it, though, if anything, is because Elevate likes to opt for those heavily aggressive duo lanes. They might as well put two of their best players in positions to go ahead and carry from early on. That way they can try and have some of that early on control that we saw coming out from them on Thursday when they actually played against Valencia. They were able to pick up because of that.
Which is why you see the Terra. Ullr does well on his own, but Terra's a very punishing character, more so than some of the other gods. When you look at gods like Sobek or Khepri, you're looking to start the party. Terra, on the other hand, if you get engaged on, Terra can just root you and make sure that you're in the bad spot. So the Sobek will come out, likely for Maniac over there in the solo lane for Obey Alliance. Zeus, Ymir, Herc, Ullr, Terra, Sobek. We'll do the half comparison. How are you feeling about these drafts so far?
Very tanky compositions coming out on both spectrums, and at the same time, I would probably favor Obey slightly, only because of the fact that they have a little bit more sustain coming through with that Terra. Whether they opt to put it into the solo lane or whether they opt to put it into the support role, it still would be a really strong ability usage for her to be able to go ahead and utilize her kit properly.
With how tanky both of these lineups are, I mean, why don't we see a ban towards Nemesis? Are we going to see her picked out? Is she going to be contested at all?
I think a large issue with Nemesis is just the fact that it takes a little bit to get her rolling.
Absolutely.
It's a lot of risk involved, considering that her early game isn't exactly ideal in comparison to something, like Thor that Elevate just opted for. So she can struggle a bit more, especially since Obey aren't exactly looking too early game oriented with the Terra coming through and then a Sobek. And whether or not they put those in support or solo, it can still be a little bit awkward.
Listen, Funball likes to have fun. The Scotty came out. We've seen, Emilito play the Scotty trying to have fun. Elevate, on the other hand, very different scenario from those two teams. They're on the bottom looking up, making roster changes that I think are positive. Why is Scotty popular?
Scotty is really strong against these ADCs that don't have any CC immunity in their kits. Ullr and Neith, both, their ultimates are strong, or Ullr, he doesn't have an ultimate, but Neith's ultimate is strong with the global presence, but at the same time, the Scotty root and lockdown on the ultimate can provide a lot of damage that a lot of hunters wouldn't necessarily be expecting.
Hebo's there too. Let's get into the game and see how these characters do. We're getting the old Habwa in the jungle. I'm so excited.
That moment of excitement just coming through. I could see it in your face, immediately.
So Habwa's one of my favorite characters. I hate saying Habwa, but I love watching him. So personally, he's one of my most played characters, but professionally, I love watching this character come out. He's so dynamic. And frankly, I think he's safer in the jungle, believe it or not, than versus the lane. He's obviously going to be ganked in lane, not a lot of escape mechanism outside of his ultimate. And in the jungle, this is what we call the Lionheart Classic. Lionheart here at Hi-Rez, he was a commentator once upon a time. Now he was the lawyer for Hi-Rez Studios. Now he does a whole bunch of other things, but he was the original jungle Hebo. And whenever I see this character come out, I think about that big damage in the mid lane already, and that's what Hebo's going to bring.
That was actually really, really bad for Nulissa, because now that she is already poked out to less than 40% HP, there can be a lot of early aggression.
Yeah.
You can see the same thing happening, though, in the duo lane. Jermaine and Dardis seem to be getting the better of this trade.
Nice little turnaround as the stun comes out onto Jermaine. Raxi is able to go ahead and stun out or shoot the magic arrow through the opposition to provide a little bit of poke, but all in all, Elevate definitely have control of that duo lane. Mid lane, obviously, the Habwa, Captain Twig, and Pretty Prime are going to have control. Invade, both the speed, and they're heading to the blue buff right now, and they'll grab it as well.
Pretty unfortunate on the side of Elevate to lose both of their buffs in the solo lane spectrum just because of the fact that Obey is going to be able to go ahead and secure their speed and blue buff as well.
So this jungle Habwa, I want to continue talking about it, not because it's my favorite, but because it's so odd. We see it so infrequently. Big freeze on the left-hand side. Raxi is going to eat the carpet as well. Emilzy comes around on the front side, trying to get the double stun. Only picks up the support. Dardas in general should be fine. This jungle Habwa, he's a mage, so what are we expecting? What's so different about him versus a traditional assassin?
You just want him to snowball. I mean, he might be a mage, but at the same time, Habwa is one of those characters that's known. He has, 3 ultimates, not just the one. And it's because his abilities just do so much damage, especially early on. So I think that while it can be really risky to pull it through, especially into the composition that Elevate's running with the Hercules and Thor, at the same time, they can still compensate for it because they put Pretty Prime on that Uller in the mid lane, who's going to have the clear to compensate and be able to make sure that the Habwa is farming safely.
Early Gold Fury attempt, but no finish. Nothing even threatened Obey right there. Everybody was in lane. Elevate showed up. Tucker, why did Obey leash that?
I think they just wanted to go ahead and pick up the oracles, potentially see if they could get a sneaky kill, if anything, open up some map pressure. But for the most part, considering how much push that Dardas and Jermaine have with the Amir Scotty, they're just going to, they might as well just go ahead and back off.
Yeah, didn't want to roll the dice right there. One of the things that I like about the jungle choice here is that when you look towards the Zeus pick, you really want to be able to find characters that can absolutely delete Zeus before the detonate comes off. So a lot of times you look at characters like Najah, you look at even the jungle Ymir a lot of times because he'll be able to freeze him out before the detonate comes out. The Habwa is going to do the same. One of the big things about Hebo damage is the fact that you get hit by the water spout and you can't you can, but you can't Aegis in the air. And so you're going to eat that damage.
Yeah.
And once you get knocked up, you're hopefully, on the Hebo side, going to die in that CC. And because it's not a regular CC, you can't beads and hit 3 right away. You're just kind of boned. That's the idea. Delete the mid lane Zeus before she can detonate.
Also, having the Habwa places a lot of pressure onto Fails because if he messes up with his wall and isn't able to utilize it properly and the Habwa gets his ultimate off or isn't able to get like the knockup if he messes up the Thor spin that's immune to knockups, there's just a lot of ways it could go back and forth. I feel like Thor, if anything, is probably one of the better characters for dealing with this jungle Habwa, but at the same time, it will be difficult for him to go ahead and try and jump into that backline because whether or not he's getting knocked up, he's still eating that damage, and it starts to hurt, especially in that mid to late game stage.
A little bit of an ambush coming out here. Pretty Prime going to get collapsed on by 3 different members of Elevate until he jumps over the wall. Fails, looking for the gank, finds it, wall's good as well, but the follow-up just not there.
Very solid accent coming through. The Thor stun could be dangerous, but Neath ultimately going to go ahead and deter any follow chase.
I liked the idea. The wall from Dardas wasn't perfect, and unfortunately, that's the situation where you need perfection. I very rarely ask for perfection from our players. I understand that everybody's human, but the game is different. Sometimes the game requires perfection, and that wall needed to be absolutely in the spot. Otherwise, you don't get the trap that Elevate we're looking for. Still looking for the first blood here, 4.5 in.
That's just the warm-up wall, though. I mean, it's only like 4.5 minutes in. My man's he's got a plan in the long run. He's just trying to get them into that coax relaxation. Like, maybe I'm not on point today before he really comes through with the trumping.
I believe it. Dardas here, Dardas and Jermaine. I mean, this bruised brother lane, as we've so affectionately called it, this goes back, this is a long-term lane. I love to see the what's the word? The evolution is the word. The evolution of these teams, right? Elevate was once Les Myrmidons named such because it was a 4 out of 5 of the players were French. They got rid of their mid laner, they got rid of their solo laner now, and it's just the relic is the duo lane. And I don't think they're moving away from this one anytime soon.
No, definitely not. There's just way too much synergy on the side of Jermaine and Dardis for them to want to potentially look for another ADC. And plus, on top of that, there's just the fact that both of those players are incredibly solid at their roles. And I really don't think that for this team, they're going to find suitable replacements or want to even.
I completely agree. Not only, it's really interesting watching because sure you have synergy and everybody's going to just, you played together for 3 years. You don't need to be a commentator to understand that level. But growing next to each other is a really big deal. These players weren't as good as they are today when they first joined up in that duo lane. They were a little over aggressive. They made mistakes as a unit. And being able to correct each other and correct yourself next to another player, that really breeds something special. Emilzy caught out in the middle of nowhere. Going to be able to use the Terra ult. Ooh, a nice little stun helps out. Fails, tries to get the one-man gank, but can't find it. Still nothing on the board.
Very strong Neath ultimate coming through on Ataraxia, and that's just what you really need to be looking for as a Neath, not necessarily the setup potential, but Captain Twig, though, looking like he could be in a bit of danger until the ultimate is wasted and for the defensive escape.
Yeah, big play coming out there from Elevate. I love their decision-making right there. As soon as the Thorult was down, they said, look, Thorult is going to be our main concern when it comes to this Gold Fury. Let's go ahead and start it and see if Obey are going to answer, since Fails can't come back and ult for us. So we'll just start at the Gold and see if Obey is going to show up. They obviously do. And they chase out that Hebo ult. So level 8, level 7 for our junglers right now. It's more important for the Thor to get going in the early game. Now that he really hasn't, how much of an issue is that, if at all?
Well, the thing about Thor is that if he isn't necessarily snowballing early on, you're not in too rough of a scenario because of the fact that he's still going to be dealing a solid amount of damage. He's most likely going to be looking to pick up an early Hydra's Lament or like a Heartseeker to really get himself snowballing. But at the same time, it can be difficult considering that his opposition is this Habois who's just dealing consistent damage. And I would definitely say that Habois' abilities are a bit easier to hit and get the guaranteed damage than what the Thor hammer is, for instance, or even a spin to win. It's difficult to get in there as Thor in these early on stages, especially since Obey's lineup is so good at going ahead and retaliating or deterring any follow-up potential because of the Neath ultimate, because of the Terra ultimate. It's just hard to engage.
I am curious to see that I'm rather interested. It's just weird that we don't see a lot of invades coming out from Elevate. Habois pre-boots is one of the most easy to gank characters out there. All he has is the ultimate for escape. The wet carpet, the number 2, the Atlas of the Yellow River, isn't that strong just yet early on. The fact that we don't see the punishment on this Habois jungle is an interesting look. That's something that you really got to punish, in my opinion.
A lot of that falls back into that early point, too, where Nilisa fell behind to 20% health. And so because of that, Obey was actually able to secure the first couple of buff rotations. And ever since then, they've had to just follow up on their own rather than worrying about getting counter-invaded. So that actually saved the Habois early game and allowed him to go ahead and farm up safely to the point now where he's got the boots online. He's starting to build into that Dynasty plate helm, and he's feeling pretty good.
That's the butterfly effect. You know, I mention it all the time when it comes to Smite. The small decisions or the small actions that you take in minute 2 can definitely impact the rest of the game right there. Proof in the pudding. Elevate going to start the Gold Fury one more time. All the ultimates coming out here. Emilzy's going to show up looking for the stun. Gold Fury down to 40%, 25, even lower. Elevate started it and Elevate finished it. Raxia get the kill out of the support. Big play right there. Fails. Clean up man on aisle 7. Emilzy going to miss. He's not going to do anything, but standing still is enough. Fails, predicted the movement, didn't get it, and Emilzy walks away from a very dangerous situation.
Who jukes that way?
They just didn't juke.
Yeah, they just... No juke whatsoever. I mean, sometimes no juke is the best juke. I think what he was trying to do was plan ahead for that Terra dash.
Exactly.
And then just nothing happened. Emil's is just, he could have probably just kept backing.
Absolutely. That right there is just Fails. You know, unfortunately, everybody in chat is probably like spamming NA ult or weaken ult or something. But right now, that one, sometimes you gotta just feel bad for the guy.
The mind games.
Yeah, that was the right play. Emilzy just made the righter play. Captain Twig caught out, uses the beads real quick. Dot ticking down, no numbers, is flipped away. Good play by Maniac, and Dardes will be walked in front of by Pretty Prime. Love the team commitment. When you're playing something like the Habwa jungle, you got to protect them, almost like an AMC in that long lane like we saw in North America a couple of times. And that right there, that's the way you got to protect it, which is why we see the very control-oriented solo lane pick coming out from Maniac.
Very unfortunate force out of the beads, though, because that's going to definitely leave him open to where Elevate are most likely going to start looking for and engage in this mid lane. A grouping, even to try and, maybe siege down that T1 tower, especially considering that the Gold Fury is off the map now and they don't have to worry about any kind of dual lane backdooring for the Gold Fury. And that's always really convenient for your team.
Yeah, just no concern. Right now, it's Captain Twig's duty to get to level 12 before Elevate start pushing that so that he can at least pick up an Aegis. And then they're in the situation where he wishes he had the beads, but after the stun is over, he still might get out of it.
As Jungle Habwa, though, I imagine he would probably lean more towards a blink on the Heba, just because he's going to be the one looking to try and get those surprise initiations and really be the factor that takes away Nilissa. Because if they lose that Zeus damage and that Zeus AoE controlling ultimate under these towers or in the jungle fights, it'll be absolutely devastating for Elevate to try and compensate for it.
There's two real approaches to playing this Habwa jungle is the Oracle's respawn right quick. Is basically you can go the blink route where you're going to be an assassin from the backside, sort of like you would see a blink Tyr or even a blink Hercules jungle show up. The idea is to get behind the enemy and then push forward and look for the damage that way. Or play similar to the way Lich played at Worlds. Nilissa in trouble, gets shot by Raxia's ultimate, fails with a follow-up kill in the mid lane, however, takes down Twig, but the damage was done by Twig already, and that's what I'm getting into. The second way of playing a character like this is just I did my job and it's over. And that's what we saw to Lich's Thanatos at Worlds when they beat ALG. Lich, the Mexican team, they would do all this damage, the Thanatos would come down, find the execute, and then he'd just kind of die. But his job was to kill one specific person and then leave the 4-on-4. Twig can also look for that style of play. So Habwa gives you two different options. Either you're all in and maybe you die, or you go for the more advanced blink play.
And earlier on, too, with the Habwa ultimates and everything as he's trying to secure his damage, a big helping factor that's going to start coming through is Ataraxia on this Neath. Going for the Transcendence build means that he's probably going to be opting for at least one pen item at some point in this build after he picks up Vitalis, which means that it'll be even easier for that Habwa to just come through, pick up the kill that he needs to, and try and escape even better than before, because you saw him get punished there by Fails, and well played to Fails as well for going ahead and securing that kill as a retaliation. But at the same time, it'll be so difficult when you have that Neath ultimate swinging for 600 to 800 damage on top of the Habwa ability swinging for like just the same amount, if not higher. So overall, it's just going to be really difficult for any of the squishies that they choose to target out to go ahead and stay alive.
That's not a squishy. No number's getting poked around like he's a squishy. That's the damage that we were talking about. Captain Twig showing up with the assistance one more time from the Neath player. And what it comes down to is also just making sure that the Habwa plays are always worth. Fails uses the ultimate, and that's going to make Obey walk away. Again, this is the second time where I think, to the naked eye, Fails looks like he makes a mistake, but this one actually had the impact that he wanted. He goes up in the sky and Obey actually peel off of the objective, but only once. Not going back to the Portal Demon. Now that's a mistake from Fails. That one's going to be a free objective going to Obey. The transition over to the Fire Giant should be easy, but Jermaine picking up the tier 1 tower at the very least.
Yeah, there's just way too much damage on the side of Obey, and considering they were already grouped up there on the Portal Demon, you see that Thor ultimate go up in the sky and land back down, immediately engage onto that, because that's just free almost every single time. And I think that also, it wasn't just Fails there, but all of Elevate were just really out of position for that pickup.
Yeah, when again, like I love the idea of going up and then doing nothing with it, because you can't ult that far into the backline by yourself. You're just going to get toasted.
Well, you could, but you might not have a good time.
Sure. But you got to, if you're going to land on those back harps to clean them up, you got to at least go back, because a good stun, a good hammer throw, you're at least contesting it a little bit from a safe distance. Thor's one of those players, one of those characters that can do that. So I really wanted to see some sort of contestment, but not going to be the case for Fails this time around. 1-0-0 for the jungler. 2-1-2 across the way on Obey's jungle. The Habwa jungle has been relatively successful. It hasn't been a failure, but he hasn't done anything special, put it that way.
Nothing significant so far
Yeah.
into this game. I mean, he's gotten his damage off, which has helped secure a couple of kills, but I think I'd still attribute a large portion of that to Ataraxia with these Neath ultimates, because
Agreed.
those are probably one of the most potent things. A large downside to picking Neath and putting her into that duo lane is she tends to fall really far behind other ADCs. They can play a lot more aggressive into a Neath because it's so much easier to catch off her backflip. It's so easy to box her, especially with the Scotty, but the way that he's utilizing this Neath and playing so safely and forcing Jermaine to not be able to take up the boxing matches with him, but at the same time assisting his team wherever they choose to engage on the map. That's just exactly what you'd want to see out of your ADC if they're trying to pick this into the duo lane.
And the fact that he's playing the Scotty, wonderful rotation coming out from the jungle fails. And the fact that he's playing the Scotty as well, if Jermaine actually does go up too far, he's just going to get killed by the Habwa. Definitely a character that can really punish a character without many movement options. You hit him with the water spout, you hit him with the water hands, and then all of a sudden, you ult and they're kind of dead. Captain Twig taking the wrong fight, almost deletes Dardes right there. Gonna have to walk through the rainstorm. In comes help from the solo laner, but it's not gonna be enough. Maniac gets the kill on the Dardes, and Captain Twig from around the side looks for the turnaround kill, but fails. Enough damage there. Captain Twig still alive for the moment, trying to deal it. Stun coming up soon. Captain Twig misses the water cannon, and because of it, fails, able to take him down with the double tap. Fight still raging on the left-hand side. Taco, no numbers, trying to find safety underneath the tier 1 tower, and with that unravel, that should be the disengage coming out from Obey.
That blink was pretty sick by Captain Twig to
That
go
was a
ahead and
hot
get
blink.
away. And the best part about it was that he also pulled Fails away from the rest of his team and the rest of that team fight, which means that they're not having the Thor assist coming through. And that's why we see Obey right now engaging onto this Gold Fury.
Gold Fury goes the way of Obey with the rotation out of no numbers, who used teleport to show up. Surprised we again didn't see much of initiation. Elevate seem to be afraid individually of these counter fights when it comes to contesting objectives, and individually, okay, but when you're grouped up Thor and Hercules, I want to at least see a driving strike or something.
Primary concerns probably coming through from Maniac. He's a full health, full HP, tanky as heck Sobek, and what they're probably looking towards is him trying to get his pluck in.
Right.
Because whoever Maniac plucks, I think at this point in the game, Ataraxia and Pretty Prime are going to have the ability damage to go ahead and just shred them, and if that doesn't delete them, it'll put them still in a position where they're going to have to back off, and then they could potentially get even more than just a Gold Fury. They could have potentially looked for a T1 tower siege in mid lane.
Right here, the Habwa build is very interesting. The boots into the helmet, I think, is kind of standard, right? I wouldn't have minded to see some power instead of the helmet, but sure, I guess you're afraid. No problem there. But the item after Pet, we're either going to see the Bancroft Talon or the Book of the Dead. Seems it's a lot of power on both of those items. Is it a little too late?
I don't want to fall into the Caster's Curse category. I feel like it'll end up being a Bancroft's Talon, which means that now that I've said that, it's going to opt to be the other one. But at the same time, it's just such a strong power spike to go ahead and pick up that Bancroft's
100 power
on
from-
Habwa. It's so much damage.
And it's relatively inexpensive, too, when you look at the comparison that other items that are 100 power. So, already, look at the way he's able to just hurt no numbers right there, who has a decent build. He's got level 2, he's got the Silver Talisman, which is a nice bridge item. A lot of people, if you're unfamiliar with the pro scene, that's standard. Just see only level 2 really come out. So enough numbers as far as the health is concerned.
And going ahead and making Jermaine burn out his ultimate after taking the knee. Perfect way for him to get the disengage, though, and force Pretty Prime back off of him.
Right side, Maniac gonna get controlled. Flip kick is good out of no numbers, but the return damage from Twig just too strong. Looking for the follow-up. Not gonna find the knock-up, but Emilzy shows up. Root's good enough. And Emilzy cleans it up. Well, first kill for the support player. Now Elevate gonna have to deal with Obey pushing onto their solo tower. No numbers is going to be alive for the moment, but even more help. 4 players on the right side, and no numbers has no numbers in his health pool. Down he goes. Captain Twig with the kill. 3rd kill for the Jungle Habwa.
And notice how on the other side of the map too, Ataraxia actually out-pressured Jermaine on that Scotty, which means that now they're taking tier 2 siege from both sides.
Big man ult from Fails, lands on 4 players, but he walks into everything else from the rest of the team. Nulissa with a fantastic ultimate controls the players and takes down Captain Twiggy.
but unfortunately they still lost that T2 on the other side of the map. But really, really strong gameplay from Elevate to go ahead and deter 4 people with just the 2 alone. That's really risky at the same time, but Fails got the perfect ultimate. Melissa knew immediately, I'm just going to drop Zeus damage and hope to blow somebody up.
To be fair, I mean, that risky play that Thor just took, I mean, that's what I've been asking players to do
That's
all,
what you need
all
to do.
game, right?
Yeah.
Like, sometimes you got to throw caution to the wind and make that defense. Like you said, unfortunately, they lose to tower on the left-hand side, but that is just Jermaine's job. Like, that's the one-on-one with the Hunters, and sometimes you can't handle that. But as a team, I want to see you almost throw your life away for the tier 2s, the gold furies, maybe not the portal demon, but those big objectives. Tier 2, that's 1,500 gold and a lot of map pressure. That's the decision I want to see you make. I want to see that aggressive play.
And Obey on this portal demon once again, really looking for a lot of aggression. Fails excellent use of the CC immunity on his ultimate right there. Disengage and baits out the Neath ultimate.
I'm telling you, this guy is something special. He's been playing in the league for a long time, and this is his season. We see a lot of players that have played in the past. So Obey picks up the portal demon, no problem. Great zoning coming out from Maniac. We've seen a lot of players play. Ooh, are they gonna push for it? I didn't expect that. No numbers gets flipped out, and Pretty Prime puts him down. Maniac continuing to push against all odds. Emilzy picks up the kill off of the tremendous Sobek damage. Sitting number 3 overall is the solo Sobek coming out from Maniac. Fantastic play coming out from the guys on Obey.
Just the pluck from downtown, even skidding a little bit forward on that Scotty ice where he's like, maybe I don't want to be here right now. But at the same time, really, really well performed chase by Obey there, going ahead and picking up 2 kills, now a tower, and they have complete and total map control right now until those respawn timers are up.
Exactly. Elevate, they stand still, they just watch. They can't contest with the tier 1. Tier 2, you want to dance a little bit like Fails did earlier, but this is pretty much what you have to expect out of these teams. This is with 5 players there, you know, there's a lead coming out from Obey, almost 10,000 gold. You're not going to walk up and do anything.
Without a Scotty ultimate and with Zeus being down, there's just not really a whole lot of damage coming out on the side of Elevate at the moment. So it's better for them to go ahead and just show presence so they don't lose a Phoenix, but at the same time, they need to just back off and play it safely because a pick there would have probably spelled Fire Giant.
Nulissa and Fails have had relatively decent games. Nulissa has been shut down a little bit, but you can still see her damage on the chart. Very relevant. Unfortunately, it hasn't had a lot of she's created a couple of defensive stops for her team, but not enough.
This Hubwa has definitely been a problem for her, if anything. It's so good for Captain Twig to just be able to stick onto that Zeus. Because even though Hawa isn't known for having the highest mobility in the game, his 2 is known as the Elo Carper for a reason, because you are zooming out of any kind of fickle situation, and it's really strong if you wanted to use it defensively or aggressively. And we've seen Twig, he tends to try and initiate with it, and then, look for the opt of the blink if possible, but getting it into range to use his 3 and then his 1, that's just so much damage coming out, so much poke potential. It's really hard for Elevate to deal with that right now, considering their composition, unlike Obey's, doesn't have any sustain.
Especially the combination with Pretty Prime. If you get hit by that water spout, you're getting hit by probably the Hebo 1, but definitely the Uller 3-1 combo. And Uller Hail of Arrows, Bladed Arrow is going to hurt you anyway, combined with the Habwa on top. I'm sorry, buddy. You're sitting out for a couple of seconds because you're dead. Not going to be a strong look if you're against that. Obey right now, 10-3, leading, couple of minutes past 20-minute mark. Obey at the moment leading by about 11,000 gold and doing whatever the hell they want here. Pushing into the enemy jungle. Elevate really can't dance with this unless they have all ultimates available and everybody's in the same spot. Not the case. Fails over there on the left side. Obey pushing in to the tier 2 tower. Fails taking to the sky looking for a defensive ultimate. Obey backs off, and Captain Twig's going to be the target, but he misses! Twig doesn't move much, and he's just too much for Fails. 1 water cannon brings Fails down from 100 to 75, blinks forward, misses the knockup, but the damage brings Fails down to half HP. Oh, but Twiggy's caught Taco. He gets stuck, and he's going to fall down. Jermaine with the kill. Captain Twig just a little bit too out of position there.
Didn't even have time to try and get the damage off with his ultimate there. You could hear the animation start up, but just, nope, not this time. Which I think went heavily in Elevate's favor because he got so thirsty for that kill onto Fails when he saw Fails' Aegis go down that he immediately wanted to try and capitalize on it and get his 3 ultimate combo off. But unfortunately for him, No Numbers hiding right around the corner, and I don't know about you, but if I'm Hercules, I get really excited when I see a Habwa by himself.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's just one of those characters, they're not going to dash out of your way. He can't jump over a wall or something. He's just waiting to get plucked.
And he didn't even have to use his driving strike there. He used it to catch up to him, but as soon as he got the pull off, that's just the Habwa into a team of people ready to go ham. Yeah,
it was just, like you said, just a little bit too hungry for the kill. Left-hand side is going to be Elevate, getting the red buff. Obey looking for the upgraded red buff. Going to be chased away, however, as they're relatively low, and No Numbers by himself can really make sure that Fire Giant doesn't go for free. So Elevate, good little comeback. Honestly, off of a single kill onto the Habwa, they defend their tier 2 tower, and they have enough oomph to really go ahead and just walk towards the enemy and make them walk away from Fire Giant.
Solid map awareness there, too, by No Numbers to go ahead and check that FG because he recognized that he had 2 teammates on that red buff, which isn't exactly ideal at this point in the game because this opens you up a lot of the times to these Fire Giant backdoorings. But No Numbers went ahead and checked it. It caused Obey to fall back, and that's really all that they needed right then and there.
Yes, exactly. They're still down 10,000 gold. Obey still have command of the match, no doubt. But Elevate able to answer back just a little bit here. Fire Demon Portal guy will be started
If they're
up.
not careful, this is going to go down. Wait, it's just, it's too much damage too soon.
Yeah, there's just too much, like you said, too much damage. Captain Twig and Pretty Prime can pretty much just burst something down at this point. Really not too concerned about the damage, but it's the follow-up. Portal Demon, not number 1 on the grocery list. Fire Giant, very different story. Maniac gets caught out a little bit, but not too threatened.
Just getting around the eyes of the mirror. Yeah, Dardas is going to be falling pretty soon here if he's not careful. But Captain Twig as well, having to use his ultimate to get out of the Zeus.
Big flip coming out and big ultimate coming down from Fails. Unfortunately, a little bit too late. He loses his support and his mid lane before he even is out of the sky. 5 players still alive with Obey jerseys on. Jermaine, he's going to beads away the root, but he can't beads away the arrow. Down he goes, and Maniac finishes off the jungler on the top side. No Numbers by himself. Is left in the base. And the rest of the players on the board will go ahead for the Fire Giant. Obey win the team fight fantastically. They're leading by 10 kills, and this Fire Giant will certainly go in their direction. 55 to 68,000 gold. Obey, it's just a matter of time here.
And the worst part about all of that is that Obey had already secured the Portal Demon. So immediately after the pickup, the 4 kills for nothing, they can just back and then be right there in time to go ahead and secure that Fire Giant.
You might ask me why I'm not complaining about the Hercules not showing up to contest it. It's because he knew that he wasn't going to get there in time. I'd like to see the Hercules toss the boulder over the wall, but realistically, because the portal is there, there's no way that No Numbers gets out of base to show up to Fire Giant and toss the ball over the wall to actually have a shot. He's going to either A, wind up like Jerby and just miss completely, or B, he's going to get smoked out just by getting collapsed on. So
a little bit of a throwback there with the Jerby call out.
So actually, it's really funny. I was the #1 player, so that is an old school Smite reference, and that joke has been told forever. The idea of somebody missing an ult as a Jerby ult. I was actually the one to say, hey, we should move away from it, because it had been like a year and a half, 2 years since Jerby had even played Smite. He had moved on to other games, and I was like, look, this guy is not even relevant. It's unfair to really drag him through the mud. So since he's no longer a member of the Smite community, let's move away from it as the Gold Fury goes to Obey here. But Jerby's back. He now works for Hi-Rez as a big part of what Paladins
So the
does.
joke's got to come back, obviously.
There you go. He's a part of the family. He's getting reamed. It's all back. Elevate, however, in a similar situation. They watch the Gold Fury go down, 30 minutes on the clock, and they just can't seem to get their foot in the right position. 20,000 gold is the new mark for Obey, just shy of it by a couple of hundred. And this is, at this point, it's really tough to say how Elevate come back, if at all.
This is mostly Obey's game to throw at this point in time, especially when you consider that Obey has the rituals online. They're all full build for the most part, and it's going to be super difficult for Elevate to try and defend, because as soon as they use that Zeus ultimate, all Obey's going to do is sustain, heal back up, and then look to re-engage. So they've got to be on point, and whoever they take out, they've got to take out fast. Otherwise, they're just going to go downhill.
That's the tool. You gotta find the flank from this is realistically how Elevate does this, and the geography or the geometry of the map will actually help them out here. No Numbers has to find the flank from behind to look for the driving strike forward into the ultimate from Nulissa that gets confirmed by Fails' stun either out of the ultimate or the wall. That's really the only way, and they have to turn this fight into a 6-on-4 instead of a 6-on-5.
But look at No Numbers' health already. Yeah. He's already under half health, and here comes the engage immediately following up on it.
The frenzy is just going to take Obey's damage to the nth degree. Fails in the sky. He's afraid to come down because Captain Twig is swinging like a Mack truck. Maniac's next to him as well. Double kill for the Jungle Habwa. The Titan is being aggressed on, and I think, Taco, that be that. Obey show up with an interesting draft here, and they take Elevate to the cleaners. Titan goes down before the players 4-17, and an incredible 20,000 gold lead come out from the guys on Obey, and the first game goes to the Big O.
One of those circumstances where the high risk, high reward of that jungle Habwa pick just happens to work out and you run away with it entirely. Obey had complete control of that game from the start, and they utilized their pressure properly.
You know, it's interesting. We talked about how one small maneuver can really change the shape of the game. I wonder if Nulissa doesn't get poked out like that if the Jungle Habwa is as successful.
Most likely not, because that was pretty much his main goal, I think, in that game, was to go ahead, poke out Nulissa as much as possible, look for the early secure kills on her with the Neath ultimates and the Habwa damage, and then just immediately siege up after that.
Tough stuff coming out from Elevate. They've improved, but they definitely had to go against an interesting pick. As we head into game 2, we'll see if picks and bans change or if we're going to see something weird in the jungle one more time from Obey. Keeping an eye on that, Cabrakan must be banned.
Cabrakan, I mean, it's kind of odd at this point in time considering they haven't seen it, but at the same time, Elevator definitely taking it away because they know that it's a concern. So it's still a smart decision by them. And the Terra, that is a band that I'm so glad to see right now.
Yes.
Emilzy, just like the silent sleeper killer on that team last game, with the sustain coming through, every single time it looked like Obey were about to be in a bad situation, you just see their health immediately rise back up again.
It's interesting because Emilzy does this frequently where a character that isn't, it's not even a sleeper pick. It's just not used throughout the rest of the league. And then Emilzy plays it. He does fantastically with it. And then someone else tries it, and they're just not as strong. Emilzy, what's his secret finding these sort of like lower level supports to make work?
I think Emilzy is just one of those players who's really pensive about everything that he does. He likes to plan things out, work things out in jungle practice a lot, and really go behind the scenes with his teammates to try things out. If he thinks that it could be a potential pick, then he's down to go ahead and play around with it for a while.
Ullr and Fafnir picked up a 4 Obey, so we're going to see the repeat of the Ullr. We'll see if he winds up in the mid lane like last time around. Zeus, Hun, Bats, and Anher. I like the fact that Elevate are sticking with the Zeus. They identified, they made the right identification that said, look, the Zeus wasn't the issue last game. She just wasn't able to really launch. Hun, Bats should also help very much so against Obey's sort of composition. And we're going to go back to the Habwa.
Yeah, we are going to see this Habwa again, but it might not necessarily be a Habwa in the jungle. I know this might sound weird, but No Numbers is not someone who's foreign to playing these mages in the solo lane. Unlikely, but possible.
You stole my point. I was just going to say, Habwa can also wind up in the solo. No Numbers can play him really well. It's also, I like the fact that we see it taken away across the way, so it should be interesting because Obey Alliance, looking at Maniac, also plays him in that solo. So you got to be careful all across the board. Everybody can generally play. Pretty Prime is not a Habwa player, I would say. But with the Hercules locked in, I think we're going to see it in the jungle one more time.
I'm really liking the bots Bacchus composition coming out from Elevate, though. I think it'll provide a lot more peel potential for Nulissa, should that be a Habwa again trying to engage. And the Odin, I know you're thinking about that Odin immediately.
Perfect, just the perfect pick. Habwa really can't get out of the Odin ring whatsoever. And there are other characters, as Jingwei is locked in for Ataraxia, there are other characters that can deal with the Odin ring. Habwa can't. He's made of paper. This is one of the least tanky characters in the game. His base stats are low. He doesn't have a lot of options to sort of sustain and just deal with the issue. Like we saw, Beads and Blink are probably going to be his go-to relics, so you can't buy the Aegis to just buy yourself some time. This is a great draft from Elevate to really counteract Captain Twig here on the jungle Habwa. Let's get into game, see if Obey Lions take the 2-0 or if Elevate are going to be able to bounce back and find the victory. Both solo laners, like I said, can play this. Maniac and No Numbers both have a little pocket Habwa, which is interesting.
For sure.
Yeah. Nulissa nor Pretty Prime have a Habwa to my knowledge. Maybe they do secretly, but I don't think of a Habwa as their character. It's just very interesting that in our both teams, both solo laners, one jungler. I don't know about both junglers. Both solo laners.
I think Fails could pull it off,
You think
honestly.
Fails can pull it
I
off?
really do think that Fails can pull it off.
Well, Captain Twig is just getting jumped on. That'll be first blood. Nulissa's having none of that nonsense. You're going to poke me out in game 1? I'm going to murder you in game 2.
The
That's what
Beastburn.
you get.
Oh my
Ooh,
goodness.
that's what you get.
He was not ready for that one at
No.
all. He's just he's trying to have a good time on that Habwa. He's like, "What's up, guys? I'm here again." And then he wasn't.
Yeah, no, that was Elevate. You know, I gave Cyclone a lot of credit off air. I tweeted about it. I gave Cyclone a lot of credit for being able to find their victory against Energy against the tendencies of the team. It's one thing to just push your buttons a lot better than the opposition, but it's another thing to punish your opponent for doing what they do. Energy like to split push when there's a push going on, and they got beat for it. Here, Elevate beat Obey doing what they do. Obey took the same pressure that they had in the mid lane in game number 1, and Elevate said, look, why don't we just put 4 players in the mid lane, because we know Twiggy's going to be there, and he's going to get murdered. And that's exactly what they did. Got to tip your hat to a team that thinks like that.
And this time around, too, Elevate is actually going to be the one that invaded onto Obey's speed.
Yeah.
They didn't get to secure the blue buff, but at the same time, taking away that speed from Habwa early on is going to be pretty annoying for him to try and deal with.
Not only is he
actually, it looks like they just might have taken the creeps.
Yeah. Didn't confirm it. Captain Twig does get his speed buff, able to zoom on out there. Like you said, though, bring up that point. That is a very important point. Pre-boots, Captain Twig is moving. I mean, you saw him in the mid lane. This Habwa just moves at -5 miles an hour. He's walking backwards for the most part. Beep, beep. So really troublesome environment for the Habwa to really deal with. Right now, he's relatively even. As Hunbat sits level 4, so about half a level separating these two players. You can see the net worth, Habwa sitting about the middle. So Elevate this time around, I think they're going to focus a little bit more on what Twig's doing.
I'm really excited as well to see how this Jingwei plays out for Obey. Ataraxia is one of those guys who he likes taking the hunter that nobody likes to play,
absolutely,
and then making it look good. And he's probably been working on this one for a while, probably been waiting for the right moment to pull it out and just be able to say, look, Jingwei is definitely still viable. But I like the pick into the Bacchus. I mean, her dash is still effective, just lost the Fatalis effect. But I'm just not certain in which direction he's going to go for. I'd have to assume he's going to be picking up the Fatalis at some point in time.
Sure.
But I really just want to see how it pans out for him.
I think Jingwei is still a very good character. No number is going to get pushed around here. And I was actually just going to talk about this matchup. Captain Twig waiting for help. Can't find the damage just yet. Maniac came onto the scene playing characters like Chang'e and Aphrodite, right? And he realized very quickly, back when he was on SK Gaming, then turning into Fnatic later on, that this wasn't going to work long term. The meta shifted in a different direction. He wasn't able to stick with that. So he had to switch to Warriors. Vamana and Hercules were the first two characters to really come out. And Hercules has been Maniac's go-to god. Even when metas don't love Hercules, it's been one of his go-to characters. And as soon as it got locked in for Obey, I knew across the way that Elevate were going to have some issues.
Yeah, no, Maniac is definitely a really strong player. And the big thing, too, about Maniac is that his return to the SPL, you know, he's somebody who's not unfamiliar to. He's been playing the game still, even after leaving the pro scene. But he's just so consistent. I haven't seen a bad performance from Maniac yet. And it's not even when his team is just dominating, but even during these stale points of the game, you just see Maniac, and he always seems to have the control and pressure that you'd really want out of your solo laner.
And that's the thing there, Taco, is that I still maintain that I think that stepping away from the competitive scene, even if you're playing high-level ranked, is a very big culture shock, if not anything else. You're coming back into the Smite Pro scene after missing 2 splits. That's almost a full year. It's definitely a big change of pace as he gets locked there in the cage. Fails is here as well, going to slow him down. Can't heal, finds a driving strike, trying to deal with the damage, just barely going to get out of there. Still alive and almost gets the turnaround kill. kill. Maniac going to head back to base. Captain Twig and Pretty Prime showing up. There's the knockup is strong. Max range water spout coming out from Twig. Got to keep in mind, Dardes is behind, as well as Nulissa. Maniac is back with the teleport. Ultimate from Twig. Not going to be enough damage. Brings Dardes down to about 60. Jumping forward on the mid lane mage is going to be Emilzy. Knock up, push down. See you later. Nulissa is the first mark for Obey. It's 1-1 as we hit 5 minutes.
I want to say that was on purpose by Captain Twig, but I don't know if you noticed, the Zeus Chain Lightning actually didn't get to proc off of Twig because of his ultimate going through, and so that makes him damage immune, which means that he's not going to be able to take it, and that actually saved Obey, in my opinion, from getting a massive Chain Lightning spew, because I think had that actually landed, it would have been a complete 180 turn for Elevate, and they would have secured probably a triple kill there.
So what's the percentage that you think it was planned by Twiggy?
I'd have to give it like less than 10.
There's a 7% chance that he planned that one?
He was trying to escape, but it looked awesome because of the fact that he got away from it.
Love that play right there coming out from Obey, just the response. And yeah, you know, talking about Maniac, I think there is a big sort of setback by leaving the scene for that long. Maniac is just the outlier that has looked good from game one coming back. You know, we've seen a number of players sort of take separations and then come back to the league, like Game Hunter.
And it's not the same.
Yeah, just very different. Maniac looks like the day he left for now. And it's just, that's just him. It's not the fact that, well, he's been playing Smite, so everything's the same. It's just, well, this one player could keep up. Good for that one guy.
That's just natural talent shining through there at the same time as well. I mean, it's almost like riding a bicycle. It just seems like he never really forgot how to play the game. And that's just so crucial when you're trying to, you know, provide huge momentum swings for your team all the time from that solo lane.
Yeah, especially that play that we just saw, able to just hang on, throw the boulder. This time, not so safe. Ultimate coming out of the monkey. He finds the driving strike, but that's likely to be it. As Fails finds the basic attack, killing out the solo lane. Yeah, when you caught up that far away, before he could sort of hide on the tower, and that's why we didn't see the full commit coming out from the jungle and the solo lane on Elevate, but up there, yeah, you're toast.
Not to mention the RNG that Fails just pulled out there. A little bit of wizardry on his end, considering double crits back-to-back. I don't know about you, but every time I pick on bots and I use an ability to look for the crit percentage, it never happens.
Yeah,
ever.
It's one of those things where you got to roll the dice. We talk about, you know, Pon having that Pon luck. You want to go back to the Smite, right? The old school jokes. We always talk about Pon having that Pon luck. Fails has that Fails crit chance. It's just a couple of stats higher than most other players.
Just a little bit of you know, sus actions on the side of Fails there coming out.
Couple of nudges that shouldn't have been there. But in any event, Ataraxia in this dual lane still working out. The Jingwei doesn't seem to have been showing any issues whatsoever. Dardes shows up, gets a level, but Emilzy also flirting here. Uses the stun to save him for the moment, but should be safe.
No, I can't see them really trying to engage onto Emilzy. It's just a little slap war between supports, if anything. Dardes loves trolling people in that regard when he gets to just go and spam a little ability for a stun. But yeah, you can tell it's actually really interesting that the Jingwei is doing so evenly with the Honor, because Honor is so strong early on. Could have been a little bit of danger, but it looks like he's going to go ahead and jump away to freedom.
Big damage onto the Zeus, and because of that right away, you see the jump over the wall from Dardes. And the Fails to teleport. Wonderful play. Will he get punished? Yes, he does. Fails finds to teleport with the monkey at the last second that you can possibly go for it, having faith in that crit percentage.
He did have faith, as well as he knew that his ultimate was up, and he just saw Prime burn his beads there. So for him to go ahead and utilize that combo, very strong. But Maniac, what is it about Hercules lately and all these players hitting these boulders over the walls?
It's just, like I said, I mean, that's something that Maniac's been doing for a while, but the over the wall shot, I mean, that's Hercules is fun. I'm glad he's back in the meta. He's a lot of fun to be watching. And it's very interesting to take a look at him return, whereas Maniac's just sitting here like, I've been playing this character forever. What are you talking about?
It's like he's trying to make his own. All these Hercules trying to make montages with top 5 plays or something. End up like Scary D out there.
That's it. They're all. You know what they are? They're trying to make Marvel's find a new character. and this is going to be the new character. Marvel said he's a Neath main now, and he's going to be making some Neath montages. Ain't nobody want to see a Neath ult montage. They want to see some Hercules ult montages.
And speaking of montages, Jermaine almost got montage himself right there at the Gold Fury, but able to back away, use his beads effectively. But unfortunately, since that's down, we could see Obey start looking for a grouping onto that Gold Fury objective, especially since they were the ones who secured the Oracle, so they automatically get that free ward. So free vision equals free engage for the most part.
Right side, no number is going to be the one that's engaged on. Driving strike not going to be used by Maniac just yet, so just a little flip. Basically, everything's going to be it's very precocious for Maniac to really take that flip because of the fact that no numbers will probably just win the trade if he drops the ring.
Most likely. I mean, that's just kind of the early laning advantage you'd expect an Odin to have against a Hercules. Where we're really going to see either of those two players shine will be in these mid to late game team fights, because if No Numbers gets off the perfect Odin ring, Obey is toast.
Yeah.
But if he messes that up, or if he uses it too early or too late, Obey's just going to wreak havoc onto Elevate's backline, and once the backline's taken out, I mean, there's just no one really left to deal a whole lot of damage onto Obey to try and punish.
Jermaine waiting for Ataraxia, finds the Impale. Cute little play there coming out from Elevate's Hunter. Not going to be able to finish it off, but Pretty Prime gets finished off by Nulissa. Dardes takes out Twig as well, as the fight from the middle lane is going to be a big deal, and that'll open up the window for the Gold Fury. Here comes No Numbers jumping. I love that play. He just jumps on the Gold Fury and then looks for the zone right away. Successful as well. Elevate pick up the first Gold Fury, and Millsy forced to jump in the other direction. Big kick onto No Numbers. Likely would have separated those two from safety, but instead gets kicked out of the way. Maniac with a big play right there, and that is going to lock Elevate into a situation where they don't find any more kills.
Yeah, really big time where Obey has to be super careful here in this mid lane. Both of them poked out to under 30%. You saw Ataraxia off to the side, forced to use his ultimate to get away from Nulissa and Jermaine. And all around, really strong team fight coming out from the side of Elevate. We saw in the mid lane where Dardes was able to use his ultimate along with Nulissa and Fails. And so that CC combination plus the Zeus damage just automatically went ahead, picked up those 2 easy kills. And then they just got the Gold Fury right away off of it.
Yeah, Elevate with a fantastic play. Again, you know, got to give the shout out to No Numbers. No Numbers is the guy that we saw him last year in the Combine. The Combine means something different this year, but last year we had a situation where a bunch of players were able to come out and sort of just show off their stuff, and different teams and players and fans got to sort of watch them do their thing. No Numbers, he played over there, got a lot of credit, and played on some other Challenger Cup teams. Now in the Smite Pro League, you could really see how he just improved and watched along, and it's really exciting to see him, you know, finally on a starting roster of a team that I think last week you asked me, and I say Elevate is probably not, they're not going to have the same legs as some of the other low-end teams, but looking at this roster, Taco, I actually have a lot of faith in this team to steadily improve throughout the course of the year.
No, this team definitely has a ton of growth potential, and you can already tell that there's a lot of synergy coming through for this team, which is crucial because that's exactly what you want from the get-go. You don't necessarily need the strongest mechanics if your synergy is there, because synergy can carry you a really long way.
I mean, that was the entire story of a team like Titan. I don't think, you know, that was the Ataraxia Pretty Prime. That's where their core first came from. They hit number 2 at Worlds. Obey sneak out the Portal Demon. Captain Twig a big part of that one. Maniac shows up to zone. He's going to get stunned out by Dardes. Knocked up. Nulissa provides some damage. There's the ring. Here comes Fails. Maniac gets healed to full and brought right back down. Still alive for the moment. And Fails finds the long-range monkey bounce. The jungler out of nowhere. Fantastic stuff, but he falls down to the support. Nulissa says, all right, and the rest of the team help her out to take out the jungle. It winds up being a 2-1. Fails dropping down for the support, the solo and the jungle. I think that was well played by Elevate.
It could be a fickle situation here, though. You see Pretty Prime trying to engage, and he's going to have to back off, but Nulissa's in trouble herself, and going ahead and popping the ultimate. Jermaine's got her back, though. Easy, secure, onto Emilzy.
There's the detonate. Going to devastate Emilzy for the moment, and Jermaine providing help there as well, just ulting through the thunderstorm, finding that kill, jump, impale, basically Pretty Prime is dead. Ooh, those are the types of plays that have put Jermaine on the map, and that's why he continues to be strong, just having no fear jumping on in.
Yeah, Pretty Prime pulling a little bit of a Frezzy impersonation, not really paying attention to what's going on behind him, and he got punished for it 100%.
That right there, you say the Frezzy, that's the Zapman one more wave situation. That's just, man, all right, we got the Portal Demon, we lost a team fight, I'm going to go home, but there's a wave here. Right now, Jermaine might fall into that himself. He wants to get the tower, but there's a wave here. Ataraxia gets him into trouble. Big damage out of Captain Twig onto Dardes, who might fall down. Emilzy looking for the basics, but it's Ataraxia that comes through, while Jermaine and Nulissa pick up 2 more kills for themselves. 5-1-4 for the mid lane, and 2-0-2 for the Hunter. Just wonderful performance here from Elevate.
And they're going ahead and chasing down Maniac. He doesn't even have the heal available. It's just over.
Yeah, I mean that's the effect that Odin has on the Hercules. Odin is in my opinion, Odin is a bad character, full stop. But that ring by itself can completely change the way not just a team fight, but a game goes.
No Numbers is executing this play perfectly.
Yeah.
Every single time he is caging, he is guaranteeing that he's got at least 2 teammates surrounding him to go ahead and get off the damage that they need to in order to secure those kills. And whoever's trapped in that ring, they want to go down immediately, because we saw it there. They went ahead, they sieged the T1, they sieged the T2. There's just not, like, they can take whatever they want if they just keep on capitalizing off of these rings.
Exactly. To go deeper in what I said about the Odin, so Emilzy's able to get Nulissa down to half HP with some help from the teammates. Nice Sanctuary to save her for the moment. Excuse me, Aegis. Big jump forward from Emilzy, forces out the beads from Jermaine. It's very easy to aggress onto an Odin and get him to drop the ring, and then all he has is this jump and kind of Gungir's Might
somewhat of a slow.
Yeah, Gungir's Might is not a good slow, right? He's just such a one-dimensional character that it's easy to put him in a bad situation. But he keeps doing this, the great situations. Drops down the ring, takes the enemy off of the Gold Fury. Captain Twig picks up the kill onto Nulissa so far. We're going to see the back end of the solo lane. Jermaine is forced back the hard way as Pretty Prime and Maniac pick up 2 kills. Not a good spot for Elevate. I like to play it in No Numbers. I feel like No Numbers are sitting here saying, I just wanted to go in and drop the ring. There was no reason for y'all to follow up.
I think he just got a little bit too anxious with that ring there, because normally when he's been dropping his Odin ultimate, it's only been with 2, maybe 3 members of Obey grouped together.
Right.
But blinking and engaging and trying to Odin ring on top of 5 people that are more than happy to DPS you. I mean, we saw immediately he was pushed down to like 10% HP. Had to jump
got
away.
out of there. I think that was the...
But the baits.
Solo laners have this one-man army type mentality, and you know it. You are well aware. And I feel like No Numbers, his whole idea was, I blink in, I drop the ring, I jump and run away like a little dog. And the rest of the team were like, oh, he blinked in and dropped a ring. It's our turn to fight. That was a very poor team fight for Elevate. And from here, that looks like a communication issue more than anything else. Of course, we're not in the comms, so we can't tell. But either way, Elevate, who had a great lead. Let's take a look at the graphs real quick. Elevate were devastating Obey on the other side, and they were just able to make their lead rise up. And that play right there, they're still ahead by about 2K, Taco, but that play was a really big swing for Obey, cutting the previous lead. You could see it was over 3,000 gold, almost 4K, and it was cut down to just a hair above 1,000. So a very big play coming out from Obey there.
Strong capitalization, strong punishment on the side of Obey as well. And like you said, it probably was a bit of a miscommunication. You see your solo laner go in, you see him cage 5 people, so you think we have to fight off of this, but then nobody realizes just how much damage that Havois is still dealing even from within that cage. And it was all that they really needed. And I mean, we see Captain Twig here again, just trying to put some more pressure onto No Numbers.
And here's the build adjustment. The Bancroft second item instead of third, or instead of fourth, excuse me. And then the follow-up shard, just pure damage. No helmet of protections, none of this. I'm Havois, and I'm here to hurt you. And that's the thing. We haven't seen him. He's 2-4-4, but a lot of that damage has been assist damage. He's helped his teammates. We haven't really seen Elevate just get Heboed. And that has sort of helped him stay quiet.
And speaking of damage and builds, take a look at Ataraxia. Here's something we haven't seen in a hot minute. The Rage into the Fatalis into what's probably going to be a Wind Demon, I would have to assume. But Crit's the name of the game. This is definitely classic Ataraxia coming through here, though, with the theory crafting.
So we see the second item, Rage, which has changed. It's not what it used to be. Now it's sort of a mid-team fight snowball item, right? So a very interesting item coming out from Ataraxia here. Second item, though, here's the thing. Crit works off of assistance of power, and with only boots, it's only 40 power. You don't have a lot of power behind it. So you might be increasing your crit chance, but the crit isn't going to hurt for that much. I'm not sold on this build just yet.
I would have to assume his mindset behind it is because of the fact that he's got a Habwa and an Uller who opted for the Transcendence build that we're really accustomed to seeing at this point in time. Those two alone are dealing a ton of damage, so I think that his idea and mindset is to really just try and be as much of a nuisance as possible, and it looks like he opted for the Poison Star instead. So slows and crits, and whether or not it's hitting for as much as you would ideally want it to, at the same time, he's still going to be a bit of a problem to deal with because you are going to be getting poked, and it does eventually stack up once you factor in the other teammate damage.
So here's the deal. Explosive Bolts plus the Rage puts you in a situation where you're almost guaranteed to find those crits. You follow up with the Poison Star, and you're really looking to be more of a facilitator. You're looking for those slows. The crits are almost guaranteed at that point. I think that's at least the thought process. I don't know if it's going to be as strong as Ataraxia hopes it's going to be, but I think that's the thought process.
Yeah, I mean, Ataraxia is definitely somebody who's always cared a lot more about being a utility hunter, more so than I'm going to stand out shine on my own kind of hunter. I mean, we've seen that out of Ataraxia at the same time. Don't get me wrong. He is definitely a very strong hunter, and he's pretty aggressive as well in his newfound gameplay, where he's been a lot less, I'm going to sit back, and more so, I'm going to take up the boxing match and try to Zapman you. But it's really interesting to see, because I think where I was first impressed by his gameplay was when he pulled out the Chiron, and not because of the build that he opted for, but because he was probably one of the first people I ever saw actually utilize Chiron's cleanse onto his teammates, and that was all that he was looking for nonstop into team fights. He wasn't looking for poke, he wasn't looking for clear, he just wanted to cleanse his teammates every single time it was an opportunity to do so.
Yeah, he really likes playing that sort of the utility hunter, like you said, so I think this build is sort of looking in that direction at the very least. Will he be able to help out the team? That's a different story. I like the idea, though. It's certainly going to be a lot of damage out of the mid and the jungle, so we'll see if that's enough to really carry them on. Maniac is doing well this time around, but not as well as the Odin player. No numbers certainly impacting this game very much so.
Yeah, No Numbers has had a very strong impact, but at the same time, like we saw, if he keeps having those kind of awkward engagements that baits his team into their death, we could very easily see the tides turning for Elevate and actually going into Obey's favor. I mean, like you were saying, you see the solo laners all the time with that solo laner mentality, and they're just like, I'm gonna go in and be big, and then I'm gonna wonder where the rest of my team is. Oh wait, they're all dead. So that's kind of just like one of those classic solo lane unfortunate circumstances that can happen every now and again. No Numbers has done a really great job at effectively avoiding that happening for the most part, but at the same time, he does still need to be careful, and I think that if anything, that Gold Fury engagement brought him back to reality where, hey, I can't be as reckless with this as I want it to be.
Yeah, it's going to be the reality check, probably the best term for it. Elevate right here if you're just joining us. Fantastic lead earlier on in the game. Obey able to shorten it up with a Gold Fury that they were able to really pull out of nowhere. 12-7 read the kills. Elevate last time around lost really heavily, almost to a single play. Out of the jungle Habwa. Obey going to repeat their choice here, but the change in picks and bans almost by itself. The No Numbers Odin, I think, fails. Switching it up also has a lot to do with it, but almost by itself, this Odin has drastically changed the game.
I absolutely have loved the Odin and the botch change coming through. I think Fails is doing a lot more combining his ultimate with the Odin ultimate, because anytime they burn their actives or to try and escape, you just see Fails immediately following up with this blink. And when you have two characters with such strong CC and like impacting teamfight factors that can blink into the fight at any point in time, that's really what you want to be on the lookout for. And I think that's a large portion of why Obey has had to play this game so on edge the entire time. Because if anybody's caught out of position or out of line, I mean, we've seen Fails' RNG already so far today. The man's not even opting to build crit because of it. And it's just... That's not really the reason why he's not building Crane. I mean, it's a good build. Like, that's a standard build. It's
Right,
just-
he's just going for the power.
I had
and
to
pen.
clarify that because somebody's going to go nuts in Twitch chat about it.
Oh,
so.
absolutely. That's part of the game. That's part of the gimmick. Right here, Maniac has the Phantom clearly for the knockups. Just kidding. It's about the Odin rings. Gold Fury just snuck out by Elevate, and that's a big boy play right there. That is a big play coming out from Elevate. We usually see the veteran team say, we have just enough map awareness, just enough vision to say, all right, there's 2 players in the mid lane. We have enough damage at 22 minutes that we can sort of sneak this. They don't even use Nulissa's ultimate.
They didn't need
Which
to.
is the most surprising.
Yeah, they honestly did not need to use that ultimate there, and well played to them to go ahead and recognize that Obey wasn't in position to try and defend that, because they secured it super fast, and it establishes that goal lead that they had once again.
Dardes in the back line, bounces on Captain Twig, big play right there, and he's able to take him out with help from the assistants. Dardes with the first kill. Maniac on the side looking for the flank, pushes his enemy into the base, and Ulysses gonna get flipped one more time. Sanctuary saves her out once more, drops the ultimate. So does Dardet, so does the Hunbats, and Pretty Prime is the one able to shoot over the wall, taking out Nulissa. Huge plays coming out from Obey. Pretty much Maniac just saying, all right guys, I'll do it, and then fantastic mechanics.
Just no escape at all for that Zeus. I mean, right when she thought she was gonna get out, you just see Maniac with the flip, and then a second time around, you see Fails trying to play the hero, but it still wasn't enough.
Yeah.
Pretty Prime's accuracy with that Uller 3, that's the last thing you want to see happen, and that I feel like that's always one of the worst ways to die, because you're so close to getting out, and you know that it's right there. You can see the light, and then immediately it's just all over.
And then you see a different light altogether, right? All of a sudden it's just black and white, and you're just sitting there, oh no. How did I? And then you realize it was just Uller. Just Uller. Pretty Prime, one of the players in the Pro League. Jermaine sticking to the Portal Demon. Figured he'd back off, but not going to be the case. Here comes the counter initiation from the Bacchus Dardes. Portal Demon finally gets leashed as Maniac forcibly pushes players off. They're still, Elevate going to still stick to it.
Yeah, no, Jermaine, you can tell that he wants this. They're going to commit, and that's all they needed. That on-her damage that's coming through strong, and right now Maniac looks like he's about to get punished as well.
Walks out using the Phantom, but you can't get away from the detonate. Nulissa on the left side, Fails on the right side, and that's why they stuck to the portal so hard. Nulissa could come through. Oh, what a hot play.
That's all that they needed. Fails had his opportunity. They split up that Habwa from the rest of his team, and a Habwa on his own, doesn't matter how much damage you're dealing, you are still vulnerable, and you're still gonna die.
And the Bacchus pick as well. Big choice coming out from Elevate that we didn't mention. The fact that Habwa does his work by way of knockup, so does Dardes.
Did you see that peel? And then she lives, and they get fire. Wow. Yeah.
Dardes has been playing at this level. So I said before, we were talking about the dual lane as a whole. Dardes has been playing at this level, as No Numbers puts number 18 on the board. Elevate can now legally buy lottery cards, at least in the United States. When it comes down to it, Jermaine and Dardes have been laning together, and we talked about how well they were doing as a unit. Dardes has been playing at this level a little bit longer than Jermaine, in my eyes. He's just always been consistently, he's one of those support players that he's not afraid to be aggressive, but unlike most of our aggressive support players, he is always looking for the peel as well.
No, I think that Dardes is definitely one of the best supports when it comes to being very conscious of his teammates' positioning and ensuring that they're safe at all points in time. He does whatever he can the majority of the time to try and keep his team alive, because he knows if my team's alive, that means I'm probably going to be alive, and I want to be alive, so let's get in there. So I think that it's just great gameplay by him all around, and I would honestly make a comparison of Dardes and Jermaine to like that early stage of Barra and Jeff.
Okay.
I would honestly have to compare it like to that early on, because like the friendship, like if you see these guys, not just in the competitive environment, but just in like a ranked or like a casual environment even, it really reminds me of Barra and Jeff, because there's so much synergy coming in between those two. And at this point in time, I really couldn't imagine a team with like one of them and not the other.
Lay Jeff, lay Barra? Is that what we're going to call them? These guys, both of them out of France, Dardes and Jermaine. Like I said, the original the original version of this squad, Tins over there and Moga, who just left the squad, was 4 out of 5. And then there was fails, but 4 out of 5 French players, and slowly we see Nulis out of the Nordic regions and fails out of the UK. So certainly a little different situation there, but they stick together, and that having that uniqueness or that togetherness. Synergy is a word almost overused at this point when we talk about SPL play, despite how important it is. But that's the next level. It's that Trix Tank Cuvo Fred, like we have to play together at this point, and you got to respect that.
No, it's tons of respect coming out, especially for those players that stick it out and learn to progress together. And you can see Elevate here sticking together as they're looking to siege down this middle Phoenix.
And here it goes, pretty easy. I mean, they're up 12,000 gold above Obey. This is very interesting. Jermaine picks up a kill very easily in the mid lane. Captain Twig falls down. Not the same impact that the Jungle Habwa had earlier on as the tier 3 tower, I guess. The Phoenix falls down 19-8. And I said on Twitter, not jokingly, I said that these roster changes might have been the best move Elevate made since joining the league initially. And I think this game is proof.
Respect entirely. Dardes was clenching a little bit there, and you can see Nilissa, she might not be able to get out of this situation.
That might be trouble. Her beads are down. Raxia picks up the kill, but Jermaine gets the kill off of the up-down from no numbers, finds another one onto Emilzy. Still not done yet. Backline jumping fails. Damage onto Raxia. He's saved by Maniac, but he gets the kill anyway. Dardes follows up on Pretty Prime, and with everybody down for the count, that's going to be the kill onto the Phoenix as I step on my own microphone. And Obey, they're looking up, and Elevate looking down on their opposition. 77,000 gold to 62. As Elevate win game number 2, 23-9.
Very convincing win from Elevate. There was that moment, at that Gold Fury engagement where the numbers slipped up for a second, where, we thought for a second Obey might have made the comeback potential, but draft was just too strong. Elevate did an excellent job, and they found the split.
Pleasure, absolute pleasure to watch Elevate play. Not just in game number 2 where they won, but game number 1 where they put up a little bit of a fight despite the fact that Obey comes out on top. Love seeing everything here. We got the Jungle Habwa, we got Maniac on the Hercules, we got an Elevate win. I loved everything I saw. Hindu, how'd you feel?
Well done. One thing I do feel is that it's not free FP day today over in Europe, that's for sure. Splits for days or unexpected results more often than not. Let's take you back to game 1 though. We just saw the result in game 2 there where Elevate managed to get the split, but back in game 1, Obey got off to a great start, and Captain Twig, yes, that is a jungle Hebo, and yes, that is a juggle against a Hercules to stop him from healing. And he continued this on through the day. Hebo getting played in the Pro League, obviously with a Terror alongside him as well. But Captain Twig loves his Hebo. He has loved to bring it out in the mid lane before in the past, and also in his Joust days as well. But right now, really showing that it is viable with the right sort of composition here, setting himself up for multiple kills in this game. As you head over to the post-game stats as well, you can clearly see how that game went for Obey from pretty much start to finish. Obey controlled from the outset and continued to do so. Elevate really couldn't find footing in that very first set of the day. So that first game between those two clearly went the way of Obey in destructive fashion. Game 2, however, a bit of a different story here as we look towards that one. Hebo, yeah, he was around again potentially, but it looked like Elevate seemed to have the answer with Nulissa picking up the Zeus. That first blood kill set the pace straight away, forcing Twig into an awkward spot, and then the wombo combo from this team. That's a good little bait over the wall there. Dardes, he won't get a lot of credit for this because he don't get a lot of kills, but Dardes had a fantastic game 2. But with Nulissa just joining this roster now, once again as a full-time member of this team, you can see that she's really starting to play well. And this 1v1, well, 2v1 I should say, because Dardes was there once again to help her out with a fantastic performance as well. Over to the stats here. And you can clearly see the Elevate pretty much controlled it from the outside. 30 kills to 8, 67 assists, just shows how high the kill participation was from the team. And it was a fantastic performance from Elevate to bring that back. Elevate, they've been overlooked a little bit more than usual. You know, they've really been overlooked just lately, and they're starting to show themselves that they could be a little bit stronger than a lot of people expect them to be as well. Round 5th to 6th position, we'll see how they do, but we're going to have to keep an eye on them going forward right now, as it's been very interesting from them. Obey, on the other hand, dropping a game there, that's not what they would like, but they have to respect the fact that Elevate are here to play. Without further ado, though, it's time to bring you the final set of the day, and it's time to go over to our daddy-daughter cast team.
What?
All right. All right.
I mean,
Just let's leave it.
Really?
Dignitas taking on Sanguine here.
because we're brown?
That's what we're going to talk about. Is take Sanguine, not that guy who doesn't know where he's walking. He just walked back and forth like 3 times. It was great. Sanguine, Dignitas, one team on the top of the league, the other not so hot. Sanguine has had some issues throughout the course of the season. We'll head into picks and bans and see which direction they go to. As Sanguine look up at the top card, Dignitas, where do you want to see them go in the picks and bans?
I would really like to see Sanguine try and look to take away Comfort Pigs. Obviously, first of all, you can see they're going ahead and eliminating that Susano. Don't want that as a potent threat.
Yeah.
And Dignitas responding right away with the Zeus. Just don't want to give Sanguine any AoE control. But I think the most important thing that Sanguine could look for is not necessarily any of these flashy picks that we've seen them try and make work before. Cough, cough, Geb Jungle. But
No comment.
I want to see them look for more team-oriented fighting compositions. They need to just do picks that can play off of each other and play off of each other very easily and very well, because this team is still trying to develop a lot of their synergy right now. And so that's probably the most important part more than anything.
I would have actually liked to see Hunbats. Honestly, if you're going to first pick the Fafnir, I would have liked to see the first pick Hunbats for Get Fisher. Mike the Magikarp. That I think is one of Mike's better characters and fits with exactly what you were talking about, more the team-oriented dynamic. So not going to be the case here as Fafnir is locked in first. Serket and Poseidon. Poseidon will be the mid laner most likely for Team Dignitas. And Serket shows up nice and early, so Sanguine know that they shouldn't go any hard healing direction.
Serket Poseidon also, that's a lot of burst potential that's coming out already, and individual burst potential at that. Serket's definitely something that we're going to see, probably looking to get those sneaky picks off into the back line. I like the Vulcan Awelish combination.
Love it.
That's exactly what we were just talking about, where you just want to get that synchronization with your abilities and make it as easy as possible for your team to really get the ball rolling early on.
Sylvanas locked in is likely the Guardian for Team Dignitas, and Awelish is a character that I have seen Mike do rather well on. It's not as tried and true, I think, as Hunbats, but Awelish can certainly provide a lot of what Sanguine need out of the jungle. And like you said, this is what Sanguine need to do. I said it before when I was talking about the Geb jungle, was that, all right, the Geb jungle, it's a spicy pick, it's a flavor. You've got some sort of way to make it work, but you got to learn the rules before you break the rules. I really strongly believe that in almost every aspect of life. And so specifically here, do the old school combo. Vulcan Awelish, it's as old as anything else. Nail that before you do something weird.
And we can see the Keepa coming through. That's another tried and true pick, which is going to help out and benefit this Awelish, in my opinion, because of the fact that Awelish already has a bit of a benefit, considering that she can feather step the Sylvanas ultimate. She's actually really strong at sticking onto that god and punishing him should he get out of position. She can lock down the Serket if need be into Vulcan, but the Cupid is really going to be, I think, a shining factor if this
absolutely.
goes well for Sanguine, because that cripple can come through huge into these Vulcan ultimates.
Look at Serket. All of her whole thing is movement abilities.
Yeah.
Cupid's going to shut that down 100%. Love the selection. That, of course, will be Nika, the captain, piloting Cupid. Love that. The Osiris, though, something a little bit new that we don't really get to see. Sanguine, there's their flash. How do you feel about this Osiris pick as we get into game?
The only thing about Osiris is that he can be a bit awkward because of the fact that he's one of those characters where you expect Osiris to come through if you're expecting a slap boxing competition. Sure. All he's really looking to do is just poke out, poke out, poke out. So I feel like this is more so Axios picking out of comfort because he's subbing in for this game, more so than what it is Axios picking this because he thinks that it'll be like the best possible option to come through here. Because Osiris is just kind of awkward coming through, and especially since he's going to be facing up against Variety on that Emir, I feel like the Osiris could actually struggle a bit since he's so auto-attack based. It'll be really hard for him to get into that wave, and you can see already some early aggression coming out, but Mike the Magikarp coming out on top for that.
Yeah, that was not the move that I figured would come out. Nika gets his beads burned early, but Arkle, he's going to have his life burned early. Down he goes.
And the meditation.
Nika with the credit gets the first blood nice and early. And like you said, grab some meditation as well.
That meditation just came through so clutch, really well executed by Death Panther, cutting off and kiting those auto attacks, which is what they really needed there to get that ball rolling.
So with Dark Dodo sitting out, we've got Axios here. We've seen Axios play a handful of times across the league. What's your take on this guy?
I think that Axios, when he was in the competition, he performed well enough and he was consistent on his team. But at the same time, it could be really difficult for him to come into this roster on Sanguine and try and make something work out of nothing, considering that this team's had a bit of synergy issues to begin with. And so when you're combining all these opposing factors, I mean, he could either be the make it or break it point, but he won't necessarily, I don't think all the pressure should be falling onto him as much as what I think a lot of it is.
Nika took a lot of the damage there as he walked into the So Beautiful coming out from Arkle. Not a good look at the moment for the long lane out of Sanguine, despite the fact they picked up the first blood. But don't forget, level 2, maybe not right now, but level 3, definitely at level 4, Nika will have some sort of sustain by way of the hearts.
Yeah, and the other thing too about Nika on that Cupid, even though he secured the first blood, I would still have to credit lane pressure to fall the way of Apollo Sylvanas every single time. That was more so just Arkale kind of messing up and not paying attention than what I think it was getting purely outplayed. But at the same time, you can see they're going ahead and invading that purple buff, which is pretty unfortunate
Even
considering.
looking for the buff.
Yeah.
Very odd. Usually we see, but it does get stolen away by the guys on Team Dignitas, so Sanguine can't even look at it. It's one of those situations where you always see those characters go for the small 2 ogres next to the big buff, but very rarely do you see them go for the big buff. Why do you think Dig went for the purple?
They knew that they could secure it. Nika's already still so pushed out. He's just now getting his hearts where he's able to sustain himself to that 70% point, and it's just really hard for Sanguine to really try and prevent that invade from coming through. If anything, they would have needed Mike the Magikarp to rotate a little bit earlier, but unfortunately he's stuck in that mid lane trying to help out the mid with all the farm and everything, and so it's just an unlucky situation all around.
Mike shows up, steals some farm, and walks away, so Nika not getting much help. Oh, the taunt one-shot's going to hit. Axios gets ulted, likely to fall, definitely going to fall here. Kibo Fred gets credit for the kill. Nice little solo gank coming out there. Variety has had pressure in this lane pretty much the entire time, but Kibo able to find a space.
And you can see Variety even baiting it out there for a little bit, going ahead, eating up some of those auto attacks, taking the poke, and Axios he's starting to feel himself with that, and went ahead and kept engaging, not realizing that it's only because Kibo was coming right around that corner.
Variety is very good at playing all aspects of the solo lane, and the mind games portion definitely not lost. The fact that he's on one of his signature characters here, the Ymir, I think when you say signature Variety, you're looking at both Ymir and Tyr.
Yeah.
And Ymir certainly, I mean, I almost like him more on the Ymir than the Tyr, to be honest with you. He just finds these crafty plays in the jungle via the wall and sometimes a stun that creates an interesting situation that the enemy team has to fight into.
I'm just waiting for the Thanatos to make a comeback, honestly. I mean, it's been a while. It has been a hot minute, but he's just been having so much fun escapading with Tyr all the time because teams, I mean, you can't really ban Tyr, you can't really ban Ymir.
That's true.
And Variety's just been having the time of his life because of it.
Exactly. So, I mean, it's if you're going to give him his favorite every game, what is he going to say? No, thank you? No, I'm sorry? So he's absolutely going to take it. I'm happy not seeing Thanatos in the solo lane. It works. It's just not one of my favorites, put it that way.
I thought Thanatos was one of your favorites.
In the jungle. Because then he can rotate the map and be useful all over instead of being relegated to a single side of the map and only being able to use it execute in a certain part of the game. I prefer him elsewhere. I do understand that he works, but I'm allowed to dislike things that work. Okay?
Fair enough. Fair enough. You know, we can all dislike certain things.
Yeah.
So
what's your put it this way? What's your least favorite viable character in Smite right now?
In Smite right now?
Yeah.
Hands down, probably Cupid.
Cupid?
So-
But he's so good. Look at him do his thing
Yeah,
over
but
here.
Cupid's just so annoying. He's like small, his voice pack is weird, he looks creepy as hell with this skin.
There's a lot familiar with Cupid and you, just putting that out there. Big pull of variety out of the jungle. The Magikarp going to show up, and here's help from Death Panther. Transformation doesn't even need to be done. Mike the Magikarp picks up the kill. It's the second for Sanguine. Death Panther looking for number 2 as he jumps on Cuvo. Dash away, and that'll be that. 2-1 read the kills, and it's 5:16 on the clock.
That dash away, barely getting Cuvo out of danger too from the Wheelish thing, and that look on your face, I haven't forgotten what you said in the slightest. I am not relatable to Cupid.
You are basically Cupid. You're small, you're annoying, your voice pack's kind of
Really?
weird. It's just like Cupid.
They don't. Twitch not supposed to know about that yet. Way to spoil. F thought.
I just meant what you sound like in the day-to-day. That's what I'm putting out there.
And you can see Nico
Nico looking for the solo.
He wants it so bad.
Another thing, you're always looking for the solo kill. Not going to find it here. Nika drops the ult, walks away. Also, that cripple works against the Apollo as well. Not going to be able to find the dash, but, I mean, if you ult him under his tower, he's kind of relatively safe as is. Not going to have the help should Nika get ganked, but the rotation not coming all the way to the solo lane, just going to those oracles.
Also, you can see Arceal opted to build Devo's first item, so him going for the Devo's rush opens him up a little bit more to this Cupid engage.
Yep.
Cupid's just going to try and pressure him out as much as possible with that ultimate, especially since he already has the boots online. He'll be probably looking to finish off that Transcendent second. That's pretty standard Cupid build coming through. And it'll be really tricky for Arceal to play around this early on because his ultimate isn't... It's a strong ultimate by all means.
Oh,
Apollo's great for escaping certain situations, but the burst potential that can come out on the side of Cupid is definitely more than enough to take out Arceal if he's not careful with it.
Arceal can get out of damage from the ultimate. Beautiful jump by Axios here. Variety likely going to eat it again. Here's a slow and one more shot. Axios gets the better of Variety. That'll be another kill coming out from Axios. Gets help from the jungler, so can't quite say soloed, but I'm sure people will say it anyway. Axios versus Variety. The substitute who... Axios had an interesting stint on an Ataraxia team once upon a time. Not the greatest player, at least from his performance then, but he's getting the better of Variety here in the solo lane. Quite an upturn, huh?
I think it's also just been really strong play by Mike the Magikarp. Trickstang looking to be in a bit of trouble. I mean, you can see Mike here coming through with the ultimate on a Wheelish. Featherstep gonna go through, and he can't even get his ultimate. Like, it's just no chance whatsoever. He's just down and out for the count. There's no utilization of it whatsoever.
Yeah, Trix kind of gets stuck walking a little bit too forward into Sanguine's dungeon. I think Team Dignitas, they're getting a little bit of ahead of themselves here in every position except for the duo lane. Arceal is playing this one relatively safe, whereas Variety is being very aggressive. Even in the mid lane, Mr. Stefan and Zeros have been relatively quiet, but the jungle that we usually see mid lanes rotate to is kind of being dominated by Sanguine at the moment.
Yeah, and it's like I was saying, with Mike the Magikarp placing so much emphasis onto the solo lane, really getting to punish the Amir pick and help out Axios a lot. Because otherwise, that would probably be a really stale solo lane coming through with just an Amir facing off against Osiris. What else is Neo? But Variety, you can see, as soon as he's given any time on his own, he's just right there invading. Unfortunate for Axios to get that blue buff taken away from him.
Yeah, and just a really rough situation when it comes down to the type of character that Axios is. Really needs all those cycles to do what he can to the lane, like the Magikarp.
Yeah.
Looking for the gank here, but playing it safe. Arceal not willing to take the bait just yet, as Mike is standing. Whose ward is that? Oh, it's going to be his own ward.
That's a dig ward.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So-
he caught sight of him. He knew he was there.
Yeah. So he's just sitting there. He caught sight of Mike as he came out from the top. You can see Cuvo on top of the Dignitas ward. So Arceal was just sitting there. I know you're coming. I know you're going to come and try to ruin my Christmas. So just stay over there, and maybe I'll show up. Mike now going to meet up with Cuvo. Fred, as Cuvo's made the rotation, but everybody's being seen on the ward, so it's pretty much ado about nothing. Sanguine go ahead and go for the Oracles, and they'll get the vision. 4-1 just before the Fire Giant spawns here. Sanguine with a relatively slow-paced game, but it's working in their favor. Things going relatively well for Sanguine compared to how we've seen them earlier on in the season.
Yeah, this is something that I hope that they keep applying a little bit more pressure. Axios is in a bit of a rough situation here, and he's going to go go ahead and fall down to the gank by Cuvo. Let himself get a little bit too poked out there by Variety, not really paying attention to how much damage exactly that 2 is doing. With the Pen Boots online and a Mark of the Vanguard, he's taking a lot of damage, and he's also dishing it out as well. And for Axios to allow himself to get that poked out, it's going to be pretty rough for Singwin, because you don't want to open up that side of map pressure, especially when Mike the Magikarp has been placing so much emphasis on trying to keep him just even in the lane.
Early in the build, we're going to see the Frostbound Hammer coming out from Axios, which is an item that we just haven't seen much of. I think we saw it once last week, and prior to that, it's been multiple splits, I think. Heavy Hammer got changed, and that's why we saw sort of a walk away from it. But Axios walking towards it, Sanguine walking towards the Gold Fury, quickly leashed out as Team Dignitas show up. You can see as soon as Arkle took to the sky, that's when Sanguine was going to walk away from that objective. They get the Apollo ult, and that's going to be a good look for Sanguine.
Yeah, you don't want to go and try to make any kind of fight happen when you've got that Apollo ultimate going off in the sky. Not to mention that the rest of Team Dignitas was already aware, and they were starting to make the rotation over, which could be pretty rough, because if Sanguine had chosen to try and engage that, sure, very good likelihood they could have taken it, because they do have the Vulcan and turret and ultimate from Vulcan's very strong secure. But at the same time, do you really want to risk wiping in a team fight and then potentially losing your T1 tower and then getting nowhere off of that but behind? Or, you just want to fall back at that point in time.
It's the risk versus reward. Right now, it's a tie game for all intents and purposes, but Sanguine leading by, 5,000, that's Sanguine, you're feeling good, that you haven't done anything really egregious against what could be the #1 team this year, so definitely don't want to make that throw. That's a throw, 100%. Where all right, guys, we're doing well. We're treading water here. When we just give the enemy the Gold Fury, I think we're going to see Sanguine, especially considering who their opponent is, be more safe than not here.
Dignitas still being regarded as an EU powerhouse, even after splitting with Elevate on Thursday. It's still essential for Sanguine to not just go ahead and roll over dead in these scenarios. You can see Variety picking up that T1 tower and looking for the potential fight. Death Panther going to go ahead and ult away into turret.
Oh, there's the ultimate over the top. Variety gets taken out. Axios gets credit for the kill, but it all belongs to Mr. Stefan. That rotation probably should have come a little bit sooner, but better late than never. Down goes Variety. Good play coming out from Mikey. Zero's going to be in trouble here. One more basic does it, and the jungler hops away. Great game from Mike the Magikarp. What a turnaround from what we've seen him do earlier on in the season.
This is a character that he is leaps and bounds more comfortable on, and it's really showing in his gameplay. His confidence is there. Nika is looking to pick up Trix tank, and he's on the run.
Death Panther hops over the wall, finds a little bit onto Trix, but not enough to really secure it. Oracles will be 5-man shared by Sanguine here. Gold Fury started, but not really even thought about as Cuvo Fred shows up, gets taunted, gets controlled, but there's a jump forward. Sanguine want to fight this 2-on-4. Ultimate out of Variety, he'll be the third, but Team Dignitas still on the good side. Axios takes out one after Trixang finds the kill on to Mr. Stefan. It's 1-to-1. What an interesting play coming out from Dig. Variety battling 1 versus 3. Now here's number 4. Ymir falls down for the count as well. Sanguine, that Dignitas was very aggressive.
Dignitas really wanted that engagement for some reason. I think it's because they figured that Sanguine was going to potentially look to go for that early Gold Fury, because they just secured a pick, and typically that's a point in time where you want to look for an objective. But Sanguine, recognizing that they were too low health and backing off immediately, very, very smart decision making. They baited Team Dignitas into their side of the jungle, where they just split them up. You saw Trixang had to go running back towards that Gold Fury side, but Variety was already way too committed, way too deep into the jungle of Sanguine, and just falls down easily at the red buff to 3 people surrounding him.
So ultimately, Team Dignitas get what they want, and they stop the Gold Fury coming out. I think it's very obvious that I thought that was a poor play, because that actually wound up being a positive, despite the fact that Team Dig lose a couple of players.
It's not much of a positive, considering the fact that even though you're preventing a little bit of gold going the way of the enemy team, you're still falling behind in experience. And at this point in time, experience is what matters.
So sort of net neutral. Trix Tank jumps forward as he gets the ultimate out. And Panther will just walk away.
Vulcan ultimate at the expense of Poseidon Aegis and Sylvanas Soul. I'd say that's a very happy trade that Sanguine will make any day of the week.
Still on top. Sanguine right now leading by a hair underneath 1,000. 8-5 is really the story of the game here. Sanguine have just had Team Dignitas's number, most notably on Variety, on his signature Ymir. Mike the Magikarp has really been able to make this pressure happen in the solo lane.
They are not giving Variety any breathing room whatsoever, and
Zero.
even though Variety is known for this Ymir pick, at the same time, it is very punishable because of its lack of mobility, and Nika going ahead. Arceus, where'd you go?
That's one of the beautiful things about Cupid that doesn't really get spoken about, is the fact that his dash is the size of a football field. I mean, it's American football field, excuse me. I mean, it's longer than Agni Dash. It's almost double the size of an Apollo Dash. It just covers so much ground, and it's relatively quick that Nico is sitting there just quietly firing basics at the. All of a sudden, he's in your face, and there's a fire. There's a heart bomb is the word I'm looking for. I am not having the best of days, but my point is the fact that the Cupid sort of comes out of nowhere, everybody jumps on top, and Arco looked like he was just going to sit there and then throw So Beautiful and then walk back to lane as the enemy takes the Gold Fury. But instead, he gets surprise collapsed on, and a lot of that has to do with, I think, the quickness that Nika's dash comes through with.
And you see, like, the Transcendence definitely paying off right then and there. With the Ickfall, opting for that Ickfall, I think, is a really strong power spike for the Cupid, because Cupid isn't necessarily one of those characters that is known for being a hunter that you want to build AA base, but after his buff came through to where he now gets a little bit more attack speed as you're leveling up this 3, it actually makes it way more viable to go ahead and pick up at least 1 or 2 attack speed based items. And you can see Arceus taking the wrong side of that trade there, already poked down to half health, returning to the lane.
Yeah, it's one of the things that I actually like on Cupid is he's very obviously a ability-based hunter. I mean, earlier we saw Neath Paria at 12 on Energy, the sub for Yaman. We saw him build a Jotuns on the Neath, and I like that. I usually see that direction with Cupid as well, like you were saying, but the Ichabod just also helps the passive. Cupid really wants to be able to build up that passive to ensure that he gets to stun. Death Panther gets stunned out on the backside as his team starts with the Portal Demon. Trickstank now going to be controlled by Axios, still sticking to him. Wants to get the stun, but it's just a zone as the rest of the team is working on the Portal Demon, half HP right now. Team Dignitas trying to respond. There's the shell as the inevitable initiation comes. Trickstank pops the ultimate. Portal goes the way of Sanguine, but Death Panther in some trouble transforms. All grouped up, but they're behind a wall, so no follow-up. Jumps forward on Trix. Bang! Mr. Stefan with the shotgun takes out Trix. Still chasing down Zeros, looking for the stun. Gets it! And here comes Mike the Magikarp, just going to toss out some help. Death Panther tosses out the med. And that be that. Big wall separating the support, but Death Panther should live through this, and he will. Team Dignitas now looking up as Sanguine go towards the right side, likely to push the tower.
Most likely going to be looking to push that tower, or they could potentially look to just buy some items based off of that fight, and then look to re-engage through that Portal Demon. But at the same time, Mike the Magikarp also still has his ultimate available, which means he's probably going to be looking for something now that all those actives have been burned out. I wouldn't be surprised to see Sanguine opt to group up and look for a T1 siege and just catch Zeros potentially, or even Cuvo off guard and just go ahead and secure the kill onto them. But it'll most likely be Zeros because they definitely saw Zeros pop both of his actives there.
Yeah, Zeros will have the Kraken available next time we see these two teams fight. But, you know, and that can be a deterrent. You get Mr. Stefan gets the long-range knock-up, Mike the Magikarp gets the long-range pull, and then you have a Kraken underneath your whole team. That might be a deterrent to really looking for the Poseidon, however.
And again, that engagement by Team Dignitas is a little bit more sloppy gameplay from them in this game than what we're accustomed to seeing. That engagement where they chose to burn out the Poseidon ultimate to try and secure the Portal Demon, I think they should have expected that Sanguine was going to look to try and leash that off of themselves, and so that was the main reason why the Cupid ultimate was able to go ahead and secure that, because the Kraken damage came through, and Sanguine are just like, hey guys, thanks for the help, but that's a huge ultimate that you don't really want to lose to an objective that you're losing, and then you lose the team fight afterwards because of it.
It's just kind of double dipping right there. Last week, Sanguine were not taken seriously. Let's put it that way, as Axio is just stuck out, not going to be able to really get away from this one, I doubt. Trix ain't going to show up. Oh, but help from Death Panda might change things. There's a meditation, QO Fred. Oh, but the pull and the ultimate, that's going to secure it. Big freeze coming out, and Trix ain't able to clean things up with help from QO Fred. Seguin, they pulled out a lot of curious strategies that some people weren't a fan of, and they lost tremendously. This time around, they're going up against arguably a harder team, a harder composition, harder individually, and yet they're coming out not just strong, but on top significantly so. We're seeing a 5,000 gold lead. Taka, what's the difference? What happened in the off time?
It's really just their draft. Their draft is so much stronger right now, and they're able to combine everything together. Nika's probably going to fall down here.
Yeah, I missed it.
A little unfortunate, but at the same time, they already secured that T2 tower. There isn't really much that Team Dignitas can look for other than this Gold Fury, but even still, Gold Fury isn't as big of a deal as that T2 tower is, because sure, it'll even up the gold, but at the same time, you don't have as much map pressure to worry about on the dual lane side as you would for Team Dignitas. They have to be cognizant now that, hey, our T2 tower is missing. Our Phoenix could potentially be exposed, whether or not Sanguine looks for the split push. You know, you're not really aware of that, but it's also just the fact that they can have the waves pushed up higher for when they're looking for fights on that Portal Demon or Fire Giant area in the future.
It's also the fact that there's no safe spot post Gold Fury. A lot of times you see that as we talk about the mid lane tower specifically, but the dual lane tower is sort of like the secondary option where you take the Gold Fury, all your stuff is down, so the enemy comes trying to fight you, and you just run to safety of the tower. Well, the tower's not there anymore, so that's going to allow Team Dignitas, or excuse me, that's going to allow Sanguine to potentially punish Dig a little bit more, so not having that map presence via towers. Sanguine looking to take that out in the mid lane this time around. Variety's here to protect it, but just Variety. The rest of the team of Sanguine grouping up here. Dignitas still waiting.
That Vulcan turret is really starting to whack for some serious damage, too, at this point in the time. Mr. Stefan's just been quietly farming away in the backside. He's got 50 stacks on that Doom Orb, and he is a threat right now with that.
Absolutely. I mean, Vulcan at this point in the game, earlier on it's a much different story, but Vulcan at this point in the game winds up being a ranged Tabua, in my opinion. You have that backfire, which hits just as hard as Water Cannon on just as small of a cooldown, except it's ranged, so that makes it even better, right? It just becomes very, very, very scary. Mr. Stefan on this Vulcan.
It's incredible to note, though, that even with Mr. Stefan farming pretty efficiently, Sanguine have been 2 to 3 4K gold ahead of Team Dignitas this entire time, but Zeros is actually 2 levels ahead of Mr. Stefan.
And where do you reckon that comes from?
That's just efficient farming all the way around. That means that he's probably been picking up 1 or 2 more waves extra to himself, but at the same time, he's also had less to worry about in that mid lane. He's been playing a lot more passive, and he's just rotating off cooldown around the buffs to the oracles wherever possible. If there's farm available, Zeros is going to it immediately.
Right now, Magikarp gets his beads chased out, jumps away. There's an ult from Nika to sort of save him at the moment, but Arkle going to take to the sky. Zeros takes him out with the water, and there it is, landing on the ground. Finally, Variety looking for some help on to Mr. Stefan. Beads chased out. There's Control. Beautiful Whirlpool. Arkle's going to follow up. Team Dignitas looking to take the lead right now. It's still tie game. Sanguine technically in the lead. Axios gets controlled, gets dashed on. Kibo Fred picks up another kill for himself. That's 3-0-3 for the jungler on the side of Team Dignitas. They pick up their first team fight, what seems to be their first full team fight victory of the game, and head towards the Portal Demon.
Everything that could have worked out perfectly for Team Dignitas there did. Variety's walls on point, cutting off Mike the Magikarp, first of all, on that Wheelish. No escape into the freeze, just gets picked up super easily. That's the first casualty. And because of that, it's just a chain of disaster for Sanguine. If one goes down, Sanguine's comp is so heavily team-oriented that they need every single part of that for it to function properly. And when one member is down, this is what happens. Fire Giant comes through, you lose the team fight pretty significantly at that. Everybody on the side of Dignitas was full health even, and now they're just going to be free to go and siege up these towers.
For 23 minutes, Sanguine led this game, honestly. For 23 minutes, not just like on the charts, but they had the all of the intangible stuff that doesn't wind up on the scoreboard. They had the momentum, they had the push, Mike the Magikarp, they had the success, and it was working out in their favor. Team Dignitas, however, just hanging on by a thread. That Gold Fury put them within 2,000 gold, and then the follow-up comes up here. Dig now leading, you can see here, almost 3,000 gold in the way of Team Dignitas. Sanguine can still definitely fight into this, and I think that's very important. It's up to them, however. We've seen them get frustrated in the past in much more dire circumstances. I really hope Sanguine can keep their heads here, because this has been a great game for them and their roster, both as a team and individually. And I really hope that even if this one goes to Dig, that it stays close.
Whether or not Sanguine end up falling to Dignitas in this game, I think it'll be a really good learning point for the team overall, like you were mentioning, just for them to really learn how to play with discipline, learn how to play from behind, learn when to recognize what fights to take up and when to try and disengage from them. But most importantly, just how to play as a unit without getting frustrated with each other.
That's the key. I mean, right there, I think you could easily point fingers at certain players in that engage that went wrong for Sanguine. And I didn't do it on purpose. I hope Sanguine doesn't do it as well. I think that was a situation where Team Dignitas are just going to, push forward. Arkel's certainly going to push forward here. Beautiful split push coming out from the Apollo. Standard play. Sanguine should be aggressive here, taking the 5-on-4. That's what they go for. There's a big stun. The pull under the tower for the Hunter, for the support. Trix tank goes down. Now, still a 5-on-4 as Nika gets the kill on the support. Love the play. That's exactly when you have to be aggressive. Variety turns around for the freeze, follows up with the Whirlpool out of the mid lane. We've seen that combo time and time again. Mike gets caught out. Nika gets a kill. QO Fred gets one. QO Fred gets two, but Axio's answer is back. Nice back and forth. It's a 3-on-2, and there's the 3-for-3. There's the 4-for-3. Mr. Stefan by himself. Team Dignitas winning that team fight hand over fist. Thanks to the Surcat.
That's all that they needed too, because now we're just gonna see Arkil go ahead. He's just gonna take it. I mean, you've got Poseidon and Apollo.
No!
That's all you really need. Death Panther's not up for another 14 seconds. I don't think they can end. There's no way that they're gonna look for the end here.
Okay.
But it's at least gonna be two Phoenixes, I would say.
I thought that's what you were saying. I thought they were gonna go.
No, it's too soon. All right, looks like they're not even going for the second Phoenix.
So if Zero's had a Kraken, could they win there?
If Zero's had a Kraken, it's still too risky. I think it would still be just a little bit too risky, because Death Panther could have, if anything, CC'd them and stunned them and silenced them enough time to buy for Mike the Magikarp to respawn, and then they both would have died indefinitely. So that was the smarter and safer play to make. But if they had gone for the end, it would have been pretty cheeky.
That would have been... I would have liked to see it, but I think we would have had to see a Frenzy come out.
Maybe if there was a Frenzy online, yeah. That's where it really comes through.
Whoa, a red pot. What is that? Arkel buys a red pot. I don't know if he sold it or used it, but he quickly buys a blink.
Most likely went ahead and used that, picked up the blink afterwards, because what's more fun than an Apollo with Blink at this point in the game?
I don't know, walking on hot coals. Team Dignitas here takes the lead back, leading by about 10,000 gold, despite being 1 kill short of their opposition. A little bit shy of the half-hour mark, and Team Dignitas, this has been a war of attrition, really, on both sides. Sanguine have been able to find some of the correct fights. I really liked the aggression coming out when they saw the split push Apollo. Almost as soon as I said, this is where they need to get aggressive, they got aggressive. But it's almost, it's growing pains. This is a lower tiered team than Team Dignitas, and you're seeing, I like the plays that I'm seeing out of Mike, and the bad plays are in the same, I don't know, style. Like he's being over aggressive when he's being aggressive to a fault, but I like that a lot better than what we've seen so far.
Oh, it's infinitely better than what we've seen out of him in previous sets even. And on top of that, I personally really enjoy seeing a team like Sanguine go ahead and go even though it's 10k, 11k goalie at this point in time, 14 Dignitas that they've had pretty comfortably for the past few minutes. At the same time, this is Sanguine, a team that people have just kind of been overlooking this entire season so far. Going almost 30 minutes now with what's regarded as a powerhouse EU team.
Absolutely. And, Listen, not for nothing. Axios has put on a tremendous performance. It hasn't been, star spotlight, but I think he's impacted the game just as much, if not more, than Dark Dodo has in the past couple of weeks. Mike the Magikarp obviously has stepped it up. Mr. Stefan has kind of just been Mr. Stefan this whole time. I really think that he's one of the better mid laners around, at least on the lower seeded teams. Death Panther and Nika, it feels like everybody on this Sanguine roster has really stepped it up for this game. Sometimes it's the opposition. Do you think that Sanguine sort of get in their heads, Dignitas is better, so we got to try harder?
It definitely comes down to a fact where you play at the level that you're up against. We see both the frenzies getting popped and immediately Death Panther jumping in there trying to get involved, but the Vulcan ultimate only going to hit on Variety.
And it's just going to tickle him as he's very tanky on that character. Bought out some help from the Stone of Gaia. Axios not so tanky, however. Arkle gets the kill. There's the Kraken hitting at least one. Death Panther goes down, and here's the follow-up. Great Wall coming out for Variety. Looking for the damage on Nika. Can't find it, but Zero slows everyone down. Slows Nika down to death. Mr. Stefan finds safety in the fountain, and the rest of the team with the mid Phoenix down, the right Phoenix down as well. The Titan is going to go fall down as well. 17-14. Team Dignitas take the victory, but it was a well-fought victory. Hard-earned. Sanguine fall down, but put on a fantastic fight.
Mr. Stefan, the only one to not fall down at the very end there. Probably really happy, too, that he escaped with his life. But either way, like we said, I think that was still phenomenal improvements from what we've seen out of Sanguine so far. Going 30 minutes against Team Dignitas, that's just definite improvement all around. And I hope it keeps going.
Absolutely. I mean, just to play out of the jungle by itself was leaps and bounds above what it used to be. And, even the substitute solo laner comes together. Love what we saw. Good synergy. Game number 2, hope to see the same. Sanguine versus Team Dignitas. We'll take a look if they change anything in the P's and B's. Dignitas will, first of all, ban out the Zeus.
Zeus is a very safe pick to go ahead and take away every single time from Mr. Stefan. You don't want to allow him any sort of comfort picks, and especially not a god like that with so much map control and presence.
Do you see the Vulcan ban? That's what I'm curious about. No, it's going to be the Thoth. So Team Dignitas take out the flavor of the month instead of the specific. Because, Mr. Stefan, I watch the EU streams, and he's just always playing Vulcan. If they give him Vulcan, he's going to take it.
Well, Vulcan and Kukulkan are picks that Mr. Stefan's definitely known for in EU, but I feel as though the Thoth and Zeus, you can just never really go wrong with taking those away, especially not in a competitive environment where they're probably going to have a little bit more of an impact. Vulcan and Kukulkan have their issues and their drawbacks, which I think is a big reason why they prefer to see him playing those characters. And we can see Sanguine opting for that Amaterasu right away, and that could be a bit of a flex bit coming through on the side of Sanguine.
Yeah, there's a lot of different spots to put it there. Rom for the Hunter and the Captain Nika. I like this pick a little bit more than the Cupid. He's a little bit taller, so I think we'll go with that one. I saw that side eye. Thank you very much. Uller will be the selection for Team Dignitas. Is this as flexible as we've seen it on other teams?
I would imagine not, and you can see Zeros isn't exactly somebody who's accustomed to playing that Hunter in the mid lane. I feel as though he prefers his mages more so than anything, and he's excellent at them, so I don't blame the man in the slightest for that.
Zeros has always preferred the Zero started his competitive career in the jungle for SK Gaming, taking Captain Twig's job and putting Twiggy forcing things around there. But then he took Captain Twig's job, moving to the mid lane, because he just likes playing mages that much. He was playing Giannis jungle, and then SK was like, Twig, you're playing jungle. Because we're going to see the Giannis. So Zero's sticking with the mages all the way around. Dignitas, they're going to ban the Kabrakan and the Sobek, and Sanguine ban out Variety's Ymir.
They really do not like Guardians on the side of Sanguine. This is, you see the Ymir, Kefri, Sylvanas, Fafnir. It's a hard life being a support these days. That's what I'm learning. But Yan is coming through on the side of Sanguine. And one thing that I will point out that I think is a bit of a risk factor on the side of Sanguine is you're picking a lot of mobility into Poseidon. And on top of that, now that Dignitas also went ahead and locked in that Terra, that's even more lockdown potential. And we've seen how this has played out for teams in the past against these heavily crippled, controlling AoE abilities. And I wonder how Sanguine are going to be able to manage around that.
I'm certainly looking at that, and I'm also looking at the last pick. I hope we don't see a support Susano. We'll certainly keep our eye on that one. Sanguine, Amaterasu, Ram, Susano, Giannis, and Gab. Like you said, a ton of movement but will they actually be able to move with that whirlpool? I think that's the big question for Team Dignitas versus Sanguine. Game number 2. Let's bring it to them, and let's see where everybody wind up. The Gab will be playing in the support position. Death Panther, pick him up. Mike the Magikarp, Papa bless. Mike the Magikarp will be on the Susano, a character that this is definitely in. So Mike is a very hit or miss jungle from what I've been able to witness. When we see him on the Hunbats, when we see him on the Awelish, he can be very strong. Game number 1, he had a lot to do with why the game was so heavily in Sanguine's favor for the majority of the time. Mike the Magikarp on the Susano, however, has really yet to prove it. I want to see it work out here.
Susano is another character, though, that I've seen Mike the Magikarp play before. It's again, one of those characters that he feels exponentially more comfortable with. So I wouldn't be surprised to see him bring out a lot of that Awelish flair that we saw in the last game, where the aggression could come through and it could help in securing early on lead.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times the whole idea that it worked in scrims is just I don't buy it. Scrims are different than SPL. We've seen a number of things work. When it comes down to it, this is one of those picks from Mike that just hasn't worked out yet. It works out in scrims. It works out. We see him play the Susano in more solo-based play. I have no problem with him picking this character. I think this will be one of the better looks that Mike has throughout the season.
And right away, Dignitas is going to opt for that invade onto the blue buff, which is really smart decision making there. They recognize the Amaterasu. Even though Susano has okay clear early on, it's still not as strong as you would ideally like it to be, especially not against that bots, that Poseidon, that Hercules. Really difficult to try and contest that. So Sanguine are going to go ahead, let that default into the hands of Team Dignitas. So pretty cozy lead from the get-go with that nice little buff pickup.
There's knock up onto Trickstank as Team Dignitas are able to really do what they want in the left side jungle as well, taking the little guys and just leaving the buffs. So pretty standard play. I think that's the standard play these days. I think there's so very little that's standard in Smite at the moment, which is why I love the game right now. But at the moment, it's very standard. Whichever team gets the push in the duo lane moves over to the jungle and takes away the 4 little guys.
Sanguine seem to be getting the better of this lane as well, which you might not expect considering that it's a Geb. Yeah. But at the same time, Geb knockup combined with the Rama Astral Arrows is more than enough damage to go ahead and pressure that wave pretty heavily. And you can see Archeal is actually poked down to pretty much 50% health. I mean, he's got the Terra Sustain to come through for him, but at the same time, he still needs to be really careful and not find himself out of position, because he can definitely get bursted down if he's not cautious.
And this early in the game, Terra Sustain is not really much to talk about, so certainly not going to come into play just yet. Contesting the purple buff, not going to be the case.
Unfortunate axe into the buff instead. Playing MVP for Death Panther right there, and Archeal right away poked out again. His health is taking a hit.
Yeah, he's been the focus. That meditation, much different story than the Terra Sustain. So Archeal brought back up to half HP. Back up to half HP is not what you want to be hearing in the first 2 minutes of the game, but certainly Archeal is going to get rolled on. Nice axe throw to stop Death Panther in his tracks. And there's a bigger stun coming out. This could be first blood, dashing through, and Trickstank gets the kill onto Death Panther. That's going to be the first blood right before the 3rd minute of the game.
He didn't even get a chance to utilize his shell, and you can see Variety. He's going to fall to Mike the Magic. Oh, or not! Okay, no, it is.
Got him, and there's the follow-up. Zeros gets the kill. I was rooting for Caster's Curse so hard, girl.
Oh my god.
Not going to be the case.
I really thought that he was dead, and then he wasn't, and then he was dead again, and then the other guy died.
I know.
Mike,
I know.
Come on, Mike.
Been there, done that, got a t-shirt. Either way, Mike the Magikarp makes a strong play, ganking the solo lane. What a change. I really like Mike the Magikarp is, so it's no secret that Mike the Magikarp is not my favorite player personally. Professionally, I think it's a very different story. I like to see poorer players, bad players if you will, succeed. I think that's a much more interesting storyline than, hey, you've always been good and you're going to continue to be good. I like to see the turnaround from last week. We saw the Geb jungle come out, a curious pick at best, and here just controlled game number 1 until his team inevitably got taken over. And game number 2, just this is a great performance. I really want to see more.
What I really like seeing is the fact that not only was, their obvious gameplay, like significant improvements in comparison to previous sets, but on top of that, they didn't really seem to let all of that, like, hate and BM and misconceptions about their picks and everything get to them. They're still coming out and still trying to play strong. Death Panther, though, not looking too strong right now, as he could potentially be falling, and he will go down to Kivo Fred.
I like how careful you were there that time. This time around, Death Panther does fall down. That'll be the 3rd kill for Team Dignitas. But no, you're right. And Sanguine, they came out, and basically a lot of people were loudmouths, myself included, about the Geb pick. And Coach Durgius came out and said no, it was a serious selection. And Mike the Magikarp was like, nope, that's a serious selection. It works in ranked, which.
You can blame for that, by the way.
Eh?
You can blame for the Geb jungle. Fun baller, because you got one shot by it twice. That's why that's a legitimate strategy.
So I'll buy it, but a lot of us were very loud about it. And Sanguine came and said their piece. Like I said, Coach Durgius came out and said something. Mike the Magikarp came out and said something, and that was that. Right? They didn't continue on. They didn't go on any long harangues. And you got to give credit where credit's due. They were able to bounce back, like you said, this week and put on a relatively strong performance, especially in juxtaposition what we saw last week. So I think that's also one of the positives, because especially for these lower end teams, that are trying to prove themselves, speed bumps like that can wind up being mountains instead of molehills.
No, completely agree with you on that aspect. But speaking of strong performances, Zeros has had quite the set today so far, and quite the display. I know it's still really early on into the second game here, but these Poseidon Whirlpools and the Krakens and everything have been pretty on point, other than 1 or 2 mishaps. But even then, the mishaps that he has had with the Krakens have only been results of trying to play for the team more so than for the kill.
And to that regard, I mean, that's the story of, well, Zeros has just generally always been good, so he's just going to continue being good, right? We've always seen Zeros perform at this level. Like I said, even in the jungle, when he forced Captain Twig to switch positions, because he was just like, all right, I'm just going to play Giannis jungle until you give me the mid lane, right? Zeros has always been a strong player in my eyes, going back to, again, he used to team with Captain Twig on SK and then Fnatic, so I don't think that's any surprise to me. His mid lane has been out of this world, and I think that a lot of people would you consider. Actually, Terra Ultimate looking for a chase. Didn't expect that. Death Panther didn't either. He's gonna get controlled and rolled. Zeros on the good side as we hit 7 minutes. The 4th kill comes through for Team Dig.
The buffs are also going to go the way of Team Dignitas. Not really much of a way for Sanguine to try and even remotely respond to that. Without the Geb shields coming through or that Cataclysm, it'll be really difficult for them to try and engage there. But more importantly, Team Dignitas were looking for that from the get-go. We saw them grouping a little bit past the Portal Demon Way, just kind of checking things out. Trick Tank drops the ward, and then immediately, call is made, they're engaging, and they're punishing the most susceptible person there, and that was Death Panther. Unfortunately enough, he's just level 6 Geb now, having a really hard time trying to get things going. And if he can survive it out to the mid-late game stages where that shield is super viable, great. But at the moment, things are looking pretty grim for him.
Yeah, it's really rough, and the game is just continuing to go in Team Dignitas' favor. Much different than game number 1. Like you said, they had that play call on the right side, which was beautiful. Pop the Terra Ultimate. Like I said, it surprised me. I did not expect. I saw the grouping and thought maybe we'd see, maybe a push into the jungle looking for the buffs. Yeah. That's what I expected. But the Terra pop, that's the sprint that you need. You go and collapse on a player. Death Panther's sitting there picking his nose. I don't know what's going on. Why are there 5 people on top of me? He's just screaming in comms most likely. What's going on? Dig's able to really capitalize. And off of that, they get the Gold Fury on the other side of the map. They used the Kraken because Zeros didn't really have to utilize it on the right side of the map. This is Team Dignitas bouncing back from, all right, we almost lost game 1 to a Sanguine team. Team Dignitas is a team that gets mad. I will tell you that. I know these guys personally. These guys get mad, okay? These guys don't want to come anywhere close to losing. I think they came into game number 2 mad.
Certainly a team that holds themselves to high standards, and for very good reason. They're a team that's also held to high standards by the public as well.
Is that a split? We'll have to take a look at the left side of the map. I think they wound up splitting the vision, the oracles over there, so nobody gets vision.
There's no shining light coming down right now on that Gold Fury, so I do believe that that was a split, because it would normally show red or blue, and right there we could see the blues coming out on top as Zero's with another phenomenal Kraken going ahead. Death Panther's looking like he could potentially fall again, but he's gonna get out by the skin of his teeth.
Yeah, he'll stay alive for the moment.
That was pretty risky right there.
Yeah.
A little clench factor coming through for the Geb. I mean, he's already super far behind, forced into going into those reinforced greaves.
But at the same time, and I like that play, because at the same time, it's one of the harder things about Smite in general, but I feel like the support role specifically, because support, you're guaranteed to be behind. It's just a matter of how far behind are you. You still have to be relevant while understanding that you're behind and you're neutered to a certain point. So being able to go in there and fight down to literally 1 HP, that's the dream, right? That's the goal. So
also a little bit of luck involved, and it looks like Mike the Magikarp could be in a bit of trouble. He's going to get out just fine. Terra not able to lock him down, but his buff can't say the same. That's definitely going to go the way of Kivo Fred.
So is there a mini-map? Is there a mini-map indicator for the Gold Fury oracles?
Basically, yeah. It shines like red or blue, very small on top of it, whenever it's been taken by one side or the other.
I feel like an amateur. I always thought it was just in the map world, in the game world.
And you can see Sanguine's not feeling too hot right now either, as Mike the Magikarp and Axios are both going to fall down.
Easy double kill.
Clean to the point, short, sweet, simple, the way that Kivo likes it.
Just nothing to really be said about that one. More importantly, though, is going to be the stuff after the stuff on the right side. The 2 kills, not that interested in the 2 kills. You're putting the second kill on the jungler, the second kill on the solo laner, not concerned. Taking the tower, now you've got my attention. 500 gold, but more importantly, the tier 1 tower going down just shy of 11 minutes. That's really the key point over there on the right side. Not only does it show that the timing was correct, but the repeated just presence that we've seen over there on the right side of the map allows Variety and Kivo to go ahead and pick up the tower very easily.
And the Portal Demon's also going to fall the way of Team Dignitas, which is just another essential map factor that they can use to their advantage. You can see Arcul trying to run away, and with the help of that Terra ultimate, he'll be just fine getting out of Susano's grasp.
Yeah, not too big of a deal. Like the Magikarp now playing defense with Nika here. As Tricksang tries to find the stun, waits for it, but still doesn't pull the trigger. A little bit late there. And help from the jungle not coming. Yana staying in the mid lane, so we're going to see the push down from Team Dignitas. Great stun onto Nika. Damage could be done. Here comes help from Death Panther finally as Zeros cuts off Mr. Stefan mid-rotation. Arkel's going to fall down. Tricksang gets the triple root, and here comes the Hood Bats. Gets Mike the Magikarp in the Fear No Evil. Trying to follow up is going to be the kill. Kivo Fred gets the kill. The tier 1 tower. Death Panther battling with the mid lane, and Nika trying to find the last shot, and he gets him from afar. Kivo Fred from a distance, number 3 for Sanguine.
And Death Panther feels Geb man right there. Variety also in a bit of an awkward situation after trying to chase down Nika.
You say that, he's going to one-on-2.
And he's going to just take him out.
That's the Hercules factor right there. Fantastic character when it comes to just battling. That mitigate wounds, obviously going to give you a nice little heal off the top, but it's also going to turn things around and deal more HP back to you as you take damage. And then, of course, the Hercules passive has been changed, but still gives him a boost when around multiple people. He's going to take the 1-on-2 and just punish Nika.
That's just one of those plays where, like, as an ADC, you're kind of just like, did that really just happen? Yeah. That's all I can imagine going through Nika's mind right now is just, did that actually just happen to me?
That's where those posts come, where you see people complain about X character is overpowered, and you read it and you go, no, they're not. What are you talking about? But you experience something like that, and you go, all right. I don't know if that one's supposed to happen, but Team Dignitas, in their eyes, this is how the game is supposed to happen. Game 1, a little bit different. Game 2, 11-3. The gold separated by almost 10,000 before we're through the 13th minute. This is much more the style game that I think Team Dignitas was expecting in the beginning of the set, and they're certainly getting it here in game number 2.
Also, Team Dignitas came out a hell of a lot more aggressive this time around. You can see Kivo has been up in their faces nonstop with these bots ultimates, and he's going to be just fine there, going ahead, keeping them zoned out of the T1 tower. Really smart use of the Terra ultimate as well, just in case he didn't have quite enough enough movement speed to get away. And now they're just going to look at this Gold Fury, and I'm pretty sure that this is just going to go uncontested.
Yeah, there's no way that Sanguine can even show up in time, and if they do, Variety's just going to slide kick him out of the way. When it comes down to it, Hugo Fred, I think on the Hun Bats, has much more control of the early game, and Sanguine right there, they got control of the early game, and that's what allowed them to really sink their teeth in and try to find themselves on the good side of the match. Here, Sanguine just never got that opportunity, because as soon as QO Fred hit 5, he's making plays, he's trying to find kills, and a big deal, Mr. Stefan hasn't been able to get off the ground either. That's going to be another death for the Giannis player here. Variety picks up Mikey.
Winions right there. That's a classic Winion scenario. Those archers straight to the face. It was a great outplay for a second by Mike to go ahead and escape on that 1 HP, but archers just shining through once again for Team Dignitas. And now this Fire Giant, just much like the Gold Fury, is just going to have to go uncontested by Sanguine. There's just no response that they could possibly make.
14!
That's look at their lead.
So early. So early.
They are actually almost 1K gold per minute at this point in time. It's very, very borderline that, and I mean, this is the Dignitas that people are accustomed to seeing. This is the Dignitas that gets frustrated when they're not, snowballing from the get-go, because this is high standards, and they have to have these standards for themselves, because that's just what they've developed and progressed and showed themselves as.
Absolutely. I mean, like I said, these guys get mad. Zero, I know Zero's personally. He and I are friends, and this is the guy that comes out of a best of 5 with 3 wins and 0 losses, angry at himself because he died twice, right? Arkle picks up an easy kill. This is going to be a good fight for Team Dignitas until Sanguine shows up. Taco, this might have been a big turnaround. A lot of red jerseys here on the right side. 1 shot's good, 2 shots not good. Vision deterred by the Fire Giant nonsense going there on the right side of the map. Arkle, Axios here still trying to fight out. Variety dashes forward. QO front of the backside gets the kill. Variety on the front side gets the flip. Still looking for more, but Axios a little bit too tanky. The Sanguine solo laner gonna meet his demise here unless he dashes away, but Arkle from a distance with the pop shot gets him with the 3rd ability. Hail of arrows from the Uller. Out of control.
Would you compare the Uller 3 to Rama Snipes?
Okay, I thought you were gonna go with the kill that we saw at Pretty Prime earlier. So I don't know about that one. You know what? I can see where you're going.
There's some style points though that's involved. It's not a big area.
It's a single.
It's a single area, maybe slightly easier to hit than a Rommel, because I believe it launches a little bit faster. But at the same time, it is still pretty stylish if you go ahead and secure that the way that he did.
Absolutely. Taco, you want to talk style? Team Dig might just walk in and kill this. 16, almost 17 minutes on the clock. Arkle gets damage out. Axios falls down to the hand of Zeros. Right side Phoenix is already down. Mid lane Phoenix being taken out here by the basic attacks from Zeros. Still not dead just yet. Big ultimate out of the solo laner. There's going to be the follow-up damage. Zeros puts number 18 on the board. 19 goes to Arkle. Down goes to Firebird. 3 players dead. 4 players dead. Arkle finds the long-range shot one more time. Taco, this is game.
There's just no way Sanguine could possibly hope to hold him off, especially not Mr. Stefan just getting absolutely deleted at the last moment there. DSI going the way of Team Dignitas, and Sanguine's just down and out for the count.
Listen, I love to see teams get upset like that. I'm sorry, but that is a situation where, like I said, I mean, that's Zeros and Variety just yelling at everybody, themselves included. I mean, they came out in game number 1, and Sanguine was able to find some footing. Game number 2, the enemy just wasn't allowed to celebrate anything whatsoever.
No, but hopefully they keep their morale up and we see them bouncing back again, because significant improvements, nothing to be ashamed of, I'd say, for the most part.
Much better week for Sanguine, absolutely. If you ask this commentator, I think that they have a much better lookout for the rest of the season, and I hope to see them right then and there. Double kill for Dignitas as they take game 1 and game 2 above their opposition, but how did they do it? Graham, break it down.
Well, you did see there as well. Obviously, Dignitas did manage to find the 2-0. It was an expected result, but the FP people out there may have been worried back in game one because Sanguine did get off to a much better start than we've seen previously. Axios, first of all, on the Osiris coming into play, did get a couple of buffs recently, and he actually put on a bit of a display in the early game. This is a nice little pickup of Ymir and Variety early on, especially after being picked on in the early stages and dropping for the second kill of the game. But he came back nicely to really wail away at that Ymir, and then onwards to wail on the tree as well. Sylvanas under pressure here, and that's another pickup for Sanguine. The bad news is that this wasn't the case for the whole day. Axios and Sanguine, slowly but surely, yes, it looked good, but eventually these combinations just started to come back to haunt them as the game went on. Dignitas ended up doing very, very well for themselves in the later stages of that game, and it was all down to Cuvo Fred for me, performing fantastically from the jungle once more. His circuit play, that play individual there with a blink to pull back Axios into an awkward spot, that substitute for Sanguine. He's only a sub right now, but then this one, we'll see it from Arkill's point of view, is where he picks up a nice little triple with Circuit's ultimate. The poison damage just spreads from one to the other, and it's just a nice free pickup for Team Dignitas after a team fight that should have gone Sanguine's way. They just chased too hard, and in the end, the Kraken, Zeros, and the team of Dignitas punished them heavily for it, and Arkill will pick up the final kill in that play too. That was all it was for game one, and as you can see on your screen right now is the standings of how that game took place, the statistics I should say, with 14 kills to 17. For the majority of that time, it was Dignitas who were at a deficit there for the majority of this state, but it was all that matters at the end, where Dignitas finally caught back up after a couple of team fights and took game one. Heading into game two, however, a bit of a different story. It was a game, I guess, is the best way to put it. Cuvo Fred, once again, had a fantastic performance. Watch this monkey toss collapse. This is beautiful. He waits for the tornado, jumps over it with a monkey toss, and then, to add insult to injury, they also managed to pick up the Amaterasu as well. Nice little play out of Cuvo Fred there, and the boys of Dignitas. And the trade just didn't stop on the side of Dignitas today with another teleport through. Cuvo showing how good Hunbats can really be in just a couple of those little plays overall. And that brought us to 2-0 for Dignitas on the day, 21-3. Very, very unfortunate there for Sanguine not to get themselves in the correct position to be able to find a win, but it did show nice signs with Axios there, stepping as a substitute. The rumor is Dodo's still on the squad right now. It's just basically a sub day. He needed the day off, and Axios is going to be in there for the replacement role. But maybe Axios will get picked up by a team in the future. We'll find out. But it's been all day so far. It's been 4 sets. Let's go to the standings and see how this has shaken up EU, if at all, in the standings. Right at the top, Valent Squad sat on 10 points. Dignitas now up there to join them as well after their 2-0 victory, and Valent Squad only managed to find that split today. Energy, middle of the pack now, and Sanguine drifting slowly at the bottom. Their boat is slowly sinking. They need to plug those holes soon if they want to move up. But that's it for Europe. Tomorrow, it's North American time. Yes, if you want to see more North American action, make sure you tune in for 1 p.m. EST start time, where we'll see Eager versus In Memory of Gabe. That will be a matchup to watch. Following that, we got Flashpoint versus Noble, who are doing very well for themselves this year. Saw versus E United. Where is Benji? Benji's on E United. Who will he face off against Saw? You'll find out in match 3. And then finally, Luminosity up against Allegiance. Fantastic day of action for the week 3. Obviously, it is a bye week the week after as well, so this is the halfway point. We'll find out where the teams end up there. But from us at Hi-Rez, it's time to call it a stream there. The day is done. EU, are you surprised by the results? Is your FP hurting? We'll tune in tomorrow and see if you can fix it. For everyone here at Hi-Rez Studios, thank you so much for watching. Have a good evening and be nice to each other.
believe, switch back to lifelike there on the Ying. Just to confirm that, can we just confirm that? Left side? Yeah, he did. Okay, just to make sure. That's what I thought. No style points for you. We get back into the action here, and you see the first blood coming through. Oh boy, the damage raining down from Skill Cannon. Spunky picks up the first kill onto Perdo, so things go sharply in a different way. But D69 still with the control over the objective, 60% and counting forward now. They've basically won this fight, unless Interlopers have a prayer.
They have Perdo coming back in as well. Pops the recovery. Shaolin planted on the point. Perdo just keeping everyone busy. Oh! There's the lockdown we're talking about, though. That is what Perdo is going to have to deal with more often than not in this game.
And of course the Planet too. If Planet was available, that would have been a dead Perdo, and that is why you see he's gonna have to pick his moments a little bit more. It's not gonna be so free, but still Perdo being that pseudo front line, and that's what I really like about this. You got the Bear, you got the Torvald, but you also got, oh my god, Sheepa!
Ping pong.
Ping pong, I thought we were playing Paladins, not ping pong, buddy. Look at this. Grok going in with the shock pulse bounces, Maelstrom. Oh boy, these Interlopers, I would say, are thunderstruck.
It's time for Cyberbully Sheepa, not letting anyone come out to play. Jaguar Falls, you know, the closer it is, the shock pulse is going to do more and more damage, be able to bounce to more and more targets. And Makoa just trying to lock down somebody right now. We'll lock down Sheepa, but what does it really get done? The healing totem is still down. This Sheepa is still very healthy. Cauterized ones are all that Interlopers have to deal with this right now, and it's just not enough.
There it is, the Ghost Walk. Will this be enough? Gets to a Ying clone. He can't go into his ultimate because he'll be too vulnerable, needs the damage. And they get the kill, and this could be a 2-0. Man, one of the faster 2-0s we've seen here on Jaguar Falls. Things look to be considerably similar, I would say, in terms of this point fight and the push and the last several points as well. D69 proving they are right now just in another league over Interlopers.
When you see a Maldamba going all in on a kill for a Grok, you know it's desperation for Interlopers. And didn't end up getting the kill, didn't end up saving the round as well. The conversion goes through for District 69. You can see the cauterized 2s coming through for those guys, so a lot of this healing is going to be shut down from Spunky. He's going to have a very tough time keeping his team alive. Just because everyone who has it on District 69 is so effective at applying it. Sheepa's beam, you can literally just spray that around a team fight just for the coverage, even if you're not interested in going for the kills. Perdo, the range on the shotgun is going to be very good. The targets that he's going to be on are going to be already in need of that healing in the back line.
Very clutch shield as well coming through. Dread Serpent doesn't get much out of there. In fact, Creative standing still for Planet is going to be the perfect humanoid totem for Grok to land his shock pulse off and start affecting the team. And Jaguar Falls, we talk about this a lot. You know, it's a great closed-in map, and we say, oh, Buck's gonna suffer here, this champion's gonna do okay here. Grok is fantastic here because of the close proximity. You just can't stand far enough away from your teammates.
As he does.
As he dies.
Cast a curse.
Yeah, that's true.
He's gonna, he was out there, he probably wasn't planning on coming back alive from that anyway. He was super overextended, just looking for the zone, just looking to dismount everyone. And we could switch to Jera's cam, and he would be under absolutely no pressure right now and just capture the point for free. 3-0, District 69 go up. That's the type of zone. These guys aren't afraid to trade their life for the better of the team. They aren't afraid to overextend. They're not afraid to put it all on the line just to buy a few more seconds, put themselves in a little bit better of a spot.
Perdo gets 2 there. Resilience coming through from Melvin Path as well. Doesn't want the stun, doesn't want the Dread Serpent, doesn't want any potential knockbacks, doesn't want the Impaler stun coming out from Shaolin. It's not going to affect the Makoa hook. A lot of people not sure whether that interaction takes place. Does not affect the hook from Makoa. And it does, though, keep him very safe in these big clutch teamfight moments where he wants to get his Hyper Beam off and change the tide of battle. Of course, not CC immune, unlike Makoa, who that CC immunity clearly doesn't matter. The bounce is delayed, so he gets the 350 damage. Could be the difference in killing Drogos, but hunts down the Shaolin, but Shaolin looks to hunt him back. Creatives getting a kill on the Buck. Finally, Perdo falling down. Sheepa here getting the taste of a full-blooded Planet, but the shield from Torvald and the pressure here from Spunky is going to do enough to just stay D69 for now, but they're still knocking on the door.
Enough damage from the accursed arm. It just feels like there's always more in the tank for District 69. Elvapath falling low. Perdo's already back.
He got him.
Keeps him safe. Sheepa pops the Tempest to try and keep his boys alive, but they will both fall, and finally finding a stabilization play. The Interlopers take some defensive positionings around their base. They have a minute to stave off the onslaught from District 69.
I think we saw a really good example there of why Shaolin is a great counter to Buck, right? Proto just jumps in, just gets exploded by the planet.
Yep, they're starting to figure that out.
And, you know, you see Creatives having a lot of trouble in just hitting a Buck, but he's got to make sure he keeps those cooldowns alive for when Buck does eventually decide to leap onto him. And Perdo needs to make sure that he uses Planet before he jumps in onto the Shaolin. But look at that, activates Buck. Wow, gets taken down. This is why Bugsy may run, or other Barrack players may run Tinkerin to finish off those shots and get a little bit more damage on the long-range targets, but he actually wasn't able to clean it up. His teammate Elven Path was. Hyper Beam has the potential use to be available, but they don't even need it. D69 really a class above here and takes the win 4-0, takes the set 2-0.
Did you guys see how Bugsy was hiding behind that Yin clone there at the end?
Yeah.
He didn't have any cooldowns. It's just the little things. These are the little things that you guys at home can start doing. That's the easy thing to do. These little things are what sets the team apart. Bugsy doesn't have any cooldowns. Doesn't have anywhere to go. He just goes hides behind the Yin clone. Just starts, you know, bobbing and weaving behind there. Just trying to stay safe. I just love seeing those little things that get me going.
Yeah, exactly. Me too, man. I think about Ying clones all the time. See the scoreboard here, and Yang, she was somebody that unfortunately they didn't think about enough. Only one death. Jera stays alive way too much, and 52,000 healing, maybe not the biggest difference. Maldamba only 20,000 behind, but and makes up with a lot of it for having 10,000 more. But
there's that weird microculture that is District 69 going on right now, where there's two of them, you know, 300 yards away, zoning out in front of spawn, and then Jera's just sitting on the point.
Yeah.
With Bugsy, just like, what's up?
What's going on? Sheba, though, impressive healing numbers, Nick. 1,237. In fact, if that was 1,234, his healing would have been 1, 2, 3, 4. That would have been another Illuminati sign.
Pretty cool.
That would have been Illuminati, dude.
Are we missing anything weird from District 6? Did they like tie in shielding or objective time?
Oh my god, dude. They tied in. Perdo and Elven Path both died 4 times.
Kamiker, unbelievable creatives. Oh, that's an 8. I thought that was 6-6. We got 6-6-7. Shoutouts to Weekend.
We have vision in your healthcare, right?
I think so.
Okay. Yeah, just double checking.
I got excited. The Illuminati.
So we're going to actually come back and let you see our little beautiful faces here as we talk about, you know, what's coming up next, and it's going to be a big, long. Just kidding, not break. We're not going on a break. We're actually moving on. Aren't you happy?
We're rolling.
We're still not using the restroom. We're excited for you. We just want to bring a little bit more Paladins.
Right into the next set.
Bring a little bit more Paladins esports into your life, and we're really excited about it. And
we don't have to pee.
And you know what? You know what we do have to do though? Tell them about first win of the day.
Gotta go get your first wins of the day.
You gotta get
They don't have a chance to. We're not going on break, but
that's right.
After the
no
broadcast,
breaks.
Go get your first wins of the days in live. Get them for all of 3 wins, getting all those radiant chests, beautiful stuff. That is available to you.
That's right. We're going into the standings now to see where everybody levels out. And, of course, everyone's having the worst end of the day. And sometimes it's not necessarily just that they're under, you know, the quality of these teams. It's just maybe they just didn't have a good day. And it reflects in both of their games here. And so they fall 0-4 after, you know, kind of winning one of the weekends of the open bracket qualifiers. Very surprising here. Wolves Esports 2-0ing them. Burrito Esports actually following along, losing to D69, who are the big winners of the day, 4-1. And now it will be Wolves versus Burrito to see if this standing kind of stays the same or if Burrito are able to take that big advantage over Wolves.
They have the chance to do so here, Wolves. And Burrito, the final matchup of the day. So this is an important match for me, right? This kind of this is going to determine that second seed right now.
This means a lot.
The winner of this set kind of proves themselves to be in that second spot. And Wolves have been the closest tradition. I believe they did find a win over Burrito because Burrito lost in the semifinals one of the weeks during the open bracket. Stonekeep will be where game number 1 is played. Timbermill banned out by Wolves. Burrito banning out. Serpent Beach bans, shout outs.
Maybe they have some kind of interesting strategy here that they want to pull out.
Sometimes veteran teams will ban out maps like Serpent Beach just because the veteran squads have more experience across a wider variety of maps. So they try to use that to their advantage, put the lower end teams, the newer teams, on maps that they're not as comfortable on.
And, you know, if you've been playing for longer, you've got more practice in, that's hopefully what they're leaning on being the reason they win. But Wolves, with first pick, grab Ying. And, you know, we mentioned that this could be a lot to tell who's in the power rankings, who's, you know, 1 or 2 or 3. But really, I mean, this means land. The top 2 guarantee themselves a trip to high-res and basically to compete in that spring land with $75,000 on the line. This set means a lot for both of these teams here.
Torvald, Shaolin, response to Wolves, Ying, Ruckus locked in as well. Makoa's still on the board. Barrick's still on the board, notably in the frontliner department. So the kind of 180 swap here in terms of Torvald's prioritizations for Burrito. They thought he stunk when he released, but he did get the field study legendary, which has been very, very popular amongst.
And admittedly, they were using him even before the field study legendary. They had started to kind of find some rhythm with him, but now he definitely has become something that they love and want to bring into their lineups. They've got 2 picks now available. Burrito could go for some extra healing here. Sometimes you think, well, they're not going to take another Maldamba, so we don't have to pick Maldamba here, but we've seen them do it time and time again to be able to kind of counter pick whether they're damage, their tank, or flex on something else. So here comes the Maldamba one more time.
Yeah, and that may be why, you know, I think that was a great point that you brought up as to why they don't take it last, because they want to save their last pick to just try and counter as much as they can, because when you lock yourself into the final pick Maldamba, you're saying this is what we've got on the table, right?
Right.
His first 4 picks are what we're running. You know what our 5th pick's going to be. We need that healer, so they like to take it forth, come out swinging with the final Bomb King pick.
And this is
but
very good.
Solo Torvald against into a Drogos and a double front line, that's going to be tough to break.
I mean, Torvald is not your typical solo frontliner. We'll see if Burrito can make it work. I mean, if any team in Europe can, they're definitely one of them. But he's not typically designed to be withstanding definitely pressure coming out from someone like a Grover from long range, a Ruckus from long range, a Drogos from long range, and a Barrick and Ying up close. I'm really loving the draft here by Wolves. And we'll see if Mundestina can keep his winning ways here. Fuse-a-lot to deal with that Torvald, bring him down as much as possible. Deep Roots by Grover. Flux Generator for Ruckus. Tinkering by Respa for now, and Life Flag for Yang.
Bonker running the recurve, getting the attack speed rolling on Shaolin. Accelerant mobility for Lazy's Bomb King. Darkstalker mobility for Lemonade's and Drox's Field Study for Birds, Torvald, and finally Spirit's Chosen for Sun Commander's Maldamba. So I think what Burrito are going to be looking to do here with this composition is pick these tanks apart from a distance. Stonekeep, it doesn't force you to fight directly on the point. You can kind of do that where you pick stuff apart from range and then move in once your targets are softened up, once cooldowns are down. Respa's getting in there, drops his turret out in front of the barricade, leaving it open to poke here from Shaolin. First blood still has yet to fall.
Very wary to stand on the objective, but Lazy now getting pressured out. This is going to be a big decision. It's going to be a big difference maker here. If Lazy can win these fights as Bomb King, if he goes down and if he just becomes irrelevant in this fight, I think Burrito loses one pretty handily. But if Lazy can keep staying relevant, if he can keep finding kills, winning 1v1s, then they will have a big chance here. Lemonade actually gets the kill on the Respa, but Mundestina follows up on the Lazy, and that could be a problem here. That Bomb King counting for so much of that point pressure, but still, Wolves very hesitant to step on the objective.
Good job reversing out that follow-up axe from Simslow. No one's taken a convincing enough win here to get on the point. NTBs finally falls to Lemonade there, and Burrito confidently take their first steps onto the point here and moving north of 50%.
You know what? This is that big boy pressure. This is just what Burrito bring to the table. Wolves Esports are right here. They have the opportunity with 2 tanks in Ying to just step on the point. They could have had 30 or 40% on the objective here and let those flankers 1v1. It could be okay and really force Burrito to say, you want to do that? We're just going to win the point, even though you're going to take our flankers. And they don't. They show so much respect. I just don't know. Great shot there, combo with the Deep Roots. I just don't know if Wolves are playing this as aggressively as I would like to see them play.
Fire spit coming out. Wolves now in a favorable spot here. They got Bird kind of isolated. They don't elect to put any more pressure on him. Big salvo onto the high ground. Lazy's going to eat a lot of pressure from that. The fire spit angle is good as well. Lazy goes down once again.
Mundestina doing what he needs to do. Lemonade there at 50 health somehow stays alive, and Darkstalker will keep him healthy, but 90% here for Wolves, 99% for Burrito. Mundestina gets the kill, and that's huge. No healing now for Burrito. This probably will mean that Wolves will take game point number 1 unless Lazy can make some crazy plays here. Great fire spit, gets the damage, but no, it is all Wolves. 1-0 should be the case. Overtime ticks away. And the fire spit into the salvo.
Nice style points there.
2 minutes and 20 seconds left. Wolves with the lead.
They take it away from Burrito there. A nice split of damage there. A nice target switch from Modestina. He saw Bird was low, so he switched, took down the Maldamba instead. Has the King Bomb here. Lazy sees the clump. Does he go for the big King Bomb here early on? The payload push, not for now. Just gonna elect to just continue to fire uncontested from the high ground.
Oh,
there.
nice
bomb into the back of Modestina's head. Now is a good angle on Ruckus to put a lot of hurt into this team.
This is what Lazy needs to do, but he goes down before he can confirm the kills onto the Ruckus, and only four members alive, only one dies as a result of all that pressure. So again, there's just so much that they're relying on for Bomb King, and great Vine by Grover to get out of the Hyper Beam's radius there and keep himself alive here. Torvald falling under Modestina's pressure, the shield just collapsing, and look at the damage from the turrets and from the Dragon up top. Lazy very, very pressured out. Shaolin trying to stay alive. Lemonade doing what he can, but it is just not enough with the tankiness of this squad of Wolves.
Lazy on the backside looking for an angle for his King Bomb. Still a minute 15 remain on the payload push. As the final corner is just about to be round here. Base looking to be broke. Burrito need to find a hold. They have everything available except Hyper Beam. There comes the protection from Lemonade. Finds a big headshot, but so much damage comes through anytime he steps a foot out of position.
Modestina's doing a great job. He's just zoning out Lazy. Lazy's finding him too, but you know what? Modestina's also making Lazy feel very wary here, and this could be the answer. Whirlwind comes out from Grover. Huge stuff. Early game ultimate. It's going to make so much of a difference here in keeping his teammates healthy before the cauterized 2s and 3s can come online. Lazy tries to pick up Sleepy, but a dimensional leak will make that difficult. Tries to find her with the dimensional link back to an earlier position, but cannot do it. And this is a little bit of a tough battle for Lazy too, because the illusions will keep her healthy and another teammate.
He's in a weird spot right now. Any respawns coming back from base is going to be able to spawn him out. Respite just ignores him though. Wants to head back to the point. Lemonade goes down. Shaolin is here. King Bomb's being wound up from the back. This one has to find a home.
Huge stuff there going in. One more fire spit. Lazy's dead. This is big time. They might use the Dragon Punch to secure it. I don't know. It could be a very valuable thing to go 2-0 up, but they won't have it for next point fight. They'd rather do it without it, but they may just go into it. There's Modestina. It's time to kick it into overgear. He wants to find it, and they will. Bird goes down. Finds one more fire spit. Double kill for Modestina. Looking for the triple.
Nice.
Oh, he gets 3 on the Burrito. Wants to find 4. Will he get it? No. But it will be all Wolves Esports. The pack of Wolves find success in their prey.
Are looking hungry today, taking the 2-0 conversion over Burrito. Beautiful fire spits there at the end, over the top of that statue. It was a very close call, but Modestina, he gets it home after, albeit a low-value Dragon Punch. I think Bird only had something like, a couple hundred HP left. Still able to get it done. Beautiful stuff from them. They got the record 2 online for NTB's. Modestina only has record 1 online, but does go for the Haven 2. So trying to mitigate a lot of that damage, a lot of that pressure that's been on him from Lemonade. He's know that that's the guy that's going to be hunting him down. So he goes to negate that pressure. NTB's also has Rejuvenate 2 online, countering a lot of the cauterized pressure. And there's only 2 of them, right? And Lazy hasn't been focusing the tanks too much, and neither has Lemonade.
So right now we have a pause. This is a good pause. It's, before obviously the combat begins, and we see Simsalo just wants to get a couple more words with his team here, or possibly a DC. Not quite sure of the situation, but what we do know is Wolves have taken a huge advantage over Burrito. 2-0 up, a huge push, capitalized and just umphed with a triple kill by Modestina. And again, he's kind of been the difference maker today for Wolves.
Absolutely.
You talk about interlopers and them not having the best day. It's that much more of a difference when someone has a great day, especially when these games matter so much. And Modestina, he's been showing up.
He's been one of their playmakers. He's very critical to their team fight success. He's normally on one of the hyper carries, the Androxus, the Drogos. He's got great flexibility as well. It's not often that we see guys be able to play Androxus and Drogos projectile and hit scan as effectively as this guy has been. His decision-making's been on point, and they put themselves in a great spot, up 2-0 on the Burrito. Burrito have no ultimates for this point fight, whereas you see Wolves, they're sitting on the Dome Shield as well as almost a Hexafire, Loser Rift, and Whirlwind, so they are in a phenomenal spot.
So much pressure on the Lazy. These mid-air fire spits, too, for Modestina have been extremely successful. In fact, that's how he got the 3rd of his triple kill on that push. Being able to do that is just what makes a great Drogos great, in my opinion, just to keep the pressure on, keep the AoE damage coming, and still staying safe in the air. When you fall to the ground, you're just so much more vulnerable, and it makes it that much harder for Lazy. Really trying to be the natural predator here, but he's not really the natural predator of anyone but the tanks. And this is where he wants to shine. Sun Commander with a great Dread Serpent. Bonker and Lazy follow up. Lemonade picks one of themselves, and it's just a full-on team wipe here for Burrito on Wolves.
This old dog knows a few tricks still. Burrito not out of this game yet. Know that they know how to take a clean team fight there. Beautiful Dread Serpent there with the follow-up planned out. There's a King Bomb onto the high ground, but it's gonna whiff. He finds the stun onto Drogos, however. Bonker able to help drive 2 of those kills home, so not all is lost.
That would have been one of the hyper plays, though. Tried to aim for the small window, but just couldn't make it happen. And the damage still from Lazy. Playing confidently as ever, and 2-1 goes to score for Burrito, who definitely used that ultimate, not only just because of, you know, obviously to get the damage, but it's really for the
Just listen to that sound. Pumpkin has some great sounds.
Hey, do you think they're annoyed yet? All right, let's get back to the game. That's my strategy there.
They're just trying to hit him with the sonic boom pause, make everyone listen to that.
My ears! I can't. I have to take my hands off my keyboard. Oh, they're back in game? No! That's just, I don't know. Maybe, right? They want to figure some things out. Things have started to go well for Burrito now. I feel like we're checking in at, like, you know, and like narrating a very small story.
The TV timeout.
Exactly. Like, you know, things in that chapter, things went pretty well for Burrito, but will they keep it going?
It's just like when you have to watch a movie, like the Hollywood First Take with Mario Lopez popping into your movie like every 30 seconds. Hey guys, how you enjoying the movie?
Mario Lopez.
In that last scene, I'm going to break down exactly what you just saw, even though you understand fully.
Yeah, Mario Lopez is just a funny guy, man. He's so happy. He's so happy. I can't complain. I'm one of those happy guys as well. But I think Burrito right now shifted the momentum very importantly. They've taken what I think was a blunder, you know, to start out. They just didn't get the right, I don't know, personally, draft going for them in this map. I think they kind of have the odds stacked against them. Personally, I think just the draft for Wolves is better, and that showed in round 1. But now Lazy able to still play confidently after not having a great, you know, start to this game. It's been a big shift.
It's tough to run the solo to overall. I think especially into the Drogos, guys that hit super hard with Wrecker, scale super well with Wrecker. It's very difficult for Bird to kind of keep his team safe and lock down the point and hold the front line against 2 frontliners. They have the Ruckus. Oh my gosh, there's just so much pressure on Burrito right now. They've drafted themselves in a kind of a weird spot. And the Bomb King is still something that's like new to, I wouldn't call it a staple of what Burrito does just yet.
Right.
Lazy really didn't play it at all before HRX. It's kind of like a new thing, I think, overall for that squad.
You know, in Wolves, I think the key is stop playing as if you have a greater opponent than yourselves. You really need to just take it to them. Right now, a 2-0 lead, you got to smell blood in the water. You got to be like a pack of wolves. Oh, there's somebody injured over there. I need to finish this off, guys. It is go time. And the fact that you have Burrito 2-0 up, I mean, that's an opportunity not a lot of teams get. You need these wins to get yourself in the top 2. You know, you need to go straight to the point. I'd like to see them use the strategy of what they drafted a little bit better, getting to that point, really making Burrito say, you're going to come deal with us because we've got the point pressure.
They're not getting a ton of chip damage. And albeit, you know, Burrito does have the comp to try and pick them apart from range, but they drafted the double frontliner with the Ying as well. They can use the repulsor field to get 60% damage mitigation and just try and shut down as much as you can. But that chip damage is so important. You saw Burrito. Bird is finding that chip damage on the point. He's getting the Burrito to 20 to 30% before the team fight really starts to happen.
Yeah.
And then when Burrito win the team fight, they just take the point outright. They only need to find that one convincing win when you're taking that little bit. Every second counts on the point capture.
And Drogos, I mean, leave Drogos in the sky, let him do what he needs to do, force out Shaolin, force out Lemonade on Shaolin, force out Lazy, make sure he's not comfortable, and, you know, really just put yourself in a position to say, okay, come here. And I think if you have Modestina still firing on all cylinders and you go to the point and keep those frontliners doing their job, you got a chance to win this one. Back into the game, 2 minutes left. It's been all Burrito lately, but Modestina, the man on the tongue, finishes off a kill onto Lazy. And they've stalled this payload push for now. There's no momentum here. Will not be a super fast one. They're going to delay.
Salvo primed and ready. Triggering the fire spit, it's an interaction we don't often see. You can actually detonate your fire spits with a salvo, getting those primed up at the same time. Fire spit onto the high ground. It's going to land onto Bonker, poking him out to about half health. But Lazy's taking a slight bit of damage as well. Long range fire spit. This is a Bugsy level fire spit. Doesn't actually connect. Hits the wall there. 1:24 remaining. Dome shield comes through, but Lazy kills him immediately, dropping the dome shield. The damage from dome shield is not something to be that super scared of. Lazy knows this, and he drives the kill home.
Lazy with a 1 streak gets the protection from Torvald. Acts 40% more damage onto those bombs as he's trying to break the shields. Very impactful accelerant, going to keep him alive, but put him right into the path of Drogos' rocket and allow him to finish off a kill. Again, using the salvo to take the fire spit and explode that while getting the extra damage raining from above. I like the use of those 2 abilities there by Drogos in this fight. Mudastina still showing that he's having a good day.
Dragon Punch ready to go. 40 seconds remain here. Gets caught out by the Grumpy Bomb. Double stun, but Lazy doesn't finish the kill. Does get one onto Rest, but King Bomb's being wound up. Coming around the corner looking for value. Will find the immediate kill onto Sipsalo. Stuns out the Ruckus, but forces the boys of Wolves back, and that's all Burrito need. They need to keep pinned in spot. Now NTB's forced into a rough spot. Respa in a bad spot as well.
They've got to get something here. Bonker, though, he's there finding the shots. Bonker, he's performed so well on this champion, and oh boy, it looks like it's all Burrito tying things back up here over Wolves. And if there was hesitation, it has cost them dearly. Burrito strong back in this game. Credits tied and momentum shifted into round 3.
Rejuvenates
round 2
through
3
to try and fight off some of this cauterized pressure. You see Lemonade and Lazy have already hit the cauterized 3 mark, so the Rejuvenate's going to be very, very necessary here to keep any sort of sustained incoming 90% healing reduction at the cauterized 3 marks. Rejuvenate will help alleviate some of that, but not much, is it? That is only 10% bonus healing per level. So getting them from the 90% to this 80 or the 70 mark, depending on where they're at. Ultimate charges, though, 3 online for Wolves. Burrito have everything except King Bomb available. So now they're in a good spot here. A little bit of a blunder here. Wolves allow Burrito back into the game.
Good stuff. Groper there to deal with the snipers. Gets 1,100 damage onto Bonker already, but now he's got other problems to deal with. There's a flanker on the backside. They take down Sleepy, and that is huge. No healing now, and the poke battle has gone all the way of Wolves. Dread Serpent coming through. Wants to find Bird, and he can. That's huge. Can they kill the dragon? Shaolin almost gets hit by the fire spit, but not enough. Simsalo cannot keep Mudastina alive, and now Burrito Esports are the one who fought on the objective and have 45% on the capture point now. That is what is so powerful about taking the objective fight and just making it your own there. Great stuff by Simsalo. He's going to pick up Lemonade, and this isn't over by any means.
Bird rooted out on the point, but the Hyper Beam is here to pin Simsalo to the back wall, not allowing him any closer to the point.
Wow.
Easy. Couple more axes will do it. Grumpy Bomb, and he's able to backpedal his way to safety for the time being. The Grover just taking fate into his own hands here. Wants to drive these kills home. It's not going to be on the point. Comes through with the Whirlwind, keeping everyone alive. Here's a big King Bomb rolling deep into the back line. We'll find a stun onto 3.
Huge. Doesn't get the damage off, and Lazy goes down. That could be the momentum they needed. Mudastina alive, and oh boy, Lemonade finds 2 onto Respa and Mudastina himself, but Ruckus is back on the point, and it does look like Lemonade will fall. Bonker on a 10 streak as well. Just hasn't had an answer for him, and he hunts down Sleepy and goes into withdraw. A little bit of stealth there. Simsalo trying to do everything, but Dread Serpent will do even more, and now Burrito 99% on the objective. Look like they'll easily clean this one up. There just doesn't seem to be enough time or enough help for Wolves Esports to get back into this.
Triple kill for Lazy on the Bomb King. Looking to get that King Bomb ultimate charge back up very quickly here. Already sitting at 66 and climbing every shot that he hits, giving him 4 to 5% charge on that big heavy team fight, winning ultimate. Potentially the accelerant on the Poppy Bomb is good as well. Finds a nice poke onto the Ruckus.
And Bonker, 13 streak, man, just staying alive here. Also kind of focusing. Lazy doing a great job of keeping the attention on himself, allowing Bonker to just silently, stealthily be in the back line, getting 1,000 damage per shot, impaling targets, making it easy for Lazy to then follow up with the damage and the multiple bombs. just being so deadly when used correctly. Dome Shield popped by Barrack. He's going into all of his resources here just to stabilize. They know the game could be over at any second. Lazy still has his ultimate, using the emote to try and see around the corner. There's Simslo, though. He wants to hunt him down, but does not want to face off against this Bomb King Celerant, giving him all the movement speed he needs to get there and now get back.
Minute 24 remain. King Bomb is charged up, ready to go, as well as Heat Haze, as well as a Cursed Arm. Just coming back up. Here comes a Salvo Fire Spit over the top, finding a lot of poke damage. Winding up the King Bomb around the backside, though. This could be big. He gets it off, gets the protection as well, so he's going to take 2 down with him, but Lazy trades his life to give his team a fighting shot.
This could be the end. Androxus, the Cursed Arm. They've got to finish him off. Trades the ult and doesn't get the kill, but they do find Respa. And Bird is still alive here as well. Sun Commander helping to keep him nice and healthy. This is a dangerous combination. Maldamba goes down, but oh no, Torvald to help it out. But Lazy's back right when you need him. And boy, oh boy, Burrito want to close this one out quickly. Whirlwind available for Grover. He's gonna pop it right now, but he's gonna fall. Oh boy, no. Lemonade gonna get the answer here, Nick. And this could be it. Grumpy Bomb misses, but it seems like they've got all the momentum on Burrito's side.
Respa's going to be taken down as well. There's another nice Dread Serpent. Sun Commander has been nailing these Dread Serpents, swinging the fight so heavily in Burrito's favor. There comes the Hexafire, but he's pinned down almost immediately by Lazy's Bomb King. One more bomb on a Grover is going to do it. Simsalo takes a spell, and we are in the trickle state here. I don't see Wolves being able to fight their way back from this one.
Going to be very tough here as well. They've stalled for a decent amount of time, but not long enough before they could get, admittedly, 3 more players coming in to support them. And Burrito Esports come down from 2-0 and take 4 points in a row and beat Wolves here in the first game of this best-of-3 set.
That's gotta hurt.
That's gotta hurt, man. I'm telling you.
They were off to such a strong start there, getting the 2-0 over Burrito with a lot of momentum on their side in the next round. But I like what you said, though, about just not maybe giving their opponents a little bit too much respect, being a little bit too scared.
Yeah.
They had the composition to just bully their way onto the point and just stay there, whereas we saw the solo Torvald Bird getting that chip damage that we thought Wolves should have been getting on that point, getting his team to 20 or 30% on the capture point before the team fight was even started.
But you know what? This is going to be the answer right here. You talk about, of course, they got great healing for the Ying and 3 big bodies, so there's going to be a lot of damage on the side of Burrito, but 3 members in the 100,000s. In fact, Bonker at 160,000 damage almost. You know, I mean, they had no answer for Bonker, unfortunately, despite Lazy getting so much damage, being so effective, and just taking all of everyone's energy in terms of trying to kill him. There was no competition on the side. Despite how well Mudasina played, they just could not answer with the damage. But Ying, man, 151,000 healing, 46 from Simsalo on Grover. They tried to beat them in the shielding, but you're right. Bird just did a little bit too much, man. If you're going to take that much
damage, at least try and do it on the point for some of that time.
Yeah, exactly.
Sun Commander doing a good job trying to keep up with the Ying and the Grover, obviously at 101k, but his Dread Serpents were phenomenal there. Burrito were winning team fights instantaneously off the back of those beautiful Dread Serpents. So shout outs to the sub commander, switching up his play style a little bit, being what his team needs for him.
And objective time, you mentioned it too. I mean, Bird and Sun Commander 204, 212, and then NTB's Respa there. And especially the Ying, 132, 169, and 56. Oftentimes we see healers have some of the highest objective time in Paladins because that's where they need to be. Very, very strange to see such a low objective time for Sleepy. Just kind of got caught out a little bit when he's typically so good at that healing.
It's going to be game number 1. We'll head on over to the map screen. Frozen Guard is the selection for game number 2. Wolves have the chance here. Try and find the W, but Burrito looking very strong on this map, beating District 69 in the only game of their best-of-3 was on this map. 4-2, a dominant win, so Wolves, they're going to have their work cut out for them.
They sure are, and you know, if things couldn't go well in the draft last game and still translate to game, I think it's not going to be the draft that decides it. Sure, they got to get themselves a favorable start. Burrito's an excellent opponent. They're gonna try to gimp Wolves Esports in this draft as much as possible by just taking as best of a strategy here, maybe coming in with a counter pick that they don't expect and putting them at a disadvantage. But truly, whatever Wolves Esports grab, they just need to, I think, go forward with a bit more of an intention to execute what they drafted.
They take the Ruckus in the response to Ying as well as the Shaolin, so great takeaway from Burrito. I think they can stand to draft the Drogos a little bit later. Burrito's not a team that is like a super prioritization on Jorogos. I mean, they have guys that can play it lazy. Normally will take up arms as the Dragon, should it come to that, but not a team that really highly prioritizes it.
That's true. Now, this win obviously will tie them up and make sure they go to another game. But what this also does, gets them on the board here, you know, against Burrito. Obviously, that's an important thing, too, going into the standings and looking at that win column. So they definitely want to see if they can get themselves in action here.
Yeah.
Wolves Esports takes Bomb King, hovering over that. Very interesting. And the Makoa, wow.
Maybe they want to get Lazy off of his comfortable blaster. You know, we're saying Lazy's been playing Bomb King, and Burrito don't really like to run Drogo. So Wolves, they see that, they say, all right, we can play the Bomb King if it comes to that, and we'll just force you to play Drogo. So let's see what you got.
Oh boy, but they might just get his Kinessa instead. This could be
It's been a while since we've seen Lazy play Kinessa.
Yeah.
I'm excited for this.
He's one of the better Kinessa players in the headshot bonus damage shot. You know, a lot of pros will complain about a certain champion being higher or lower. They complain a little bit about Kinessa, not so much anymore. This game, if Lazy goes off, could be a highlight reel for why she's in a good spot right now.
I think this is why you see Burrito don't take the Maldamba in their first 4 picks, right? Because Wolves had completely showed their hand with the Bomb King Makoa picks, and then Burrito, when the pick shifts over to them, they're saying, okay, we're safe to take Kinessa at this point, because if they take a flank to try and kill this Kinessa, they're not going to have a healer, and we're going to win the game anyway.
And, you know, maybe they just prioritized having the Makoa and maybe thought that they'd go for a more tanky route. Burrito have done that before. But this time, we're not going to see Lazy's Kinessa. We'll actually see Lazy's Cassie, which is pretty dang good itself. Exaction, 40% damage on the dodge roll. Field Study, giving him the 40% damage as well. On top of that, Eagle Eye for Eliminate, the headshot bonus damage. Fortify for Berg. As of now, Sun Commander running with lifelike on Yang.
I mean, that's equally as exciting. Eliminate, that's where he made his name and his top play for the year on Kinessa. So Modestina trying to shut some of that damage down with the Flux Generator. NTB is running half shell on his Makoa. Recurve is the choice for Respis Shaolin. Accelerant for Simsalo's Bomb King. And finally, Spirit's Chosen for Sleepy's Maldamba.
We'll see here if Eagle Eye can pay off. The Kinessa is definitely going to be wary in the back line, but doesn't have too many natural predators on the side of Wolves. Lazy, though, he is looking to hunt them down. Gets the dodge roll, blast shot, finishes it off easy, but gets taken down himself. Haven't seen the impact of the sharpshooter yet in the fight, but Burrito seemed to be doing well here, and she just moving forward in the back line. There she is, wanting to way down, try to find the headshots as much as possible, using a little bit of the quick scope movement speed to just shift over left and right and just cover a little bit more distance. Now, great spot for Kinessa here. They love this. Bomb King kind of spots her out, but he's got just perfect view of the point fight, both when they retreat and both when they go into the objective. So there's just no safe place to be right now.
They have to elect someone to take out Kinessa. They cannot allow this free fire to happen. 1,200 damage a shot. Already has Headhunter Pops. Gonna launch it, sending it in. There's Shaolin trying to shut it down, but a lot of damage coming through. Lemonade punishes Respa for standing still.
Don't stand still in an FPS shooter, buddy. That's why Bumpy Bomb and those stuns are so impactful and important. And Nick, you know what? You're right. This draft was Burrito. This was showing why Burrito do what they do with the Maldamba. And this was Wolves falling into the trap. This is Wolves falling into that trap because what happens is they've got no natural predator for Kinessa. You either draft your healer or you draft a Kinessa Predator. And right now they went for not a Kinessa Predator, and sure, they've got the healing, but they cannot get to her. Who's going to chase her down? Shaolin? I mean, Bomb King is the only one reasonably, but that is not a reliable pickup, especially on the Frozen Guard open lines of sight that we have.
It's got to be Simsalo going for the all-in play on Kinessa. It's the only answer. I see Burrito able to come away with blockers extremely low right now. Ruckus is going to push him. Modestina finds the kill, but at what cost?
And that's why they're also focusing. You saw Lazy just pick a fight with Bomb King early on. Knows if he gets that kill, it opens everything up for Burrito. There, the Bomb King drops down and expect him to be the choice selection for Burrito Esports if they can. The Makoa gets a hook onto Lazy, but he's able to just heal right back up thanks to the Gourd and thanks to, excuse me, not thanks to the Gourd, thanks to the protection from Torvald there. Eliminate backing up, long lines of sight, still gonna do damage from afar, misses one shot, hits the other one, mid-air Bomb King, but he has to reload, so he won't get that, but one shot onto Respa, double kill for Eliminate, looking to find one more, using the bouncing over back activates the Headhunter. Can't find one shot. 3,000, 1,500. Oh boy, Lemonade going crazy here, and they just have no answer for the sniper.
53 seconds to get this payload. Another couple of inches. The planet comes out, but Respa didn't learn his lesson. He stands still. It's Bonker with a triple kill there to push the payload through. A lot of credits for Lemonade, who's gone straight into the morale boost. This is a very comfortable game for him with no natural predators, like you mentioned. He is taking no defensive options. He's going full offense, pedal to the metal on a 12 streak right now, into the Cauterize as well.
And knows how
it's got to be
valuable.
Simsolo that goes and grits him. Respa and Simsolo have to just dedicate their efforts to it.
And D69, Burrito, all they need to do is just make sure Simsolo dies. Otherwise, they're going to have to, there's just nothing that I think Wolves can throw at Lemonade. Now, in this situation, if I was Wolves, I would start to say, let's send Simsolo and NTBs, or let's send Simsolo and Modestina. Let's just mount up and go to wherever Lemonade is. Don't get off the mount yet, because you don't have those inherent movement skills. And just find her and just put her off the sniping game. There you see they already dismount, and unfortunately, this is just free farming. This is not the answer to deal with the Kinessa, and unfortunately, this all happened before the game even started.
Hyper Beam comes through as well. Pincer maneuver here. Lazy coming around the back just to clean up these low HP targets that Bird is hyper beaming over to him. 18% already on the point, but a nice stun from downtown is going to deter Lazy for the time being. He'll get topped off by the Ying clones fairly quickly.
And that Sun Commander on the point. That's exactly where that healer needs to be. He can throw those Ying illusions out. He can heal from a distance, and they can heal from a distance. So effectively, his range is so much more valuable, and he can still stay on the objective here. Dismounts the Bomb King. You're going to have to use your movement skill to get in, and if you don't kill me by that time, Lemonade says, you're going to get taken down as well. What hits the headshot onto Shaolin, the sound effects just are, I think,
that's the
perfectly,
best sounding. That's my favorite sound.
Yeah, perfectly in synergy with the effect that he's having on the game right now.
Drop
2 minutes and
base.
17 seconds, Nick. I mean, 3-0, there's just no answer for Burrito.
Those headshots coming through, 50% more damage with that Eagle Eye card. Lemonade is a guy that is no stranger to headshots, especially on his baby girl Kinessa. The second payload of the game captured for Burrito. It's already moving out past the halfway mark. All the momentum is on the side of the champs right now. They are looking to clean this set up in 2 games.
As a veteran player, you kind of worry at the situation. You know there are some options, but you know they're not easy. And playing against probably even more veteran players and Burrito, you just feel like even if you were to try some of those interesting kind of janky options for how to deal with this Kinessa situation, Burrito would be prepared to counter you and really make you feel the pain for attempting to do something that you're not really intended to do. Simsolo's on a 2 streak, but yet not able to find an answer to the Kinessa. And they have just been pushed back here. These long lines of sight are so dangerous for her. The ultimate is available. He could maybe swing some of this and create a defense. That is their only hope as Wolves. They just try and stall here and find some time, hoping that things will change.
Going all in on spending a lot to try and kill Bird. They are going to find it. They needed to find it after spending the Dread Serpent just for him. Bonker getting under pressure right now. Simsolo's got a good angle on this fight, as well as Maldamba having a decent angle on this fight. See the Ancient Rage being popped on the backside. The Dome Shield is up as well. Lazy, one more bomb's going to do it. Lemonade finds Respa on the Shaolin, though. 45 seconds remain here for Wolves to try and stabilize and hold the defense against Burrito.
20 streak for Lemonade. Finally gets hooked, and they take him down. That is huge. Sleepy getting the kill, and you know what that means? 83% on a Dread Serpent, even though they just used it. So that could be the difference maker here, Nick. I mean, now they've got another Dread Serpent. They've got a Hexafire available as well. 22 seconds left. They might have just done the exact thing they needed to do. Great Poppy Bomb, oh my boy, by Simsolo, just getting him out from under the shield and throwing a couple shots in the air. Doesn't get the kill, but definitely puts Barrick under pressure.
9 seconds remain here. Burrito, they have to find the way to convert here. Wolves desperate for a chance at defense here. The overtime's going to be start through. The half shell actually saves Respa's life.
Huge.
Lazy's got a decent angle, looking for just surveying the fight with that emo third-person perspective right now. Not a lot of pressure on him. Respa pops the heat haze out to keep himself in stealth. Here comes the Big King Bomb over the backside. 2 kills already for Wolves in this fight. They might be able to stabilize here. The overtime is ticking out.
Lots of pressure. Overtime still going on, and they're going to leave it. Man, they put a lot going on into this, Nick, and Wolves Esports finally able to get a point off of this. It may not be the end, but it will be at least the start of something new. hopefully they can adjust here. If I'm Wolves, I just cannot go to the point. I know what my problem is. I cannot leave this Canessa alone.
They spent a lot for it, though. Burrito have the Hyper Beam. They have the Headhunter. They have to find an answer for Lemonade. You're right. They
Master Riding, flank them.
Just send them a core straight at him.
Send everybody at him.
Hey, you know, got to get it done somehow. He was on a, what, 20-something streak?
Yeah.
Finally got, that's the common denominator. They were able to defend there. That was the first time that they shut down Lemonade here. So hopefully some sort of response from Wolf, some sort of adjustment. Lemonade he's been positioning very safely at the start of these fights, though, so he's not making it easy.
Good. That's another thing. You can get an immediate kill on the Lazy, that helps. But now I need to see the movement, not on the point. Go get the sniper down. Hunt her down. Make sure she goes out. Lemonade just with almost no health there, and they're content to sit on their laurels. But again, the problem will stay forward. Wolves Esports, 62% counting, feeling pretty safe. But again, if they make any comeback, any move onto this point and start to get low, Canessa's going to make sure that they pay for it. And there is no kills yet, but Mudastina is 472 health, and Bird gets the kill on NTB. Simsalo takes down Sun Commander, so they do get some healing, but they've conceded the point, and I'm just wondering how are they going to get back on it.
They did get that nice pick onto Lazy, and they didn't press their man advantage. They just did set on the point. They got a lot of the progress done, though, 85%. So one small win here for Wolves, and they're going to be able to take this payload. Lazy finds 2 kills. Bonker does die on the point, but there's a lot of heat on this Ruckus right now. He's going to fall down. Lazy rolling in very aggressively, looking for even more kills in this fight. He's in the backline right now. Wisely likes to back up there. Beautiful stuff. Kills NTBs, puts 1,000 damage in him on his way up the stairs. And Burrito coming down the last 10%. No one from Wolves is going to be able to contest this for much longer. Now with the Headhunter being popped, a lot of big damage coming through for Lemonade. Just easy pick and shooting fish in the barrel here, driving it home. Burrito going to take the game in take the set in 2 games.
Well, I think I'm surprised at how that tail ended. I think it was pretty clear. And of course, you know, Wolves coming in, playing against some very good players, just I think got outmaneuvered in the draft. And unfortunately on Frozen Guard, you cannot let a Canessa be picked without having an answer for her.
For
sure. That's just a no-no, and it's a big deal. Even if you have flankers, it's difficult to kill a good Canessa. But with no flankers, it's nigh impossible, and that's what we saw here. Burrito take the win 4-1 and take a 2-0 lead in the set. Let's go to the scores and see what happened here. And the lowest...
It's pretty clear.
Yeah, the lowest deaths on the team, as I expected. Eliminate on the Canessa, 28-1, 99,000 damage.
Just the lack of response there. They could have, you know, you brought up a great potential solution. Throw some Master Ridings on the tanks and just send them straight to the back line at the snipers. And it looks like they were going for that. They took the more covered route to the right. They found Lazy, killed him immediately, but then they just went to the point instead of pressing their man advantage. Instead of, you know, Lazy was a big thorn on their side at 81,000 damage, but 28-1, 99,916 damage. Lemonade was clearly the biggest issue for Wolves, and they just didn't put enough pressure on him.
And that's where, you know, you take some of these veteran teams, and even Burrito will get caught out by D69 and say, even though we're both veterans here, sometimes we just have a better strategy and we execute it better. Here, I think Wolves just showing that they need to improve in the drafting process and improve in some of these tactics we've been talking about that allow Burrito to be consistently successful, or at least stay even when they go into these games. And also, I think the mutability of your strategy when you get into the game, when things don't go well, this should be a learning experience for Wolves to take this back home, to look at, to practice and say, what could we have done in a vacuum? What could we have done here to deal with Lemonade? And did we kind of just accept our fate here when so much was on the line for our wins?
So the first day is now behind us. Interlopers sitting at 0-4 after their 2 matches. 2-2 for Wolves, 3-1 for Burrito, and sitting happily at the top is District 69 with 4 wins and 1 loss.
Well, let's take a look at the schedule. Of course, this isn't over. We've got more coming tomorrow, and we've got another 2 weeks of this for Europe as well. Tomorrow you'll get to see the North American side of things. First one will be Astral Authority versus Team Eager. Stolzy and Bitey playing against former teammates Cuss Cutie, Dosups, and the squad on Astral Authority. And then we'll move it over to AGG versus Xenasi. See Prince Danny, players like Smidgen coming out and trying to prove that they are the best here. And you might see some Bubble Boy as well over there. Astral Authority versus AGG will follow up on match 3. We'll get to see those teammates and friends go against each other one more time. And then Eager versus Xenasi to wrap things up. We'll see, again, another former teammate matchup, Smidgen and Stolzy there facing off in match 4. So it'll be an exciting day tomorrow, Nick. A lot of action there. You do not want to miss it.
Absolutely. And make sure to get out there, get your first wins of the day. We've got Radiant chests on the line this weekend. So for every first win of the day, you will receive a Radiant chest. Get some cards, maybe some skins, some essence. If you're really lucky, I know everybody's out there starving for that.
Yeah, and these emotes, apparently, were the things that...
I've been getting a lot of emotes from my chest.
Hey,
I got all my Inara stuff in like my first 4 chests on PTS last night.
Oh, man. Too bad it's PTS, though, right? Because that doesn't translate to the...
I think it will.
Oh, okay.
I'm hopeful.
We'll see. All
I'll
right.
be happy.
We'll see. Because nothing else translated. So, okay. Anyways, guys,
Sure.
that's gonna be it for today. We hope you do join us on the BTS, and you can find that on forums.paladins.com and play some Inara and check out the new test map rotation. Check out some of the new skins like Exalted Androxus that's available in the direct for purchase, and the new Tyra skin Baroness, which is available in the Colossal chest only. And of course, get your hands on those early. Make some videos, do some cool things, stream them to your fans, and check in with us as well. I'm sure we'll be active on our social medias, streams, videos, all that stuff over the next few hours. And of course, we will see you all tomorrow here. 3 p.m. is the start time. We hope it'll run a little bit smoother in the day, and appreciate everyone who was sticking with us throughout it. We know that it wasn't necessarily the smoothest, but we did finish it up in the end, and hopefully, we sacrificed our bathroom time for you all. And we're going to go pee right now. You go enjoy the rest of your evening. Have a great one from all of us here at High Res Studios. And as always, remember to never give up, never stop gaming, and we'll see you all in the realm.
Stay up, stand tall. I don't believe you anymore. One song, one kiss. That's all it takes to be back to this. I'm here, you're gone, and all that's left are empty walls. Stay waiting for your call. See that I'm not the one you wanted. Stay strong, 'cause you're not the one I needed. You let me down, you let me down, you let me down. I don't need it. See that I'm not the one you wanted. I'm not the one you wanted. You're not the one I needed. Frames and pictures of you and me where we're holding hands. We used to be so hard to break, inseparable. And now I'm here alone. I'm by myself, staring on my phone. Stay up, stand tall. I'll be right here and I'm waiting for your call. See that I'm not the one you wanted. Stay strong, 'cause you're not the one I needed. You let me down, you let me down, you let me down. I don't need it. See that I'm not the one you wanted.